Chapter 1. As the primordial chaos shattered, it gave birth to an expanse of boundless chaos. In a remote corner of this chaos, a tremendous tempest arose, swiftly forming a colossal chaos funnel, into which the chaotic spiritual essence surged fervently, rushing towards a chaotic rift. Within this rift existed a vast realm suffused with purple light and ethereal rain, teeming with thriving spiritual roots and fruits. The purple luminescence, chaotic spiritual essence, and ethereal rain seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, converging towards the center of this space. At the heart of this realm, there lay a spiritual pond, above which floated a multifaceted gem, a dodecahedron that shimmered with diverse radiance, each facet flashing in harmony with the influx of purple spiritual essence, dazzling in its brilliance. Suspended within the gem space was a soft sphere of white light. Time passed unmeasured as this white light absorbed the purple spiritual essence, shifting through a spectrum of colors from white to black, black to red, red to orange, and finally to purple. As the purple hue coalesced, a humanoid form began to take shape. Suddenly, the gem darted swiftly into the forehead of this being, vanishing without a trace. The humanoid creature gradually stirred, opening its eyes in bewilderment. Startled, it leapt into the air, only to plummet into the spiritual pond with a splash. Emerging from the water, Lin Xuan blinked, surveying his surroundings with wide eyes. "Oh my, how beautiful!" he exclaimed. "Wait, where am I? Who am I? Where am I?" Lin Xuan posed the three existential questions of his soul. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded his mind, and as he pieced together the events that led him here, Lin Xuan calmed himself. He was a member of the Yellow Turban Army in the 21st century, having grown up in an orphanage. After graduating high school without gaining admission to college, he joined the socialist workforce, laboring in various jobs moving bricks, serving food, working in factories, and selling real estate, ultimately succumbing to the fierce competition of society. Now in his 30s, he found himself destitute, without a home, a car aside from a small electric scooter, or a girlfriend, and devoid of family. Firmly entrenched in the realm of the five, knows a person utterly ordinary in the eyes of society. Lin Xuan's journey to this realm was precipitated by a tragic accident. While delivering food on his electric scooter, he collided with a truck at a corner, resulting in a catastrophic fate. The gem, a beautiful dodecahedron he had unwittingly purchased for 20 coins at a small stall on an antique street, transported Lin Xuan's soul across time and space to the primordial chaos that followed the shattering of the primordial realm. This gem was not merely the exquisite glass bead he had initially believed it to be, but rather a supreme world jewel from the primordial realm, nurtured in the essence of the cosmos prior to its fragmentation. During the time of immeasurable calamities, the primordial jewel was cast out from the rift in time and space, drifting into the apocalyptic 21st century, where Lin Xuan came into possession of it. In the moment of the accident, his soul recognized its master, harnessing the primal energy to transport him to this tumultuous epic. Primordial chaos shattered? Primordial world jewel? Primordial creation scripture? I died and crossed over into the chaotic period. Is this the chaos of Pangu? Oh my, I still have the fortune to traverse realms. Not too shabby. In his previous life, Lin Xuan was a person of simple contentment, devoid of grand aspirations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in his 30s, achieving little. His journey from the orphanage to high school graduation was not due to ignorance, but rather a reflection of his laziness. Finally, I can engage in self-cultivation since I'm here. I might as well embrace it. No more toiling endlessly for a living. Surely, I can live 100 years here. The primordial creation scripture is a foundational method for cultivation, capable of guiding one to the supreme realm of the primordial. I can become invincible. Lin Xuan, having accessed the information within his mind, realized that he was not a reincarnated influential figure, but rather an ordinary soul who had fortuitously recognized the primordial jewel as its master. Had he not perished in that accident, and possessed neither pure blood nor a pure soul, he might never have been deemed worthy. If he had been a successful mogul, filled with schemes, he might not have been recognized by the jewel at all. The primordial jewel had been nurtured in the essence of the primordial realm, which contained the purest energies of the universe, capable of purifying all things. Yet, to recognize a master, one needed a pure soul essence, allowing the primordial jewel, a non-sentient entity, to instinctively accept him as its master. Lin Xuan's upbringing fostered an optimistic personality, as being overly assertive in an orphanage often led to isolation. Isolation in childhood could leave deep psychological scars, and while there were counselors available, not everyone could glean wisdom from such encounters. It ultimately depended on individual nature. The fortunate few who possessed both talent and luck were exceedingly rare, and Lin Xuan was simply an honest and unassuming individual. According to the transmitted information, the primordial jewel possesses only the capabilities of energy conversion, shielding, and concealing cosmic secrets. It serves as the energy core of a world, and the laws of the universe do not permit a world core to possess sentience. The primordial creation scripture, however, is the highest method derived from the essence, enabling cultivation to the highest realms of the universe. But it cannot transcend the cosmic laws. Nevertheless, reaching the pinnacle is commendable for now. I should focus on understanding my current situation. Lin Xuan swam ashore from the spiritual pond, settling down cross-legged to delve into his circumstances. According to the transmitted information, my soul, upon recognizing the primordial jewel as its master, instinctively breached the cosmic barriers to arrive in this chaotic period. My body has been formed from primordial purple energy and primal essence. The jewel cannot consciously cultivate wisdom. However, it can transmute any energy and even create worlds, though that requires an immense amount of energy, far beyond my current means. Creating a world is exceedingly difficult, but sufficient energy for my cultivation would suffice. After all, each universe has only one supreme world capable of concealing cosmic secrets, granting me a sense of security I won't be discovered by the cosmic laws. This is far superior to that chaotic jewel. The primordial creation scripture transcends mere methods. It is a compendium encompassing techniques, alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and the inheritance of the 3,000 paths. This is truly remarkable. I lack spiritual artifacts and treasures, so I will need to seek them out or forge my own. I must also venture into the chaotic realm to hone my skills and explore my territory. Lin Xuan rose to survey his surroundings, his gaze falling upon a pool of primordial spiritual liquid. The spiritual roots and fruits surrounding him were all of the highest innate quality, with the central primordial world tree boasting the finest innate roots. This small realm, akin to a miniature world, seemed an appropriate place for such innate roots to thrive. This was a fragment of the primordial essence, manifesting as a small world. Otherwise, the primordial jewel would not have chosen to settle here, where the essence was rich. Apart from the world tree, there were no notable spiritual roots, suggesting they had all been suppressed by the world tree. Thus, he would not investigate further, and Lin Xuan's primary task would be cultivation. Despite the current gestation of the chaotic demonic gods, who had yet to emerge into the world, the chaos was rife with chaotic beasts. These beasts were at least of the great Luohu golden immortal caliber, with some even attaining the status of the primordial Wuji golden immortal. Lacking intelligence, they possessed formidable physical strength. For now, survival was paramount, as was understanding the hierarchy of spiritual roots, postnatal roots, mid-grade postnatal roots, superior postnatal roots, top-grade postnatal roots, innate roots, mid-grade, innate roots, superior, innate roots, top-grade, innate roots, chaotic roots, mid-grade, chaotic roots, superior chaotic roots, top-grade, chaotic roots, primordial roots, mid-grade primordial roots, superior primordial roots, top-grade primordial roots. The hierarchy of treasures, postnatal treasures, mid-grade, postnatal treasures, superior postnatal treasures, top-grade postnatal treasures, supreme treasures, innate treasures, mid-grade, innate treasures, superior, innate treasures, top-grade, innate treasures, supreme treasures, chaotic treasures, mid-grade, chaotic treasures, superior chaotic treasures, top-grade, chaotic treasures, supreme, chaotic treasures, primordial treasures, mid-grade primordial. Treasures superior primordial treasures top grade. Primordial treasures supreme Primordial treasures. The classification of techniques: mundane level, celestial level, great Luo level, quasi saint level, heavenly path level, grand path level, supreme level, transcendent level. The ranking of realms: refining essence, in a chi refining chi, in a spirit refining spirit, in a void merging void with the path, earthly immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, primordial great Luo golden immortals. Primordial Tai Chi great Luo golden immortals, primordial Wuji great Luo golden immortals, path realm, primordial creation realm, primordial supreme realm. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Xuan discerned that aside from the world tree, there was little of note, and began to contemplate his next steps. Cultivation was of the utmost importance, as he seemed to possess little beyond his realm. He needed to find treasures, spiritual roots, or gather spiritual materials. He also aimed to seek out chaotic beasts for combat practice, to gain hands and experience, perhaps even to strike up a conversation with Pangu about philosophical matters. Having made his decision, Lin Xuan settled down cross-legged to begin his cultivation of the primordial creation scripture. In his understanding, the primordial creation scripture was a method for cultivating an internal world, harnessing the powers of the world to enhance oneself. The stronger the world, the stronger the individual. However, not just anyone could cultivate this method. One's physical body and primordial spirit must reach the level of primordial Wuji to withstand the powers of the world. Lin Xuan's physical form and soul had been crafted from primordial purple energy and primal essence, achieving the primordial Tai Chi great Luo golden immortal realm. His primordial spirit, having undergone purification through the jewel's recognition, had been further enhanced by the primal energy, reaching the primordial Wuji great Luo golden immortal realm. His magical power, however, still lingered at the great Luo golden immortal level, absorbed instinctively during the enhancement of his physical body. As the cultivation method commenced, a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy and primordial purple energy surged towards Lin Xuan's being. Hongmeng purple qi is unique to the Hongmeng world, existing solely where the essence of Hongmeng resides. This purple qi is derived from the Hongmeng origin and the cosmic rules, embodying pure cosmic energy. The great Dao itself is also a manifestation of these cosmic principles. Hence, the great Dao can be considered a progeny of the cosmic rules. As the cultivation technique operated, his realm shifted from the great Luo golden immortal to the golden immortal level, subsequently ascending to the Tai golden immortal great Luo golden immortal Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal Hunyuan Taiji great Luo golden immortal. Lin Xuan was enveloped in the purple qi, lost in the chaos of timelessness. After an indeterminate span, his figure materialized, the surrounding purple qi receded into his body. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Xuan sensed the state of his being within his dantian. A vast world flickered into existence, clear yet elusive, allowing him to perceive everything within. This world was boundless. One solar system constituted a small world. 1,000 small worlds formed a medium world, and 1,000 medium worlds constituted a great world. In this realm, the power of the world pervaded, and the rules of the great Dao operated independently, showing no signs of collapse due to his recent cultivation. Lin Xuan felt a profound satisfaction with his current realm. Both his physical body and magical power had reached the pinnacle of Hunyuan Wujidi, great Luo golden immortal, while his primordial spirit had achieved an unparalleled completeness. Perhaps it was due to the baptism of the Hongmeng pearl, or the refining through the energies of time and space during his traversal. His soul energy was remarkably pure. Now, aside from the great Dao, he felt invincible. Lin Xuan closed his eyes once more, this time intending to master the formations, alchemy, weapon forging, and the application of laws contained within the Book of Creation. With the abundant information from his past lives' revelations, combined with insights from novels and television dramas, he understood that techniques such as the 36 heavenly passes and the 72 earthly transformations were merely applications of the laws. While Lin Xuan was not a prodigy, the sheer influx of information made it conceivable that with repeated practice, he could master these divine abilities. However, alchemy required familiarity with the properties of herbs, the cultivation and mastery of alchemical flames, and the precise control of heat. To cultivate universal flames, Lin Xuan immersed himself in the path of creation. For him, the concepts of cosmic rules, great Dao, and heavenly laws were inextricably linked to the notions of time as the beginning, space as the point, and life and death as the axis. No matter where one finds oneself, one cannot escape space, time, and the cycles of life and death. Space is the location of existence, and to exist, one must occupy a place. Even the void is a manifestation of space, while time marks the traces of existence. Even the slightest existence requires time. Without it, all is forbidden. Without time, how could one act? Life and death symbolize creation and destruction. Creation refers to the emergence of all things, while destruction signifies their disappearance. The laws of creation signify transformation. Creation is the genesis of all things, and all entities possess a spirit. Only with spirit can a world exist, and with a world, all things can manifest. Thus, the laws of creation are fundamentally transformative. Both alchemy and weapon forging take shape through this transformation. Hence, the flames of creation are universal, capable of both alchemy and forging. Regardless of the process, both are born from change, not from inherent nature. Lin Xuan found his understanding of the laws of creation to be surprisingly smooth, far exceeding his expectations. Most television dramas and novels revolve around the application of heavenly laws, whereas Lin Xuan, as the protagonist, operated through the great Daoist principles. The cosmic rules encompass a vast array of 3,000 great Dao energies, all of which he refined and mastered through his cultivation techniques. Moreover, not all beings in the Hongmeng could harness the essence of energy for cultivation. Only those who reached the Hongmeng supreme realm could access the origin of Hongmeng for their practice. Thus, Lin Xuan's cultivation conditions were uniquely advantageous, with the essence pearl and the energy of origin fragments available for his training, though he remained unaware of this. The comprehension of the flames of creation proved to be considerably more challenging, and he could not ascertain how much time had elapsed. One day, a slight smile crept upon Lin Xuan's lips. Finally succeeded. It wasn't easy. Extending his left hand, he beheld the flames of creation he had grasped. The flames shimmered in a deep yellow hue, the essence of creation flickering in and out of visibility, sometimes teeming with vitality, other times exuding a menacing aura. This reflected the ultimate truth that creation culminates in destruction. The mastery of the laws had led him to profound insights. The flames of creation danced delicately in Lin Xuan's hand like a sprite, suddenly leaping from his palm to soar around him, expressing a sense of closeness. Indeed, Lin Xuan's understanding of the flames of creation had fostered a nascent intelligence within them, nourished by his continual infusion of primordial energy. With a gentle gesture, the flames of creation settled in his palm, playfully bouncing up and down. "All right, little one, go and cultivate in the inner world," he said, as the flames reluctantly faded from his grasp. Lin Xuan continued to delve into the mastery of alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations. As his comprehension of the great Dao deepened, an increasing number of laws manifested around him, his aura growing ever more powerful. The paths of elixirs, artifacts, formations, space, time, fate, causality, creation, destruction, reincarnation, chaos, yin-yang, and the 5 elements. All 3,000 great Daos unveiled themselves. This rapid enlightenment was due to Lin Xuan's initial cultivation, which focused solely on refining the rules of the universe without fully grasping them. As he absorbed more of the great Dao, the laws within him became increasingly active, and his mastery deepened, resulting in a denser aura of the great Dao. Suddenly, the primordial source pearl flew from Lin Xuan's brow, hovering above his head and emitting radiant light that enveloped the entire spatial realm. As time passed, the laws of the great Dao around Lin Xuan became a collision between time and space. Gradually, time and space began to merge, culminating in a resounding bang from within Lin Xuan, An enigmatic sensation pervading his heart, he slowly attuned to this feeling, realizing that the fusion of the paths of time and space had birthed the path of space-time, allowing him to break through to a new realm of the great Dao, shattering its shackles and attaining immense freedom and liberation. With this breakthrough, his internal world upgraded to the primordial world tier: Space Mipa world, small thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, great thousand worlds, primordial world, chaos world, eternal world. The primordial world was also an eternal world. However, there existed multiple eternal worlds within the vast universe. Though each small universe could host only one at last, I've transcended to the realm of the great Dao. I can finally venture into the outside world. Lin Xuan murmured to himself as he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching and awakening his long still limbs, he gazed at the primordial source pearl floating above him, his divine consciousness stirring to draw it into his soul. Casting a glance at the world tree within the spirit pool, he extended his hand, manipulating the chaotic spiritual liquid along with the world tree into his internal world. Upon integrating the world tree, significant changes occurred within. The world tree rapidly expanded, taking root at the center of the primordial world, connecting heaven and earth. The 3,000 laws of the great Dao were distinctly organized, with earth, fire, wind, and thunder remaining stable. The world tree bore 3,000 verdant fruits, and the chaotic spiritual energy surged markedly. The world tree and the spiritual energy of the primordial world began to circulate and recycle, even giving rise to sentient beings active within the world. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Had I known there would be such benefits, I would have integrated it sooner. How foolish of me. The world tree should have been introduced into the world to support heaven and earth. What a missed opportunity. Those must be the world fruits. They truly are treasures, but alas, they hold no value for me at present. Oh well, I have no desire to develop this world into an eternal world. There are too many matters to attend to. Why endure such exhaustion while traversing? I came here to enjoy life. Ah, Pangu, allow me to witness your chaos. Lin Xuan's body slowly levitated as he summoned the primordial source pearl. The surge of the world enveloped him, creating a tremendous commotion that shook the entire space. With a mere flicker of his movement, he drew the entire space into the primordial pearl. After all, this was a fragment of the primordial source, capable of being recycled within the pearl in the next moment. Lin Xuan found himself amidst the chaos, an endless expanse of gray mist where directions were indistinguishable. After pondering briefly, he concealed his aura and, with a chuckle, soared toward a particular direction, uncertain how many epochs had passed during his wandering through the chaos. Lin Xuan had gleaned little, acquiring only a few strands of chaotic spiritual roots and materials. He had yet to encounter any chaotic demon gods, likely still in gestation. He did, however, encounter several magical beasts. But their power disparity was too vast, leading to effortless domination. As he roamed the chaos, Lin Xuan's boredom grew. Were it not for the fear of attracting the attention of the great Dao, he would have unleashed his full strength to sweep through the realm point one day. While aimlessly drifting, Lin Xuan's divine consciousness detected a subtle wave. Excited, he flew toward it, discovering it was an array formation. For Lin Xuan, who had achieved mastery over the laws of array formations, it was easily dismantled. With a gentle flick of his finger, a surge of world energy burst forth, shattering the formation. Before him lay a long sword, measuring 6 feet and 3 inches, its blade curving into a crescent shape, radiating a purple glow. Lin Xuan grasped the sword, and with a sweep of his divine consciousness, he discerned its properties: the 9 Calamity Sword. A chaotic supreme treasure, born from the calamities of the infinite epochs and the spiritual materials of the primordial world. It was imbued with 49 chaotic restrictions and possessed the ability to absorb calamity energy for evolution. Its attacks were laced with calamity energy, making it impossible to eliminate unless one was a celestial of the highest order. Wrapping the 9 Calamity Sword in his divine power, Lin Xuan refined its restrictions. After a brief period, he stored the sword within his consciousness and continued his journey. Although the 9 Calamity Sword was a chaotic supreme treasure, it was of little consequence to Lin Xuan's current strength. He could use it as a temporary weapon, continuing to drift through the chaos. Lin Xuan acquired several hundred chaotic spiritual treasures and roots, yet nothing exceeded the level of chaotic supreme treasures. Perhaps the infinite calamities had obliterated them, or the cosmic rules forbade their existence within chaos. Lin Xuan paid it little mind. Given his current strength, he could safeguard himself against the great Dao. As long as the cosmic rules held, his safety was assured. One might wonder about the might of the primordial beings. The infinite calamities had only recently passed, and it was likely that even those who escaped were still recuperating. That day, while wandering, Lin Xuan stumbled upon a rather unusual place. Initially, he thought it a mundane location, but as he approached, he sensed something extraordinary. It was so commonplace that even Lin Xuan, with his strength, could detect it from a distance. Intrigued, he released his divine power to investigate. After a few moments, Lin Xuan finally discerned the formidable nature of this hidden array. It was not something that could manifest within chaos. It had reached the level of creation-grade formations, which Lin Xuan, at his current Dao level, could not forcibly dismantle. Settling into a meditative posture, Lin Xuan summoned the primordial source pearl and unleashed his divine power to deduce the workings of this formation. After several hundred moments, he was crafting hand seals, sending them into the void. Suddenly, a portal materialized before him. Lin Xuan swiftly entered, and as he did, the portal gradually vanished, revealing a desolate expanse. The space was small, a miniature world suffused with a chilling aura of slaughter, which permeated the atmosphere. Lin Xuan scrutinized the surroundings while brandishing the 9 Calamity Sword in defense, suspecting a connection to the primordial world. He cautiously advanced toward the center, where the space was awash with a sense of desolation, as if eroded by the sands of time. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the world, where a colossal cauldron stood unwaveringly. Lin Xuan approached, examining it closely. It had 3 legs and 3 ears, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, clouds, flowers, insects, birds, and various unfamiliar creatures. Lin Xuan reached out to stroke the cauldron. It trembled slightly. His divine power extended cautiously, revealing no danger, prompting him to commence its refinement. After several hundred moments, he spoke. "Little cauldron, cooperate. There is but one final restriction left." The cauldron quivered and began to rotate. Lin Xuan continuously executed hand seals, directing them toward the cauldron. After an indeterminate period, a resounding boom echoed as the cauldron swiftly shrank, ultimately entering Lin Xuan's divine consciousness. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Xuan exclaimed, "This is exhausting. At last, I have refined why cultivation is still too low." The small cauldron materialized before him, its 3 legs and 3 hands manifesting. "Master, what is it?" "Little cauldron, tell me what is going on. Why are you here?" "Master, I am merely a sacrificial cauldron used by the sect of worship in the primordial world to honor the sages, stabilize fate, and serve as a final repository of teachings. After the outbreak of the infinite calamities, the sect's powerful members, knowing they could not survive, sealed their teachings and some resources within my inner space, sending me away from the primordial world using time crystals to hide me away. Then you arrived, but beyond that, I know not." Lin Xuan sensed that the little cauldron was concealing certain truths, such as the circumstances surrounding the infinite calamities and whether any powerful sect members still existed. He believed that some had surely survived. He also pondered why the primordial world had fragmented and what calamity had instigated it. However, since the cauldron was tight-lipped, he felt no inclination to press further. After all, the infinite calamities were still distant for him, that he believed that by the time he reached that juncture, his power would have ascended to the pinnacle of the universe. And with that evolution, he would inevitably uncover many secrets. "Little cauldron, do you have any treasures?" "Master, you have refined all the restrictions. You may explore what you desired. If there are no further commands, I shall return to my cultivation. For although I have evaded this calamity, I still bear injuries." "Very well. Go ahead. You act like a grandmaster," Lin Xuan retorted. Yet before he could finish, the little cauldron vanished. Lin Xuan was left speechless, reappearing in the chaos. Upon his arrival, he noticed changes within the chaos, observing the remnants of battles everywhere. That a brief contemplation led him to understand that the chaotic demon gods must have emerged, likely causing quite a stir. After Lin Xuan emerged from the small world, He hastened towards the areas marked by signs of battle, his heart racing with excitement. For so many years, he had been utterly alone, without even a soul to converse with. The solitude weighed heavily upon him, for humans are inherently social creatures. Upon reaching several locations, he found only remnants of conflict, devoid of any living beings, leading him to deduce that the battle had concluded and the participants had fled. Lin Xuan, no longer in a rush, began to meander aimlessly, seeking to observe the fluctuations of battle energy and understand the combat prowess and levels of these chaos demons. As he observed more closely, he discerned that the current chaos demons had likely emerged not long ago, engaging in few battles, and that most of them were at the level of primordial golden immortals, with some even below that threshold. Their combat lacked sophistication. They relied solely on the grand principles and laws at their disposal, augmented by their innate spiritual treasures to unleash formidable attacks. Growing increasingly disinterested, Lin Xuan decided to engage these fledgling beings in conversation and discourse. Thus, he concealed his aura and adjusted his realm to that of a primordial golden immortal. With this thought, Lin Xuan vanished in an instant, reappearing in unknown distance, where he sensed combat energy not far off. He swiftly made his way to the source, arriving just in time to witness two chaos demons locked in battle, one wielding the principle of fire, the other employing the principle of water. Their clashing energies met in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Unable to bear the sight, Lin Xuan stepped forward and called out, "Halt!" To his surprise, the fire demon and water demon ceased their fighting. Recognizing the authority of the chaos realm, the fire demon spoke first. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your combat abilities are lacking. I propose we discuss the Dao before resuming our battle. Look at you, old fire. Your application of the fire principle is too crude. Simply generating high temperatures will not suffice. Fire can also transform into liquid. If you lower the temperature rapidly, wouldn't it solidify? Then, in its solid state, it could strike him on the head, leading to your victory. Reflect on that." The water demon, incensed by Lin Xuan's words, opened his mouth to retort. But Lin Xuan preemptively continued, "Old water, you are no better. Put some thought into it. Water can be ferocious. If you increase its speed and volume, it becomes a torrent. While using waves, you can create a gentle force that overcomes rigidity, piercing through with precision. Moreover, if you control the water's temperature to create ice, it could also strike him on the head. Truly, you must learn to think." The fire and water demons, momentarily forgetting Lin Xuan's presence, found themselves captivated by his insights. Their desire to enhance their skills led them to immerse themselves in contemplation, following Lin Xuan's train of thought. Sensing their absorption in the discussion, Lin Xuan quietly withdrew, believing that once they gleaned new understanding, they would seek to test their skills anew, an encounter more thrilling than any film, with a direct experience even richer. Time slipped by, and when the water and fire demons regained their senses, they were struck with a cold sweat upon realizing Lin Xuan's absence. They exchanged glances, each contemplating the implications of his disappearance. They surmised that he had observed their rudimentary application of the principles and had left after offering them guidance, leaving them with a sense of gratitude. Yet, their appreciation was tempered. After all, as chaos demons birthed from the principles of the chaos realm, they were not accustomed to the nuances of human emotions. The fire demon, noticing the absence of other beings, allowed his straightforward temperament to swell. Having just gained some insight, he deemed that engaging in battle would be the best means of validation. Thus, without a word to the water demon, he unleashed a torrent of lava, exclaiming, "Take this!" The water demon, recognizing the fire demon's intent, instinctively erected an icy barrier. As old adversaries, they understood one another's natures without the need for words, engaging in a fierce exchange, water against fire, ice against lava, their bodies colliding in a vibrant display of power. Lin Xuan, having observed the spectacle, chose not to linger and quietly departed, traversing the chaos realm with ease, akin to a leisurely stroll. On this day, Lin Xuan stumbled upon a small, makeshift space, sensing the presence of several demons engaged in discourse. With a sweep of his consciousness, he identified them: the space demon Yang Mei, the celestial demon Hongjun, the five elements demon and the Yin-Yang demon. These chaos demons were destined to become renowned figures in the future. Observing their discussions, Lin Xuan confirmed their identities, realizing he had encountered the very essence of chaos. Discreetly, he withdrew, choosing not to interrupt their dialogue. After all, he intended to reside in the great wilderness, familiarizing himself with the overarching narrative without altering their destinies. Nodding slightly, he acknowledged the depth of their understanding of the Dao, which surpassed that of the water and fire demons. Their realms had already reached the early stages of primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. Continuing his journey, Lin Xuan remained undetected by Yang Mei and the others. He resolved to seek out Pangu, a figure of great renown, yet shrouded in mystery. Legend spoke of his role in the creation of the heavens and the earth, but little else was known. Lin Xuan aimed to uncover Pangu's origins. Summoning the Hongmeng Primordial Pearl, he discerned Pangu's location. It appeared that Pangu had yet to emerge. His birth would likely coincide with the attainment of the perfected primordial Wuji golden immortal state. Using the laws of time and space, Lin Xuan instantaneously appeared outside the Chaos Qinglian. Upon seeing the Chaos Qinglian, he recognized it as a treasure of the Hongmeng, not merely a chaos artifact. If it were a chaos treasure, it could not possibly give rise to a being of half-step Dao realm like Pangu. After all, legends are not always reality, no matter how powerful a treasure may be. It cannot birth a being greater than itself, for its own essence would be insufficient. As Lin Xuan pondered this, he realized that the source energy was lacking, likely diminished after the birth of Pangu. Thus, he summoned the Hongmeng Primordial Pearl, concealing the heavenly secrets while mobilizing the source world, extracting fragments of the Hongmeng Primordial Essence. He began to channel the source energy from the pearl and the fragments into the Chaos Qinglian. The Chaos Qinglian instinctively began to absorb the source energy. Time in the Chaos realm is unfathomable. Eventually, the Chaos Qinglian trembled slightly, leading Lin Xuan to sense that Pangu's emergence was imminent. He swiftly exerted a gentle pressure to halt Pangu's birth, simultaneously conveying to him, "Friend, do not be hasty in your arrival. The time for your emergence has not yet come." "Thank you, kind friend, for your assistance." Pangu responded with heartfelt gratitude. "Without your aid, I would have required several hundred epochs before my birth, and the Chaos Qinglian would have been harmed. May I inquire your esteemed name? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Pangu is indeed commendable, even in politeness. It is clear you are a person worth befriending." Lin Xuan reflected, "I am Daoist Xianda. Like you, I am born from the remnants of the Hongmeng world's treasures. I have traversed the chaos for countless epochs, and you're the only other being birthed from the Hongmeng treasures besides myself. Our meeting is a matter of fate, so there is no need for formalities." Lin Xuan shared his information with Pangu, having realized upon witnessing the Chaos Qinglian that Pangu was indeed a product of the Hongmeng treasure, rather than a being born of the Dao, much less a child of the In truth, he was a being that the Dao would eventually contend against, given that the Dao had not yet reached its pinnacle. It was still in the stage of perfection, with Pangu's emergence heralding the beginning of a new era. Now, the Dao had merely birthed 3,000 masters of the Dao, indicating that it was still in the early stages of its power. Thus, even with Lin Xuan's experience over several thousand epochs, he remained at the late stage of the Dao, and confronting the Dao directly would be unwise. If he could avoid such encounters, he would do so. With the Hongmeng Primordial Pearl and the Hongmeng Creation Technique in his possession, attaining the Hongmeng Supreme State was merely a matter of time, for the Supreme Realm represents the pinnacle of this universe. There is no need to confront the Great Dao directly. Should any issues arise with the Great Dao, it could lead to significant complications in the cosmic order. According to Lin Xuan's own deductions and insights gleaned from later generations, the Great Dao lacks sentience. It merely possesses a general developmental blueprint dictated by the cosmic rules. The Great Dao is a manifestation of these cosmic rules, executing their design for the trajectory of the chaotic world, which may evolve into a diverse system that is not necessarily confined to a singular cultivation framework, much like the later era of Hongjun, where the world fragmented into the three realms and countless smaller worlds. Leading to a multifaceted developmental trajectory, the world ascends, and the laws of cultivation progress. The principal world of Hongjun shattered, unable to contain its own magnitude, resulting in its demise. Lin Xuan and Pangu, akin to remnants of the myriad tribulations, are viewed as vestiges left behind by the primordial source. The Great Dao encompasses 50 aspects, while the heavens extend to 49, leaving but a sliver of hope. The rules dictate that should the Great Dao impose tribulations upon you, surviving them grants you the right to persist. Failing to do so results in oblivion, becoming sustenance for the Great Dao. Pangu's emergence from chaos could be perceived as a trial imposed by the Great Dao. If he overcomes it, he may anticipate a future within the Great Dao. If he falters, he will be reduced to naught, his true essence extinguished. From the insights of later generations, it appears that Pangu did not manage to navigate through these tribulations. Lin Xuan conveyed his conjectures regarding the cosmic rules and the Great Dao to Pangu, but the events surrounding Pangu's creation of the heavens and the subsequent transformations of Hongjun remain enigmatic and difficult to articulate. Pangu, upon hearing this, fell into silence, harboring his own thoughts. The chaotic Qinglian also possesses its own lineage of information, acknowledging that Lin Xuan's assertions are largely accurate, yet it cannot wholly acquiesce to Lin Xuan's words. Dear Xianda, according to your speculation, is it possible that I am merely a half-step into the realm of the Great Dao, even if the Great Dao were to bestow tribulations upon me? Indeed, Pangu, my friend, your nascent state was insufficiently veiled by the primordial blue lotus, resulting in the leakage of your essence during your gestation. You are now under the dominion of the Great Dao, and my deductions stem from the essence you have inadvertently released. My own unique treasures have never experienced such leakage. Presently, in the realm of the Great Dao, even if it were to take notice of me, it would not pose a significant threat. Truth be told, Lin Xuan, having traversed dimensions, is beyond the constraints of this cosmic order, existing outside the purview of the Great Dao, deceiving the unsuspecting Pangu. What tribulation do you foresee for me? Dear Xianda, how shall I navigate this trial? Pangu inquired. Since you have yet to come into existence, the tribulations of the Great Dao will not manifest at this moment. The Great Dao is impartial. The emergence of tribulations is contingent upon your actions, which I cannot predict. As you have not yet manifested, feel free to ask any questions. Should you inquire after your birth, it may divulge heavenly secrets, and I would be unable to assist you then. In truth, Lin Xuan could assist but refrain from engaging in a losing venture. Besides, should he genuinely aid Pangu, the latter's survival would diminish the spectacle, ultimately resulting in his own detriment, which is not advantageous. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before continuing. If your intent is to ensure your preservation, it is indeed unattainable. However, you may still take precautions. Since you have yet to be born, consider retaining a portion of your true essence and primordial blood for future contingencies. Pangu fell silent, contemplating his own future. Given the current circumstances, the Great Dao is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his current capacity to contend with. Lin Xuan did not press further, allowing Pangu the space to reflect. Eventually, Pangu raised his head, his gaze resolute and determined, addressing Lin Xuan. Xianda, I comprehend now. I shall entrust my future to you, and I owe you a tremendous debt of karma, which I shall repay upon my return. My current strength is vastly inferior to that of the Great Dao, and seeking the treasures of the primordial source may not yield results. Given the present situation, excessive preparations may be futile. That I shall part with a portion of my true essence and primordial blood, imploring you to safeguard my future. Pangu, recognizing his predicament, could only gamble on Lin Xuan's integrity. Upon concluding his words, he began to separate his true essence from the chaotic Qinglian. For any being, the division of true essence and primordial blood incurs immense damage. Observing Pangu's weakened state, Lin Xuan hastily infused primordial energy into the chaotic Qinglian once more. After a brief silence, Lin Xuan accepted Pangu's true essence and blood, but remarked, Pangu, since you have made this decision, I shall await your recovery. However, I believe you should also retain a seed of the chaotic Qinglian. The chaotic Qinglian is a treasure of the primordial realm, and the Great Dao will not permit its existence. Furthermore, your lineage and that of the chaotic Qinglian can only be preserved within the seed. Pangu contemplated for a moment before acquiescing, subsequently offering a mature seed of the chaotic Qinglian. This seed, too, harbored a significant portion of the Qinglian's primordial essence and Pangu's lineage. Then, Pangu, your next task is to nurture it. I shall now impart my understanding of the great Dao to you. Thank you. Dear Xianda, Pangu expressed his profound gratitude, fully aware of the immense karma he owed Lin Xuan. Should he fail to overcome this trial, his future would be spent in servitude to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, realizing the weight of the karma Pangu owed him, and refrained from further comment. However, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of Pangu's eventual return, humbling himself before him like a schoolboy. After all, this was Pangu, an object of admiration for countless individuals in later generations. That I mustn't think about it. I mustn't think about it. Lin Xuan hastily suppressed his thoughts. Lin Xuan activated the primordial source pearl to its maximum concealment capacity while channeling primordial energy for Pangu and the Qinglian to absorb. Then, he commenced his discourse on the Dao, in the beginning of the nameless heavens and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, one must remain in the state of non-being to perceive its subtleties, and one must embrace being to observe its manifestations. These two arise from the same source, yet bear different names. They are collectively referred to as the mysterious. The mysterious beyond the mysterious is the gateway to all wonders. The Dao is boundless, yet its application may seem insufficient. Deep as an abyss, it appears to be the origin of all things. Tranquil, it seems to endure. I do not know whose offspring it is, akin to the primordial deity. When curved, it is complete. When straightened, it is aligned. When hollow, it is filled. When worn, it is renewed. When scarce, it is acquired. When abundant, it confounds. Thus, the sage embraces unity as the model for the world, refraining from self-assertion. Hence is illuminated. Not declaring oneself, hence is distinguished. Not boasting, hence achieves merit. Not self-aggrandizing, hence endures. Only by not contending does the world find no rival. Such is the saying, when curved, it is complete. Is this mere empty rhetoric? Indeed, it is sincere and returns to wholeness. After some time had passed, Lin Xuan paused his teachings, awaiting Pangu's awakening, reassured that the damage to his essence was not overly severe. Thank you, dear Xianda, for your assistance. Allow me to share with you my understanding of the power of the Dao. Lin Xuan was genuinely curious about Pangu's insights regarding the power of the Dao. Thank you, my friend, Lin Xuan responded. The essence of power, when complete, is referred to as power. It is the extent to which power can reach. Upon completing his exposition on the power of the Dao, Pangu clarified that the power of the Dao, in contemporary terms, embodies a singular concept, which explains why so many assert that the power of the Dao is the overarching principle of laws. Then, dear Pangu, I must take my leave. You still require nurturing. Until we meet again, Xianda, I entrust my future to you. Until we meet again, Lin Xuan rose, casting a final glance at the chaotic Qinglian, retracting the primordial source pearl before vanishing in an instant, as if he had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Xuan wandered through the chaos, searching for spiritual treasures and materials. With his formidable strength, he indeed uncovered numerous finds. One day, a powerful roar resonated through the chaos, resounding with might and authority. I, Pangu, master of the power of the Dao, shall now break through the chaos and forge the heavens to validate my Dao. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xuan realized Pangu was preparing to open the heavens and face tribulation. Instantly, he arrived near Pangu, concealing his presence and aura. He beheld a giant, towering and resolute, standing upon the chaotic Qinglian, with a creation jade butterfly in his left hand and a heavenly axe in his right. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan communicated with Pangu. Have you made your decision, Pangu? It is you. Dear Xianda, this is not my decision. It is the great Dao compelling me to act thus. Upon my emergence, the great Dao conveyed information to me, urging the creation of a new realm. To transcend the universe and navigate the tribulations of the great Dao is to attain great merit and freedom. Pangu elucidated. Remember, the heavens, earth, and humanity each bear their tribulations. Remain vigilant that I shall not intervene, as the great Dao is keenly observing that I have gleaned this information. And now the other chaotic demons in the chaos must have received word of your intent to open the heavens and validate your Dao. This constitutes the human tribulation. Maintain your power, Lin Xuan advised. Thank you, dear Xianda, for your reminder. I understand, Pangu acknowledged. As their dialogue continued, numerous chaotic demons materialized before Pangu, bellowing, Pangu, if you break through the chaos, how shall we survive and cultivate? Pangu, are you prepared to oppose all the chaotic demons by opening the heavens? You cannot shatter the chaos, for it is the sole realm we, the chaotic demons, possess for our cultivation of the Dao. The chaos erupted in tumult, resembling a cacophony of squawking ducks. Lin Xuan, thoroughly entertained, observed as thousands more chaotic demons gathered around Pangu. He discerned that all available chaotic demons had arrived. The chaotic demons roared, Pangu, the chaos is our sanctuary. It is not too late for you to reconsider. Pangu remained silent, unyielding, and without warning, swung his axe forward. The chaotic demons, taken aback by Pangu's uncharacteristic aggression, were caught off guard. In an instant, several hundred demons fell. With a flick of his left hand, the creation jade butterfly automatically began to collect the Dao laws from the fallen demons. The creation jade butterfly is a chaotic treasure capable of gathering Dao law information for comprehension. The more information it collects, the greater its power becomes, ultimately reaching the level of a chaotic supreme treasure upon the completion of 3,000 Dao laws. Seeing Pangu initiate hostilities, the chaotic demons responded in kind. With the first to act being the wielder of the law of battle, the chaotic demon Yuan, followed closely by others. The scene devolved into chaos, with all attacks directed at Pangu. The chaotic Qingyan beneath Pangu unfurled its maximum defense, absorbing the majority of the assaults, while Pangu's axe deflected several others. However, the losses incurred by Pangu are still considerable. After all, the lowest realm of the Chaos Demons has ascended to the level of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Notably, the War Demon, along with the elemental demons of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the deities of life and creation, have all reached the early stages of the Primordial Infinite Golden Immortal. Furthermore, the demons of time, space, fate, destruction, and causality have achieved the pinnacle of the Primordial Infinite Golden Immortal, showcasing the formidable strength of Pangu. The battle raged on for several moments, resulting in the downfall of over 2,000 demons. With both sides expending vast amounts of magical energy, fully aware that this was the decree of the Dao. Could they resist? The conflict persisted. The war demon was cleaved into 4 pieces by 2 axes, while the demons of time, space, yin-yang, the 5 elements, fate, creation, causality, destruction, and others abandoned their demonic forms, exerting their utmost effort to propel their damaged innate treasures, enveloping their true spirits to escape. The battle subsequently ceased, observing several demons fleeing. Pangu did not pursue. With a wave of his hand, the creation jade butterfly soared towards the battlefield, emitting an increasing radiance. The remnants of the demon bodies and treasures were gathered by Pangu. As the creation jade butterfly returned to hover above Pangu's head, its brilliance dimmed, but Pangu's countenance was resolute, his gaze unwavering. As he stood upon the azure lotus, the jade butterfly above him, he stepped forward, wielding his axe, and roared, "Open the heavens!" In that instant, chaos split apart. Pangu struck out 9 axes in succession, cleaving the chaos open and revealing the heavens and earth. The lighter, pure chi ascended to form the heavens, while the heavier, turbid chi descended to form the earth. Wind, water, earth, and fire surged forth as the chaotic energies pressed down upon the newly formed world. Pangu, witnessing this, stepped forward to stand at the center of the new realm. His body visibly expanded, towering as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, raising his arms to support the heavens, the laws of the universe manifesting around him. Lin Xuan observed Pangu's battle, and upon witnessing him holding up the heavens, could not suppress his curiosity. He had already informed Pangu of the impending calamity. Why did he persist? He believed Pangu could not sustain this for long. So he inquired through telepathy, Pangu, my friend, can you truly endure in this manner? Is it worth the cost? Pangu, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xuan's question, quickly responded, Ah, it is you, my friend Xuanda? Hee, do you believe I should abandon this? I am constantly under the watchful gaze of the Dao, and it is not merely my choice to forsake this. The consequences are far too great. This is the calamity of the heavens and earth. Whether I resist or not, it makes no difference. Lin Xuan contemplated this, realizing that as long as Pangu lived, the Dao would continue to observe, perhaps providing some measure of care. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lin Xuan asked, Pangu, you must realize that you are destined to fall. Thus, the world you have opened is your Dao fruit. I trust you are aware that those demons who fled will not relent. Do you have any plans? Pangu replied, I had not considered this, as there are still friends present. Besides, those demons have only their true spirits left. Who knows when they will be able to take form again? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at Pangu and communicated, The world you have opened is at best an origin world. Can an origin world give birth to the Dao realm? Though the heavenly secrets are not yet revealed. You should have the common sense to deduce this. Forget it. I am too lazy to explain. Lin Xuan concealed himself, fully aware that the Dao was paying attention here. If he were to be careless and attract the Dao's notice, it would spell trouble. Seeing Lin Xuan fall silent, Pangu understood the Dao was indeed watching. Choosing not to say more, intending to broach the subject at a later time, 12,960 years passed. And the Chaos Lotus could no longer withstand the consumption, beginning to fracture. Pangu, too, was severely drained, his strength waning on that day. The heavens and earth trembled. Both Pangu and Lin Xuan understood that stability had been achieved. Observing the desolate world, Pangu was momentarily stunned before reluctantly nodding. Lin Xuan noted these actions, but said nothing, recognizing that the Dao had intervened. I, of the Pangu lineage, hereby open a new world, henceforth known as Hongjun. And as the Hongjun realm remains incomplete, I am willing to transform myself into the Dao. Let the Dao witness this. Pangu glanced at the Hongjun world and bellowed, Transform, before their very eyes. Pangu summoned the creation jade butterfly, which then manifested the 3,000 laws of the Dao. The creation jade butterfly shattered into 12 pieces of varying sizes and flew towards Hongjun, while the heaven-cleaving axe transformed into the Pangu banner. The Taiji diagram and the chaos bell, each serving distinct purposes. The Pangu banner cleaved the chaotic airstreams. The Taiji diagram stabilized the elemental forces, and the chaos bell solidified the time and space of Hongjun. Pangu utilized all the bodies of the chaos demons, treasures, and spiritual materials as nourishment for the Hongjun world. His left eye transformed into the sun, his right eye into the moon, his hair became the starry sky. His breath turned into clouds, his limbs morphed into mountains and rivers, his sweat became rain and rivers, his body hair transformed into flora, his blood became the four seas, his veins became the earth's veins, and his spine became the towering support of Mount Buzhou. Pangu's primordial spirit divided into three pure essences, the grand purity, jade purity, and upper purity, while his head was enveloped by 12 drops of essence blood. Thus, the Hongjun heavens and earth were formed, the Xianhuang Qi emerged, the Dao manifested, and Pangu opened the heavens and earth, transforming the Dao into Hongjun, achieving great merit, as the Dao bestowed upon him the fruits of his virtue. 3 portions ascended towards Pangu, dividing into the 3 pure primordial paths. 3 portions flew towards the 12 drops of essence blood, and 1 portion combined with the first innate Xianhuang to form the postnatal treasure. The heavenly Xianhuang Linglong Tower. 1 layer of merit transformed into the primordial qi left behind by the collapse of the Chaos Lotus, becoming the heavenly measuring ruler of primordial merit. 2 portions flew towards the Hongjun heavens and earth. Nourishing Hongjun, Lin Xuan occasionally observed the situation of the fierce beasts. So far, none had been born, but it wouldn't be long before they emerged. The malevolent aura of the great opening catastrophe and the resentment of the chaos demons began to seep out. Confirming Lin Xuan's thoughts, the Dao was truly lurking. Between the northern and eastern continents, Lin Xuan sensed the aura of a rare treasure. Upon arrival, he recognized it as Lingjiu Mountain. the renowned birthplace of the burning lamp. Lingjiu Mountain exuded a chilling aura devoid of life. Entering the mountain's inner space revealed a vast expanse, thick with the scent of death. Even a great Luohu golden immortal could sense the ebbing vitality. At the center of this space stood a stone platform, behind which lay an enormous, pristine coffin. In front of the coffin was the famed Lingjiu Palace lantern. Lin Xuan waved his hand to retrieve the Lingjiu Palace lantern. Scrutinizing the legendary treasure said to have the power to counter the heavenly Dao, which had never been seen in the world. There were tales of it belonging to Burning Lamp, rumors that Hongjun had taken it, and whispers that the heavenly Dao had concealed it. Countless stories abound. Yet the significance of this heavenly suppressing coffin was undeniable. Lin Xuan pondered the implications of taking the coffin. What would happen to Burning Lamp? This coffin was an extraordinary treasure, and he lacked the materials to replicate it. Moreover, if he took it, it could complicate matters for Burning Lamp. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan made a decision. He would refine the heavenly suppressing coffin, leaving it here, ensuring he would be aware of any changes. Resolute in his thoughts, Lin Xuan found the refinement process straightforward, as his strength was overwhelming. After refining, Lin Xuan discovered that the heavenly suppressing coffin possessed hidden effects, its interior space resembling a small world. However, the world's walls were stabilized by a larger realm, within which lay a ruler covered in floral motifs, exuding the essence of the universe, the legendary Kunlun Mirror, which would later serve as the companion treasure of Burning Lamp. Lin Xuan had no intention of taking it, as he wished to leave something for Burning Lamp in the future. After all, his path was predetermined by the heavenly Dao. It was rather pitiful, was it not? After refining, Lin Xuan set his course towards the eastern continent, specifically Kunlun Mountain. It wasn't long before he arrived above Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is the largest ancestral vein in the Hongjun world. Gazing at the mountains that rose in layers, connecting endlessly, with towering peaks touching the clouds and abundant spiritual roots, it was a truly celestial sight. Kunlun Mountain is divided into Eastern Kunlun and Western Kunlun. The west is higher than the east. Lin Xuan first ventured to Western Kunlun, rumored to be the abode of the Queen Mother. He carefully examined Western Kunlun, but found no trace of the legendary West Queen Mother, who had yet to manifest. Instead, within a certain restriction, he discovered one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The watermelon peach tree, still in sapling form. Beneath the sapling was a mass of pure Yin energy, alongside a supreme, innate spiritual treasure imbued with the essence of time and space that in the chaos. Aside from himself, there was no other deity or demon mastering the laws of time and space. Lin Xuan approached curiously to examine it. It was a bronze mirror, with the reflective side representing time and the reverse side embodying space. The legendary Kunlun Mirror. This was indeed the domain of the West Queen Mother. After setting down the Kunlun Mirror, Lin Xuan exited the restriction and found himself in the main spatial realm of Western Kunlun, where a fragment of the creation jade butterfly lay, which he promptly collected. Eastern Kunlun was Lin Xuan's primary focus, as this was the place where the 3 purities would take form, and the future sacred place of Yuqing. Though Eastern Kunlun was slightly lower than Western Kunlun, it was far more expansive, with mountains connecting endlessly, high peaks, and flowing waters. Within a valley, the dual energies of Yin and Yang circulated, transforming spiritual energy into liquid. At the center of the restriction stood a small sapling, absorbing spiritual energy. Lin Xuan recognized it as the 2 instruments micro-dust formation, and the small sapling was likely the innate 10 spiritual roots Hongjun Li. All of this would benefit the future Taishang Laojun, but for now, it belonged to Lin Xuan. To make things more interesting in the future, Lin Xuan decided to collect the entire valley into his inner world, placing it beneath the world tree. The environment is indeed far superior to that of the primordial world. The main vein of the Western Kunlun also harbors fragments of the creation jade disk, which have been collected by Lin Xuan. In a hidden valley located in the southeastern part of the Eastern Kunlun, there exists a remarkably secretive restriction, within which lies the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, an invaluable treasure born of Pangu's transformation. now vanished from the cosmos. It is enveloped by 3 clusters of pure qi, each cluster beneath which resides a spirit lamp. At this moment, they are still in the process of gestation, their innate consciousness yet to be born. Lin Xuan carefully observes the 3 clusters of pure qi and notes that the Taiji appears to absorb innate spiritual energy more rapidly than the Yuqing and Shangqing, though the cause of this phenomenon eludes him. To ensure that the 3 pure ones are more industrious in the future, the author does not particularly favor Laozi and the Primordial. Lin Xuan collects the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda along with the 3 spirit lamps, leaving behind a seed of the Sword Dao's laws within Shangqing, a technique capable of cultivating to the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, yet one that cannot be disclosed to others. After concluding his endeavors in Kunlun Mountain, Lin Xuan returns to the Unyielding Mountain. This journey took only a few moments of Yuan time, and he has established a contingency plan for the entire primordial world. Confident that significant changes will soon unfold, he did not visit Yujing Mountain or the primordial starry skies. Firstly, because Yujing Mountain is home to Hongjun, a chaotic demon god, and one cannot ascertain whether he is currently awake. Secondly, the starry skies also harbor chaotic demon gods who have yet to take form. Thus, Lin Xuan did not seek out any of the 3 innate supreme treasures at the peak of the Unyielding Mountain. Lin Xuan's primordial spirit begins to radiate outward as he intends to establish a Daoist temple upon the Unyielding Mountain. He meticulously surveys every inch of the land, subsequently retrieving numerous chaotic spiritual materials from the Hongmeng primordial pearl. With his hands constantly forming seals, each corresponding to the spiritual materials, he sends them flying across the Unyielding Mountain. Although the mountain appears unchanged at first glance, one would feel the reinforcement and protection of Lin Xuan's array formation upon attempting to ascend. The defensive power has reached the strength of Pangu's true form, bordering the realm of the Dao. The might of Pangu has been magnified 100-fold. Even a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian would only manage to reach halfway up the mountain. This serves as a testament to Pangu's contributions, allowing the beings of the primordial world to remember his terrifying power, while also ensuring that Lin Xuan's temple remains undisturbed by unwelcome visitors. As he prefers to cultivate in solitude, Lin Xuan then employs the spiritual materials to forge several palatial structures, subsequently teleporting to a height of 129,600 zhang up the mountainside, where he casts out 13 palaces. The main hall positioned directly above. The left lower quadrant of the main hall houses the scripture repository, cultivation rooms, alchemy chambers, artifact forging rooms, and 2 empty halls, while the right lower quadrant mirrors this arrangement with 6 empty halls. He also crafts bricks from the spiritual materials, inscribing them with concealed array formations. As the bricks are cast out, a grand courtyard takes shape. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Xuan begins planting spiritual roots, including the 5 elements divine tree, the apricot immortal tree, and the Huangzhong Li, while he creates a fountain before the main hall using the Dinghai divine pearl and the 3 light divine water, filling the basin with chaotic divine soil, into which he places collected chaotic pure lotus seeds and karma fire red lotuses. Lin Xuan gazes at the simple yet aesthetically pleasing courtyard, a smile gracing his face. He muses, noting the absence of a rocking chair. With a wave of his hand, a rocking chair materializes at the entrance of the main hall. Lin Xuan then instantaneously appears within the Pangu hall. Observing the statue of Pangu and the creation jade disc within it, he also glances at the 12 drops of essence blood in the blood pool of the Pangu temple, deep in thought. The blood pool indeed exudes a malevolent aura, a natural energy emanating from the earth that cannot be severed. The only means Lin Xuan can conceive to wield this power is through Pangu's legacy. 12 beams of spiritual light emerge from his hands and primordial spirit, casting a glance at the depths of the blood pool, where he perceives Pangu's heart and a shard of the creation jade disc. He vanishes from the Pangu hall. After a brief sojourn around the Unyielding Mountain, Lin Xuan returns to the courtyard with a chaotic blue lotus seed, a ruler, a gourd vine, a flag, and a spirit lamp. Time in the primordial realm passes swiftly. Lin Xuan lies in the courtyard, unaware of how many moments have slipped by. Upon awakening, he finds a Huangzhong Li bearing fruit, the apricot immortal tree matured, and 7 gourds of various colors hanging from the gourd vine. The fountain is adorned with an array of lotus flowers, and the courtyard teems with vitality. Lin Xuan remains reclined, allowing his primordial spirit to extend outward. Sensing a burgeoning malevolent aura and resentment in the world, particularly thick in the northern continent, where ferocious beasts have begun to proliferate. For now, he pays little heed, retracting his primordial spirit to further investigate the unyielding mountain. He perceives that in the northwestern direction, at Qilin Cliff, the Qilin tribe resides, while at the foot of the unyielding mountain, the 12 drops of Pangu's essence blood have awakened consciousness and are autonomously cultivating. Lin Xuan eagerly anticipates the emergence of these 2 childlike figures, now at the true immortal realm, who are currently engrossed in self-cultivation at Fengxi Mountain in the southeast. You too wish to take me as your master? Lin Xuan inquires directly, appearing within the restriction as he addresses the 2 cultivating serpents, who tremble in fear. Fuxi, summoning his courage, asks, "May I inquire, esteemed elder, who you are, and why do you wish to take us as disciples?" Lin Xuan chuckles lightly, responding, "I am Lin Xuan, known as Daoist Xian for accepting you too. My Daoist temple is located on the unyielding mountain, and I find you both quite pleasing to the eye. Is that not sufficient? Do you refuse?" At this moment, Fuxi and Nuwa, having just attained the true immortal realm, are unable to exit the restriction. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's effortless entrance, they quickly realize that he is a formidable being. How could they possibly decline the opportunity for guidance from such a powerful master? Fuxi exchanges glances with Nuwa, and they both simultaneously declare, "We are willing. We pay our respects to our master." "Very well, since you are willing. Follow me. Is there anything you wish to take with you?" Lin Xuan inquires. His surprise. Fuxi and Nuwa truly bear little in the way of treasures befitting their status as innate deities. Possessing only the Fuxi sword and the Qian Kuan belt, both of which are merely mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. This reflects the heavenly Dao's disdain for them as mere tools, though they are renowned in later generations. Their fates are indeed grim, as they are merely arranged as clear-cut instruments of destiny. After Nuwa creates humanity, she becomes trapped within the chaos, while the human race she births serves as a vessel for the other 5 saints and Hongjun to harvest fortune. Fuxi, having completed the Zhou Tian star formation in the monster clan, meets his demise, only to reincarnate as a human, achieving the title of Human Emperor, only to be trapped within the Fire Cloud Cave, truly a prime example of a primordial tool. "We have nothing to pack," Fuxi replies. Lin Xuan waves his hand, transporting Fuxi and Nuwa to the courtyard, where they recline as Lin Xuan addresses them. Here, at the height of 129,600 zhang on the unyielding mountain, is my Daoist temple. Henceforth, you shall cultivate here. I will now impart to you the methods of transformation and cultivation techniques. Without waiting for Fuxi and Nuwa to react, Lin Xuan sends forth 2 beams of spiritual light with a flick of his fingers, which soar toward them. As they absorb the information, they involuntarily commence their cultivation. Before long, the 2 beams of light envelop them, and when they dissipate, 2 children appear. Fuxi, slender and approximately 1.2 meters tall, possesses a sharply defined face, clear eyes, a noble nose, and fair skin, embodying the essence of a youthful boy. Nuwa, around 1 meter tall, has flowing hair, a chubby face, rosy complexion, and an innocent gaze, exuding utmost adorability. Upon successfully transforming, Fuxi and Nuwa immediately kneel before Lin Xuan, proclaiming, "Fuxi, Nuwa, we pay our respects to our master, and thank you for bestowing us with the teachings. Rise, there are no formalities here." Lin Xuan reassures them. "However, since you have entered my fold, I shall establish a few rules for you to remember. First, the teachings must not be divulged to outsiders. Respect your master and the Dao. Second, fellow disciples must not harm one another. Unity and assistance are paramount. Third, betrayal of the sect is forbidden. Protect the secrets of our order. You both understand these 3 rules. Disciple shall remember." Fuxi responds that, "I shall remember." A sweet voice chimes in, which belongs to Nuwa. Upon hearing Nuwa's endearing voice, Lin Xuan turns his gaze toward her. This is the first time he has heard her speak, as Fushi had done all the talking since their meeting. Noticing Lin Xuan's attention, Nuwa instinctively hides behind Fushi. Lin Xuan, taken aback by her shyness, refrains from staring further and continues, "Familiarize yourselves with your surroundings. The first building on the left is the Scripture Repository, where you may cultivate. Remember, whatever you see inside must not be shared with others. The rest of the place is yours to explore freely. Afterward, choose a palace to reside in and arrange it as you see fit. Go ahead." Lin Xuan forbids the sharing of information from the Scripture Repository because it contains the Creation Jade Disc and the techniques he has created. Alchemy, artifact forging, and formations have all been simplified from the Hongmeng Supreme Technique, allowing cultivation to reach the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, while the skills possess immense power, hence the caution, from the moment they arrived at the courtyard. Nuwa and Fushi have been filled with tension, having yet to fully explore their new dwelling. With Lin Xuan granting them the freedom to familiarize themselves, they quickly relax, turning to look behind them. They spot a fountain adorned with lotus flowers. "Wow! Brother, look! These are top-grade spiritual treasures," Nuwa exclaims, having spotted the lotus flowers born of the chaotic blue lotus seed, only to realize her outburst and quickly cover her mouth. Glancing nervously at Lin Xuan, upon seeing that he bears no ill will, she breathes a sigh of relief and turns to explore the courtyard with Fushi. With Lin Xuan's arrival, the courtyard becomes a lively place, filling him with genuine happiness as he recalls his life in the orphanage before his transmigration. After all, Lin Xuan's soul is inherently human. Humans are social creatures, naturally inclined towards lively company. This was also Lin Xuan's original intention in taking disciples. For one cannot exist in solitude. Master, are these all supreme spiritual treasures and exceptional spiritual roots? What exactly are they? Lin Xuan reminisced about the past. Having been awakened by Nuwa, he pulled his thoughts back. Understanding that the past has turned to mere smoke and should no longer be pondered upon, that he now lived in the present, and what he possessed was incomparable to what was once had. Why indulge in greed? Little girl, do you not remember your inheritance? These are relics of the Primordial Era, which you may not recognize. Master, we do have inheritance information, but it's rather vague. Could you elaborate? Nuwa said, shaking Lin Xuan's hand. Lin Xuan couldn't help but wonder how the great goddess Nuwa could act so childishly. However, it was likely that beings of their caliber would only take on a mature form upon reaching the great Luo golden immortal level. "Fushi, come here," Lin Xuan called out. "Master, what is your command?" Fushi's demeanor was notably more composed. "You too, tell me what information you possess regarding your inheritance," Lin Xuan instructed. Before Fushi could respond, Nuwa seized Lin Xuan's arm and hurriedly spoke. "Master, our memories tell us that this realm was created by a chaotic demon god named Pangu, who fought against 3,000 gods and demons. We also have some information on the appearances and grades of various spiritual roots and treasures. And this world is known as the Primordial." Fushi added, "Master, the information in our inheritance only manifests in our minds upon seeing the actual items, and the origins of these treasures are birthed from the heavens and earth." Lin Xuan listened intently and inquired, "Is there any cultivation method contained within your inheritance?" Fushi replied, "There are no specific cultivation techniques, only methods for absorbing innate spiritual energy and understanding cultivation realms. But such knowledge ceases at the great Luo golden immortal level." Nuwa quickly asked, "Master, what is your current realm?" Fushi also looked at Lin Xuan with anticipation. Lin Xuan smiled and countered, "Have you looked at the techniques I imparted to you?" Nuwa and Fushi exchanged awkward glances, clearly embarrassed. Lin Xuan could tell from their expressions that they had not examined them. After all, the teachings Lin Xuan had given were separate from the transformation techniques. "You must strive to cultivate diligently. Now, let me tell you about Pangu's creation of the world and the origins of the spiritual treasures. However, what I share must remain confidential." Understood. Fushi and Nuwa promptly agreed. Lin Xuan proceeded to narrate the tale of Pangu splitting the heavens and the earth, the chaos of the clear lotus fracturing, the Pangu axe dividing the cosmos, the shattered jade butterfly of creation, and the delineation of cultivation realms. "Master, are you also a chaotic demon god? Have you met Pangu?" Nuwa inquired. "I am not a chaotic demon god, but I have indeed encountered Pangu. However, do not pry in my identity. You will come to know in due time, Lin Xuan replied. Fuxi and Nuwa were curious about Lin Xuan's identity, but upon hearing his response, they refrained from further questioning. Master, what is your realm? Nuwa asked playfully. Noticing their curiosity, Lin Xuan stated, I am above the Hongjun Great Luohu Golden Immortal level. For now, this is beyond your comprehension as mere true immortals that go to the Scripture Pavilion to cultivate. Once you reach the Great Luohu Golden Immortal level, I will share more with you. With that, Lin Xuan sent them off to train, for in the primordial world, strength is paramount. After dispatching Fuxi and Nuwa for their cultivation, Lin Xuan lay back and reflected on the tales of the primordial world, contemplating those with commendable virtues. Among the three pure ones, Tong Tian possessed decent character, albeit he was not inclined to teach disciples. Laozi embodied the principle of non-action yet acted. Pangu was protective but overly arrogant. Jin and Junti exhibited unwavering determination but lacked boundaries, while Hongjun was considered a good-natured person, albeit weak-willed. Emperor Jun was born with the destiny of a sovereign yet resented being beneath others. Tai merely followed Emperor Jun blindly without discernment, while Dong Wanggong had the fate of a ruler but lacked the authority, and Mingyi loved to be in the limelight. Thus, only Zhuangmu and Xinyuanzi stood out. Zhuangmu, having been conferred the title of the foremost female immortal by Hongjun, managed to endure through several tribulations, showcasing her intelligence and stability. Xinyuanzi, possessing the Earth Book, willingly allowed himself to be pushed to the fruit tree for self-preservation after Hongjun's demise. Demonstrating his self-awareness, Lin Xuan's thoughts then turned towards Zhuangmu and Xinyuanzi. Without hesitation, he appeared on Wanshou Mountain, not far from the western continent, where Xinyuanzi resided. Upon finding a primordial restriction within Wanshou Mountain, he entered. Inside, there stood a towering life fruit tree, beneath which a mass of innate Wutu energy was gestating. Above it lay a book. This must be Xinyuanzi and the Earth Book. I am Xinyuanzi. How may I assist you, esteemed senior? Xinyuanzi, sensing the absence of disruption to the restriction, greeted Lin Xuan, recognizing his good intentions. You are quite the clever one that I have come to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? Lin Xuan replied, somewhat surprised by Xinyuanzi's response. Hearing Lin Xuan's offer, Xinyuanzi was elated. After all, the cultivation methods and knowledge within his inheritance were limited. Who would not welcome the guidance of a powerful elder? I am willing, Xinyuanzi exclaimed. I bow to you, master, transforming in his true form. Xinyuanzi soon manifested as a chubby little boy. Upon taking shape, he rushed to Lin Xuan, kneeling and bowing deeply, exclaiming, Disciple Xinyuanzi greets master. Lin Xuan chuckled at the sight of the little chubby boy's antics. Now, gather your accompanying treasure and return with me to the abode. Xinyuanzi, upon hearing Lin Xuan's intention to take him away, quickly dashed back to gather the Earth Book, pausing momentarily to address Lin Xuan. Master, what shall I do with this supreme spiritual root, the life fruit tree? Lin Xuan, rolling his eyes at the question, reassured him, do not worry. I shall assist you in relocating it. Is there anything else? Thank you, master. That is all. Lin Xuan waved his hand, uprooting the life fruit tree along with its soil, and declared, Let us depart. In an instant, Lin Xuan and Xinyuanzi appeared within the courtyard of Buzhou Mountain. After placing Xinyuanzi down, Lin Xuan casually planted the life fruit tree within the grounds, explaining, This is my abode. I will have your senior brothers and sisters show you around. Meanwhile, I shall fetch a junior sister to impart techniques to you. Completing his explanation, Lin Xuan summoned Fuxi and Nuwa, who were still curiously exploring the scripture pavilion. Nuwa exclaimed as she materialized in mid-air, startled, before quickly settling down. Fuxi, calm as ever, allowed Lin Xuan to summon him, understanding that only his master could do so. Nuwa, feeling timid, instinctively gasped twice before realizing and quickly bowed. I greet you, master. Lin Xuan didn't provide them with further conversation, addressing Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi, Nuwa, this is your junior brother Xinyuanzi. Please help him familiarize himself with this place while I go fetch your junior sister. He then gestured to Xinyuanzi, saying, Xinyuanzi, this is your senior brother, Fuxi, and your senior sister, Nuwa. Allow them to guide you around. With that, Lin Xuan vanished from sight. Fushi looked at the chubby little boy before him. "Greetings, junior brother Xinyuanzi. I am Fushi, and this is my sister, Nuwa." Xinyuanzi, newly arrived and facing two strangers, felt a bit shy, responding, "Greetings, senior brother and sister. I am Xinyuanzi." Nuwa, finding the shy little boy utterly adorable, smiled brightly at him. "Junior brother, I am Nuwa. Let me take you to play. There are many supreme spiritual roots there." Nuwa's smile broke Xinyuanzi's tension, sparking his curiosity as he glanced around, instantly astonished by the plethora of spiritual roots and treasures surrounding them. Stammering, he asked Fushi and Nuwa, "Is all of this real?" Fushi, amused by Xinyuanzi's expression, stepped closer and began introducing the various spiritual roots and treasures of the abode, as well as the overall situation of their home, helping them become more acquainted. Lin Xuan, unconcerned with how his disciples were bonding, felt assured with the composed Fushi and lively Nuwa, alongside Xinyuanzi's cleverness. Lin Xuan then re-entered the restriction space where the Rin water peach tree was located. The space had transformed, and the peach tree had grown significantly. Observing the innate Yin energy beneath the Kunlun mirror, it was evident that it had also developed sentience upon appearing in the restricted space. Zhuangmu called out to Lin Xuan, "Esteemed senior, you've come to see me again. I can speak now." Lin Xuan was taken aback. The last time he visited, Zhuangmu had not yet gained sentience. How did she know he had come? Filled with curiosity, he queried, "Little girl, how do you know I was here before? The last time I visited, you hadn't yet developed consciousness, had you?" "Indeed, the Kunlun mirror informed me. When you last touched it, the mirror retained your essence. Just now, when you entered, it told me that the person from before has returned." Upon hearing the words of the Queen Mother of the West, Lin Xuan comprehended the situation. Previously, out of curiosity regarding the laws of time and space surrounding the Kunlun mirror, he had reached out to examine it, only to be taken aback by the mirror's ability to retain its own aura. Lin Xuan inwardly mused, "How careless of me. I must not be so reckless next time." He reflected on himself. Ever since he had transcended to the great Dao realm, he had lost his sense of reverence. The world is filled with wonders, and it is entirely possible that a seemingly insignificant object could pose a threat to him. He resolved to remember this lesson. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan turned to the Queen Mother of the West and said, "My dear, I have come to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" The Queen Mother replied, "Esteemed senior, you are a benevolent master. The last time you visited, you did not disturb my spiritual roots or treasures, and thus, I am eager to become your apprentice." Lin Xuan found himself awkwardly caught off guard by the Queen Mother's kind words. He could hardly express that he had looked down upon her, or that he was merely avoiding trouble. "I shall impart to you the art of transformation, and subsequently take you back to my Daoist temple for cultivation," Lin Xuan declared, transmitting the transformation technique to the Queen Mother. In a short while, a petite beauty appeared before him, standing about 1.20 meters, with long flowing hair, an oval face, single phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and a cherry-like mouth, exuding an air of tranquility, a true little beauty. The Queen Mother of the West then gracefully gathered the Kunlun mirror and approached Lin Xuan. Kneeling and bowing her head, "Disciple, Shi Wangmu pays respects to Master." Lin Xuan helped her to her feet and said, "Let us return to the Daoist temple." The Queen Mother nodded and responded, "Yes, Master." With a nod of his head, Lin Xuan and the Queen Mother, along with the peaches of Immortality Tree, vanished into the confines of the enchantment. Upon their return to the Buzhou Mountain Daoist temple, Lin Xuan was greeted by the lively chatter of Nuwa and the astonished exclamations of Xinyuanzi. Fushi was the first to spot Lin Xuan and hurried over to pay his respects. "Disciple Fushi greets Master." Upon hearing Fushi, Nuwa and Xinyuanzi quickly turned and rushed over. "Master, you have returned. This young lady is quite beautiful. Is she my junior sister?" Nuwa exclaimed, gazing curiously at the Queen Mother of the West. Xinyuanzi approached Lin Xuan, performing a formal salute. "Disciple Xinyuanzi greets Master." Observing the diverse reactions of his disciples, Lin Xuan noted their distinct personalities. Fushi was composed, Nuwa was vivacious, Xinyuanzi was proper, and the Queen Mother was wise and serene. Lin Xuan raised his hand to beckon them to rise, and, with a wave of his right hand, summoned the Peaches of Immortality tree to appear beside the Five Elements divine tree. Upon witnessing the emergence of a new spiritual root, Nuwa hurried over to inspect it, aware that their master would only cultivate exceptional innate spiritual roots in the temple. The presence of the innate spiritual roots and the unfamiliar chaotic spiritual roots confirmed their master's elevated standards. Master, is this the Rin Water Peaches of Immortality tree? Where did you acquire it? Nuwa inquired with curiosity, intrigued by Lin Xuan. However, she hesitated to ask further, feeling somewhat awkward. Xinyuanzi, too, watched eagerly as he held a fondness for the treasures of spiritual roots, yet refrained from asking freely, being newly initiated. Ignoring Nuwa's curiosity, Lin Xuan called out, "Nuwa, my child, come here. I shall introduce you to your junior sister." Hearing her master call her, Nuwa dashed over to Lin Xuan's side. Her curiosity fixated on the Queen Mother of the West, who had quietly stood beside Lin Xuan since their arrival. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied with the disciples he had chosen, addressing the four young ones. Lin Xuan announced, "This is your junior sister, Shi Wangmu, and the Peaches of Immortality tree is her accompanying spiritual root, while the ginseng fruit tree is Xinyuanzi's." He then pointed at Fushi and said, "That little lad is Fushi, and the chubby one is Xinyuanzi. And this little girl beside me is Nuwa. You are now fellow disciples, so get to know each other. Now come along, I have matters to discuss regarding your situations." Without waiting for a response, Lin Xuan made his way into the main hall, and the four quickly followed him as Lin Xuan settled into the spacious chair at the head of the hall. He addressed them, "You four were chosen by me from among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos after Pangu's creation, though your talents may not be the highest in the wilderness. They are certainly among the top tier. I have allowed you to transform and emerge before your destined time, which will not affect your innate abilities. This early transformation is an opportunity, a chance to alter your future prospects." He continued, "Currently, most beings in the wilderness possess no methods of cultivation apart from instinctively absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. They lack the art of transformation. Therefore, it is imperative that you all train diligently. Fushi and Nuwa, I shall impart cultivation techniques to you. Xinyuanzi and Shi Wangmu, I will now transmit the cultivation methods to you." As he spoke, Lin Xuan directed two beams of spiritual light into Xinyuanzi and the Queen Mother's consciousness. The techniques he imparted were derived from the Hongmeng Supreme Mantra, tailored to the innate spiritual energies of the wilderness. Given that the conditions for cultivating the Hongmeng Supreme Mantra were exceedingly high and the primordial energy too advanced, it was suited solely for his personal cultivation. The simplified methods he provided were no less effective than Pangu's 9 transformations divine art. The techniques I bestow upon you are comparable to Pangu's 9 transformations divine art. The methods I am granting you now will lead you to the realm of the chaos great Luohu golden immortal. Once you have mastered these techniques, I shall provide further instruction. However, these teachings must not be shared with outsiders, as I have placed binding restrictions upon them. Should you disclose them, your true spirits will perish. Do you understand? Are there any questions? The four exchanged glances, astonished by the magnitude of the opportunity they had received. They understood that had they relied on their innate legacies for transformation, they would not have achieved it until they reached the great Luohu golden immortal realm. In unison, they bowed respectfully to Lin Xuan. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. We shall strive diligently in our training and remain ever grateful for your guidance." Lin Xuan waved his hand and asked once more, "Are there any lingering doubts?" Suddenly, the Queen Mother queried, "Master, do you know our future destinies?" Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback by her question before responding, "Upon joining my fold, your destinies are solely in your hands. Do you understand? The specifics will reveal themselves as your cultivation progresses." He could have stated that he was altering their fates merely to enhance the drama of the wilderness, but refrained. Xinyuanzi timidly inquired, "Master, do I rank 3rd or 4th? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at him and replied, "Is that not something you can resolve yourselves? Fushi is the eldest brother, Nuwa is the 2nd sister, Xinyuanzi, you are 3rd, and Shi Wangmu is the little sister. And let me remind you, fellow disciples must not harm one another." Nuwa then chimed in, "Master, may we venture down the mountain for some leisure? Lin Xuan affirmed. If you can descend, then you may go out to play. He chuckled, observing the unease of Nuwa and her fellow disciples, eliciting a nervous reaction from them. The Queen Mother inquired again, Master, why do only the descendants of Pangu possess methods of cultivation? Lin Xuan regarded her, noting her keen intellect, as she often pinpointed the crux of matters. After a moment, he responded, in essence, the beings born of the primordial chaos each have their own responsibilities, including you all. However, the intervention of the chaotic demon gods has altered the initial arrangements of the great Dao. The Dao is impartial, and changes are inherent within its rules. Therefore, your responsibilities too may shift unexpectedly. The descendants of Pangu possess cultivation methods due to their duty to protect and transform the wilderness. Thus they inherit the consequences of Pangu. Fuxi then asked, Master, what were our original responsibilities? Lin Xuan chuckled. Do you really wish to know? They all replied in unison, We do. Lin Xuan continued, Knowing now would be of no use, as your powers are still too weak. Had you not transformed early, you would never learn. Nuwa inquired, Why is that, Master? Lin Xuan replied mysteriously, Because the Dao is sentient. The siblings were left bewildered, pondering his words. When Lin Xuan urged, For now, your powers are still insufficient. Knowing too much serves no purpose. It is time for you to focus on your cultivation. Thus, I declare the establishment of the Fierce Beast clan in the northern continent. Formed from the primordial malevolent energy, as Lin Xuan was about to elaborate further, a sudden voice resonated through the heavens. Upon hearing it, he lost interest in conversing with his disciples and instructed the four. The world is changing. Hasten to your training. In response, the four departed, still puzzled, and set about their cultivation. With the disciples sent on their way, Lin Xuan reclined on a lounge chair at the main hall's entrance, closed his eyes, and released his consciousness, perceiving the northern continent, shrouded in malevolent energy, with fierce beasts roaming the land. A horde of ferocious beasts advances toward the other three continents, each direction led by a formidable figure who has attained the status of Tai Golden Immortal. These beasts, devoid of intelligence below the Golden Immortal rank, exhibit increasing wisdom with rising cultivation levels. Their formidable physiques draw strength from malevolent energy, allowing them to engage in battles beyond their rank. In the Western continent, the beast known as Tao Tai, characterized by its human-faced, tiger-toothed appearance and a dragon's head without a body, possesses a vast internal space capable of devouring all. The Eastern continent is home to the chaotic beings, covered in fur and resembling dogs, possessing 4 legs and 6 wings, capable of shape-shifting at will. The Southern continent is dominated by the creature known as Tao Wu, with a bull's head and a powerful, furry body, featuring 4 legs and a long tail, with a penchant for consuming flesh and blood. The Northern continent is ruled by Qiongqi, a creature with the head of a lion and the body of a tiger. Endowed with immense strength, wings sprouting from its back, and a savage, bloodthirsty nature, standing upon the endless grasslands, Shun Enai gazes upon the countless legions of ferocious beasts contributing to his ambition. As the first leader of a clan in the primordial world, he has relished the initial wave of merit and fortune, ascending to become the foremost late-stage Luohu Golden Immortal in this realm. With pride and confidence, he envisions unifying the primordial world, harnessing its supreme fortune and malevolent energy to transcend to the mixed Yuan de Luohu Golden Immortal level, ultimately seizing the Panga Dao fruit and breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Dao. Shun Enai, with a towering and robust physique, stands firm on the ground, his head crowned with twin horns and long hair cascading to his waist. He is a manifestation of the chaotic, demonic deity's malevolent essence. Possessing fragmented memories of several chaotic, demonic deities and embodying their unwavering will, he turns to Qiongqi, who stands beside him, and addresses the 4 great beasts, all of whom he has tamed. With Tao Ye's forces combined with our clan's fortune, we shall undoubtedly surpass the Luohu Golden Immortal level. Qiongqi, lead the army into the primordial starry skies. Malevolent energy exists there, and I am certain that ferocious beasts will be found. Capture them. However, be cautious, for aside from the star deities birthed by the celestial bodies, there also exist reincarnated chaotic demonic deities. Retreat if you encounter overwhelming opposition. Our primary objective is the primordial continent. Upon hearing Shen Ni's words, Xiongqi responds, "Yes, clan leader." As a formidable ally under Shen Ni's command, he naturally complies with the leader's directives. The four great beasts, leading their armies of ferocious beasts into battle against the primordial world, bring forth endless calamities upon the newly birthed beings. Their spiritual roots are destroyed, and many perish. The ferocious beasts, lacking intelligence, prey upon the weak and lowly, while the more intelligent beings flee towards the territories of the powerful, gradually forming groups capable of resisting the onslaught. However, as the ferocious beasts multiply, their fearlessness in the face of death diminishes the resistance, forcing the weakened beings to seek refuge with those capable of defense. The primordial beings suffer immensely, their spiritual roots and veins obliterated, causing severe devastation to the primordial world and burdening the ferocious beast army with overwhelming karmic retribution. Gradually, some beings discover that slaying ferocious beasts grants them celestial merit, which enhances their strength, roots, purifies their karma, and accelerates the refinement of spiritual treasures. This revelation spreads like wildfire, leading an increasing number of intelligent tribes to unite and form a robust resistance against the ferocious beasts. The eastern continent, led by the Qilin clan, poses a significant obstacle to the ferocious beast army, with both sides locked in a fierce, evenly matched conflict. The Qilin clan, originating from the Qilin Cliff on the periphery of Mount Buzhou, was birthed from the primordial 5 elemental energies, producing 5 Qilins that established branches of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the gold Qilin emerging as the strongest and taking on the role of clan leader, while the strongest of the other 4 branches serve as elders, forming a powerful tribe in the primordial realm in the southern continent. The Phoenix clan takes the lead. Their immortal phoenixes, born of the indomitable phoenix fire, appear to inherently counter the malevolent energy, inflicting significant harm upon Tao Wu. If not for their formidable physical prowess, they might not withstand such challenges. The Phoenix clan was birthed from 2 primordial divine eggs within the immortal Fire Mountain, embodying the principles of the fire path, resulting in the birth of Feng and Huang, 2 primordial divine birds. Possessing the innate ability of rebirth through fire, they gather primordial eggs throughout the primordial world, gradually establishing the Phoenix clan. In the East Sea, the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon are born from the primordial 4 energies, both embodying traits of seduction and giving rise to numerous dragons, who, while sharing a common draconic exterior, inherit the characteristics of allure. With the strength of the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon, a powerful dragon clan gradually forms. Hearing of the celestial merit obtained from slaying ferocious beasts, the ancestral dragon rallies the dragon clan and the beings of the East Sea to form a formidable army, inflicting devastating losses upon the ferocious beasts, leaving them virtually unmatched as Taotai advances from the western continent toward the eastern continent. It encounters the dragon army in the southeast, resulting in a fierce back-and-forth battle with no clear victor. The conflict between the ferocious beasts and the primordial beings transitions from large-scale warfare to smaller skirmishes, with both sides utilizing the other as a resource to enhance their strength. Over time, the leaders of both factions achieve breakthroughs to the Luohu Golden Immortal level, resulting in a balance of power. Only Shun Ni attains the perfected state of Luohu Golden Immortal in the Kunlun mountain range. The ethereal jade capital mountain emerges, surrounded by ethereal palaces and infused with liquefied spiritual energy. Shrouded in clouds and mist, where the laws of immortality pervade, at the summit lies the renowned Purple Cloud Palace, its white light flickering as though existing beyond the confines of time and space. Deep within the palace, an elderly man with white hair and a serious demeanor, embodying the essence of an immortal, sits upon a purple mat. Behind him, 2 children, a boy with a handsome countenance and a girl of elegant beauty, sit cross-legged. This venerable figure is Hongjun, the master of the Purple Cloud Palace, with the 2 children being his disciples, Hao Tian and Yao Si in his right hand. Hongjun holds a palm-sized jade butterfly, while his left hand continuously forms seals, as if he is engaged in some profound calculation. The jade butterfly in his grasp is the largest fragment of the 12 creation jade discs, containing the majority of the great Dao laws and classified as a chaotic spiritual treasure. Beyond comprehending the great Dao laws, it serves as a means to divine the secrets of heaven. Time elapses, and suddenly, the voice of Shun and I resounds across the heavens and earth. The great Dao is above. I, Shun and I, hereby establish the ferocious beast dynasty based on the ferocious beast lineage. And I shall be the beast sovereign. The beast sovereign seal shall suppress the dynasty's fortune, witnessed by heaven and earth. Through this fortune, Shun and I attains the half-step mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm. In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun abruptly halts his calculations, rising to address the two children. I shall step out for a moment. Watch over the place diligently. Do not merely sleep, but focus on cultivating and enhancing your strength. Hao Tian and Yao Qi promptly rise, responding earnestly, "Yes, master." Hongjun departs from Jade Capital Mountain, heading directly toward the western continent, but he has long been aware that the ferocious beasts are the protagonists of this calamity. Through the fragments of the creation jade discs, he has communicated with the heavens and learned that Shun Ni is a manifestation of the chaotic demonic deities will a reincarnation of a demonic deity. He understands the nature of the chaotic demonic deity's obsession. In this incomplete world, breaking through to a higher realm is exceedingly difficult. Only through great merit or boundless fortune can one transcend the constraints of heaven and earth. Shun's current status stems from being the first to establish a clan and the first to found a dynasty. Hongjun, currently at the perfected de Luo golden immortal level, recognizes that unless one possesses great merit to break through, they can only accumulate strength over time. Rallies shares a similar predicament, with both their powers at par, while other chaotic demonic deities have yet to reach their level. Upon arriving at the western continent's Mount Sumu, Hongjun releases his formidable aura. Before long, Rallies appears outside Mount Sumu. "What brings you to my Mount Sumeru?" Rallies inquires directly. "The calamity," replies Hongjun succinctly. Upon hearing this, Rallies contemplates for a moment before responding. "Follow me." He turns and leads Hongjun into the depths of Mount Sumeru. Rallies guides Hongjun to a grand hall within the mountain's core, gesturing toward a mat, instructing, "Sit." "I am unaware of the meaning behind your previous words, my friend," Rallies states. Hongjun replies, "Rallies, you must also have reached the perfected de Luo golden immortal realm, correct? If you have come to inquire about my realm, then you may leave." Rallies responds impatiently. Hongjun, unperturbed by Rallies' demeanor, continues, "I believe you understand that breaking through to our current realm is exceedingly challenging, but I know a way to achieve it." Hongjun directly addresses Rallies' present dilemma. Upon hearing this, Rallies' eyes widen in surprise, locking onto Hongjun before gradually calming his mind. "Since you possess a method to break through, why have you not done so? What do you require from me?" Hongjun replies with tranquility, "First, allow me to clarify the situation, and then you may decide whether to seize this opportunity." "Continue." Rallies nods in agreement. Hongjun explains, "Shun Ni is a manifestation of the chaotic demonic deity's will, as we both know. However, he has now utilized the fortuitous energies and merits of establishing a clan and founding an empire to transcend into a half-step Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. If he wishes to continue his ascent, he must expand his territory and enhance the power of the Fierce Beast clan to amplify his fortunes for a breakthrough. The intentions of Shun and I are well understood by all. The consequences of his breakthrough are a fate of downfall, a fate that those of us in the know wish to avoid. Thus, we cannot allow this to continue to at this point. Luohu, still seeking clarity on how to achieve such a breakthrough, hastily interjected, "But we are not his match at present." Hongjun disregarded Luohu's words and continued, "The Fierce Beast clan has been rampaging through the Hongwang world, causing untold destruction and leading to the demise of countless beings, creating a great web of karma. This has resulted in the formation of a karmic resonance in the heavens and earth. Currently, exterminating the fierce beasts will yield great merits if we unite to eradicate them. The remaining karma will concentrate upon Shun Ni, entangling him and thereby diminishing his strength. This presents us with an opportunity to eliminate him, allowing us to utilize this merit to transcend the calamity." After Hongjun finished speaking, he quietly observed Luohu deep in thought. Luohu looked up and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Hongjun replied, "I plan to reach out to the Chaos Demon Gods and the 3 primordial clans to join forces in diminishing the strength of the fierce beasts. And then we shall unite all the Luo Jingxian experts to confront Shen and I. I hope you will lend your strength." Upon hearing Hongjun's plan, Luohu did not voice any objections and simply agreed. "Very well. I shall intervene when the time comes." Luohu gazed at Hongjun and muttered to himself, "I hope you do not play tricks." After their discussion, Hongjun proceeded to contact several of his friends. The Chaos Demon God Yin Yang, Master of the Law of Yin and Yang, the Chaos Demon God Qian Kun, Master of the Law of Qian Kun, the Chaos Demon God Wu Xing, Master of the Law of 5 Elements, and the Chaos Demon God Yang Mei, Master of the Law of Space, who is the strongest among them, being at the late stage of the Luo Jingxian, due to his mastery of the Law of Space. His power surpassed his realm significantly, and Hongjun dared not offend him. After clarifying their respective strengths, all agreed to cooperate. On this day, Hongjun arrived at Qilin Cliff, emanating the aura of a perfected Luo Jingxian, which attracted the attention of a mid-stage Luo Jingxian from the Qilin clan, led by their chief, Jin Qilin. Upon seeing Hongjun merely releasing his aura at the periphery, they recognized his benign intentions and promptly greeted him. "We are unaware of what brings you, esteemed elder, to our Qilin clan." Hongjun replied, "I have come here to bestow merits upon your esteemed clan." Jin Qilin, taken aback by the presence of such a hidden powerhouse within the Honghuang, did not dare to inquire further, acknowledging that they were not his match and thus chose to show deference. "Please, esteemed elder, enter," Jin Qilin said, leading Hongjun into the Qilin Hall. Once seated, Jin Qilin took the initiative to ask, "May I inquire about the merits you mentioned earlier?" With a demeanor of righteous authority, Hongjun stated, "The Honghuang world is currently being ravaged by the Fierce Beast clan, causing immense suffering to its inhabitants. I have emerged from seclusion to learn that your primordial clan has been resisting these fierce beasts, which is indeed a great merit. I intend to unite with a few old friends to confront the fierce beasts and restore peace to the Honghuang world. I wonder if the Qilin clan would be willing to lend their assistance." Jin Qilin, aware that the fierce beasts were far too numerous for them to contend with alone, admitted with a troubled expression, "Esteemed elder, your strength is formidable. Yet the fierce beast clan, particularly Shun and I, is exceedingly powerful, along with the 4 great fierce beasts and numerous other formidable adversaries. They are beyond our capacity to confront." Hongjun reassured him, "Do not worry. Chief, we shall deal with the 4 great fierce beasts and Shun and I ourselves. It is the other fierce beasts that I would request your 3 clans to handle. Would you agree to this?" Upon hearing this, Jin Qilin found it hard to refuse, but sought confirmation. "Are your friends as powerful as you, esteemed elder?" "Rest assured, my companions are indeed hidden powerhouses, were it not for the overwhelming malevolent energy in the Honghuang affecting our cultivation. We would not have emerged from seclusion," Hongjun confidently assured. The Qilin clan's warriors, filled with gratitude, expressed, "You and your companions are true recluses of noble character, champions of righteousness in the Honghuang. With your presence, how could the fierce beast clan continue their rampage? We shall heed your command." After discussing the details and finalizing the timeline, Hongjun departed from Qilin Cliff with a smile, heading towards the East Sea. He employed similar eloquence to persuade the Dragon and Phoenix clans. After all, their involvement would not require significant sacrifices. It was merely an extension of their current resistance against the fierce beasts. They would need to mobilize their entire clans, and should the timing prove unfavorable, they could always withdraw. Thus, under Hongjun's persuasion, the warriors of the 3 clans began rallying their kin and subordinate forces in anticipation of the impending conflict. Time flowed as various factions mobilized, and Hongjun and the Chaos Demon Gods split up to take action. Hongjun and Qian Kun Lao Zhu faced off against the Chaos on the eastern continent alongside the Qilin clan. The Chaos had been waging war upon the eastern continent, swiftly elevating its strength to the mid-stage of the Luo Jingxian. Other fierce beasts also bolstered their power, with 3 beastly foes achieving the initial stage of the Luo Jingxian. which made battles against the Qilin clan increasingly competitive. Simultaneously, the Chaos was aware that the Qilin clan was mobilizing their powerful warriors to the battlefield, which thrilled him. Having lingered on the eastern continent for too long, he needed to provide an explanation to the Beast Emperor. The timing of the decisive battle suited him perfectly. If he could eliminate the Qilin clan now, he could claim dominion over the eastern continent. Once the Qilin clan was vanquished, the remaining forces on the eastern continent would pose no challenge for his fierce beasts, allowing him to pursue the territories of Tao Tai and Tao Wu to accrue further merit. Unbeknownst to him, however, two formidable allies awaited their moment to intervene. As chaos prepared for the decisive battle, the Qilin clan gathered upon the battlefield, awaiting the arrival of Jin Qilin and his companions. As time passed, Hongjun and his party reached the battlefield. Jin Qilin, addressing the eagerly awaiting chaos, declared, "Chaos, you possess wisdom. It is not too late to flee now, or else you may find yourself without the chance to escape." As a fierce beast, Chaos would not heed such counsel. He commanded his army of beasts without hesitation. "Kill!" Witnessing the fierce beasts charging forth, Jin Qilin quickly ordered, "Kill!" The battle was imminent. Both sides, well versed in each other's combat styles, clashed. The fierce beasts, lacking intellect, charged forward recklessly, their formidable physiques combined with the innate abilities they wielded, making them a powerful force. Conversely, the Qilin clan and other beings of the Hongwang, equipped with innate abilities or mastery of the laws, launched their attacks with raw power, devoid of finesse. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with both sides intertwining in combat, the forces of law wreaking havoc everywhere. The scene was a kaleidoscope of colors, dust swirling as many beings suffered friendly fire. Jin Qilin and the Qilin warriors directly confronted the fierce beasts, engaging them in a battle of strength. Chaos, unaware of Hongjun and Qiankuan Lao Zu's approach, misinterpreted Jin Qilin's actions as an attempt to deal with his subordinates before joining forces against him. Naturally, he would not allow this and charged forward to engage in combat, only to be intercepted by Hongjun and Qiankuan, who surrounded him. "Chaos, your opponents are us," Hongjun declared. "You?" Chaos scoffed Dai. As a fierce beast, Chaos was succinct and ferocious, immediately attacking anyone who obstructed his path. He failed to realize that both adversaries were superior to him. Hongjun and Qiankuan showed no mercy. Their intent was to bind and conclude the battle. Denying Shun and I any opportunity for support, they initiated their assault with their magical artifacts. Hongjun wielded the Pangu banner, indeed one of the three treasures transformed from the Pangu opening heaven axe. A primordial supreme treasure. Qiankuan Lao Zu utilized the Qiankuan Ding, which was also accurate, having been transformed from the Chaos Qinglian's Lotus Pod, a top-tier primordial spirit treasure. Its defensive capabilities rivaled that of a primordial supreme treasure, encompassing both postnatal and innate powers. The fact that Hongjun and Qiankuan used their treasures against Chaos caught him completely off guard. Upon sensing their formidable aura, he realized they were stronger than him. As they unleashed their powerful attacks, Chaos could only push his body to its limits to withstand the onslaught. Yet despite his efforts, he could not endure. One strike significantly wounded him. Hongjun and Qiankuan would not let this opportunity slip away and swiftly struck, ultimately slaying Chaos without granting him even a final word. The entire battlefield felt the impact of this tremendous blow, drawing the attention of all present. Chaos had been slain, leading to further disorder among the fierce beasts, whose low intelligence relied heavily on Chaos's presence to maintain order. With the dissipating aura of Chaos, the oppressive force vanished, causing them to scatter in panic. Meanwhile, the beings of the Hongwang, witnessing the defeat of such a mighty fierce beast, were invigorated and fought with renewed vigor against the disoriented foes. After dispatching Chaos, Hongjun instructed Jin Qilin and the others to proceed towards the northern continent, as they would advance ahead to intercept Shun and I. To the southwest, Luohu and Yang Mei appeared on the battlefield, with Yang Mei employing spatial laws to stealthily eliminate Tao Tai, while Luohu took down other Deluo Jinxian experts. After completing their tasks, they briefed the Ancestor Dragon and made their way to the northern continent to rendezvous with Hongjun and his companions. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the southern continent, where Tao Wu managed to escape. Yin Yang and Wu Xing confronted Tao Wu in battle, but the latter was immensely powerful, with a physique far exceeding theirs. However, without the restraint of Tao Wu, the Phoenixes found themselves at a disadvantage. The formidable Luohu Jin Xian warriors of the Fierce Beast were no match for the Phoenix tribe and were swiftly defeated. Sensing the dire situation, Tao Wu stubbornly withstood a strike from the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram, wielded by the ancestor of Yin and Yang, sustaining severe injuries before making a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Yin and Yang and his companions, pressed for time, refrained from pursuing Tao Wu in his weakened state, instead joining forces with the Phoenix warriors to eliminate other fierce beasts before hastening towards the northern continent. On the northern continent, at the Beast God Mountain, this sacred site was established by the deity Shun Ni to assert his authority after relocating from other continents. When Shun Ni sensed the demise of chaos, he was about to rush to provide assistance, but then felt the presence of the gluttonous beast vanish. An overwhelming sense of burden enveloped him, as if a heavy shackled weight had been added to his being, causing turmoil within his mind and spirit. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining composure and promptly organized the fierce beasts under his command. Even the dimmest among them recognized that they were being targeted. The ability of their enemies to simultaneously eliminate both Tao Wu and chaos indicated that their ultimate aim was him, and it was only a matter of time before they would come for him. Shun Ni steadied his heart and prepared himself for the imminent battle. As time flowed gently onward, at the border between the northern and eastern continents, Hongjun and Xiankun awaited their agreed rendezvous point. Soon greeted by Yang Mei and Luohu. "Yang Mei, my friend, did you arrive without incident?" Hongjun inquired. "Rest assured, it was exceedingly smooth," Yang Mei replied. "Let us take a moment to recuperate and wait for our companions from the Yin and Yang faction." She added. The group immediately settled into a state of meditation. As time progressed, and the warriors of the Yin and Yang faction joined them, they learned of Tao Wu's escape, yet Hongjun and his companions remained silent. However, the forthright Luohu could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "Useless!" The ancestor of Yin and Yang retorted defiantly, "Who are you calling useless? I refer to both of you as worthless. How could you allow him to escape when your cultivation surpasses his by a level? And you possess a treasure?" Luohu replied bluntly. The ancestors of Yin and Yang and the five elements were momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately yielding to Yang Mei's request. "Enough of the bickering. Let us focus on recuperating. Shun Ni is likely already aware of the situation and awaits our arrival. Time is of the essence, and Shun Ni is not to be trifled with. We must prepare ourselves." The others chimed in, urging Luohu and the ancestor of Yin and Yang to settle down, and the tension dissipated. Yang Mei, being a master of spatial laws and a formidable figure since the era of chaos, commanded respect from even those with innate treasures like Hongjun, Luohu, and the ancestor of Yin and Yang. As the tempers of Luohu and the ancestor of Yin and Yang cooled, the formidable members of the Qilin and Dragon clans arrived, joining the ranks of those recuperating. Several years passed, and Hongjun rose first, declaring, "The time has come. We can delay no longer. Let us set forth." The others quickly followed suit. Hongjun soared towards the northern continent, with the others hastening to keep pace at the four courtyards of Buzhou Mountain. Lin Xuan sensed the movements of Hongjun and the other chaos demon gods, activating the floating light mystic technique. Suddenly, images of Shun Ni and numerous fierce beasts appeared in the air before him. Observing Shun Ni preparing for battle, Lin Xuan understood that a great conflict was imminent. To provide his disciples with a foretaste of the impending calamity, he used a transmission technique to summon Fuxi and the others, who were still engrossed in their studies in the scripture depository. Upon their arrival, Fuxi and his companions greeted Lin Xuan with respect. "Greetings, Master." Lin Xuan addressed them. "I summoned you to witness how the chaos demon gods engage in battle." "Master, they have yet to engage in combat," Nuwa innocently inquired. Lin Xuan selectively responded, "The opposing sides have not yet aligned. This is Shun Ni, the sovereign of the Fierce Beast clan, the protagonist of this calamity." "Master, what is a calamity?" asked Shi Wangmu. A calamity occurs when the heavens and earth perceive negative energies exceeding their capacity, leading to a disruption of cosmic order that, in response, the heavens and earth unleash calamity energy to rectify the chaos. This energy cannot be resisted by those who are not at the level of the primordial Luohu Jin Xian or those with celestial merits, that a calamity also serves as a test for those bound by karmic ties. Lin Xuan elaborated. The opening of the heavens by Pangu was also a calamity, with Pangu and the 3,000 chaos demon gods as the main characters. The outcome is part of your inheritance. So I shall not elaborate further. Shun and I was born from the resentment of the chaos demon gods, the leader of the fierce beast clan, in his quest to unify the world of Hongjun and seize the fortunes of heaven and earth. He broke through the shackles of existence, causing untold suffering among the beings of Hongjun and generating karmic ties that triggered the calamity between the fierce beast clan and the beings of Hongjun. Both sides will soon converge. Observe closely as Hongjun and his companions journeyed. They swiftly arrived at the endless prairie, where countless fierce beasts turned their gaze towards him, grateful for his guidance, seeing their eyes fixed upon him. Hongjun addressed Yang Mei and the ancestor of Yin and Yang. I must trouble you both. They nodded in agreement. Yang Mei invoked the laws of space, conjuring a spatial passage, while the ancestor of Yin and Yang stabilized the passage with the Taiji diagram. This spatial connection linked to the vicinity of the Qilin clan on the eastern continent, where the majority of the powerful beings from the three tribes and the creatures of Hongjun had gathered, awaiting the opening of the passage to join the battle against the fierce beasts of the northern continent. Given that many present had lower cultivation levels, it would take them an inordinate amount of time to reach the battlefield on their own. Thus, Hongjun arranged for Yang Mei, the master of spatial laws, to create the passage. Fearing that maintaining stability would overly exhaust Yang Mei, he further enlisted the ancestor of Yin and Yang, who possessed an innate treasure. To ensure stability, the warriors of the three tribes traversed the spatial passage to the battlefield. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Hongjun ascended into the air and, using the power of the laws, called out to Shun and I, who lingered far away at the Beast God Mountain. Shun and I, your fierce beast clan's rampage across the Hongjun continent has led to widespread suffering and despair among its inhabitants. We, representing the beings of Hongjun, beseech you to abandon your aggression. Hongjun's impassioned cry resonated with the souls of the Hongjun beings, many of whom, lacking sufficient strength, were unable to survive the onslaught of fierce beasts. Spare us, the beings of Hongjun cried out, rallying their spirits in defiance of death. Upon hearing Hongjun's plea, Shun and I, accompanied by the formidable warriors of the fierce beast clan, soared into the sky. So it is you few who have slain chaos and Tao Wu, obstructing my grand ambitions and opposing me. You all possess exceptional backgrounds. Why not join me and create greatness together? Shun and I proposed. Our paths diverge. Do not speak such nonsense. Hongjun replied firmly, aware that aligning with Shun and I would be tantamount to courting death, as he was now a target of the heavenly laws. It seems you harbor considerable ambition. You truly believe you stand a chance against me? Shun and I retorted confidently. Boastful words. We shall see, Hongjun declared. Everyone attack. Hongjun could not allow Shun and I to continue, for revealing their identities as chaos demon gods would spell disaster. In an instant, Hongjun, Luohu, the five elements, and the ancestor of Yin and Yang surged towards Shun and I, while Yang Mei stealthily approached from behind to launch a surprise attack. Sensing the formidable aura of the laws emanating from them, Shun and I realized these individuals were not to be underestimated. As a manifestation born of the chaos demon god's will, he bore their legacy, yet had never truly encountered them. Now, understanding that they wielded the essence of the great Dao, he became vigilant. As the battle unfolded, the three tribes clashed with the fierce beast clan, bolstered by the presence of powerful Luohu Jin Xian from the three tribes, alleviating some of the pressure. Meanwhile, Shun's side remained relatively unchanged, as the battle devolved into a stalemate of divine laws. This situation was unfavorable for Shun and I, who swiftly drew forth a spear-shaped treasure. If Lin Xuan had been present, he would have remarked, my friend, This is the god-slaying spear I meticulously forged. It is quite effective, but Lin Xuan observed the scene from Buzhou Mountain using the floating light mystic technique. In truth, the artifact crafted by Lin Xuan possesses functionalities akin to that of the god-slaying spear, albeit with notable deficiencies in quality. As Hongjun and the other chaos demons witnessed the emergence of divine artifacts, they were compelled to reveal their own treasures. Hongjun summoned the Pangu banner, while the celestial clouds of celebration materialized. Luohu unleashed the extermination sword array, and the yin-yang ancestor presented the Taiji diagram. The Qingquan ancestor manifested the Qingquan cauldron, and Yang produced a slender willow branch, whereas the Five Elements ancestor conjured the Five Elements divine sword. Yang Mei's willow branch was forged from the hollow willow that emerged from the chaos, while the Five Elements divine sword was nurtured from the primordial metal of the Five Elements and the essence of the Five Elements itself, both being supreme, innate spiritual treasures. As Shun Ni activated the spiritual treasure, bolstered by the power of the laws, his offensive might surged. Both sides intensified their assaults, with Shun Ni a half-step into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, facing 3 fully realized Great Luo Golden Immortals and 2 in the later stages, all wielding formidable spiritual treasures, thus amplifying the pressure significantly. Recognizing the dire situation, Shun Ni contemplated retreat, attempting to break free from the encirclement while simultaneously fending off Yang Mei's intermittent ambushes. Unfortunately, he could find no opportunity as Hongjun and the other chaos demons closed in relentlessly. Just as Shun Ni felt the walls closing in, his aura suddenly surged, channeling the power of the laws into the god-slaying spear, launching himself towards the direction of the Five Elements. Hongjun and the others hastily pursued him. At that moment, Shun Ni abruptly pivoted, directing his assault towards Luohu, catching all beings off guard with this unexpected shift. Luohu hastily defended himself, wielding the extermination sword to counter the god-slaying spear. While the extermination sword aimed at Shun Ni, targeting the god-slaying spear, Shun Ni, gripping the god-slaying spear, thrust it towards Luohu, who, faced with such a powerful adversary, could only unleash his full might against the spear to mitigate the damage from the incoming attack. However, an unforeseen event transpired. As Luohu unleashed the full force of the 4 extermination swords against the god-slaying spear, a crisp crack resonated through the air. The 4 extermination swords penetrated Shun Ni's body without hindrance, leaving Hongjun and the others momentarily stunned. Pondering the spear's apparent fragility, Shun Ni gazed down at the 4 extermination swords embedded within him, then lifted his gaze to Luohu, inquiring how this could be. "The heavenly Dao is within me," Luohu proudly proclaimed on Shun Ni's behalf. "The heavenly Dao, the heavenly Dao. Ah, I cultivate the great Dao. Is the heavenly Dao to me? The heavenly Dao is unjust." With that, Shun Ni's form plummeted swiftly toward the ground, and soon his aura dissipated. With Shun Ni's demise, the Beast Clan's defeat followed swiftly, marking the end of the Beast catastrophe. Hongjun and the other chaos demons observed Shun Ni's body descend to the earth, then turned to Luohu, all wishing to inquire, "Is your extermination sword truly so formidable?" Yet, they knew well that the might of the 4 extermination swords was contingent upon the formation. Yang Mei swooped down to retrieve the broken sections of the spear, her expression growing increasingly grave. Observing her distress, Hongjun and the other chaos demons approached her to ascertain the situation. Yang Mei, seeing them converge, somberly stated, "This is not the god-slaying spear, but rather a counterfeit crafted by a living being, and the materials used are of poor quality. However, the craftsmanship is quite refined. As long as it does not clash directly with a true, innate spiritual treasure, it should pose no issue. The imitation technique is remarkably sophisticated, and I suspect this being has absconded with the genuine god-slaying spear, opting instead to create a substitute with lesser materials to conceal the truth from others." Hongjun and the other chaos demons gritted their teeth in frustration, the yin-yang ancestor lamenting, "Alas, we have suffered a great loss, allowing Luohu to seize the advantage without reaping any benefits ourselves." The Five Elements ancestor and the others shared in their displeasure. That moment, Luohu approached, inspecting the imitation God-slaying spear, and burst into laughter. The heavenly Dao is within me, truly within me. You need not feel disheartened. There are still countless beasts to vanquish, and ample merit to be gained. Ha! The Yin-Yang ancestor and others seethed with rage, tempted to confront Luohu, yet they recognized that the moment was not opportune. Thus, they redirected their frustrations towards the remaining beasts, with Hongjun's involvement. The extermination of the beasts accelerated significantly. As the beasts fell, the malevolent aura dissipated, and the world gradually regained its clarity. With a resounding boom, the heavens and earth glimmered in gold, signifying the conclusion of the catastrophe. As the cosmos bestowed merit upon those beings of the primordial world who had rendered service, the merit was distributed throughout the vastness of the cosmos, and all those who had survived the onslaught of the beasts received some measure of merit. Yet, it was Luohu alone who claimed 2/10 of the merit, inciting envy among the myriad beings. However, they recognized that their envy was futile, as the merit was allocated according to contributions. Luohu, aware of the covetous gazes directed his way, quickly declared, "Continue with your endeavors. I shall return to Mount Shumi to recuperate, for I have sustained considerable injuries in this battle." With that, he fled, not waiting for Hongjun and the others to respond, fearing he might be encircled should he linger too long. Yang Mei and the other chaos demons, witnessing Luohu's retreat, also took their leave. Having accrued some merit themselves, which they could use to enhance their strength, Hongjun, observing the departure of all beings, did not linger either. Instead, he made his way to Beast God Mountain to gather spoils. In the courtyard of the Four Directions Mountain, Fushi and the others were taken aback by Sheni's fall. As Lin Xuan perceived the end of the catastrophe and the dispersal of all beings. He retracted his spells and turned to his disciples, asking, "What are your thoughts?" "Fushi, you speak first." Fushi replied, "Master, I believe the greatest distinction between the beings of the primordial world and the chaos demons lies in their inheritance. The chaos demons possess unique techniques, while we primordial beings lack even the most fundamental information. Furthermore, among the three clans, none have transcended to the Dao body level beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, we primordial beings remain oblivious to this information. That it seems we shall continue to exist under the dominion of the chaos demons. That I, your disciple, express my gratitude for your teachings and the opportunity to alter my fate." With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Xuan. Hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa and the others nodded in agreement, earnestly bowing to Lin Xuan. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings and for changing our destinies." Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. No need for such formalities. I shall naturally impart knowledge to you. Nuwa. What say you?" Nuwa, somewhat bashful, murmured, "Master, could you teach me that spell for viewing images?" Her voice trailed off into a whisper. Yet, with their cultivation, none could fail to hear her. Fushi, upon hearing his sister's words, face-palmed, thinking his sister was hopelessly misguided. Was this truly the crux of the matter? The Queen Mother of the West and Zhen Yuan both stared wide-eyed at Nuwa, as if to question her. Is this what Master was inquiring about? Lin Xuan, observing Nuwa's bashful demeanor, chuckled softly. Instead of lecturing her, he addressed her directly. "This is a manifestation of the laws. When you comprehend the laws of space, sound, and light, I shall teach you." Regarding Nuwa's interest in the floating light mystique, Lin Xuan suspected she had yet to venture beyond her confines, yearning to glimpse the outside world. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's stipulation that she must first grasp the laws, Nuwa's interest waned. She was only at the Golden Immortal stage, while one must reach the great Luo Golden Immortal level to even begin to engage with the laws. She was well aware of such foundational knowledge. Zhen Yuan, displaying keen insight, interjected before Lin Xuan could pose another question. "Master, are all the chaos demons that escaped during the initial catastrophe still present in the primordial world? How many chaos demons exist within the primordial realm?" Lin Xuan replied. At the time of their escape, there were over a dozen chaos demons, and when the primordial world was established, about 10 sought refuge within it, some on the primordial continent, and others in the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, with additional hidden in various secret locations. After Lin Xuan spoke, the Queen Mother of the West inquired, Master, must a calamity always lead to the demise of a faction in order to conclude? Will there be future calamities? Lin Xuan cast a glance at the Queen Mother of the West, initially believing such inquiries were not meant for them at this juncture. However, considering that they were Lin Xuan's disciples and thus had transcended the fated trajectory of the primordial world, he deemed it beneficial to broaden their perspectives that I have previously elucidated the primary causes of the heavenly calamities. The ultimate purpose of these calamities is to restore balance to the world, propelling it towards prosperity. For the world to thrive, there must be harmony. The beings of the cosmos must engage in rational competition, and the heavens must bestow strength upon the primordial beings, who in turn must reciprocate. Should the beings of the cosmos merely absorb without giving back, the heavens would weaken, prompting the emergence of calamities. The focal point of these calamities is the protagonists, who are often bound by the forces at play. Major calamities may encompass all beings of the cosmos. Thus, while calamities are controllable, they're also unpredictable, reliant on the protagonists and the mightiest beings of the world, provided the heavens are just. Master, you speak of the heavens being just. Does that imply there exists injustice within the heavens? Fuxi queried. Lin Xuan gazed at Fuxi and replied, the heavens are indeed just, yet when the Dao of heaven shifts, unexpected events may arise, matters beyond your current understanding. Once you reach the realm of the great Luohu, Golden Immortal, you will begin to grasp the hidden truths of the heavens. For now, focus on your cultivation, as time is of the essence. What do you mean by time is of the essence? Nuwa asked. You are among the most unique, innate, sanctified beings birthed by the heavens, each possessing great fortune, with distinct destinies and missions. Yet, beings of similar uniqueness are soon to emerge. How much time do you believe you possess? If you do not strive to cultivate diligently, you will fall behind. Master, what makes us special? Zhen Yuan inquired. Lin Xuan felt it necessary to reveal a fragment of the truth. Otherwise, allowing a few disciples to grapple with their inner demons could serve as guidance for their cultivation paths. He continued, Fuxi, you are inherently gifted in divination. Henceforth, you shall cultivate the way of transformation and the way of arrays. Nuwa, you possess the innate laws of creation. Your focus will be on the laws of creation and alchemy. Xinyuan Zai, you are transformed from the essence of earth. Your path will be the laws of earth. Your mission lies with your accompanying treasure. Zhuangmu, you are born of primordial Yin. Your journey will be to transform Yin into Yang. And your accompanying treasure is intertwined with your destiny. Strive earnestly. Are there any questions? Master, I have a question, Nuwa exclaimed, sensing that her master was about to urge her to continue her cultivation. Lin Xuan turned his gaze to the lively Nuwa and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Lin Xuan's approval, Nuwa inquired, Master, why do my brother and I not possess accompanying treasures? Lin Xuan had pondered over Nuwa's question and, considering their future spiritual treasures, replied, You shall have treasures that resonate with your destinies. Presently, such treasures may reside with other beings, and some are still in the process of gestation. As you venture forth in the future, these treasures will respond to you. Moreover, with so many spiritual treasures at my disposal, how could I neglect yours? Rest assured, I will prepare treasures for you when the time comes. However, remember that spiritual treasures are merely external possessions. True strength lies within yourselves. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's stern tone, the four disciples promptly responded in unison. With the calamity of the ferocious beasts now at an end, the three primordial clans returned to their territories to assimilate the merits and resources garnered from the conflicts. The world of Hongjun experienced a fleeting period of prosperity as the trials of war had imbued the newly born beings with a clearer understanding of their world, and no longer were they oblivious. Their desires for strength burgeoned. Those with exceptional talents and insights even began to create their own techniques and skills, elevating themselves or their clans. Communication blossomed among beings, leading to philosophical exchanges to validate their learnings, fostering a vibrant atmosphere throughout the Hongjun realm. This calamity allowed the primordial clans to witness the chasm between themselves and the chaos demons, such as Hongjun. Their grasp of the laws remained superficial, and their techniques were rudimentary. It was not that they lacked talent, but rather that no beings had guided them. forcing them to rely solely on their own explorations and cultivation. As time flowed onward. In the Eastern Sea, the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon returned after the annihilation of the ferocious beasts and closed themselves off to enhance their powers, utilizing the merits and abundant resources acquired. The Ancestor Dragon, with his exceptional talent and insight, devised a technique named Ancestor Dragon's Secret Art, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the great Luohu Golden Immortal Realm, alongside unique skills of the Dragon Clan. Candle Dragon similarly ascended to the great Luohu Golden Immortal Realm and even grasped the laws of time. Both promptly transmitted their self-created techniques to their kin to bolster the might of the Dragon Clan. Upon emerging from their seclusion, the Ancestor Dragon seemed to possess an innate charisma that attracted numerous marine clans to ally with the Dragon Clan. Some astute groups even offered their talented matriarchs to forge friendships. And given the Dragon Clan's natural proclivity for indulgence, they readily accepted. Thus, a formidable coalition led by the Dragon Clan began to take shape in the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Qilin clan, the Golden Qilin commanded all clan members to enter seclusion for cultivation. Alongside the other 4 elemental Qilins, he engaged in mutual verification and collectively crafted the 5-element secret art, which could be split or merged, allowing rapid enhancement of individual powers based on their respective laws. They also innovated the 5 elements escape technique and various other skills in the Qilin Cliff and Qilin Hall. The Golden Qilin and the other primordial beings were soon informed of the arrival of various clan leaders in the vicinity. The Golden Qilin instructed, "Please usher them in." Shortly after, over a dozen clan leaders, including those from the Tiger Clan, Leopard Clan, Lion Clan, Dog Clan, and Bear Clan, entered alongside members of the Qilin clan. The Golden Qilin, upon witnessing the arrival of so many clan leaders, inquired, "Might I ask what brings you esteemed leaders to my Qilin clan?" The leaders appeared to have conferred beforehand, and the Tiger Clan leader spoke. "Qilin clan leader, we have come to seek refuge with the Qilin clan and hope that the Golden Qilin will accept us." The Golden Qilin and the other primordial beings exchanged glances, surprised by the Tiger Clan leader's declaration. The Golden Qilin replied, "Esteemed leaders, your strengths are commendable. Why seek refuge with us? The ferocious beasts have been vanquished, and no formidable foes remain to oppress you. Would it not be wiser to focus on enhancing your own powers within your territories?" The Tiger Clan leader responded, "Qilin Clan, the Dragon Clan in the Eastern Sea, has gathered many powerful marine beings. We fear that when they eventually come to the mainland, you know well how numerous their ranks are. Should the Dragon Clan arrive, we would stand no chance of resistance. Hence our desire to ally with the Qilin Clan." The Golden Qilin had indeed heard of the Dragon Clan's consolidation of power, but did not regard it as a significant threat. He found the Tiger Clan leader's plea for refuge unappealing. Considering the Tiger Clan's combative nature, which did not align with the Qilin Clan's values, thus he replied, "Esteemed leaders, your concerns are unwarranted. The boundless expanse of the endless sea provides ample space for the Dragon Clan to roam. Should they venture on a land, they would likely do so with due decorum. There is no need to discuss alliances. Each of you is a formidable being in your own right, and seeking refuge with us may tarnish your reputations. Furthermore, our clan harbors neither the strength nor the ambition to dominate other clans." The leaders of various clans attempted to voice their thoughts, but the Golden Qilin did not grant them the opportunity, stating he had matters to attend to and departed, leaving the other clan members to entertain the guests in the Qilin Hall. Within the depths of the Qilin clan, the Golden Qilin and the 4 others sat silently on their cushions. The fiery nature of the Fire Qilin could no longer withstand the tense atmosphere, and spoke up, "Eldest brother, why should we not accept their offer of refuge?" The Earth Qilin, filled with indignation, retorted, "What refuge? They merely seek to leverage our clan's reputation to vie for resources and territory, yet they do not mention how they would share those resources with us. Moreover, the clans that have approached us are relatively powerful. Aside from our Qilin clan, few can rival them on this continent." The Wood Qilin concurred, "Second brother speaks truth. These clans are merely riding on our coattails. And have you forgotten how the ferocious Beast clan met its demise?" The Water Qilin added, "If they truly allied with us, the karmic burdens arising from their resource conflicts would inevitably impact our clan." The Golden Qilin sighed, What I worry about now is the potential for conflict among the clans. If this escalates, it may adversely affect our clan. Moreover, if the Dragon Clan were to unify the four seas, would they not eventually set their sights on the mainland? The future is unpredictable, and I am at a loss for solutions. Brothers, we must devise a way to address these challenges, especially as we require resources ourselves. The brothers pondered earnestly for solutions in the southern region. The Phoenix Clan, akin to the other two clans, experienced an elevation in power. However, they did not create any techniques. Due to the primordial environment for cultivation, their growth in strength was not inferior to that of others, though they did create numerous skills. The Phoenix Clan, however, had fewer members, as their birth conditions were arduous, requiring them to endure the trials of the immortal volcano to emerge as bloodline-strong phoenixes, or to rely on powerful members using abundant resources to nurture their essence, albeit at the cost of diminished strength. Within the immortal volcano, Feng addressed Huang. Huang, the Dragon Clan has begun to gather strength, while it seems the Qilin Clan has failed to secure an alliance. What shall we do? As the most formidable faction in the southern continent, the Phoenix Clan naturally possessed their own sources of information. They were well aware of significant events involving the other two clans, as both were top-tier clans on the continent. Huang replied with a gentle tone, "Our clan's numbers are limited, and the beings we have discovered across the Hongwang world have been hard-won. The resources within our territory suffice for our use. Engaging in competition with other clans would inevitably lead to losses we cannot afford, that if we focus on enhancing our own strength, we need not worry about others. Moreover, as avian beings, we cherish our freedom. Apart from a few weaker clans, others would not seek to ally with us. Let us observe the situation for now." Feng agreed with Huang's perspective, preferring to avoid conflict, finding the current state of the Phoenix Clan quite satisfactory. While the three clans expressed differing views, they had forgotten the existence of the Chaos Demon leading the Demon Clan on the western continent. It was easy to assume that when the ferocious beast Tao Dai had rampaged across the western continent and clashed with the Dragon Clan at the eastern boundary, all beings in the western realm had perished, leading them to subconsciously overlook the presence of life still remaining there. In the courtyard of Mount Buzhou, after Lin Xuan finished speaking, he led his 4 disciples to the scripture pavilion. Although Fuxi and the others had previously visited the pavilion, this was Lin Xuan's first occasion bringing them all together. Upon entering, they found floating jade tablets suspended in the air, with 6 jade discs arranged on 6 1-meter-high jade platforms using formations. By practicing on these platforms, they could better comprehend the laws of the Great Dao through the resonance of the creation jade discs. Lin Xuan addressed his 4 disciples. "Are you all familiar with the scripture pavilion?" "Master, we have only perused the jade tablets we were permitted to access and practiced on the platforms," Fuxi responded. Lin Xuan, unperturbed by Fuxi's answer, continued, "The jade tablets contain techniques and divine abilities that I have placed here. Once you reach the great Luohu golden immortal realm, you'll be able to access all the jade tablets. But for now, I brought you here to discuss the jade platforms. Each platform is fixed with a shard of creation jade disc, and by activating it with your spiritual power, you can sense the great Dao laws within the disc for your enlightenment. Furthermore, it can isolate your auras, preventing any interference with the adjacent platforms. Now go find a platform that suits you for cultivation." After a meeting, all the jade platforms descended, and Lin Xuan gazed upon them, saying, "Have you all found the appropriate cultivation methods?" In unison, 3 voices echoed, "Master, I have not found you." Nuwa, feeling aggrieved, spoke up. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled that he had indeed forgotten to retrieve the 24 creation pure lotus located near the dojo. He addressed Nuwa, saying, "Please wait a moment. I forgot to bring it back." As he spoke, Lin Xuan summoned his spiritual power, and suddenly, an immature pure lotus descended from the heavens with a wave of his hand. He placed the lotus into the fountain pool, leaving only the creation jade disc in the air. Lin Xuan then produced another jade platform, performed a hand seal, and the jade disc descended onto the platform automatically. Lin Xuan halted and informed Nuwa, "All done. This is your jade platform." Fuxi and the others looked at Lin Xuan's actions with admiration, although they did not know the specifics of his strength. They were aware of his formidable prowess. "You may proceed with your cultivation," Lin Xuan said cheerfully, noticing their gazes, and then he stepped out of the scripture pavilion, within the Kunlun Jade capital's purple cloud palace. Hongjun sat cross-legged when suddenly two figures appeared before him. I, the humble Chiu Sai, greet my fellow Daoist. I, the humble Chu Shan, also greet my fellow Daoist. I, Hongjun, acknowledge both of you. The reason for summoning you is that I wish for you to journey through the starry sky. My cultivation speed is too slow. If I do not harvest some merit to refine my skills, I will fall behind Luohu. This time, Luohu unexpectedly acquired the merit that rightfully belonged to me, causing me to lag behind. That I hope both fellow Daoists can lend me a hand. Fellow Daoist, you are too polite that we are one and the same, so there is no need for such formalities. We shall embark together, Chiu Sai replied. These two were the projections derived from Hongjun's own essence, controlled by his benevolent and malevolent thoughts to carve out parts of his own being. Hongjun's essence could regenerate even after a portion was severed, and the strength of the projections was merely a small realm weaker than his true self, allowing him to merge with them to double his spiritual power. Thank you, both fellow Daoists. I have deduced that achieving the Dao will lead me to confront Luohu. Thus I am eager to enhance my strength. Initially, I planned to venture into the starry sky only after my breakthrough. Yet I'm still a bit short of that. Furthermore, I have other arrangements that may take time, so I must trouble both of you to accompany me, and why treasures will be entrusted to you. I hope you exercise caution, Hongjun said, handing over the heavenly celebration cloud, the Pangu turn, and 2 fragments of the creation jade disc to the Tude. We shall set forth. After watching the 2 figures depart, Hongjun followed suit and left the jade capital in the heart of Mount Xiumi in the western continent. Luo, who had been cultivating ever since the calamity of fierce beasts had concluded. As the great Dao laws of the primordial world gradually receded and the laws of heaven emerged, Luo, who found himself stagnating at the complete realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With the acquisition of considerable merit, he finally broke through to the half-step primordial great Luo Golden Immortal realm. One day, feeling that his cultivation was once again at a standstill, Luo, who realized how difficult it was to break through to the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal in the current heavenly law environment. It would require another significant amount of merit, and with the primordial world now clear and tranquil, acquiring merit had become exceedingly challenging. Luo, who raised his head to gaze at the starry sky and noticed something unusual. Hastily, he utilized the creation jade disc fragments to deduce the situation. Although he lacked substantial fragments, as a chaos demon god, and one of the primordial beings, he managed to locate 3 fragments of the creation jade disc. In truth, neither Hongjun nor Luo, who was aware that the fragments they found were intentionally left behind by Lin Xuan. Otherwise, how could Lin Xuan, with his cultivation, have overlooked them? Luo, who discerned the anomalies in the starry sky and deduced that changes were afoot. He carefully tucked away the jade disc fragments and cautiously made his way into the cosmos, the 4-quadrant courtyard of Buzhou Mountain. Lin Xuan had been observing the changes in the primordial world since exiting the scripture pavilion. He was well aware of the movements of the 3 innate clans, as well as those of Hongjun and Luohu. However, he found the actions of the Phoenix and Qilin clans rather surprising. Reflecting on a role played by Hongjun and Luohu's demonic clan during the calamity of the Longhan Era, Lin Xuan pondered whether he should intervene. However, he deemed it still too early. With Luohu remaining inactive, it was unwise to intercede. Preserving the integrity of the Qilin and Phoenix clans was beneficial to the primordial world, and Lin Xuan resolved to visit the Pangu Hall to see if the 12 ancestors had awakened their spiritual consciousness or remained foolish. As he contemplated, he arrived at the Pangu Hall and glanced at the statue of Pangu inside, feeling somewhat speechless. Even Lin Xuan was tempted to ask Pangu's true spirit whether placing a statue of oneself in one's own head was truly wise. Unfortunately, Pangu's true spirit was still recovering within the primordial origin pearl, unlike the reincarnated Hongjun and others, whose true spirits were intact and had fled. Pangu's true spirit was a fragment that required a lengthy time to restore. Lin Xuan moved to the edge of the blood pool and observed 12 drops of essence blood, safeguarded by the formation he had set up. Their spiritual consciousnesses were all intact upon appearing at the edge of the blood pool. The 12 ancestors awakened. Elder brother, elder brother, elder brother. The repeated calls of elder brother left Lin Xuan bewildered. Why have I become the elder brother? I have no siblings. After a moment of confusion, he regained his composure, recalling that asking questions was a virtue of the 21st century. Thus, he inquired, why do you all call me elder brother? Elder brother, I am Di Jiang. Just now, when you appeared in the Pangu Hall, the messages left by our Father God and your image appeared in our inheritance records. The message from our Father God stated that you were his sworn elder brother, and we are to heed your words. Di Jiang explained, Indeed, indeed, indeed. Elder brother, I am Zhu Rong. Elder brother, I am Gong Gong. Elder brother, I am Zhu Mang. Elder brother, I am Chong Liang. Lin Xuan was overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices. Silence, he yelled in annoyance. What manner of behavior is this? Can you not speak one at a time? You possess no sense of decorum. You have yet to be born. Once you are, you may introduce yourselves to I am here to assess your condition. You have all seen the complete 9 revolutions divine skill inheritance I left for you, correct? Now, speak one by one. Lin Xuan halted the eager 12 ancestors. Although he had played a trick on Pangu after his transformation, he bore no ill feelings toward the 12 naive beings. Zhu Rong, you are impatient. You may speak first, Lin Xuan said. Elder brother, I have already cultivated to the 3rd revolution. After we are born, where shall we find you? Zhu Rong asked. I reside halfway up Buzhou mountain. If you can reach me, it signifies that you possess the strength to traverse the primordial realm. If you cannot, then you ought to devote yourselves to diligent cultivation. This is a small request of mine. Can you accomplish it? The 12 ancestors exchanged glances, finding it quite simple. Buzhou mountain was formed from the spine of their Father God. They were indeed the children of the Father God. Could it possibly be difficult for them? Thus, they readily agreed. However, they remained unaware that Lin Xuan had set up formations, and they would endure substantial hardships in the future to meet him. Gong Gong then remarked, Elder brother, why is it that the techniques you passed on to us, aside from the 9 revolutions divine skill, cannot be shared or exchanged? Are the other siblings unable to cultivate them? The 9 revolutions divine skill is Pangu's technique. What I have imparted to you is the same, so there is no issue with communication. However, what I passed on to you is the cultivation technique based on the laws you each master, tailored for your individual cultivation. Thus, it cannot be disseminated. These techniques must be safeguarded. Do you understand? If any of you leak them, you shall never emerge from the Pangu Hall for all eternity. Lin Xuan spoke with gravity. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's seriousness, the 12 ancestors were frightened and quickly replied, We shall never leak them. The atmosphere by the blood pool grew less lively. Elder brother, what you have imparted to me are not merely my own laws. A gentle female voice broke through, easing the tension in the surroundings. Upon hearing the content of the voice, Lin Xuan recognized it was Ho Tu and replied, What I have imparted to you is crucial for your future attainment of the Dao. Therefore, Ho Tu, you will need significantly more time for cultivation than others. It will be arduous. Noticing their silence, Lin Xuan continued, If there is nothing else, I shall conceal your spiritual consciousnesses. Henceforth, you must not utilize your spiritual power unless it is a critical moment. Do not inquire why now. This is for your own good. Remember, this is the mission left for you by your Father God. To fulfill this mission, you must adhere to these instructions. After finishing his words, Lin Xuan concealed the spiritual consciousnesses of the 12 ancestors. Once he completed this task, he departed from the Pangu Hall, leaving behind a command. Remember my words. And the 12 ancestors were left in utter confusion. After leaving the Jade capital, Hongjun swiftly located the valley where the 3 pure ones were being nurtured, aided by the creation jade disc fragments that it took nearly 1,000 years to enter the restricted area. Upon entering, Hongjun was astonished to see the 3 pure ones still in the process of being nurtured, that I never expected to inadvertently stumble upon the nurturing ground of Pangu's 3 pure ones. Forgive me, young friends, he said, bowing in respect. May I ask how to address this esteemed elder? I am the Taiji Laozi of the 3 pure ones, and these are my 2 brothers, the Yuqing Yuanshi and the Shangqing Tongtan. Upon encountering the venerable elder, whose countenance radiated righteousness, and whose aura mirrored that of an immortal, Taishang Laozi discerned their origins the moment he entered the barrier. Furthermore, He managed to traverse their birthplace without disturbing the surrounding confines, an unprecedented occurrence since their consciousness first emerged. Recognizing that they were not to be trifled with, he courteously introduced himself. Greetings, young friends. I am Hongjun, the primordial being that materialized at the dawn of creation. You three are the offspring of Pangu's three pure ones, naturally endowed with great fortune. Our meeting is indeed fated. Might I inquire as to the paths you each pursue? We are the true lineage of Pangu, born to wield the Dao. There is no need for your teachings. A haughty voice interjected. Second brother, refrain from such impudence. Senior Hongjun is a sage of profound wisdom. We must show him respect. Senior, I apologize on behalf of my younger brother for his rudeness. The cultivation of the Dao follows a hierarchy. My brethren, and I have merely embraced the teachings of our father. Pangu. My path is the alchemical Dao. My second brother follows the instrument Dao. And my youngest brother specializes in the formation Dao. May I ask what path you tread? Do not stand on ceremony, young ones. The great Pangu is a being of immense prowess, having transformed through the primordial chaos. Making great sacrifices and contributions, he embodies compassion and perseverance, deserving of our utmost reverence. ASU are manifestations of the three pure ones. You must carry the pride befitting such lineage lest you tarnish the name of the great Pangu. However, I practice the immortal Dao and possess the primordial creation disc that I may grasp some aspect of your respective paths. What? You possess the creation disc? How could that be? The creation disc is the treasure artifact of our father. Pangu, it cannot possibly be in your possession. Upon hearing Hongjun's claim, the three pure ones were astonished. After all, their father had not bequeathed them a single treasure, while an outsider like Hongjun claimed to possess one. This led to an undercurrent of dissatisfaction towards Pangu. Should they take form, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief at Hongjun, whose intent was to instill discontent within the three pure ones regarding Pangu, thus preparing for future arrangements. Sensing the unusual fluctuations of their primordial spirits, Hongjun produced a shard of the creation disc and declared, I emerged alongside the creation disc at the dawn of my existence. The great Pangu's prize creation disc, alongside the chaotic clear lotus, shattered during the upheaval of creation under the weight of chaos that I was born from the largest fragment of the creation disc and subsequently encountered the Pangu axe. With this revelation, Hongjun aimed to emphasize that the treasure of their father, Pangu, should rightfully have been passed down to them. Yet, since it had been acquired by Hongjun, they could do little but harbor resentment without daring to express it. Since the esteemed elder possesses the treasure, it must indeed be a matter of fate, they responded. Hongjun perceived the shift in their sentiments and smiled subtly, proclaiming, As I have been granted the fortune of the great Pangu, and now encounter his descendants, I shall impart the teachings of the creation disc to you, thereby honoring the legacy of the great Pangu. The three pure ones, elated at the prospect of receiving teachings from Hongjun using the creation disc, expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. We shall forever hold your kindness in our hearts. Indeed, he began, the Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, one must remain in the state of the nameless to perceive its wonders, and in the state of the named to observe its subtleties. These two emerge from the same source, but are given different names. Together, they are called the profound. The profound beyond the profound is the gateway to all wonders, as Hongjun expounded upon the Dao. The creation disc hovered above the three pure ones, emanating the power of the great Dao, gradually guiding them into a state of enlightenment. Dao is vast, yet when put to use, it remains unfilled. It is deep, as if the origin of all things. It is serene, as if it contains existence itself, that I do not know whose child I am, yet I resemble the primordial essence. Time elapsed without notice as Hongjun concluded his teachings, and the three pure ones slowly regained their awareness, subsequently expressing their gratitude. We thank you, esteemed elder, for your enlightening discourse. Having achieved his goal, Hongjun prepared to take his leave, that I have fulfilled my purpose for today. I encourage you, dear friends, to cultivate diligently and transform at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps our paths shall cross again in the future. With that, he gathered the shards of the creation disk and gradually vanished into the barrier. The three Pure Ones exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts following Hongjun's teachings. Brother, Yuling Yuan sure mused, is what Hongjun said truly credible? The essence of Tong Tian surged forth in response, indicating uncertainty. Tai Ching Lao Zi, with a contemplative tone, remarked, the creation disk is indeed real, as is the Pangu axe. Hongjun must be a being from the Primordial Era. However, the specifics remain unclear to me. Whether he was born alongside the disk or acquired it through fortune, it is now in his possession to as for us. We have not received any treasures of our own. Even the 9 transformations of the primordial essence were divided among us brothers. Merely cobbled together, we know nothing of the subsequent cultivation methods beyond the great Luohu golden immortal stage, and I suspect that Hongjun has already reached that level, beyond our reach. After pondering these matters privately, Yuan Shi declared, Brother, we are the true disciples of Pangu. Once we emerge into the world, our fortunes will surely manifest. If Lin Xuan had overheard, he would have likely retorted that there is fortune, albeit limited. Tong Tian added, Brothers, let us strive diligently in our cultivation, so we may soon venture forth and reclaim our father's treasures. Indeed, let us cultivate. Tai Ching and Yu Qing echoed, invigorated by Tong Tian's words, reflecting on their potential as manifestations of the three Pure Ones, endowed with great fortune, roots, and innate talent. They believed that with sufficient time, they could surpass Hong Jieyu and, as Tong Tian fell into his own contemplations, he possessed knowledge of the cultivation methods beyond the great Luohu golden immortal stage, methods that were not his own lineage but rather of the Sword Dao. Regrettably, he could not voice this. Was it possible that his elder brother and second brother also possessed techniques they could not disclose? Why had their father orchestrated things in such a manner? Thus, the three Pure Ones plunged into a profound silence. Immersed in their cultivation in the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, Hongjun's avatar, having arrived from Yujing Mountain, traversed the core regions of various stars. In his quest for treasures, he sought the hiding places of the chaotic demons, creating significant upheaval in the cosmos in an unknown area of the starry void. 3 figures observe Hongjun's 2 avatars as they brazenly move through the cosmos. One figure remarked, Elder brother, we cannot allow them to run rampant like this. It poses a considerable threat to our future plans. Another concurred. Indeed, elder brother, what the second brother says is quite right. The myriad star lords are still in gestation. If those 2 continue their antics, it will not only disrupt the birth of the Star Lords, but also lead to immeasurable losses for our future dominion over the cosmos. The figure addressed as elder brother responded, Then let us unite and drive them from the starry realm. This is our territory, and we cannot afford to lose it. Yes, elder brother. The elder brother rose, leading his 2 siblings toward Hongjun's avatars. In no time, they intercepted the 2. Qiu Ci and Chu Shan exchanged knowing glances as they confronted the 3 figures blocking their path. Heavenly Sovereign, Yellow Sovereign, Azure Sovereign, what is your intention? We are merely seeking treasures and gathering the power of the stars. We mean you no offense, Qiu Ci stated. The 3 siblings were indeed Ding Renfang, transformed from the celestial essence known as the Celestial Sovereign, Yi Gung Fang, embodying the essence of the Azure Sovereign, and Jiaji Fang, representing the Yellow Sovereign. They were manifestations of the elemental energies of the 4 seasons and 5 elements, reborn as chaotic demons. Upon recognizing that Qiu Ci and Chu Shan were aware of their identities, the Celestial Sovereign realized that they did not recognize their adversaries. However, they were aware that the 2 were also chaotic demons. And it was not surprising that they had not met before. With so many chaotic demons in existence, it was normal to remain unacquainted. Addressing Hongjun's avatars, the Celestial Sovereign inquired, Might I ask where you hail from? Since you recognize us, can we request a favor? The Starry Realm is the territory of our 3 brothers. You may seek treasures here, but you must not disrupt the movement of the stars. Agreed? Your favor. What favor do you possess? You are but minor chaotic demons in this vast chaos. Step aside. Chu Shan retorted, his countenance darkening. Chu Shan deliberately provoked them, knowing it would incite a confrontation. The words of Chu Shan enraged the three brothers. While they were indeed minor demons among the chaotic entities, they were still chaotic demons, and given that many of their kind had perished, they were now of considerable status and pride, and no longer willing to engage in dialogue. They brandished their supreme, innate treasures. The Celestial Sovereign wielded the Celestial Seal, the Yellow Sovereign brandished the Yellow Tower, and the Azure Sovereign unsheathed the Azure Sword, launching an assault on Qiu Xi and Chu Shan, simultaneously declaring, "Since you offer no respect, let us engage in battle." Chu Shan and Qiu Xi exchanged glances, realizing they had ensnared their opponents. They too unleashed their ultimate treasures, the celebratory clouds of the heavens and the Pangu axe, charging toward their adversaries. Upon witnessing the Pangu axe drawn by the two, the three brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. "Halt! The Pangu axe. What is your connection to Hongjun?" Yet, Chu Shan and Qiu Xi did not cease their assault. Intent on confronting the three, the two had come specifically to challenge them, and they would not relent. As the three faced the relentless onslaught from their adversaries, they quickly understood that the two were indeed there to provoke trouble. Thus they could only retaliate with all their might. This celestial battle sent shockwaves through the cosmos, wreaking havoc upon countless weaker stars, significantly impacting the gestation of the myriad star lords. The weaker, true spirits perished, while the stronger faced devastating injuries. Within the celestial realm of the Tian star, beneath the boughs of a fragrant osmanthus tree, a statuesque maiden with a complexion reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms and eyes brimming with vivacity was roused from her slumber by the tumult of battle. Rising stealthily, she ventured forth to observe the fray involving 5 combatants, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping her. Instinctively, she retreated into the depths of the Tian, feeling an unsettling anxiety in the face of this sudden peril. At that moment, a voice resonated in her ear, suggesting that to escape calamity, one might seek refuge in the chaos or ascend the unyielding Mount Buzhou. The maiden's wide eyes darted around, eager to discern the source of the voice. Yet she found no trace. As a chaos demon god who had traversed countless epochs, she recognized that this was a warning from a being of far superior cultivation. Thus, she ceased her search, offering a silent salute to the void before entering a contemplative state. The cosmic battle raged on, but the duo of avatars, bolstered by their treasures, had left the three adversaries unable to retaliate. Suffering grievous wounds and pleading for mercy. Point 2, esteemed seniors. Spare us. We have meddled in your affairs. Do as you wish. Name your conditions. One of them implored. As a minor demon god, he understood the necessity of humility in the face of overwhelming strength within the chaos. He had long accepted that to survive amidst such might, one must concede to those stronger. However, he was gravely mistaken this time, for the two had come specifically for them. Their very existence as chaos demon gods was their original sin, rendering them impervious to the pleas of the three, intensifying their assault. The two avatars swiftly dispatched Huang Tian, followed by Qin Tian, and soon after, Song Tian, who fell lamenting. Why? Regrettably, the avatars offered no answers, as the heavens bestowed merit upon them. The avatars absorbed this boon, watching as the essence and spiritual treasures of the three dissipated before their eyes. They exchanged glances, perplexed by the inexplicable nature of the situation. The sudden disappearance of the merit could only be attributed to the workings of the heavenly Dao. Thus, they remained silent, continuing their rampage across the cosmos. Within the Tian star, the maiden sensed the vanishing presence of the three and understood their demise. As a fellow celestial demon god, she was acutely aware of their capabilities. In any other realm, she would not stand a chance against them. Yet, within the confines of the Tian star, it was merely a stalemate. Victory was elusive, and slaughter was impossible. However, the recent fall of the three, coupled with the arrival of merit and the mysterious transmission she had received, intensified her sense of impending doom. With her resolve solidifying, she surveyed the place she had called home for so long. Alongside her 2 jade rabbits and the osmanthus tree, suppressing her aura, she silently vanished within the interior of the Tying Star. Meanwhile, a tall young man, exuding an air of languor, floated nearby. This young man was Lin Xuan, who had recently emerged from the Pangu Hall. Sensing disturbances in the cosmos, he had ventured forth to investigate, curious as to why the legendary Zhui Star Lord was absent amidst the turmoil. As he navigated the starry expanse, he noted that the cosmos was teeming with celestial entities, with the stars giving birth to new rulers. Upon detecting the energies of Qiu Ci and his companion, he recognized them as the manifestations of Hongjun, though he could not fathom why Hongjun would utilize merit to break through. Despite his unique constitution, the act of severing avatars would undoubtedly impact his future path to enlightenment. Were these avatars still sentient when they transformed into pure energy? As Lin Xuan delved deeper into the Zhui Star, he perceived no signs of life, confirming that the Zhui Star Lord had yet to be born. Only the Zhui Emperor seal pulsated at the core of the star. Reflecting on the cosmic shifts, Lin Xuan understood that the Zhui Star, as the foremost among the celestial bodies, could not possibly lack a ruler. In an instant, he transported himself to the star's core. Approaching the Zhui Emperor seal, Dais, he probed further. He discovered a space devoid of life. Yet upon closer inspection, he detected faint traces. With a huff, he stowed the Zhui Emperor seal within the Hongmeng Primordial Pearl, appearing just outside the Zhui Star, where he sensed the tumultuous clash between the three and Hongjun's manifestations, the celestial bodies caught in the crossfire. He felt the presence of Luohu lurking in the cosmos, as well as the essence of life gestating within the chaos bell and the true fire of the solar star. He also sensed the unease emanating from the maiden on the Tying Star, noting the serene aura that enveloped her, devoid of any karmic ties. Lin Xuan then offered her a timely warning. As for her choices, they were hers alone to make. Indeed, the maiden received Lin Xuan's transmission, though he did not manifest before her. Should she seek refuge in Mount Buzhou, he would open the gateway for her. If she chose to enter the chaos, that was of no concern to him. Lin Xuan observed the cosmic ballet until the battle concluded, ultimately returning to Mount Buzhou. Not long after, as Lin Xuan reclined in chair, he sensed the activation of the formation he had set up at Mount Buzhou. Opening his eyes, he beheld the maiden from the Tying Star approaching, steadfastly treading forward. Lin Xuan watched for a moment, nodding in approval as he recognized her determination. With a few hand seals, a rainbow pathway materialized beneath her feet. Startled yet intrigued, the maiden smiled and stepped onto the rainbow bridge, which whisked her swiftly to Lin Xuan's courtyard. Upon her arrival, she surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the abundance of exquisite innate spiritual roots and the chaotic spiritual roots present. What manner of being has gathered such treasures? She pondered, though she did not dwell on it for long. As a chaos demon god, she had encountered many such roots before, even having exquisite ones accompany her on the Tying Star. Upon gazing at the young man reclining before her, she hastily approached to pay her respects, feeling an overwhelming sense of existential threat unlike any she had previously encountered. Even Pangu could not instill such a profound sense of trepidation within her. Approaching Lin Xuan, she clasped her hands together and proclaimed, "I, Wang Shu, the Star Lord of the Tying Star, pay my respects to the esteemed master, the wielder of the dark Yin Path Dada. No need for such formalities. Your lack of karmic ties indicates that you have not engaged in conflict since your reincarnation, suggesting you are a person of integrity. That I caution you, the current era of the Honghuang is not one where your temperament can thrive," Lin Xuan replied. "Esteemed master, your words have prompted me to consider entering the chaos. Yet, my strength is insufficient to endure there for long, and the chaos is fraught with formidable beasts that I cannot contend with. Thus, I sought refuge in Mount Buzhou, unaware that it was your sacred domain." Wang Shu admitted shyly, "Very well, you may reside here for now. Your arrival at Mount Buzhou signifies our fateful connection. As long as you remain within these bounds, you shall be safe," Lin Xuan assured her. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your hospitality. May I inquire your name and how I might assist?" She asked. "I am Lin Xuan, and Pangu refers to me as Xian de Dao Yu. Henceforth, you shall help me oversee these spiritual roots. Choose any vacant palace on the right to reside in. I have 4 disciples here as well. Lin Xuan imparted a glimpse of his identity before gesturing for Wang Shu to take her leave. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Shu's mind reeled as she realized the magnitude of his presence. Only beings of Pangu's caliber could be referred to as a friend by him. The fact that he had not participated in the chaos of creation yet remained undisturbed in Mount Buzhou suggested he had evaded the scrutiny of the great Dao. A notion that filled her with awe. Conceding to Lin Xian's wishes, she chose a palace and began tending to the spiritual roots. Lin Xian observed her demeanor and discerned that his aura had indeed impressed her. He chuckled softly, allowing her time to acclimate to her new reality. Meanwhile, in the western continent, Luohu shadowed Qiu Ci and his companion, astonished by their actions. While they could elude the three, they could not escape Luohu's keen perception. Recognizing them as manifestations of Hongjun, although he was unaware of Hongjun's intentions for sending these avatars into the cosmos, he understood that such a move would not be made lightly. Especially not with the aid of precious artifacts like Pangu's treasures and the celestial celebrations, which were essential for Hongjun's survival. Returning to Mount Shumi, Luohu contemplated Hongjun's motives while strategizing ways to enhance his own power. Feeling an ever-looming sense of urgency, as time passed, the denizens of the Hongwang continent experienced a surge in cultivation fervor. With the innate three clans successfully developing their techniques, their strength flourished, garnering the support of countless other tribes and beings. The clans began to simplify their teachings or share unique adaptations of their methods, thereby strengthening the inhabitants of the Honghuang realm. With newfound goals and opportunities for communication, a hierarchy began to emerge, led by the Dragon Clan, the Qilin Clan, and the Phoenix Clan. However, as their circles expanded, so too did the inevitable conflicts and disputes among the beings, establishing boundaries for tribal interests. Those unwilling to sacrifice their gains would often call upon powerful clans for assistance, fostering an illusion of security owing to their formidable backing. Despite the Qilin and Phoenix clans' reluctance to intervene, these coalitions formed organically among the beings of the Hongwang. Although there are still some formidable races that have yet to join the fray. If the three clans truly seek to unite, it merely requires a single battle. In such circumstances, the Qilin clan can only assume the role of mediators, compelled by the requests of other beings. This is a matter of face, as well as a manifestation of their formidable strength. However, some members of the Qilin clan have grown somewhat arrogant, with a few even resorting to seizing spiritual roots and treasures by virtue of their status. The Qilin clan, known for their solidarity and protective nature, has led to both pride and frustration among the elders of clans, such as the Golden Qilin. The pride of the clan's powerful unity has gradually fostered an air of arrogance among its members, resulting in losses and consequences arising from conflicts between beings, all of which must be borne by the Qilin. The Fenghuang clan, limited in number and known for their straightforward demeanor, tends to act without hesitation when it comes to their kin. They may intervene when they wish and ignore matters at other times, establishing a unique position for themselves. Among avian races, the Fenghuang lead, forming small circles of allegiance, either to individual Fenghuang or to other stronger clans, creating a paradoxical state of both dispersion and concentration, which has significantly reduced conflicts. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan, having transitioned from a position of weakness to one of dominance through forceful suppression and subjugation, has gradually established itself as the foremost power in the Eastern Sea. The Dragon Palace is now convening a significant meeting within the Ancestral Hall, where the Ancestral Dragon stands before a peculiar being with a small pointed head, long unique eyebrows, and a large shell on its back, contemplating a proposal. After a brief moment, the Ancestral Dragon rises from his seat and addresses the assembly. Everyone has heard the proposal from Old Turtle. Do any of you have alternative suggestions? The hall, filled with clans that have allied or been subdued by the Dragon Clan over the years, exchanged glances before responding in unison. We have no objections. Upon hearing this, the Ancestral Dragon turns to the Candle Dragon beside him and inquires, "Second brother, do you have anything to contribute?" "Brother, have you considered the consequences? The divine rebellion is imminent, that if we proceed with this plan, we may gain fortune, but the potential for unforeseen dangers is substantial. After all, the divine rebellion conquered much of the primordial continent without achieving a complete breakthrough. If we act now, the 5 recluses from back then are likely stronger than we are now. Not to mention the other 2 clans. Should they unite, we would find ourselves unable to contend with them, and the karmic repercussions could be beyond our capacity to bear. Candle Dragon articulates his concerns. Having pondered Old Turtle's proposal for quite some time, you raise valid points, and I have considered them all that we need not venture to land. The vastness of the endless sea is ample for our future breakthroughs. Furthermore, those few are situated on land that we can manage, the ancestral dragon asserts with determination. Since brother has a plan, I have no objections. Candle Dragon replies with relief upon hearing the ancestral dragon's decision to remain at sea. The ancestral dragon also feels a sense of ease. After all, they are brothers bound by fate. If Candle Dragon had disagreed, it would have posed a challenge. Currently, they are all at the pinnacle of the great Luohu golden immortal realm. Feeling stagnant in their progression, should they continue to remain at this level while other powerful beings in different seas achieve breakthroughs, the Dragon Clan would find themselves in peril. Only by binding themselves to the Eastern Sea and other sea clans can the Dragon Clan maintain its dominant position. Although these thoughts were contemplated, they remained unspoken, undoubtedly shared by others, including Old Turtle, who initiated this suggestion. With the consensus of the assembly, the ancestral dragon addresses Old Turtle. Old Turtle, prepare to set forth. Yes, Dragon Emperor, Old Turtle responds, promptly arranging matters with the other sea clans. Before long, Old Turtle signals to the ancestral dragon, who, upon seeing the signal, proclaims with commanding authority, "Let us depart." Suddenly, the surface of the Eastern Sea is filled with countless sea beings, led by the ancestral dragon, flanked by Candle Dragon and Old Turtle. The second row consists of the most outstanding and gifted dragon offspring, while the third row features powerful beings from other sea clans. With countless dragons and sea warriors, along with shrimp and crab soldiers, occupying the rear and flanks, the ancestral dragon steps forward, solemnly raising his hands in a gesture of respect to his forehead before bowing deeply 9 times, declaring, with the great way above, and heaven and earth as witnesses, I, the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan, recognize the disorder among the aquatic races, and hereby lead the water beings, restore order, and establish the ancestral dragon pearl to suppress fortune. The Dragon Clan shall rise. The ancestral dragon's actions reverberate throughout the primordial world, awakening countless powerful beings who observe with their primordial spirits. The Jade Capital Mountain, the Qilin Cliff of the Qilin Clan, the eternal volcano of the Fengwang Clan, and the Mount Shumi of the Luohu are all taken aback. As the sky darkens and ominous clouds gather, a tremendous roar echoes, followed by the emergence of numerous golden lotuses and a swirl of mysterious energy above the sea. Gradually, a colossal golden dragon, measuring 100 feet in size, materializes, circling the ancestral dragon and his companions 9 times before vanishing beneath the waves. As the celestial phenomenon subsides, the sea returns to tranquility. Observing the miraculous occurrence and the auspicious golden dragon, the ancestral dragon and his companions are filled with joy. Once the surface of the sea settles, the ancestral dragon disregards the prying eyes of those powerful beings and commands. Return to the ancestral dragon hall. Following his command, countless water beings gradually disappear beneath the waves. The Jade Capital Mountain's Hongjun, witnessing the establishment of the Dragon Clan, produces a creation jade butterfly to begin forecasting the future. Other chaotic demon gods remain oblivious, continuing their secluded cultivation. Within the depths of Mount Shumi, Luohu is initially stunned, then elated, before summoning a servant to inquire. Are Qi, Mei, and Wang now present? The servant replies, Indeed. Master Demon. Luohu dismisses the servant with a wave and sends a message through his spirit. Qi, Mei, Wang, come before me. Before long, Qi Mei and Wang stand before Luohu, greeting him. We pay our respects to the Master Demon. Upon seeing them, Luohu inquires, How have you fared within the 3 clans? Master Demon. We have successfully infiltrated the inner circles of the 3 clans, but their powerful members have remained within their clans and have not ventured outside. Qi, Mei, and Wang report. Accelerate your efforts to persuade the Qilin and Fengwang clans to establish their own clans, and then exacerbate the conflicts among the three clans to incite a great war. Go forth, Luo, Tuo commands. Yes, Master Demon. Meanwhile, in the four courtyards of Mount Buzhou, Lin Xuan expresses no surprise at the Dragon Clan's establishment, although there are legends suggesting Hongjun's motivations for enabling the three clans to break through fortune. The reality is that the Dragon Clan has been swayed into establishing their clan. The Fenghuang and Qilin clans are likely similarly influenced or incited into conflict, leading to calamity. Otherwise, the frequency of calamities since the dawn of creation is alarming. The calamities of the dragon and the conflict with the Taoist demons are closely intertwined, which seems quite abnormal. Wars are too frequent, and many beings have yet to enjoy the pleasures of cultivation before being swept up in turmoil. Within the Qilin clan, the Dragon Clan's establishment has disrupted the balance of power in the primordial realm. How should the Qilin clan respond? Within the Qilin Hall, the Golden Qilin and other great Luo golden immortal cultivators gather. Observing the silence among his kin, the Golden Qilin breaks the stillness, stating, "The Dragon Clan has now established itself, mirroring the divine rebellion of Ur, thus laying the foundation for fortune. However, we all know that establishing a power requires adherence to its rules and karmic consequences. Any unforeseen incidents could lead to great karmic repercussions, that we are one of the clans responsible for exterminating the ferocious beasts, and the consequences are well known. Any of you have thoughts to share?" Mo Qilin speaks. Clan leader, I believe we can observe the situation. Firstly, the Dragon Clan may not necessarily wage war against us. Secondly, the Dragon Clan has yet to unify the Eastern Sea, not to mention the existence of the Western Sea, Northern Sea, and Southern Sea. Thirdly, the ancestral dragon cannot be unaware of the significant karmic consequences of a war between two major clans. Thus, the likelihood of conflict on land remains minimal. Bing Qilin counters. Not so. Although the ancestral dragon has not broken through this time, if he unifies the four seas, he is certain to surpass his current level of cultivation. Consequently, the number of great Luo golden immortals would multiply several-fold. Moreover, let us not forget that the current cultivation environment is markedly different, with many having access to cultivation methods that facilitate breakthroughs to the great Luo golden immortal realm. That point. Even if we were to ally with the Fenghuang clan, we would stand no chance against them. Furthermore, we cannot ascertain the stance of those five recluses. After all, the ancestral dragon is not akin to the divine rebellion, which was merely a remnant of a chaotic demon god. He is a native being of the primordial realm, and with the proper coercion or persuasion, he could easily subjugate many clans on land, significantly reducing the karmic burden. What Qilin suggests, what if we also establish our clan and lead the terrestrial beasts? Would that be feasible? Mu Qilin interjects, that is not viable if we were to lead the terrestrial beasts. It would be far more challenging than the Dragon Clan. The majority of powerful clans on land are terrestrial beasts, while avian clans are fewer in number, and we are still uncertain of the Fenghuang clan's attitude. And the avian clans are widespread across the land. Should we initiate unification, it would inevitably disturb the avian clans, and any misstep could lead to a war with them in such a case. Whether we show deference to the Fenghuang clan or not becomes a dilemma. If we yield, we cannot unify the terrestrial beasts, and if we do not yield, it would result in a conflict between the two clans, leading to karmic repercussions, leaving us with no benefits and entangled in karma. Shui Qilin proposes, "Brother, why don't we approach the Fenghuang clan for a discussion? Their circumstances mirror ours. Let us gauge their stance and deliberate further." It is unwise to squabble aimlessly at this juncture. Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, Jin Qilin astutely analyzed their predicament, recognizing the undeniable awkwardness of their situation with a sense of resignation. He proposed, "Let us make a journey to the Phoenix clan. Perhaps there exists an alternative solution that has yet to dawn upon us." After arranging the affairs of his clan, Jin Qilin took flight with the four Qilin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and Tu, towards the Phoenix tribe. Within the depths of the immortal volcano, the Phoenix clan was markedly different from the Qilin clan, where numerous matters required deliberation. Here, the Phoenix held absolute authority. The governance of the Phoenix tribe was unequivocal. Unlike the Qilin clan, which was divided into 5 branches, After all, the members of the Phoenix clan were directly nurtured by Feng and Huang at this moment. Deep within the Phoenix tribe, Feng and Huang were engaged in deliberations regarding the future of their clan. Feng remarked, given the current circumstances of the three clans, as long as we and the Qilin clan establish a founding ancestor, we shall compel the other clan to do the same in order to maintain the status quo. Eventually, we will witness a tripartite balance of power among the three clans, which will dominate all beings of the primordial world. Inevitably, friction among the three clans will arise, should the situation spiral out of control. It could lead to a war among the three clans, resulting in a fate akin to that of Shenai, a conclusion I wish to avoid. Huang responded, Feng, your insights are astute, but you're contemplating the worst-case scenario. If all three clans could impose restraint or mediate, would it not lead to a harmonious governance over the primordial realm, jointly maintaining order and sharing the great fortune of the cosmos? Would that not result in a mutually favorable outcome? Feng chuckled softly. Huang, your optimism is commendable, yet considering the temperament of the ancestral dragon, do you truly believe you would refrain from stirring up trouble? Furthermore, if the ancestral dragon were to unify the oceanic domains and had yet to transcend the primordial realm, do you think he could resist the allure of consolidating the primordial world and enjoying exclusive fortune? I suspect even you and I would find it difficult to resist. At that juncture, the decision to engage in battle or not would be beyond your control. Huang, feeling helpless, acknowledged the truth in Feng's words. Then I find myself a loss. How shall we navigate this tribulation? Feng replied, there exists a rather unconventional solution. Intrigued, Huang inquired, what do you mean by an unconventional solution? Feng fixed his gaze upon Huang and solemnly declared, sealing the mountains and retreating from the world. Huang, filled with agitation, exclaimed, what? Sealing the mountains and retreating from the world? Absolutely not. If we were to do so, all our efforts would be in vain, and our breakthrough to the primordial realm would be further delayed. Feng, maintaining eye contact, remarked, Huang, I detect a change in you. You harbor ambition now. You desire to become the sovereign of the primordial realm. Do you not? Dismayed, Huang averted his gaze and hastily retorted, no, that is not my intention. I merely wish to strengthen the Phoenix clan. I certainly do not aspire to unify the primordial realm and become a tyrant. Seeing Huang's reaction, Feng sighed, Huang, we have been together since our inception. For so long that I have lost count do we know each other intimately. The struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm brings suffering to countless beings. The karmic repercussions are far too immense for us to bear. If we can merely avoid destruction, it suffices, let alone pursuing a breakthrough. Shun Ni's fate is imminent. Do you truly wish to follow in his footsteps? Huang fell into silence, aware that Feng's assertions were grounded in reality. For him, sealing the mountains and retreating from the world would mean forsaking all his current glory. Should the Dragon Clan unify the primordial realm, who would remember the existence of the Phoenix Clan? Even if they were to re-emerge, they would find themselves subservient under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, alongside other formidable clans of their era. An utterly humiliating predicament at that moment. A voice from outside shattered the silence. Clan leader, the Qilin clan has come to visit. Feng and Huang exchanged glances, understanding the purpose of the Qilin clan's visit. Huang instructed, guide them to the Phoenix Hall and await our arrival. We shall be there shortly. Understood, clan leader, the voice receded, and Feng turned to Huang, saying, I hope you do not lead the Phoenix clan to extinction. Contemplate this carefully. The arrival of the Qilin clan likely pertains to discussions regarding the Dragon Clan. Let us hear their perspectives. Without waiting for Huang's response, Feng vanished. Huang, reflecting on his own powerlessness, thought, I, too, yearn to break through to the primordial realm and lead the Phoenix clan to thrive. He hurried after Feng toward the Phoenix Hall. Upon their arrival, Jin Qilin and his companions were already present. As soon as the Phoenix appeared, he warmly welcomed them. Welcome, esteemed friends of the Qilin clan, to our Phoenix tribe. Please, take a seat. Jin Qilin, sensing the urgency, directly stated, we apologize for the intrusion, but we have come to discuss matters concerning the Dragon Clan with the clan leader of the Phoenix. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the Phoenix replied, Let us sit and deliberate. We have also discussed matters regarding the Dragon Clan. They exchanged insights on their respective deliberations. Upon hearing each other's conclusions, Jin Qilin lamented, I cannot believe we have been cornered to such an extent by the Dragon Clan. Is there truly no way out? Must we accompany them to ruin? Feng countered, without establishing a clan, we shall merely exist under the shadow of the Dragon Clan. Should we establish a clan, we would be embroiled in conflict. Burdened by karma, the only means of escape is to either unify the primordial realm or seal ourselves away. Shui Qilin interjected, if both our clans were to retreat and seal ourselves away, we would effectively surrender the primordial realm to the Dragon Clan, granting them fortune and strength, while we would be left in perpetual obscurity. Mu Qilin added, if one clan retreats while the other establishes itself, the hidden clan would lose all prestige, their cultivation stagnating, forever trapped in obscurity, while the establishing clan bears the weight of karma and stands against the Dragon Clan in the struggle for supremacy. A heavy silence enveloped the Phoenix Hall. Even Huang found no ambition for establishing a clan. Regardless, it seemed they were destined for unfortunate outcomes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the hall, only to vanish moments later. The assembly exchanged astonished glances, their excitement palpable. Jin Qilin rose and declared, Clan leader the Phoenix, we must make arrangements. This esteemed elder's suggestion is our best course of action. Let us maintain frequent correspondence. Your insights are profound, and your analyses are commendable. Should any matters arise, let us deliberate together. Feng also stood and replied, Indeed, this is the best course of action that we too must make our arrangements and will not keep you any longer. Let us stay in touch. Your discernment is remarkable, and your analyses are astute. Together, we shall deliberate. Farewell. Jin Qilin concluded, swiftly departing with his brethren to prepare in the Phoenix tribe. As the Qilin clan departed, they too commenced their preparations. Feng instructed Huang, you should summon all our clansmen from outside to return. I shall handle other matters. Feng felt it imperative to prevent Huang from causing any mischief, given that the Dragon Clan had recently established itself. Both clans had dispatched many to gather intelligence. Huang realized that summoning all clansmen would require some time. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain, Zishao Palace, Hongjun remained seated upon his mat, when suddenly 2 figures materialized within the palace. Hongjun opened his eyes and regarded the 2 newcomers. Welcome back, dear friends. What are the results? The 2 figures were none other than Hongjun's manifestations of good and evil. Chiu reported. Everything else is satisfactory, but we failed to locate the Tying Star Lord on the Tying Star, and there was nothing of note on the Zhuwei Star. So we returned to consult you regarding the situation. Please wait a moment while I divine the matter, Hongjun replied, producing fragments of the jade plate of creation to commune with the heavenly Dao. After a brief interval, he sighed, I cannot deduce the changes in the starry sky from here. It is possible that the inhabitants of Tying Star have fled into chaos.as for the Zhuwei Star. There appears to be no change whatsoever. It could be that you failed to locate them, or they were taken away by that individual on Tying Star. Is it possible that other powerful beings discerned your intentions and rescued Wang Shu, obscuring the heavenly secrets with a treasure, and that this occurred within the primordial realm? After all, she possesses only the cultivation of a great Luohu golden immortal, making survival in chaos quite challenging, Chiu speculated. Hongjun pondered for a moment and replied, That is indeed a possibility, though the likelihood is slim. There are only a few treasures capable of concealing heavenly secrets within the primordial realm, and they are all under the surveillance of the heavenly Dao. Other chaotic demons have not yet broken through to the primordial great Luohu golden immortal level. Even if there are, they would leave some traces behind, making it impossible to completely evade detection. However, with the Dragon Clan's establishment, the heavenly Dao has undergone changes. There is no need for you to venture out again. The fluctuations in the starry sky are of little consequence. Suddenly, Chiu interjected. Master, the 3 sources of origin have unexpectedly vanished. No harm done. It was meant to be. Hongjun responded. Now, please present your findings. They will aid in my cultivation. Yes, Master. Upon returning to Qilin Cliff, Jin Shilin and his companions began summoning all their clansmen and preparing for the impending events. As time elapsed, within the Qilin Hall, after Jin Shilin and the others concluded their discussions, a clansman reported from outside that all members had returned. Jin Shilin addressed them. "Brothers, the situation is now clear. Do any of you harbor objections to this decision? Now that all clansmen have returned, there is no turning back. Brother, this is the best outcome. Should there be any dissenting opinions, let them be quelled," Huo Qilin asserted. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the heavens. "The great Dao stands above. The heavens bear witness. I, the Phoenix, perceive a deficiency in the world and wish to lead the Phoenix clan to transform into a celestial auspice. Subduing the immortal volcano, without a significant upheaval in the heavens and earth, we shall not emerge. With the Phoenix scepter, I shall suppress the fortune. The Phoenix clan shall be established. The sky suddenly transformed, adorned with golden clouds and auspicious formations. Gradually, a colossal golden phoenix, embodying fortune, soared above the eternal volcano, its wings casting shadows across the heavens. A resounding cry of the phoenix reverberated through the cosmos, after which it descended rapidly into the volcano, vanishing from sight. That moment, a voice echoed through the skies. "The great way is above, and the heavens bear witness. My ancestor, the Qilin, perceives a deficiency in the world and wishes to lead the Qilin clan to transform into auspicious omens. Suppressing the earth's veins, let there be no upheaval without our emergence. And with the Qilin seal, let us control fortune. The Qilin clan shall rise." The heavens stirred with tumult, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. As a Qilin, embodying fortune, galloped upon the clouds, ultimately disappearing at Qilin Cliff, enveloped in a mysterious light that shrouded both the eternal volcano and Qilin Cliff, rendering them invisible to the eyes of the world. While the beings of the primordial wilderness harbored an implicit acceptance of the rise of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, the latter two remained hidden, unprepared for such an eventuality. Who could have anticipated that the once mighty Phoenix and Qilin clans would suddenly retreat from the world, rather than leading the waters and skies like the Dragon clan? Although the skies and earth now benefited from the auspiciousness brought forth by these two clans, it did not equate to overt dominion. Rather, they executed the hidden rules of the cosmos from the shadows, forever barred from claiming supremacy over the heavens and earth. The retreat of the two clans was a boon for most beings of the primordial wilderness, as it brought balance and a clear distinction between good and evil, facilitating easier cultivation. With fewer titans vying for resources, they could amass more for their own growth. Yet, for a select few, this was far from delightful. In the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the ancestor dragon sat lost in thought upon his throne, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? How could such a situation arise? Why did I not conceive of this possibility?" Indeed, had the ancestor dragon known that such a path could secure fortune without the burden of karmic retribution, who would still resort to such perilous methods? While becoming a celestial auspice was not a privilege afforded to all beings, the Dragon Clan, as one of the firstborn sacred entities of the cosmos, undoubtedly possessed that right. Thus, it was only natural for the ancestor dragon to feel prideful yet disheartened, as he found himself overshadowed by both clans, and in a manner that would be permanent. Unless he could somehow escape the shackles of the cosmos, how could he possibly advance? Within the confines of Mount Shumi in the western continent, Rahu was no longer composed. The retreat of the two clans had obliterated his plans to enhance the power of the four swords of extermination. The transformation of the clans into auspices meant that the beings he controlled would be annihilated by the laws of the cosmos, leaving him utterly in the dark regarding their whereabouts. As he prepared for his future contest with Hongjun, he would have to either reorganize his strategy or enter the fray himself. A course of action that did not align with his nature as a chaotic deity who preferred to operate from the shadows. The pressure from the two clans left him with no viable options. Now, the great clans of the primordial wilderness consisted solely of the Dragon Clan, his Demon Clan, and the myriad beings of the wilderness, the latter of which he had kept hidden. Should he personally intervene, he would inevitably become the enemy of all primordial beings, a necessity to ensure the ultimate enhancement of the four swords of extermination. Although he was unaware of Hongjun's schemes, he was certain that if he led the Demon Clan in a bid for supremacy, He would meet a dire fate. He had no assurance of victory against Hongjun, and the current situation left him feeling trapped. In the purple cloud palace of Yujing Mountain, Hongjun was equally astonished by the sudden retreat of the two clans. According to his calculations, the three clans should have maintained a balance of power, eventually leading to a conflict instigated by Rahu. This would have been an opportune moment for him to eliminate Rahu and gain immense merit. Now, with the two clans retreating, his grand prospects lay in ruins. On the surface, the Dragon Clan appeared to be the strongest in the primordial world, yet he had witnessed the might of the Demon Clan prior to the calamity of ferocious beasts. Following that catastrophe, the Demon Clan had been concealed by Rahu, and its strength far surpassed that of the Dragon Clan. Unless he supported the Dragon Clan and rallied the beings of the primordial wilderness, victory in this struggle would be unlikely. However, taking such a course would ensnare him in karmic retribution, tarnishing his carefully cultivated image, and merit would be an even more distant dream. Without the calamity, he could have been the son of the cosmos. Back in the Eastern Sea Palace, the ancestor dragon, though initially lost in thought regarding the actions of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, soon regained his composure. As a being of innate divinity and inherent dominance, he quickly steadied his emotions and contemplated, though the Dragon Clan currently faces an uncertain future, if I can break through my limits, I shall shatter the current impasse. In the primordial world, there is no one left who can threaten me. Even if those few remain, they hold no power over me. It is only due to their weakness that they are restrained. If I were strong enough, who could dare to threaten me? With this thought, the ancestor dragon called out, "Old turtle, where are you? Come here, come here." In a hurried manner, a figure rushed in, appearing somewhat disheveled. The small creature with a shell upon its back was none other than the old turtle, who had advised the ancestor dragon on establishing the clan. "What commands does the Dragon Emperor have?" asked the old turtle, still catching his breath. "Old turtle, could you perhaps exhibit a bit more composure? Just look at your disheveled appearance," the ancestor dragon remarked with exasperation. "I've told you countless times to improve your speed." Yes, I shall certainly be more mindful next time," the old turtle replied. Unhurried, he had heard this admonition many times before and had grown accustomed to it. For he was simply not gifted with speed, and he could not afford to offend the Dragon Emperor. If he arrived late, the Dragon Emperor's wrath would leave him with no room for regret. Once the old turtle had settled down, the ancestor dragon inquired, "What is the situation regarding the war in the Eastern Sea? When can we unify the Eastern Sea?" In response to the Dragon Emperor, the old turtle replied, "The Eastern Sea has been unified under the leadership of several princes, that we are now in the final stages of consolidation. That is satisfactory. Now, stabilize the situation in the Eastern Sea and instruct the other strong beings to unify the Southern, Northern, and Western Seas." Old turtle, with the Phoenix and Qilin clans now retreating, what is your perspective? Indeed, Dragon Emperor. As for this matter, while the two clans may have retreated, their resources are diminished, and their cultivation speed will not hinder you. Currently, there are no powerful clans leading the primordial continent. Thus, chaos is likely to ensue. Once we unify the seas, we can establish our dominance over the continent, as long as we do not slay them. We will incur no karmic retribution. Although some causality may arise, it is manageable. After all, the Dragon Clan is now the sovereign of the primordial wilderness. The other clans will not pose a threat to us. For we currently command the aquatic beings and establish order in the waters, blessed with great fortune. The ancestor dragon fell silent for a moment before responding. Your analysis is sound, and that reassures me. As long as we avoid being stained by karmic retribution on the primordial continent, we will face no danger. Now, you may proceed to arrange for the other aquatic beings to unify the seas. Yes, Dragon Emperor, the old turtle replied. In a vast canyon in the northwest of the eastern continent, amidst the scattered stones and crumbled structures, diverse beings congregated. Tigers, leopards, bulls, elephants, wolves, monkeys, and various other creatures. A towering ape spoke. Old Wolf, have you received any news? Indeed, replied the Old Wolf, the elder of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf clan. Currently, the various clans are reluctant to engage in conflict, with the Phoenix and Qilin clans retreating from the world. Many beings of the primordial wilderness fear that the Dragon Clan will unify the realm, prompting many reluctant clans to hide away. Others are preparing to seek refuge with the Dragon Clan for protection. In the absence of powerful clans on our continent, those unwilling to submit have no choice but to conceal themselves or face certain doom. The Elder of the Sky Lion Clan interjected. Old Bai, we're the strongest among us. What is your perspective? The White Tiger, momentarily taken aback by the question, responded thoughtfully, Fools, I'm currently at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the Dragon Clan possesses many at the late stage. Ancestor Dragon and Candle Dragon have reached perfection in the great Luo realm. What you say holds little weight. In truth, I believe it is best for those with hidden places to remain concealed. For those without such sanctuaries, seeking refuge with the Dragon Clan or finding a hidden powerhouse to ally with would be wise. We have all seen the might of those strong beings from the calamity of ferocious beasts. They are far greater than the Ancestor Dragon and can provide protection for you all. The others were momentarily stunned by the White Tiger's words. Old Bai, do you possess knowledge of something? The Black Panther inquired urgently. Indeed. Do you possess insights? Others chimed in. With a grave expression, the White Tiger replied, Everyone, given our long-standing camaraderie, I shall share a bit more. You remember that after the calamity of ferocious beasts, I led everyone to seek refuge with the Qilin clan? You may not know, but I actually came from that direction, pointing to the Western continent. Why did I not return after the calamity? Because there exists a great terror over there. I dare not speak further. I brought you all to seek refuge with the Qilin clan for protection. Had I found something stronger, I would not have chosen the Qilin clan. Do you all understand? Old Bai, are you suggesting that there's a force more powerful than the Qilin clan? The Elder Ape asked. The White Tiger did not respond verbally, but merely nodded. Upon seeing this, the others collectively gasped. Then why did Old Bai not seek refuge with that power? What is so special about them? The venerable celestial ancestor, observing the celestial phenomena, pondered deeply. The essence of his being was comparable to that of the ferocious beasts, yet imbued with the wisdom of the White Tiger. This reflection conjured memories of a time before his own existence, when he beheld a haunting vision, a man shrouded in malevolent energy, commanding numerous once harmonious beings, now tainted by dark miasma, who obeyed him like puppets, paralyzing the innocent with terror. Only when the ferocious beast descended did those beings, cloaked in darkness, retreat and conceal themselves. The White Tiger, birthed from the constraints of gestation, fled to the eastern continent, later encountering that same man in the northern continent, which filled him with dread, causing him to avert his gaze. He sought refuge among the powerful, dedicating himself to relentless cultivation, too frightened to return to the western continent. The assembly, gripped by fear, fell into a profound silence within the confines of Mount Sumu. After long contemplation, Luohu, unable to devise a reliable strategy, summoned the spirits of demons and phantoms. Upon their arrival, he commanded, The primordial chaos has shifted. Our previous plans are null and void, yet advantageous for us. The demon clan has yet to emerge, and the endless sea remains embroiled in conflict. Divide your forces. One group shall gather the essence of vitality from the endless sea, while the other incites discord between the eastern and southern continents. Both tasks aim to amass vitality that I must depart for an uncertain duration. Manage the demon clan wisely, for strengthening our power is paramount. We must remain discreet. Go forth. Yes, my lord, replied the spirits of demons and phantoms. Then departed. Luohu gazed momentarily towards the direction of Jade Capital Mountain before vanishing from Mount Sumu. Within the Purple Cloud Palace of Jade Capital Mountain, Hongjun analyzed the current state of affairs. Realizing that chaos in the primordial realm was essential for him to acquire merit and expedite his breakthrough, he speculated that the Eastern White Tiger might replace the Qilin clan. However, finding a suitable counterpart for the southern continent proved arduous. The only potential rival to the White Tiger was the Zhuke clan, which had concealed itself alongside the Fenghuang clan. The absence of formidable forces in the southern continent ignited Hongjun's ire towards the Fenghuang clan. Perceiving their actions as an affront to him, in the courtyard of Buzhou Mountain, Lin Xuan reclined on a lounge chair, observing the bustling activities of 5 individuals, filled with a sense of warmth reminiscent of home. This nostalgia compelled him to recall his childhood in an orphanage, where the director regaled them with stories and led them in planting trees along the roadside on Arbor Day. It was only when Nuwa approached him that he snapped back to the present, inquiring, "What is it, my dear?" "Master, we have gathered all the spirit fruits," Nuwa replied. "Oh, well done. Let's converse a while," Lin Xuan remarked. Time had elapsed significantly. Due to the abundant resources for cultivation, the once tiny beans had matured, with Nuwa now appearing around 16 or 17 years old. Fushi and the others had blossomed into striking young adults, the males handsome and the females beautiful and charming. Yet, their personalities remained largely unchanged, with all having reached the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Wang Shu had attained the perfected state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Seeing all five present, Lin Xuan addressed them. "Let us discuss the current situation in the primordial realm and your perspectives." Although he was uncertain of the future, he recognized that much had transformed. The Qilin and Fenghuang clans were in seclusion due to his influence, as he had communicated with both clans to encourage their discretion, knowing that their lack of ambition could be beneficial to him. After all, their existence would not significantly disrupt the balance. After detailing the situation, he observed the four disciples, deliberately omitting the goals of Hongjun and Luohu, allowing them to discover these truths for themselves. Lin Xuan turned to Nuwa, saying, "Nuwa, what is your insight?" Nuwa hesitated, then gleefully bounded to Lin Xuan's side, wrapping her arms around his, and playfully insisted, "Master, I am the junior sister. Let my brother speak first." Fushi, witnessing Nuwa's antics, could only sigh resignedly. Knowing she was his sister, he reflected on how she was using him as a shield against Lin Xuan's scrutiny, questioning if she could truly be spoiled any further. Lin Xuan smiled at Nuwa's playful demeanor, continuing to observe her. When Nuwa noticed Lin Xuan's unwavering gaze, she pouted, realizing her efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, she feigned disappointment, saying, "Master, you no longer cherish Nuwa." Her eyes glistened with innocence as she looked at Lin Xuan. Though Nuwa retained her childhood charm, Lin Xuan had become immune to her antics over the years. Whenever she sought to evade training, she would resort to such tactics, which had lost their effectiveness. Realizing her ploy had failed, Nuwa quickly brightened, exclaiming, "Let us play." She dismissed the tumult of the primordial realm, unconcerned, as Lin Xuan would never permit her to venture out. Lin Xuan, resigned to her carefree attitude, remarked, "Enough of that. Observe how your elder brother and sister respond. You spend all your time playing and show little seriousness in your cultivation." Hearing that Lin Xuan had not scolded her, Nuwa instantly brightened, crouching beside him to watch her siblings, playfully sticking her tongue out at Fushi. Fushi sighed internally, lamenting, "My sister has been spoiled by Master. She is now insufferable." "Master," Fushi interjected, "Luohu's concealment of the demon clan likely signifies a grand design. I cannot discern his intentions. As for the dragon clan, they should unify the seas. As you mentioned, the ancestor dragon possesses ambition, that if he seeks to dominate the primordial realm, it should pose no significant challenge. Though the karmic debts he incurs will surely be substantial, the continent may descend into chaos, but ambitious clans will eventually rise to unify it." Lin Xuan, pleased with Fushi's insights, replied, "Your analysis, based on the information I provided, is commendable. You truly are the strategist of the demon race." He then turned to Zhen Yuanzi, who, upon meeting Lin Xuan's gaze, stated, "Master, chaos will engulf the primordial realm. Luohu aspires to unify it, given the unique nature of the demon clan. They will undoubtedly cause disturbances from the shadows. The ancestor dragon's ambitions to unify the primordial realm are improbable, especially with the 5 hidden powers that will not permit such domination." Lin Xuan acknowledged Zhen Yuanzi's astute observations, saying, "Indeed, you have noted the details. Zhen Yuanzi, how fares your mastery of the Earth Book? Have you gained any insights?" Zhen Yuanzi beamed with gratitude, responding, "I have successfully refined 37 prohibitions. Only 2 remain, which I cannot yet master due to insufficient strength. Following your previous guidance, I have grasped a portion of it, located within the primordial ley lines." "Excellent. Now, proceed to the artifact refining pavilion and select a few treasures. Then descend the mountain for training," Lin Xuan instructed. Zhen Yuanzi, momentarily taken aback by the prospect of training, quickly erupted with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Nuwa, displeased by Lin Xuan's decision to send Jin Yuanzi down the mountain, interjected, Master, I wish to descend the mountain for training as well. Fuxi and the Queen Mother of the West exchanged envious glances but refrained from expressing their desires to train, respecting Lin Xuan's authority. Lin Xuan, ignoring Nuwa's protests, turned his attention to the Queen Mother of the West. Unsure whether Lin Xuan sought her opinion on the primordial realm or the descent, she hesitated before stating, Master, following the seclusion of the Qilin and Fengwang clans, many races will likely retreat into hiding. The hidden powers may emerge to unify the continent, establishing a tripartite balance. Should any of them surface, Luohu will inevitably have to reveal himself. Intrigued by the Queen Mother of the West line of thought, Lin Xuan inquired, Interesting. You have thought quite far ahead. Please elaborate on your reasoning. The Queen Mother of the West smiled at Lin Xuan's praise, explaining, if they are indeed hidden powers, the calamity of ferocious beasts would not have emerged to confront Shun and I. Nor would they have contacted the three clans. Observing the previous war, it is evident that their relationships are not particularly close, indicating they are a temporary alliance, each with their own agendas. Notably, Hongjun often displays subtle signs of discontent whenever Yang Mei or Luohu takes the spotlight. Delighted by the Queen Mother of the West's keen observations, Lin Xuan responded, Well done, you have discerned the details and think ahead. Truly impressive. Wang Shu. What say you? Wang Shu, after a moment of silence, simply uttered, Calamity. Her two-word response astonished Fuxi and the others, even eliciting surprise from Nuwa. After all, the calamity had only recently transpired, and they were still young during those tumultuous times. The vivid images Lin Xuan conjured through his magic revealed the brutality of the event. The prospect of another calamity unfolding naturally filled them with dread. Lin Xuan, upon hearing Wang Shu's mention of calamity, refrained from further commentary, stating, You have all reached the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Now, proceed to the Artifact Refining Pavilion and select 5 treasures each. Off you go. The 4 disciples, recognizing Lin Xuan's silence regarding Wang Shu's comment, chorused, Thank you, Master. Excitedly, they rushed to the Artifact Refinement Pavilion to select treasures, for they possessed no more than their innate spiritual treasures. Initially, they had witnessed the scene of the Divine Rebellion, where individuals boasted multiple spiritual artifacts. Now, they too had acquired some. How could they not be elated? Lin Xuan observed that while Fuxi and the others had all departed, Wang Shu remained behind, and he understood the reason. She likely thought that only disciples were permitted to venture forth, yet Wang Shu had come here, seeking refuge. With Lin Xuan merely offering her sanctuary, he remarked, Wang Shu, you should also go and select 5 items. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's invitation, Wang Shu's expression brightened with gratitude as she replied, Thank you, esteemed sir. I have 2 innate superior spiritual treasures that I no longer require. Lin Xuan, interrupting her, said, Do not hesitate. The treasures there are all my casual creations, and there are plenty to choose from. With that, he gestured for Wang Shu to proceed to the Artifact Refinement Pavilion. Understanding Lin Xuan's character, which was rather carefree and devoid of excessive rules, Wang Shu felt quite at ease and content during her time here. At the Jade Capital Mountain's Purple Clouds Palace, Hongjun tirelessly utilized the Creation Jade Plate to deduce the future's changing circumstances, hoping to uncover a path for his own breakthrough. However, after the calamity of the ferocious beasts, the heavenly Dao of the primordial world underwent an upheaval, severing the route for its beings to ascend to the primal chaos great Luo Golden Immortal, a fact that even Hongjun was unaware of. No matter how he deduced, the heavenly Dao remained indifferent, yielding no results. Consequently, Hongjun had no choice but to abandon his efforts. He exited the Jade Capital Mountain, seeking opportunities elsewhere on the continent. Now, as the pinnacle powerhouse of this world, the Chaos Demon God, he felt a twinge of confusion as a Chaos Demon God. His emergence had marked him as a primal chaos great Luo Golden Immortal. He had not anticipated that reincarnation would render such a status so challenging to attain. Wandering aimlessly, he visited several old friends to discuss principles, hoping to gain some inspiration. Regrettably, while their discussions yielded insights, they did not lead to breakthroughs. He ventured to the northern continent, seeking the birthplace of the divine rebellion, yet found nothing of value in the western continent. He sought to converse with Luohu, but encountered no one. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains in the southern continent, Hongjun came upon the former ferocious beast leader, Tao Wu. Realizing that Tao Wu had escaped, he was taken aback to find himself in the presence of a fugitive. Surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts, yet Hongjun paid them no mind. He was engulfed in his own confusion, too preoccupied to concern himself with others, with no particular destination. He soared forward. One day, he found himself deep within the 10,000 great mountains. Amidst towering trees, thorny brambles, and thick miasma, seeking a waterfall to pause and reflect, he discovered a natural cave behind it. Upon entering, he noticed the cave bore the inscription Water Curtain Cave Heaven in celestial script. Intrigued, he ventured inside. The passageway, initially 3 zhang wide, broadened as he progressed. After traversing 12 zhang, he stumbled upon a vast chamber, at the center of which a spiritual spring continuously surged, yet did not overflow beyond the spring pool, a truly wondrous sight. However, as a cultivator, Hongjun found it not particularly surprising. Although surrounded by spiritual roots and herbs, nothing caught his eye, leading to a sense of disappointment, as he had hoped for a fortuitous encounter. Arriving at the spiritual spring, he suddenly sensed a tremor from the creation jade plate deep within his primordial spirit. Swiftly, he summoned it, only to have the plate fly into the spring. Hongjun immediately followed, and upon discovering the plate hovering within a small formation, he realized it was revolving around a small segment of fingerbone. Beside the fingerbone, another fragment of the creation jade plate vibrated. Emitting a soft indigo glow, a cautious individual, Hongjun refrained from approaching immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing but the stone platform with the creation jade plate and the fingerbone. Approaching them, he examined the creation jade plate and the fingerbone with growing excitement. Taking immediate action, he began to merge the 2 fragments using the fingerbone as a medium. As time passed, the bone gradually dissolved into the fragments, which spun faster and brighter until they finally coalesced into a singular, richly resonant creation jade plate. Suddenly, the sky darkened and lightning crackled, striking towards the creation jade plate. Hongjun hastily summoned the Pangu shield to protect the plate. As he did so, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and a formidable pressure descended upon him. Quickly, he summoned the celestial cloud of celebration to support himself. But the space before him was filled with a colossal eye, exerting immense pressure that forced him to kneel, his face turning red and purple, drenched in sweat. A voice resonated throughout the space. Hongjun, remnants of chaos, your true spirit shall perish unless you wield the creation jade plate to enlighten the beings of the primordial realm. Hongjun understood that this was the heavenly Dao, and he was rendered immobile by its oppressive force. Yet he comprehended the situation. The heavenly Dao was aware of the creation jade plate's elevation and required it to impart wisdom to the beings of the primordial realm. Should he refuse, the remnants of the chaos demon god would ensure his true spirit's annihilation, reclaiming the plate to seek another to enlighten the masses. Conversely, if he consented, he would be bound to wield the creation jade plate for this purpose. A proposition that did not align with his interests. Proudly, Hongjun was the chaos demon god, the strongest in the primordial world. Yet before the heavenly Dao, he had become a mere pawn, compelled to acquiesce to its demands for the sake of survival. Revealing the plate's significance, with reluctance, he declared, I acknowledge the heavenly Dao's will. Hongjun is willing to enlighten the beings. Upon hearing his agreement, the eye of the heavenly Dao emitted a beam of light toward the creation jade plate before gradually dissipating. The oppressive force lifted, restoring tranquility to the space as if nothing had transpired, save for Hongjun sprawled on the ground, a testament to the reality of the recent events. Recovering, Hongjun approached the creation jade plate and grasped it, examining its current state. Aside from the top 10 Dao laws and some unique regulations, the plate now contained substantial information on various laws and had transformed into a chaos spiritual treasure. It was no wonder the heavenly Dao had manifested. This creation jade plate was now the sole chaos spiritual treasure of the primordial world. Hongjun promptly seated himself, beginning to refine the creation jade plate. Having previously refined the plate, the process was considerably easier this time. Though he could not completely assimilate it, it sufficed for his needs. After the refinement, he entered a state of comprehension. The oppressive sensation from the heavenly Dao had instilled a sense of mortality within him, prompting new insights about his true self. Consequently, he swiftly severed his attachment to the corpse, significantly enhancing his power. Through the refinement of the creation jade plate, Hongjun realized that the power of the heavenly Dao, which had penetrated the plate, was meant to facilitate communication with the heavenly Dao. He also learned that with the awakening of the primordial heavenly Dao, the path of primal chaos could be traversed, albeit fraught with peril. The journey required enduring the heavenly Dao's 9 tribulations, an immense challenge of unknown magnitude. Additionally, there existed the concept of fruit positions within heaven and earth. Attaining such positions required great fortune, substantial creation, and immense merit. Presently, there were only a few potential fruit positions in the primordial realm, all belonging to his old friends. Luohu, the 5 elements, Yin and Yang, Qian Kuan, Yang Mei, Zhu Long, Feng Huang, and the Golden Qilin. Should they secure these positions, they would pose significant obstacles to his ultimate goals. The unique nature of those who attain fruit positions, being indestructible, would be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, meticulous planning was necessary, and threats must be eradicated in their infancy to ensure safety. In this moment, Hongjun finally awakened, perhaps due to the chaos demon god's path of enlightenment, or perhaps because he had severed his ties to the 3 corpses. Becoming free of good and evil, and drawing closer to the heavenly Dao, the courtyard of Mount Buzhou, Lin Xuan stood at the entrance, leaning against the door with his arms crossed, gazing intently into the distance after Wang Shu and the 4 disciples had departed to select treasures. He remained motionless, lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, he was roused from his reverie by Nuwa's call, "Master." Upon regaining his focus, Lin Xuan did not turn to look at them, but inquired, "Have you all made your selections? Have you refined them?" The group responded in unison, replying to Master, "Esteemed sir, we have all refined them." "Good. Xiao Yuanzai," Lin Xuan called. Zhen Yuanzi promptly replied, "Master, I am Zhen Yuanzi." Lin Xuan stated, "That is of little consequence. What is crucial is whether you understand the purpose of your descent from the mountain." Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned grim as he replied, "Master, Zhen Yuanzi understands that this descent is to complete the earthly book." Lin Xuan countered, "Incorrect. This descent is not only to complete the earthly book. I also require you to traverse the primordial continent, fortifying the ley lines of the primordial realm. This will be of great use to you in the future." "But Master, this task is too challenging." Zhen Yuanzi thought that simply gathering the spirits of the ley lines would suffice, but the prospect of arranging them truly overwhelmed him, for his skills and formations were not high. Lin Xuan replied, "I will be away for a while, thus Fuxi, Nuwa, and the Queen Mother of the West, you all shall descend together to aid Zhen Yuanzi in this endeavor. And remember, if you cannot win, flee. I shall not assist you." "Master, can we really descend?" Nuwa asked excitedly, while Fuxi and the Queen Mother of the West merely looked at Lin Xuan with anticipation. Lin Xuan instructed, "You may indeed descend, but you must complete the tasks I have assigned you swiftly. Additionally, Nuwa, do not be overly playful. Listen to your brother Fuxi, understood?" "Yes, Master," the group exclaimed in unison, clearly exhilarated and filled with anticipation at the prospect of descending the mountain. Without turning his head, Lin Xuan suddenly flicked his wrist, sending forth 10 beams of light before the 5 individuals, 2 beams for each person, accompanied by a jade tablet and a circular disc. The jade tablet, entirely black, was covered in various runes, one side inscribed with the character 4 Great Dao and the other with Heavenly Dao, each character prominently raised as if naturally formed. The disc was thinner at the edges and thicker towards the center, with a silver-white concave section on both sides. Lin Xuan explained, "The jade pendant serves as your identity token, as well as the key for entering and exiting the unfathomable mountain. Once you refine it and place it within your soul, it will safeguard your essence and obscure your aura and heavenly secrets. The heavenly Dao is inscrutable, and you can also communicate telepathically among yourselves. The other item is a flying disc designed for travel and self-preservation, capable of concealment. Even a primordial golden immortal cannot breach it. Now, go and refine them. Wang Shu, remain here. The rest may depart. Thank you, Master. The four bowed respectfully before retreating to their respective abodes to refine the treasures bestowed upon them. Wang Shu, do you wish to descend the mountain? Lin Xuan inquired. Replying to your excellency, Wang Shu does not wish to descend. Please allow Wang Shu to remain, she answered. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan stated, since you do not wish to descend, I shall assign you a few tasks. Your excellency, I assure you I will accomplish them. Wang Shu replied resolutely to do not be anxious. They are not of great consequence. Firstly, keep a close watch on those few, ensuring they do not become embroiled in any conflicts of power. Secondly, should they be inadvertently caught in disputes or if calamities arise in the primordial continent, summon them back to the mountain immediately. If they refuse, bring them back by force. Thirdly, safeguard the Taoist temple that if you encounter any beings formed from the blood of the 12 Pangu, ensure they do not perish. After finishing his instructions, Lin Xuan remained silent. Understood, Your Excellency, Wang Shu replied, taking note of his orders. Lin Xuan then added, Now, you may also refine your identity token that IT will allow you to descend the mountain, provided you do not let acquaintances see it, thus preventing any information from being deduced. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wang Shu comprehended. After Wang Shu departed, Lin Xuan stood in contemplation, reflecting on the changing tides of the primordial realm. The principal characters were still present, yet he wondered what alterations lay ahead and what schemes they might devise to attain the Pangu Dao fruit. Sighing, he mused that perhaps remaining unaware of the plot made for the best audience. Before long, the 5 individuals returned behind Lin Xuan, bowing once more. Master, before you descend, I must reiterate my expectations that I trust you have grasped the functions of the spiritual treasures you refined, so I shall not elaborate further. However, I wonder if you have made any discoveries? The group exchanged glances, uncertain of their master's intent, and shook their heads in response. Observing their expressions, Lin Xuan sighed, I truly do not know if allowing you to descend is a blessing or a curse. The 4 exchanged anxious glances, fearing their master might reconsider allowing them to descend. They quickly spoke in unison. Master, forgive us. We are dull-witted. Enough. I would never deceive you little ones. I am bound by my word. Lin Xuan replied with a hint of boredom. Your disciples would not dare. They responded, feeling slightly relieved, their expressions becoming more relaxed. Lin Xuan, with a resigned gaze, continued, The choices you made and the spiritual treasures I bestowed upon you are inscribed with concealment and shielding formations against the heavenly secrets. Do you understand? We understand, Master, Nuwa replied innocently. Lin Xuan, taken aback by Nuwa's carefree demeanor, shot her a glare, but she merely chuckled and stuck out her tongue, showing no concern. Lin Xuan sighed again, realizing that over the years, he had never lost his temper with these few, which had fostered their somewhat carefree attitudes around him, a trait that mirrored his own disposition. Particularly with Nuwa's lively nature, he found himself once again experiencing the vibrant atmosphere of human life, which had gradually shaped their interactions. Lin Xuan, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, You should not be in the world at this time. Had I not permitted your early emergence, where would you think you would be now? Furthermore, the primordial realm has yet to stabilize. Your descent now introduces uncertainty, and you are not yet the strong ones of the primordial realm. Thus, I require you to refrain from forming any ties or engaging in conflicts, lest the heavenly principles take notice of you, leading to unpredictable consequences. Moreover, a calamity is imminent in the primordial continent. You must return to the mountain before it occurs. I have entrusted these instructions to Sister Wang Shu. If you disobey, she will forcefully bring you back. Nuwa, especially you. Have you heard? Fushi, as the eldest brother, keep a close watch. Yes, Master, Fushi replied. Understood, Master, Nuwa said, displeased at being singled out. Lin Xuan added, Lastly, your descent is to assist your junior brother Jin Yuanzi in completing his task. Do not indulge in frivolities. Observing the excitement on their faces, he decided not to elaborate further. Gesturing, "You may go now." As soon as Lin Xuan's words fell, the four dashed forth like wild horses released from their reins. Nuwa gleefully called out, "We're going down the mountain." Watching them race out like children, Lin Xuan smiled and mused, "I wonder what changes will occur in the primordial realm with their presence. I truly look forward to it." Wang Shu, hearing this, asked, "Your Excellency, did you intentionally let them go?" Lin Xuan chuckled, "Of course. Their departure is bound to stir trouble. The forces established along the ley lines are not easily subdued, and they will certainly be discovered." Curious, Wang Shu inquired, "Then why instruct them to avoid entanglements? Are you not concerned for their safety?" Lin Xuan simply smiled and said, "I shall take my leave. You remain here to cultivate." With that, no trace of Lin Xuan remained, leaving behind only his words, and Wang Shu returned to her cultivation, filled with questions. Lin Xuan quietly departed the primordial realm, venturing into the depths of chaos, while Fuxi and the others had already arrived at the foot of the unfathomable mountain. Hongjun, utilizing the creation jade disc, sought knowledge of the heavenly principles. Attaining the status of a saint was essential for his plans. Following his emergence from the 10,000 mountains, he wandered the southern continent, seeking to understand the distribution of power and the number of strong beings. Through his inquiries, he discovered that the southern continent lacked remarkable clans. Although many strong individuals existed, they were solitary and appeared rather insular, remaining vigilant against beings outside their kin, leaving Hongjun feeling at a loss. Thus, he ventured once more to the eastern continent, only to regret his decision upon arrival. The beings active there were either of low intelligence or weak in power. The formidable clans had seemingly retreated, as if a pact had been made, the reason for which remained elusive, using his eloquence and moral righteousness. Hongjun spoke of the ambitions and dangers posed by the Dragon Clan, his fervor nearly igniting, yet his words fell on deaf ears. The beings looked upon him with expressions of incredulity, leaving Hongjun perplexed. One day, Hongjun found himself within the territory of the Tianlang clan, who had not hidden away. This clan, naturally attuned to absorbing the power of the stars, relished the thrill of pursuing in the mountains and forests, characterized by their unity and respect for strength. Upon noticing the elderly figure before him, the Tianlang narrowed his eyes and promptly approached, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, Senior Hongjun. What brings you to our ancestral territory?" Surprised that the Tianlang recognized him, Hongjun paused momentarily before adjusting his beard. "Since you know me, my friend Tianlang, it makes our conversation easier. I have come today to inquire about the current situation." The Tianlang, eager to assist, assured, "Senior, please ask." The Tianlang clan speaks freely and honestly. Delighted that Hongjun sought him out for information, the Tianlang felt a sense of pride, for in his eyes, Hongjun was a hidden powerhouse capable of battling against divine beings. Hongjun steadied himself and inquired, "May I ask why the continent appears so desolate?" "I have seen nothing of the previous liveliness on my journey." The Tianlang, knowing well the answer, straightened up with confidence. "Indeed, I can explain. This all began with the seclusion of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. After the Qilin clan withdrew, we clans that relied on them initially sought to unite and select a strong leader to gather our strength, especially with the Dragon clan posing a threat. However, while we were in the midst of this gathering, we received news that took us all by surprise." As the Tianlang spoke, his expression shifted to one of concern, as if his spirit had suddenly deflated, completely losing the confidence he had just displayed. Noticing this change, Hongjun found it peculiar, wondering if there was something significant happening in the primordial realm that he was unaware of. "May I ask what news has caused you such distress?" he probed. Tianlang, regaining his composure after hearing Hongjun's words, continued, "At that time, we're just about to inquire if the White Tiger had any thoughts when he informed us that he too was planning to retreat from the world. He urged us to hide as well, claiming that a certain reclusive elder from the Western continent was concealing a force even more formidable than the Dragon clan. This revelation startled us greatly. After all, this individual was capable of slaying the divine adversary, and the existence of such a concealed power made it evident that his ambitions were far from trivial. Moreover, we lacked the strength to confront such a senior figure. And with the looming threat of the Dragon Clan, it was clear that most of us did not wish to become pawns in the conflict between these two forces. Consequently, many clans sought refuge in hidden places. Oh, right. That elder you mentioned was with you. You wouldn't be implying that Tianlang is suddenly fearful. Please, esteemed elder, spare us. We are merely seeking to survive. None of us have disseminated this information, that I assure you. Tianlang guarantees that it has not spread. Everything we know has been kept concealed, and Tianlang shall no longer appear in the Hongjun continent. I beseech you, esteemed elder, grant us mercy. Suddenly realizing that this elder might be affiliated with the one he feared, Tianlang hastily pleaded for mercy from Hongjun. Initially taken aback by their awareness of the demon clan's existence, Hongjun's irritation grew upon realizing that Tianlang had mistaken him for a companion of Luohu. After all, he and Luohu were rivals, each wishing for the other's swift demise. Aware that he could not act against them for now, he took a deep breath, adorned his face with a benevolent smile, and said, "Rest assured, my dear Tianlang, we are not allies, that I assure you. I harbor no intentions of harming you. However, I must inquire why you are so fearful of them to the point of hiding." Tianlang, clearly still not fully convinced, remained on guard. Should Hongjun decide to attack, his only option would be to flee desperately. Although escaping would be a daunting task given his mid-stage to Luohu Jinxian strength, he refused to give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. He did not wish to perish, so he cautiously stammered, "It is because we have deduced that the power of that elder relies on controlling the intelligence of living beings to flourish. We do not wish to become puppets. Moreover, with such a powerful force, a conflict with the Dragon Clan is inevitable, and we do not wish to perish. Thus, we chose to retreat from the world to evade disaster. Esteemed elder, I have disclosed all that I know. Please, spare me." Upon witnessing Tianlang's demeanor, Hongjun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and wave his hand dismissively, saying, "I have already assured you that I mean you no harm." Seeing Hongjun's gesture, Tianlang interjected before he could finish, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy." "Thank you," he exclaimed, then fled at an astonishing speed, vanishing before Hongjun's eyes. Hongjun, left speechless, had intended to continue his inquiries but watched as Tianlang disappeared, realizing he had no desire to pursue him further. Given the circumstances, he now understood that the impending conflict between the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan could affect them. In his view, this group was of little worth, so easily frightened and utterly useless. Unable to commit acts of slaughter, he no longer anticipated support from these factions on the continent. Thus, to fulfill his plans, he would have to collaborate with the Dragon Clan. Yet, he pondered the current strength of Luohu and the state of the Demon Clan. Hongjun then turned his attention toward the Western continent, recognizing that he could not rely on the Southern and Eastern continents. However, he understood that wishing for peace was a naive thought. Not long after, Hongjun arrived near Mount Shumi, where he immediately concealed himself using the Creation Jade Plate before heading toward Shumi. As his primordial spirit scanned the area occupied by the Demon Clan, he noted a significant number of powerful beings, over 2,000 Luohu Jinxian. This number weighed heavily on Hongjun, further solidifying his resolve to ally with the Dragon Clan. The combined strength of the southeastern continents did not match this formidable force. Regrettably, he had not located Luohu and wondered if he was hiding or simply absent. If he was not present, where could he have gone? Although Hongjun had formulated a plan, he hesitated to act without understanding Luohu's true strength. He possessed confidence in his ability to defeat Luohu, but eradicating him was another matter entirely. Thus, Hongjun found himself in a state of indecision, troubled by uncertainty regarding Luohu's whereabouts. Meanwhile, within the East Sea Dragon Clan, numerous powerful beings had gathered in the Dragon Palace. The Ancestor Dragon presided over them, observing the current strength and numerous elite members of the Dragon Clan. A satisfied smile gracing his features, in a booming voice filled with authority, he proclaimed, "Esteemed ministers, our aquatic race has unified the East Sea, West Sea, and South Sea. Only the relatively weak North Sea remains, and our success in unifying the four seas is imminent. It is time to reap the rewards. Each of you has made significant contributions, and today, I shall bestow honors upon you to aid in your further advancement. Minister Turtle, announce, thank you, Dragon Emperor. The powerful beings responded in unison. The old turtle stepped forward, facing the ancestor dragon, and produced a golden yellow hide inscribed with a depiction of a nine-clawed divine dragon. Straightening his back, the old turtle proclaimed, I confer the title of clan elder upon Zhulong, the Dragon King. I appoint Gai Jia as Prime Minister. I designate Ming Shi as military strategist. I name Sha Zhu as Grand General. I appoint Jing Zhu and Yi Zhu as Grand Generals. And I declared Xion Yo as the first prince, Yi Zi as the second prince, and Qi Wen as the ninth prince. Upon hearing these titles conferred, the assembled ministers felt a surge of energy and collectively bowed, saying, thank you, Dragon Emperor. The ancestor dragon regarded them with approval, stating, these honors are well-deserved. With only the North Sea remaining, what are your thoughts? Sha Zhu replied, Your Majesty, I believe we need not devise elaborate plans. We should simply march our army directly to unify. Others concurred, agreeing that such an approach was optimal, for the North Sea lacked powerful beings, and the current strength of the Dragon Clan far surpassed that of the North Sea. The ancestor dragon contemplated for a moment and suggested, I propose that you esteemed princes lead our younger generation to the North Sea for training. Upon hearing this, the ministers found merit in the idea, recognizing that their successors lacked strength that, if this training could bolster their abilities, it would be beneficial, and discussions ensued, with many agreeing, Your Majesty, this is an excellent proposal. Indeed, absolutely. Several princes have performed admirably in recent battles. Yes. The first prince, Qianyo, had also reached the peak of Tai and might even break through to the Luo Jinxian upon his return. Ultimately, the consensus was reached to accept this proposal. The ancestor dragon then declared, the 9 princes shall each lead an army to battle in the North Sea, with several grand generals overseeing the operations. Yes, Father, Dragon Emperor. The ancestor dragon waved his hand, instructing, prepare yourselves, we shall set forth. As the ministers exited the grand hall, the ancestor dragon inquired, Minister Turtle, what news do we have from the continent? Minister Turtle replied with a bow, Your Majesty, since the Phoenix clan and Qilin clan retreated from the world, other clans have inexplicably followed suit and hidden themselves. Rumors abound that the Dragon Clan intends to unify the Hongwang world and will dispatch forces to the continent once we have conquered the 4 seas. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon was uncertain whether to feel pleased or displeased. The Dragon Clan had grown so powerful that other clans dared not contest their supremacy, retreating in fear. Yet, if they refrained from engaging with the continent, it could diminish their dignity and harm the Dragon Clan's reputation in the long run. What is your perspective on this matter, Minister Turtle? The ancestor dragon inquired. Well, Your Majesty, the old minister began, I believe it is best to disregard these rumors. As long as the continent does not send forces against us, we face no threats. Moreover, we could dispatch some powerful beings to the continent to gather resources, showcase the strength of the Dragon Clan, and monitor the situation, ensuring that no strong force emerges to unify the continent. As long as we refrain from sending troops, the continent will remain in chaos, posing no threat to us, and we shall not be entangled in any karmic consequences. Indeed, well said. It is fortunate to have you, Minister Turtle. Let us proceed as you have advised. The ancestor dragon felt a surge of joy upon hearing Minister Turtle's analysis. Simultaneously, the Dragon Clan's army, led by the 9 princes, was advancing toward the North Sea. The 9 princes included, in order of birth, Qianyo, Yizi, Chao Feng, Pu Lao, Xuan Ni, Baxia, Baihan, Fuxi, and Qi Wit. Is worth noting that the ancestor dragon had many offspring, and the exact number was likely beyond even his own knowledge. However, these 9 were recognized as the most gifted and powerful among his children. Before long, the 9 armies arrived at the borders of the North Sea, where the 6th prince, Baxia, suddenly suggested, Eldest brother, why not stay here to oversee things while I lead the charge against the North Sea? Upon hearing this, Qianyo understood that Baxia was vying for glory and replied, How about all 8 of us remain here to supervise, while you, 6th brother, take on the conquest of the North Sea? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you shall bear the blame before our father. The 8th prince, Fu Shi added, I believe this is a feasible plan. Sixth brother possesses the strength to conquer the North Sea. We can simply await your triumphant return. The other brothers echoed their agreement, each aware of their exceptional talents and unwilling to yield to one another, though their personalities varied. However, they understood that this endeavor was a test from the ancestor dragon, and they would not allow Buzhou to monopolize the glory. Buzhou recognized that provoking dissent among his brothers would be unwise, so he fell silent with a hum. Xionyou, aware of a need for unity before battle, suggested, let us each commence our efforts from different directions. I agree. The second brother, Yazi, declared, I also concur. The third brother, Chaofeng, mocked agreed as several others chimed in, deeming it the optimal plan. Then, brothers, until we meet again. With that, the eldest, Xionyou, led his forces forth, observing the departure of their leader. The others promptly followed suit, rallying their armies that, as time passed, the 9 offspring of the ancestor dragon waged war in the North Sea, achieving significant victories. After all, the dragon clan had grown formidable, having unified the 3 seas. The beings of the North Sea were already aware of the developments and had prepared themselves, either surrendering or fleeing from the dragon clan's territories. However, few chose to escape, as most of these tribes were inextricably tied to the ocean, leaving them with no choice but to either submit or face annihilation. Yet the 6th brother, Buzhou, encountered an unexpected obstacle on his campaign northward, confronting a tribe that left him at a loss. Even the powerful reinforcements behind him proved ineffective against this foe. However, the adversaries remained solely on the defensive, prompting Buzhou to bypass the area and continue onward, intending to report the situation later. Each of the 9 brothers experienced unique fortunes during this campaign. And following the dragon clan's unification of the 4 seas, their fortunes peaked. The ancestor dragon seized this opportunity to transcend to the perfected realm of the Luohu Golden Immortal, advancing to the half-step Hongjun the Luohu Golden Immortal stage. While other powerful beings also experienced enhancements, marking the dragon clan's ascendance to its zenith, in the western continent, atop Mount Shumi, a figure suddenly emerged, the long-absent demon ancestor, Luohu, after returning to the inner sanctum of Mount Shumi and briefing the guards. Luohu sought to understand the current state of the primordial world. He ventured deep into the mountain's veins, where a small area brimming with formations lay, suffused with a murky blend of crimson, black, and gray energy that, in each cardinal direction, stood a sword, and at the center hovered a beast skin inscribed with runes. Upon witnessing the situation of the exquisite sword array, Luohu's expression darkened. Returning to the inner sanctum, he summoned his attendants, the spirits of Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liao. Soon, they arrived, displaying no semblance of courtesy as they spoke. The dragon clan has unified the 4 seas, and many races on the continent have gone into hiding. This has disrupted our original plan, which aimed to exacerbate the difficulties of the dragon clan's unification and incite conflicts among the continent's tribes, thereby allowing us to gather blood and resentment to enhance the might of the exquisite sword array. However, the results have been negligible. Do you have any strategies to incite war among the continent's races? Qi responded, My lord, the reason the strong on the continent remain concealed is that they have discovered the existence of our demon clan. This information comes from the beings of the continent. They fear becoming puppets or sacrifices. Luohu was taken aback by this news, for he had hidden away before the invasion of the fierce beasts. He inquired, Who discovered this? What intelligence do you possess? Mei replied, It was the White Tiger clan, nurtured in the West. They became aware of our presence during the invasion of the fierce beasts while we were still concealed. However, as the fierce beasts invaded, the White Tigers had already fled to the southern continent. Later, when we incited discord over the selection of a leader, the White Tigers suddenly declared their intention to retreat from the world. Had they not done so, we would not have faced defeat. Wang added, Moreover, it was the White Tigers who first chose to hide, prompting many tribes to follow suit in preserving their strength. The White Tiger is also the strongest among them. Luohu, who upon hearing this, felt disheartened. Sensing that fortune was not on his side, he stated, What solutions do we have now? Liao declared, Let us contend for supremacy in the primordial world. Upon hearing these 4 words, Luohu trembled, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Although the repercussions were considerable, the potential success outweighed the risks. Recalling the opportunities he had seized during this time, he felt a sense of composure wash over him. After all, he was Luohu, the master of the demonic principles. Unafraid of trifling causalities, he questioned, "Have you all deliberated on this?" Qi Mei Wang and Liao resoundingly affirmed, "Indeed, demon ancestor." Who were they? The demon clan. How many among them were content to remain passive? The only reason they could stay quiet was due to the presence of their ancestor, for they were all birthed from him. The more chaos, the more they thrived, their power growing ever stronger. Recognizing the ancestors' enthusiasm, they could hardly contain their excitement. Luo, who stood, gazing ahead as if peering through the fabric of the primordial world, he resolutely commanded, "Proceed. Qi, Mei Wang, and Liao, lead the demon clan into the world." Centering our efforts on the western continent and radiating outward to unify the southeastern continents, they could see the sound of Luo, whose decree, Qi, Mei Wang, and Liao erupted with excitement, proclaiming, "As you command, demon ancestor." With that, they turned to depart, eager not to tempt fate with delays. Luo, who paid no mind to the departing four demons, his gaze fixed ahead, as if he sensed his old adversary issuing a challenge, asked the chaos demon god. He was privy to many truths obscured from the beings of the primordial world. To ensure his survival, certain actions, however perilous, were unavoidable done on that day. The very heavens and earth seemed to stir, a mysterious and formidable force emerging within the cosmos. Wherever this power traversed, it claimed dominion. There was no excessive slaughter, no boisterous clamor, only a silent, eerie, and potent presence. All beings of the primordial world suddenly sensed a shift, those with keen instincts swiftly retreating to conceal themselves, while the sluggish and slow felt anxious and restless, caught in indecision. In the lower half of Mount Buzhou on the eastern continent, Hongjun, struggling to ascend, bore an increasingly grim expression after parting with Tianlang. He had come directly here, hoping to reach the summit of Mount Buzhou to uncover further opportunities, a place known for its abundant spiritual treasures and roots, as an embodiment of Pangu's spine. He understood that strength was essential to reach the pinnacle. Thus, Mount Buzhou was to be his final opportunity, yet he had not anticipated the formidable pressure of Pangu's aura. With his strength nearing Hunyuan de Luo, Golden Immortal, he found himself unable to fly upon reaching Mount Buzhou, forced to advance step by step, only to find the pressure mounting with each ascent. After several millennia, he had barely climbed a few thousand zhang. He now realized that reaching the summit was beyond his grasp, yet his pride would not allow him to concede. Unable to rival the pinnacle of Pangu, he felt a sense of defeat. Reflecting on his inability to conquer a mountain formed from the essence of a fallen being, which only deepened his resentment toward Pangu and his sense of inadequacy, on that day, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. Promptly invoking the creation jade dish for divination. Moments later, he discerned the troubling truth, cursing, "Damn Luo, why did he have to emerge at this moment?" With that, he turned and sprinted down Mount Buzhou. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had been watching his every move since his arrival on the mountainside. In the southern immortal volcano, tranquility reigned supreme. Since their retreat from the world, the path of the great Dao seemed to open a new door, allowing for the intermingling of their essence, enabling them to produce offspring, albeit with great difficulty. Yet this was a flicker of hope. Their anticipation grew ever stronger. On this day, numerous members of the Phoenix clan sensed a shift, soaring toward the depths of the immortal volcano. Along the way, they encountered fellow clan members, exchanging sentiments before continuing their journey. Within the depths of the immortal volcano, Feng and Huang also felt the disturbance. As the auspicious leaders, their profound cultivation granted them heightened awareness. Feng suddenly posed a question to Huang. If our three clans were to contend for supremacy and this formidable force were to emerge, what do you think would happen? Huang, taken aback by Feng's unexpected inquiry, felt a jolt of realization, followed by a wave of relief as he replied, "It seems I've been too arrogant, failing to see the larger picture. Thankfully, I received the warning from that mysterious elder. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Feng responded, "Now that our clan is auspicious, We must fulfill our duties and not overthink matters. S-Foam, born alongside Huang, understood that despite Huang's silence during their retreat, a sense of discontent lingered within him. This shift in the heavens served as a reminder, hoping it would prompt Huang to find clarity at the eastern Qilin cliff, where the Qilin clan concealed themselves. Similar turmoil unfolded. However, the Golden Qilin swiftly reacted, a serene voice resonating above their territory. This matter is unrelated to our clan. Focus on your cultivation. Meanwhile, at the eye of the Eastern Sea, the ancestor dragon sensed a pang of unease and immediately manifested within the Dragon Palace. Just then, Prime Minister Gui was organizing various affairs, and the ancestor dragon addressed him. Prime Minister Gui, I have sensed a disturbance. Dispatch individuals to investigate whether anything has transpired in the primordial world. Prime Minister Gui, a being of profound cultivation and adept in divination, recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing the ancestor dragon's words. Without further ado, he commenced his divination, only to discover a clouded and inscrutable fate, which left him astounded. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Although previously he had been limited by his cultivation, he could still glean some insights into fortune and misfortune. Yet now, the celestial patterns were utterly chaotic and opaque, a situation he had never faced. Leaving him in shock, he turned to instruct his subordinates to gather intelligence, returning to the Dragon Palace to find the ancestor dragon still present. Alongside Zhulong, he respectfully reported, Your Majesty, I was unable to glean any information from my divination. The celestial patterns are obscured, an unprecedented occurrence that I have already dispatched individuals to seek out news. What was your sensing? Your Majesty, the ancestor dragon replied, expedite the dispatch of more individuals. We must send more to the continent. I am currently unaware of what has transpired. Let us await further news. In the eastern valley of the Kunlun Mountains on the Oriental continent, where waterfalls cascade and the air is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, for figures are lounging carelessly on a massive rock. Suddenly, a clear feminine voice breaks the tranquility. Shitty, Xinyuan Zizi. How many earth vein spirits do you actually need to collect for that earth book? Just gathering them is fine, but Master really expects us to set up formations. This descent from the mountain has cost us dearly. You must compensate your senior sister. Sister Nuwa. I have already gathered the ancestral vein spirits of Kunlun. The Earth Book now indicates that we only need to collect the Western Kunlun and Yujing Mountains Earth veins. A male voice responds. Indeed, these four figures are Lin Xuan, disciple of Fuxi, Enhua, Xinyuan Zizi, and Zhuangmu. After descending, they lingered for a while at the birthplace of Fuxi and in Hua before heading directly to the Kunlun Mountains. However, finding the Earth veins is no simple task. Were it not for Xinyuan Zizi's Earth Book, it is likely that they would need to reach the pinnacle of the Luo Jingxian or even Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian to locate them. Even so, it took them over 1,000 years to find the ancestral vein of Kunlun. Then, the four joined forces to set up the formation Lin Xuan taught them, which took over 2,000 years. They had just concluded the arrangement of the eastern Kunlun main vein and were taking a moment's respite when Enhua began to voice her grievances. Fuxi remarked, Western Kunlun is the birthplace of Sister Zhuangmu. Let us go there, and she can guide us. Zhuangmu responded, That sounds good. I do have some sense of that place. However, if we're to go to Yujing Mountain, it could be troublesome, for it is the domain of the chaotic demon Hongjun, and not a place we can visit casually. I feel like we've been misled by Master, that if it were merely about collecting the earth vein spirits, it would be acceptable. But setting up formations takes time, requires concealment, and involves intruding upon the territories of others. It is exhausting. If we are discovered, we are done for. Enhua exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. Sister, do not speak so recklessly. Master is testing our adaptability, and he has provided us with ample concealed treasures precisely for such situations. Fuxi chided Enhua sternly, as he held great respect for Lin Xuan, though he also indulged Enhua, fearing her to provoke Lin Xuan's ire. All right, brother, Enhua pouted, not intending any disrespect towards Lin Xuan, but merely expressing her dissatisfaction at the lack of joy since their descent. Xinyuan Zizi interjected, Actually, we can employ Earth escape techniques alongside the Earth Book's spiritual guidance. If we proceed with caution, it should be feasible. Master has arranged everything, and the treasures he bestowed upon us are undetectable even by the heavenly Dao. Moreover, even if we are discovered, the flying discs can aid our escape. So your concerns are unfounded. Zhuangmu concurred, recognizing that Master S arrangements were indeed meant to ensure their safety. Thus she felt no anxiety, merely a sense that setting up formations consumed too much spiritual energy. Understood, understood. I wasn't implying anything serious, just venting. Enwa replied impatiently, why can't I go play right now? Do you still wish to play? Once we complete Master S tasks, you can indulge in whatever you desire. Fushi responded, exasperated with Enwa's whims. That is not fair. Brother, have you not considered how vast the Hongjun world is? It has taken us over 2,000 years just to set up one ancestral vein. Who knows how long it will take to finish all the formations? Enwa frowned. Xinyuan Zizi clarified, Sister, you have misunderstood. This is the ancestral land of the Hongjun world, the largest earth vein. That is why it has taken us so long. Furthermore, we are still becoming familiar with this formation. Once we master it, we will be able to work more swiftly. At that moment, a cool breeze swept through, infusing the surroundings with an unusual charm. Zhuangmu remarked, Eldest brother, do you feel that? Fushi nodded and began to use his principles of divination, but the more he delved, the more troubled his expression became. The other three noticed his grim demeanor and grew anxious. Enwa stammered, Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Fushi, observing the tension among his younger siblings, stated sternly, the heavenly secrets are now shrouded in obscurity, unpredictable. There is a shift in the cosmos. I suspect that the Calamity Master spoke of is approaching. We have no understanding of the current situation. Based on our previous analysis at Master S, it seems the Demon Clan is beginning to stir. We have little time. We must hasten to set up all formations before the Calamity arrives. Zhuangmu added, in fact, if the heavenly secrets are vague, it is the perfect opportunity for us to set up formations. N01 can predict our actions, so we can proceed boldly, provided we keep the noise to a minimum. Xinyuan Zizi sighed. If only we could ascertain whether there are strong beings or major powers establishing their lairs upon those earth veins beforehand. Once the calamity begins and those powerful beings leave, we could immediately set up without caution. I know that. Huh? Enwa exclaimed excitedly. The three of them immediately turned to her, and Fushi asked urgently, Sister, how do you know? You haven't even been down the mountain? It was when I was resting that I pestered Master to tell me about the Hongjun. I remember everything he shared. Enwa replied sheepishly, failing to mention her habitual laziness during training. The others were well aware of her tendency to sneak off during practice, and while Lin Xuan said nothing, they simply observed in silence. Now, Fushi, no longer anxious, said, Let us set off now. Sister Zhuangmu, lead us to Western Kunlun, so we can set up quickly and then head to Yujing Mountain. Upon hearing the mention of Yujing Mountain, Enwa grew anxious. Brother, Yujing Mountain is Hongjun's domain. Master has said that Hongjun has two avatars of equal strength that he severed from himself. Fushi inquired. Oh, is that so? Xinyuan Zizi asked. Does anyone know if Hongjun is currently at Yujing Mountain? Zhuangmu replied. If he is there or not, we can simply ask. Ask? Fushi, Enwa, and Xinyuan Zizi echoed, puzzled. Yes, you haven't forgotten about our identities and that the jade tokens could transmit sound. Have you? Besides, Master S domain is fortified with many formations, including those that observe the heavens. Currently, only Sister Wangshu is guarding the domain, so we can inquire with her, Zhuangmu explained. Upon hearing Zhuangmu's words, the three finally realized the strength of their master, who was knowledgeable about all matters in the Hongjun world, and locating someone would be trivial. I'll handle the communication. I haven't seen Sister Wangshu in ages. Enwa exclaimed and immediately took out her jade token to operate it. In no time, a screen appeared before her, revealing Wangshu's figure. Seeing Wangshu, Enwa joyfully exclaimed, Sister Wangshu, it's me, Enwa. On the screen, Wangshu, recognizing Enwa, replied with a hint of exasperation. I know. Aren't you all out on training? Why are you bothering me? Oh, right. I have something to ask you. I missed you so much that I forgot. Sister Wangshu, could you check if Hongjun or his avatars are at Yujing Mountain? Enwa hurriedly responded. I know that. Hongjun is currently in the southern continent. As for his avatars, they're no longer cultivating at Yujing Mountain. Right now, Yujing Mountain only has his two attendant Dao And by the way, the demon clan has emerged, and the calamity is approaching, so you all need to act quickly. Otherwise, when your master returns and finds you haven't returned yet, he will surely scold you all. Before Nuwa could respond, Wang Shu abruptly ended the communication. Nuwa and the others stared at the screen in shock, and she pouted annoyed. What was that? I hadn't finished speaking. Humph. I won't talk to her next time. Fushi quickly interjected. All right, sister, Xinyuan's easy now that we are at Eastern Kunlun. Let us head to Yujing Mountain to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Understood, eldest brother, Xinyuan Zizi affirmed. Sister, please lead the way, Fushi requested of Zhuangmu, who nodded and said, Follow me. As Zhuangmu led the way, she conversed with Xinyuan Zizi about the Earth Vein's trajectory. Before long, they arrived at Yujing Mountain, a breathtaking sight filled with ethereal beauty, leaving them all spellbound. Xinyuan Zizi remarked, Hongjun truly knows how to choose a location. Nuwa gazed at the exquisite scenery, exclaiming, It's so beautiful. Fushi observed his younger sibling's enchantment with the landscape and cleared his throat twice to break their reverie, stating, Your resolve is too weak. You must strengthen it. To be so captivated by mere scenery is quite disappointing. His words earned him several eye rolls from the others, but he paid them no mind and continued. Xinyuan Zizi confirmed the location of the main vein. Let's get to work. Xinyuan Zizi nodded, producing the Earth Book and forming seals with his hands. The Earth Book began to shift and change, revealing a white path on its surface. Soon, it formed a vortex leading underground. Upon seeing the vortex, the four of them employed their Earth escape techniques and followed the passage opened by the Earth Book. As time flows and a millennium passes, four figures emerge from the rear of Yujing Mountain. These are none other than the Fushi Quartet, tasked with reinforcing the ley line formations. Yet another task completed. I wonder when we will finish all of them, sighed Nuwa. Fushi, noticing his sister's discontent, remarked, Come now, dear sister. This is a mission entrusted to us by our master, as requested when we descended the mountain. Do not lament your fate. You agreed to this with great enthusiasm that I was deceived by our master, who knew the formations would be so difficult to set up. Initially, I thought we would merely accompany Xinyuanzi for a leisurely outing. Nuwa retorted defiantly. Thank you to my senior brothers and sisters for your assistance. This is primarily Xinyuanzi's responsibility. It's exhausting for you all, Xinyuanzi sincerely stated. And own need for formalities. Junior brother, we are all siblings of the same sect. Aiding one another is our duty. Moreover, this serves as a form of training for us. Just look at how much our cultivation has improved over these thousands of years. Our magical power has become more refined as well. Our master observed that we have been cultivating on the mountain for too long without solidifying our foundations, and thus arranged for us to come out and gain experience. Fushi expressed his thoughts on the matter. Indeed, this is our master's intention, and I can feel my foundation has stabilized significantly. Zhuangmu affirmed, brother, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. But now that you say so, I can feel my cultivation has indeed improved. Nuwa responded with a curious tone. Fushi, somewhat exasperated, replied, Who told you to keep complaining and dreaming of leisure, showing no desire to cultivate? If you were to discover my progress, it would likely be at the moment I break through to a new realm. Haha! Although our master's arrangement is aimed at solidifying your foundations, the ley line remains my responsibility that I believe our master has numerous methods for stabilizing foundations. I must extend my gratitude to my senior brothers and sisters. Xinyuanzi interjected. Enough of the pleasantries. Junior brother, we are, after all, fellow disciples. It is time for us to move on. This is not a suitable place for conversation. If Hongjun were to return suddenly, we would find it difficult to depart. Zhuangmu, let's head to Zikanlun. Fushi interrupted Xinyuanzi. Wait, brother, may I take a quick look inside? Nuwa suggested, pointing toward Yujing Mountain. That's absurd. Do you think we can just wander in there? Are you not aware that this is Hongjun's sacred ground? What if we encounter danger? Fushi chastised, irritated by his sister's recklessness. Are you not curious about what other people's sanctuaries are like? Might they not also contain numerous spiritual roots and treasures, just as our master's does? After all, Hongjun is a primordial chaos deity. Perhaps he possesses treasures from the chaos, Nuwa said enticingly. Fushi and the others exhibited a flicker of curiosity, yet they understood that this was no ordinary place. It was Hongjun's domain. Belonging to one of the most powerful beings in the primordial world, they felt a mix of eagerness and trepidation, aware of the risks involved. Seeing their hesitation, Nuwa continued to entice them. Inside, there may be opportunities for us. After all, Hongjun was among the first beings created at the dawn of the universe, so he must have gathered only the finest treasures. We can simply go to explore. We do not have to take anything. Xinyuanzi felt somewhat tempted and timidly suggested, but we cannot enter, and if those two attendants were to discover us, we would be in trouble. That is a trivial concern. We can enter with ease. I possess a formation-breaking pearl crafted by our master. As long as the formation is not at the level of Hunyuan, we can manage it. Moreover, we can use identity jade tokens to conceal our presence. And if we are discovered, we can simply put them to sleep. Nuwa said with a mischievous smile, clearly having devised a plan upon seeing Yujing Mountain. Fushi, skeptical, inquired, "How do you have a formation-breaking pearl? Did our master give it to you? Are you truly certain we won't be discovered?" "Rest assured, we will not be discovered," Nuwa replied calmly, conveniently omitting the details of how she obtained it through her charm and persistence with her master. "Now, come along with me." Without allowing them time to respond, Nuwa advanced toward Yujing Mountain's interior. Fushi and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Their curiosity piqued, although they possessed ample spiritual treasures crafted by their master. They lacked any from the primordial world, aside from a few mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. The allure of acquiring something better was too tempting to resist, and thus they were drawn in by Nuwa's persuasive words. "Ah, these little ones are quite remarkable." Unbeknownst to them, their every action was being monitored by Wang Shu from Buzhou Mountain, who, through the identity jade tokens and the formation of the Four Harmonies courtyard, observed their every move. However, Wang Shu did not intervene. She was well aware that Hongjun had once sought to exchange her for merit, and thus she eagerly anticipated his misfortune. Upon reaching the formation near Yujing Mountain, Nuwa summoned a grayish pearl and activated her identity jade token. As the pearl made contact with the formation, a portal opened. Nuwa beckoned Fushi and the others to follow her as she stepped inside. They exchanged glances once more before activating their identity jade tokens and entering after her. Inside, the quartet found themselves in a grand palace. Following his direction, they encountered numerous spiritual roots, though they were all of inferior quality. After taking a detour, they arrived at the main hall, only to find two attendants dozing against the doorframe. Nuwa quickly cast a spell and stepped outside. Suddenly, a voice came from the jade token. "Bring those two attendants back." Nuwa turned to Xinyuanzi, with a resigned sigh, waved his hand to collect the two attendants. Although they were reluctant, they knew better than to defy Wang Shu's orders, as she only heeded their master's commands and would not intervene unless it was detrimental to him. As Nuwa and her companions explored Hongjun's domain, they collected many innate spiritual roots. While not as exceptional as those from Lin Xuan's domain, they were still quite valuable. Fushi and the others expressed no disdain. They had resolved to disregard the consequences now that the attendants were taken. Upon gathering all the useful spiritual roots, they proceeded to the main hall, where they discovered 5 exquisite mats. Xinyuanzi exclaimed. "We struck gold. These mats are top-tier spiritual treasures." He swiftly collected them, and as they rummaged around, they stumbled upon a massive stone at the center, surrounded by shelves brimming with spiritual treasures. Thousands in total. Xinyuanzi exclaimed, "We've hit the jackpot." Fushi and Zhuangmu could hardly contain their excitement, realizing that their master's collection only numbered just over 100 items, while Hongjun had amassed an astonishing array of treasures, likely having gathered all the spiritual treasures of the primordial world. Seeing that the treasures were sealed and stored here, Nuwa urged, "Quickly, gather them up. We can let our master deal with them once we return to Buzhou Mountain." The group quickly realized that they could not handle the situation here, but they trusted their master to manage it. They sprang into action, and soon only the massive stone remained. They exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Collect!" Fushi waved his hand to retrieve it, but he was left astonished as the stone remained immovable on the ground. Embarrassed, he said, "It's a treasure, but it won't budge. What should we do?" "Use the flying disc." The jade token chimed in again, prompting them to react swiftly. Fushi made another attempt, summoning the flying disc and casting several spells. The disc expanded, enveloping the stone in a swirling vortex. And soon the stone vanished from sight. Fushi quickly performed a spell to shrink the disc before storing it away. Turning to Nuwa and the others, he advised, "Let us retreat." In Xikanlan, the birthplace of Zhuangmu. The four were left breathless and sprawled on the ground, clearly still caught up in their excitement. "Brother, I sense several artifacts within that treasure that resonate with me. Did you feel anything?" Nuwa asked joyfully. Zhuangmu chimed in. "I felt it too." Xinyuanzi added, "I sensed it as well." Fushi composed himself and said, "Regardless of whether we felt a connection or not, we cannot take them out. If Hongjun senses us, we would be in great trouble. After we complete our tasks here, we will return the items and the 2 attendants to Buzhou Mountain for our master to handle. We are not a match for Hongjun right now." "Yes, we must be cautious," Xinyuanzi urged, still recovering from the thrill of their recent actions. Nuwa laughed heartily, reveling in the joy of their adventures. This experience had been a long-awaited delight amidst their training. Zhuangmu, her cheeks flushed, suggested, "Let us rest for a moment, complete our tasks here, and then head to the western continent. We can leave the items at Buzhou Mountain on our way. I feel uneasy carrying them with us." Fushi pondered. Hongjun is a top-tier power, and he must possess means we are unaware of. If we had not entered when the heavenly secrets were obscured, we would surely have been detected. I think we should set up here and use the flying disc to return to Buzhou Mountain. That would be much safer. I feel much better now. Otherwise, I would always be on edge. Xinyuanzi remarked. "All right." Nuwa also returned to her senses, reflecting on her impulsive actions, which still left her somewhat anxious. "Well, it is settled," said the West Queen Mother earnestly, after which the group resumed their serious cultivation. Meanwhile, Hongjun, who was observing the movements of the demon clan in the southern continent, remained blissfully unaware that his home had been invaded. He was focused solely on monitoring the demon clan's actions. That he was aware of Luohu's ambitions. They shared the same goal as all chaotic demon gods did, the attainment of Pangu's Dao fruit. As Hongjun's understanding of the demon clan deepened, his alignment with Luohu's intentions grew stronger. Yet his thoughts regarding the continent began to fade. The demon clan's approach to the beings of Honghuang was not one of slaughter, but rather of assimilation. Or perhaps demonization. Though there would still be karmic repercussions, they remained controllable. Even if the unification of the Honghuang continent was achieved, it would have little impact on Luohu. After all, Luohu was also a chaotic demon god, fully aware of the influence of karma on a being, and he could devise methods to circumvent it. However, a unified Honghuang would greatly enhance Luohu's fortunes, enabling him to utilize this newfound power to evade the heaven scrutiny and thus transcend his current realm, stepping out of the Honghuang world to engage in a contest of wits with its forces. Yet, Luohu was unaware that the heavenly Dao had undergone a transformation, a fact known to Hongjun. Although Hongjun could not ascertain the reasons behind this change, it was advantageous for him. With his thoughts on Luohu clarified, Hongjun gradually devised a plan. He resolved to employ a strategy that would kill 3 birds with 1 stone against his 3 close friends. In the southwestern direction of the eastern continent lies Mount Wuliang, the sacred ground of Qiankun Laozu, where Hongjun was currently engaged in a game of chess and philosophical discourse with his friend Qiankun. "Ha ha, old friend, you've lost again," Hongjun exclaimed. "Humph. This always happens. I'm done playing with you. Come now, my friend. Look at my strength. I remain at the pinnacle of the great Dao of golden immortals, yet I cannot advance. Why don't we discuss the Dao?" Hongjun, with a look of resignation, replied, "Old friend, you must understand that we are no longer in the chaos. Don't you feel the laws of the Honghuang world becoming increasingly tenuous? In the chaos, we were all at the level of the great Dao of golden immortals, and we had long since grasped the laws. But do you see anyone breaking through their realms?" He continued, "Reflect for yourself. I'm still stuck at half a step into the primordial great Dao of golden immortals. Did we have this predicament before?" Qiankun pondered deeply and realized that Hongjun's words held truth. But how did Luohu manage to break through? He wondered aloud, seeking answers as friends do. That it is indeed as you say. How did you and Luohu break through? Hongjun sighed and replied, "My friend, have you forgotten about the calamity of fierce beasts? I connected with various forces and had the heavens bestow merits upon us for my breakthrough. Luohu, however, achieved his through the merit of slaying the divine rebel and the fortune of his demon clan. My breakthrough was merely forced. While Luohu reached his peak, Qian still struggled to comprehend and inquired, so, according to you, only merit and fortune can lead to breakthroughs. That seems rather absurd. The Hongjun world, after all, was carved out of the chaos. How could the cultivation system change so drastically? Hongjun, of course, would not divulge the existence of the fruit positions within the Hongjun realm. Instead, he shared his speculation on Luohu's thoughts. Qian, dear friend, the Hongjun world has indeed weakened significantly compared to the chaos. The heavens have imposed restrictions such that only those with immense merit and fortune can evade them, as you can see. Both Luohu and I have broken through in this manner. Moreover, with the demon clan now stirring trouble on the continent, it appears they plan to unify it and then escape the Hongjun realm. Engaging in a contest with it, we should simply watch as Luohu claims victory. Upon hearing Hongjun's analysis, Qian hastily exclaimed, "No. If we merely stand by and watch Luohu triumph, won't our arduous reincarnation have been in vain?" Hongjun remained calm and composed, responding, "We cannot match Luohu, so what options do we have?" Qian paced anxiously within his cave, then stopped and said earnestly, "What if we replicate the strategy we used against the divine rebel? Would that work?" Hongjun feigned a look of concern and replied, "Are you serious? You must understand that Luohu is not like the divine rebel or that fool. Besides, even together, we are not a match for him. Luohu is currently free from the shackles of karma. How can we make a move?" Qian was momentarily taken aback by Hongjun's words. Falling silent, this left Hongjun feeling anxious, silently cursing fool. Thus, Hongjun suggested, "Why don't we gather a few individuals to discuss this?" Upon hearing Hongjun's proposal, Qian quickly agreed, Yes, there are others. Surely one of them can devise a plan. Let us contact them now." Consequently, Hongjun and Qian hurried off to reach out to others. Before long, when Hongjun reappeared in Qian cave, several individuals had already gathered, including the ancestor of 5 elements. The ancestor of Yin and Yang Mei. Spotting all his old friends, Hongjun greeted them warmly. "Esteemed friends, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Seeing that everyone had arrived, Qian remarked, "No need for formalities. We are all familiar faces. It has been quite some time since we gathered. We are here to reconnect and, more importantly, to discuss matters. Come, everyone, please take a seat." As the 4 settled in the Qian cave, engaging in conversation and philosophical discussions, the atmosphere was harmonious. Suddenly, the ancestor of Yin and Yang interjected, "I say, Qian, you called us together not just for idle chatter, did you? You mentioned needing to discuss something important. Why not share it with us now?" The ancestor's inquiry piqued the curiosity of Yang Mei and the ancestor of 5 elements, who chimed in, "Yes, do tell us," caught off guard by the sudden question. Qian felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat twice and earnestly relayed Hongjun's words, casting a furtive glance at Hongjun, who appeared unfazed, allowing Qian to breathe a sigh of relief. Had Hongjun revealed this, it would have created an awkward situation. Observing Qian demeanor, Hongjun felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. If it had been his own words, the impact would not have been as strong, for Yang Mei, a clever individual, was present and not easily deceived. Her strength was formidable, capable of battling beyond her level. Upon hearing Qian account, the others began to contemplate. They were all chaotic demon gods, and their strengths had once surpassed that of the primordial great Dao of golden immortals. Yang Mei's prowess was undeniable. Yet they found themselves stuck before reaching the primordial level, unable to progress, a situation that was perplexing for them. Now that it was clear, it was evident that the Hongjun realm was preventing their breakthroughs. However, if they attempted to break through in the chaos, the will of the Hongjun realm would reject them, making future actions exceedingly difficult. Conversely, breaking through within the Hongjun realm would signify their acceptance by it, easing their subsequent returns. Qian, can you fathom this predicament? Yang Mei inquired, puzzled. She was somewhat familiar with Qian, perceiving him as rather simplistic and not prone to deep thought. Qian Kun, feeling pressed by Yang Mei's question, retorted, "Why can't I think? You have no idea how frustrating it is to be stuck at this realm. Surely, I can devise a plan." Yang Mei, hearing Qian Kun's frustration, chose to remain silent. After all, they were all anxious, each grappling with their own stagnation. Initially, Hongjun felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Yang Mei's words, fearing she might deduce his ulterior motives, but he soon relaxed when he saw Qian Kun holding his ground. Suddenly, the ancestor of 5 elements spoke up. "Since you have raised this issue, do you have a solution?" Qian Kun responded, "If I had a solution, would I need to gather you all? However, we currently lack a plan, but we cannot allow Luohu to break through so easily. Otherwise, we will either fall or be forced to retreat into the chaos, which would yield no favorable outcome for any of us." Hongjun interjected, "Allow me to speak. I believe in Qian Kun's hypothesis. After the calamity of fierce beasts, I broke through using merit. I trust that each of you has also received some merit in the past, whether you acknowledge it or not." The others nodded in agreement. Recognizing their shared experiences, Yang Mei remarked, "So, you mean to say we need to prevent Luohu from breaking through?" The ancestor of Yin and Yang added, "Luohu's strength is currently too formidable for any one of us to confront, especially with the aid of the demon clan." The ancestor of 5 elements concurred. "Indeed, Luohu is a tough opponent, and with the Zhuangxian sword array, we are all hindered. The demon clan could wear us down." Hongjun's expression grew serious as he asserted, "No, we still have the Dragon Clan that if we can persuade them to join us, we can eliminate the Demon Clan." Yang Mei countered, "No, if the Dragon Clan gets involved, it will lead to a calamity, and we shall incur karma." Hongjun chuckled. "Yang Mei, why not take a look at the heavenly secrets?" The 3 were momentarily taken aback by Hongjun's laughter. Without further ado, he indicated for them to investigate, prompting the trio to begin their calculations. The more they deduced, the graver their expressions became. Regardless of the methods they employed, the outcome remained unchanged, with a dry tone. The ancestor of 5 elements asked, "What is happening? Why is the calamity arriving so swiftly?" Yin Yang spoke in a tone devoid of strength. "Indeed, how could there be a calamity when there is no slaughter in the world?" Hongjun observed their expressions and smiled faintly, replying, "No, there is indeed slaughter now. The Dragon Clan unifies the seas, and the bloodshed is surely abundant. It is merely suppressed by the tides of fate for the time being. Moreover, although Luohu does not engage in slaughter, the demonic transformation of the beings of the wilderness incurs immense karma. However, since Luohu has not established a clan, this karma is negligible for him. Yet, the causal repercussions are significant. They simply have yet to manifest." Yang Mei remarked, "This calamity does not concern us, so we need not involve ourselves, correct?" Hongjun replied, "Luohu seeks to break through to the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. How much fortune do you think is required for such a breakthrough? To achieve this, he must inevitably confront the Dragon Clan. And do you believe the Dragon Clan can contend with Luohu? In every aspect, they cannot match him." The 4 of them fell into contemplative silence. Qian Kun Lao Zhu suggested, "Why not unite with the Dragon Clan? We could specifically ally against Luohu, leaving the demonic forces to the dragons. But what if the Dragon Clan refuses to cooperate? They remain in the sea and have yet to come to the continent. Can they discern the situation clearly?" Yin Yang Lao Zhu stated, "Leave this matter to Hongjun, for he is well acquainted with the Dragon Clan. Is he not?" Hongjun. Yang Mei turned to look at Hongjun, who twitched his lips. Though he would have gone regardless of the suggestion, being specifically named made him feel somewhat belittled in front of Yang Mei. Nevertheless, for the sake of future plans, he feigned reluctant agreement and said, "I will speak to the Dragon Clan about cooperation. But you must investigate Luohu's true intentions. Since he dares to act so boldly, he must be prepared for a confrontation with us. It would be wise to refrain from rash actions until we ascertain his motives." "That is only fitting." "Very well. Since it is settled, let us commence our actions." Yang Mei declared, in the EC, upon receiving news from Gu Qingxiang about the situation on the continent. The ancestral dragon had been plagued by a sense of unease that lingered throughout this period of fervent cultivation. Yet he found himself unable to break through, which was quite distressing point one day, As he attempted to relax his mind in hopes of uplifting his spirits to quell this unease, he saw Gu Chengxiang rushing towards him. The ancestral dragon furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here in such haste?" Gu Chengxiang hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, the esteemed hermit from years past has arrived." Oh, the ancestral dragon immediately understood that Hongjun had come. "Gu Chengxiang, summon my brother Zhulong. We shall meet him together." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gu Chengxiang respectfully responded. In the Dragon Palace's Grand Hall, the ancestral dragon and Zhulong arrived alongside Gu Chengxiang. Upon seeing Hongjun, the ancestral dragon promptly said, "Esteemed elder, your arrival is an honor. Forgive us for not welcoming you properly." Hongjun looked at the ancestral dragon and said, "There is no need for such formality. Ancestral dragon, you and I are now of equal standing, so there is no need for titles of elder." The ancestral dragon, feeling pleased by Hongjun's words, readily agreed. Being a proud being, he now felt as though he stood on equal footing with Hongjun, a fellow sovereign of the dragon clan, and thus addressed him. "Hongjun, please take a seat. It has been quite some time since we last met. I wonder what brings you here this time." Hongjun smiled gently and replied, "I have come to assist you in resolving your doubts." The ancestral dragon was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed heartily. "Oh, I wonder what perplexities you wish to clarify for me." Hongjun continued to smile. "Ancestral dragon, do you harbor any uncertainties regarding the changes on the continent? Do you have concerns for the future of the dragon clan? Are you puzzled by the current obscurity of heavenly secrets?" The ancestral dragon furrowed his brow and responded seriously. "Hongjun, are you jesting?" Hongjun asserted, "If I were able to seek you out, it is only because I do not jest." Seeing that Hongjun was not being forthright, the ancestral dragon relaxed and smiled. "Hongjun, what conditions do you propose?" Hongjun chuckled. No, I have no conditions. My intention is solely to assist." Oh, the ancestral dragon's brow furrowed tightly, and his heart felt increasingly perplexed. Noticing that he had nearly overplayed his part, Hongjun remarked, "Currently, the demonic forces wreaking havoc in the wilderness are led by the demonic sovereign Luohu, who emerged from the western continent. The demonic beasts existed during the calamity, yet they have remained hidden from the world, never having emerged. How come you are so familiar with this?" the ancestral dragon inquired. Hongjun, his expression pained, replied, "Luohu is a friend of several of us, yet his ambition has grown too vast. Surely, ancestral dragon, you have kept abreast of the news from the continent. The southern continent of the wilderness is now rife with demonic transformations. It is only a matter of time before the eastern continent follows suit. Luohu aims to turn the wilderness into a demonic realm, consolidating the world's fortune to break through his own limits. When that day arrives, the balance of heaven and earth will be disrupted, and we, the beings of the wilderness, shall find ourselves without a place to survive. The current obscurity of heavenly secrets signifies the impending arrival of calamity. Ancestral dragon, what path will your dragon clan take?" Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the ancestral dragon felt a sense of clarity and spoke slowly. "Do you mean to say that you wish for our dragon clan to engage in a decisive battle against the demonic forces on the continent? If that is the case, I shall comply. When the time is ripe, simply inform me." Hongjun was taken aback, having not anticipated that the ancestral dragon would agree so readily before he had finished his performance. However, realizing the ancestral dragon was no ordinary being, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Ancestral dragon, how magnanimous! I believe the beings of the wilderness will be grateful for the dragon clan's righteousness." The ancestral dragon replied, "Hongjun, do not misunderstand. My willingness is also a matter of self-preservation that I hope that when the time comes, you will look after my dragon clan." Hongjun replied, "That goes without saying. Since you, ancestral dragon, have agreed, we too must make our preparations. I shall take my leave for now," the ancestral dragon said. "In that case, I shall await good news from you." It was only after Hongjun vanished into the EC that the ancestral dragon returned to his seat. Until now, the source of his unease had been unclear, but upon hearing Hongjun's words today, he understood that calamity was once again approaching as the sole existing leader of a fortuitous race in the wilderness. He was somewhat aware of certain secrets. A confrontation with the demonic forces was inevitable, Yet he still needed to arrange a retreat to ensure survival. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as the fallen god. The ancestral dragon suddenly said, "Zhulong, my brother, I know you dislike war, which is why I have never tasked you with such duties. However, I now have a mission for you. Would that be acceptable?" Zhulong was taken aback by the sudden assignment, but did not refuse. As one of the two primordial ancestors of the dragon clan, although his presence was minimal, he remained the second strongest, preferring to keep a low profile out of respect for the ancestral dragon. Yet, there were matters he could not decline, and so he said, "Brother, you have but to instruct me." The ancestral dragon spoke earnestly. "I need you to lead those of our kin with exceptional talents and no karmic burdens to our birthplace and conceal them there. This battle must not involve them. We shall discuss the future when the time comes." Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhulong felt uneasy and asked, "Brother, is there something amiss with this calamity?" The ancestral dragon waved his hand. "You will understand in due time. For now, we must prioritize the war preparations. Gu Qingxiang, you shall arrange for all our kin with exceptional talents and no karmic burdens to guard the sea eyes of the four seas, while those with ordinary talents and no karmic burdens will secure various locations. All those with karmic burdens must head to the western continent's border to prepare for battle. You understand?" Gu Qingxiang, being one of the wisest figures among the aquatic race, sensed something and responded solemnly, "Yes, your majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements." "Oh, and Gu Qingxiang, once you have completed your tasks, accompany Zhulong." The ancestral dragon continued that Gu Qingxiang, hearing this, did not feign reluctance and gratefully said, "Thank you, your majesty. I shall protect the dragon clan with all my might." Zhulong added, "Brother, I shall accompany you." The ancestral dragon replied, "No, my brother, you are the last bastion of the dragon clan and my final safeguard. Therefore, you cannot go. I have my plans. There is no need for you to concern yourself further." "Understood, brother," Zhulong replied earnestly. As time passed, the dragon clan's arrangements proceeded in an orderly manner, with the dragon army gradually advancing towards the western continent's border. They did not engage immediately upon arrival. Instead, they amassed their forces along the shore. Luohu received word of the dragon clan's troop movements and was perplexed as to why they had mobilized so early. After all, he still had not completed the demonic transformation of the eastern continent. Yet the dragon clan did not afford him the luxury of time and had already landed. He could only withdraw the demonic forces from the southern continent for defense. The western continent was already a solidified territory. And as for other matters, they would be addressed later. As time progressed, the situation on the eastern continent remained exceptionally sluggish, lacking the rapid advance seen on the southern continent. Luohu suspected the dragon clan was mounting a counteroffensive. Although he felt anxious, he could not redirect troops to provide support since the dragon clan was now stationed at the western continent's border, their numbers far exceeding those of the demonic forces. And they continued to grow in strength at that moment. 6 powerful auras emerged within the dragon clan's ranks, causing Luohu to pause momentarily. He swiftly commanded all demonic forces to return to the western continent. Luohu then appeared before the dragon clan's encampment, glaring at the 6 figures ahead, his teeth grinding in anger as he exclaimed, "Hongjun, Yang Mei, Wu Xing, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, do you all wish to thwart my grand ambitions? Ancestral dragon, you fool. How can you always find yourself entangled in every affair?" Hongjun looked at Luohu, who was in a state of exasperation, and said with a hint of amusement, "Luohu, you have corrupted the beings of the southeast continent, causing an imbalance in the cosmos. What place do you leave us in? Such a tremendous karmic burden. Can you truly bear it? Now that the calamity has arrived, we are merely following the natural order." Luohu scoffed, "Humph. As long as I, who can corrupt 90% of the continent, the Hongwang world will transform into a demonic realm, led by the demon clan that time. What karmic consequences could possibly be too great to endure? It's not as if there isn't space for your sect to exist, nor do I seek the annihilation of the Hongwang world. Why meddle in my affairs? If you withdraw now, I shall overlook it." With that, Luohu vanished. The Yin-Yang ancestor gazed at Hongjun and Yang Mei and inquired, "Is what Luohu said true?" Hongjun furrowed his brow and replied, Regardless of the truth of his words, it is certain that he has broken through to a new realm. Even if he hasn't, the fate of the Honglong world is still in his hands. Thus, whether true or false, it is detrimental to us. Yang Mei added, the situation has escalated to this point, and the calamity's energy grows denser. We are already ensnared in the tribulation, with no path left for retreat. The Qinkuan ancestor inquired, shall we commence our offensive now? Hongjun replied, no. We must wait until the demon clan of the eastern continent withdraws before we strike. We cannot leave behind excessive future troubles. As the two factions continued to gather strength, the energy of the calamity intensified. Yet, no attack was initiated on this particular day at the courtyard of Buzhou Mountain. A figure suddenly appeared. As the figure became clearer, Wang Shu, who was arranging the spiritual roots and treasures brought back by Fuxi and the others, joyfully approached and saluted. My lord, how have you returned so soon? The figure was none other than Lin Xuan, who had ventured into the chaos. Observing Wang Shu and the items in the courtyard, Lin Xuan curiously remarked, things went smoothly, so I returned. But what is the meaning of these items? Wang Shu, elated by Lin Xian's return, did not dwell on the details and recounted the events that had transpired recently, including those involving Fuxi and the others. After listening, Lin Xian chuckled. Those few truly possess audacity. Even at this juncture, they dare to venture out? They even dare to take Hongjun's possessions? Yet, among these items, there are indeed a few that resonate with them. As he spoke, he lifted the restrictions placed by Hongjun on these treasures. Observing the radiantly glowing treasures, Lin Xian waved his hand, sending them into the refining pavilion. Meanwhile, Hongjun, who was recuperating at the boundary of the western continent's dragon clan, suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, as if he had lost something, though he could not ascertain what it was, assuming it was merely the instability of his Dao heart due to the imminent completion of his plan. He adjusted his state of mind and dismissed the feeling. After Lin Xian finished transferring the treasures, he sensed something amiss. The entire Dao field was arranged by him, and no detail could escape his perception. Upon sensing with his primordial spirit, he discovered that two small beings had appeared in his Dao field. He thought to himself, it appears I have drifted again. It seems my cultivation has indeed broken through. But my state of mind is yet to stabilize that I need to hone it further. Lin Xian had ventured out this time to break through to a higher realm, despite appearing to be at leisure. His cultivation had been steadily enhancing under the influence of the Hongmeng primordial pearl and his techniques, accumulating a profound depth. The emergence of chaos was due to his impending breakthrough to the Hongmeng realm. Fearing unexpected occurrences during this significant transition and concerned that the Honglong world might not withstand it, he had to break through in the chaos. Lin Xian returned only when he felt his cultivation was stable enough to control his power at will. Sensing the two small beings, he swiftly approached and asked Wang Shu, what is the situation with these two? Wang Shu explained, these are two young beings from Hongjun's Dao field. When Nuwa and the others went there, they stole their home. I feared Hongjun would annihilate them, bringing karmic repercussions to Fuxi and the others, so I brought them back. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian understood that Wang Shu's actions were not misguided, but he was unaware that these two would become the future Emperor and Empress of Heaven, the karmic implications of which were unfathomable. Suddenly, Lin Xian had a thought and chuckled, carefully examining the two still sleeping children, one with delicate features and the other graceful and dignified. He then said to Wang Shu, let them continue their slumber here. When the opportunity arises, we shall send them away. They have their own missions and cannot remain here indefinitely. Otherwise, Fuxi and the others will face significant karmic consequences. However, their arrival here is also a fortuitous encounter. I shall bestow upon them some benefits. As for their future, it will depend on their own fortunes. With that, two streams of spiritual light flowed into the minds of the two children, and Lin Xian waved his hand, sending them into an empty palace. Lin Xian then addressed Wang Shu, now that the calamity has arrived, do you not wish to see it for yourself? Upon hearing this, Wang Shu felt a surge of excitement and timidly asked, my lord, may I go? Will it cause you any trouble? Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, no issue. Fuxi and the others are also going. Wang Shu exclaimed excitedly, thank you. My lord, It must be noted that ever since Wangshu escaped from the Tying Star, even while at Lin Xian's Dao field, he had been anxious about his future, uncertain of what awaited him. If he were to spend countless years confined to this place, he dreaded what would come next. Now, hearing that Lin Xian could take him out, he realized the significance of this opportunity. His future was bright. And how could he not be elated? Lin Xian paid no heed to Wangshu's excitement, mistakenly thinking he was merely happy to witness the unfolding events. Had he known that Wangshu feared his own inadequacy, he would have surely exclaimed, "Who do you underestimate? I can defeat 100 heavenly Dao." Without allowing Wangshu a moment to react, Lin Xian took him to the Pangu Hall to tea that moment. The hall was bustling with activity. 12 individuals were engaged in combat, bickering and shouting at one another, completely oblivious to Lin Xian's appearance. Lin Xian observed this chaotic scene, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could not fathom how these ancestral witches, now possessing primordial spirits, could still be so thoughtless. Wangshu looked at Lin Xian with confusion as he remained silent. Then Lin Xian called out to the 12 ancestral witches, "Silence." The sudden command drew the attention of all 12, who turned to face the source of the voice. Upon recognizing Lin Xian, they became excited and quickly surrounded him, calling out, "Uncle, uncle!" oblivious to Lin Xian's displeasure. Gradually, they began to sense something was amiss, and the volume of their voices diminished significantly. Eventually, only Zhu Rong continued to boast while the other 11 retreated away from him. Zhu Rong, still oblivious, kept exclaiming, "Uncle, look, we have all transformed ahead of time. Uncle, I have reached the 5th transformation. That guy, Gong, is no match for me and keeps opposing me. Uncle, we want to find you, but we can't get out." Lin Xian, witnessing Zhu Rong's exuberance, felt exasperated at their lack of awareness. He delivered a sharp flick to Zhu Rong's head, eliciting a cry of pain from him. The other siblings quickly distanced themselves, and Zhu Rong, realizing he had stirred trouble, approached the others with a look of grievance. The remaining 11, seeing the bump on Zhu Rong's forehead, struggled to suppress their laughter. Finally, Lin Xian's expression softened as the ruckus subsided. However, he still wore a stern countenance as he waved his hand, transporting the 12 ancestral witches and Wangshu away from the Pangu Hall. Upon their arrival, they found Fuxi and the others ensnared in a formation, struggling against over 100 demons, pointing and shouting at one another. Lin Xian's expression darkened further, feeling utterly humiliated. Wangshu, noticing Lin Xian's displeasure, understood that his lord had been embarrassed today and stifled his laughter, not daring to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, despite his high-level cultivation, was well aware of their performance. He unleashed a wave of his power, instantly erasing the formation and the demons without a trace. Fuxi and the others were startled by this sudden change, shouting, "Who is it?" They turned to see the source of the power, and upon recognizing Lin Xian, they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." They stood there, awaiting the impending storm. Lin Xian, with a stern expression, said, "Are you all quite idle? Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Zhen Yuanzi, looking troubled, replied, "Yes, master." Fuxi and Shi Wangmu felt a sense of impending doom, while Nuwa stood obediently, resembling a well-behaved child. Were it not for her glances toward the 12 ancestral witches, one might have believed her demeanor. As Lin Xian perused the records, his expression soured further. "You all truly are making great strides, are you not? It seems you have plenty of time to complete the collection in the Eastern continent. I wonder why I instructed you to descend early." Fuxi, as the eldest brother, "What shall we do?" Lin Xian's face darkened as he addressed Fuxi. "Fuxi, as the eldest brother, you should supervise the growth of your younger siblings. You cannot simply indulge them in everything. You must maintain an air of authority, but also show care to you believe you have done this. I initially thought you, Fuxi, were composed. Shi Wangmu, you were wise. Zhan Yuanzi, you were honest. I believed you could complete the tasks I entrusted to you well. What did I say when you descended?" Fuxi stood there, caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to respond. Lin Xian gazed at the 4 individuals before him, who wore expressions of regret and acknowledgement of their mistakes, their faces shifting in color, eliciting laughter from onlookers. Zhu Rong, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter first. The four, upon hearing his mirth, appeared even more discomfited, their complexions fluctuating between red, white, black, and green. Lin Xuan, upon hearing Zhurong's laughter, found himself both irritated and amused, addressing the 12 with a sardonic tone. Is it truly that amusing? You 12 stepped forward. The 12 ancestors exchanged glances, feeling quite wronged, and shuffled hesitantly to stand before Lin Xuan. He inquired, "Tell me, do you understand why you are being scolded?" Gong shouted, "I know. It's because Zhurong's voice is too loud, disturbing our elder." Lin Xuan, stepping forward, delivered a sharp reprimand to Gong, realizing that hoping for wisdom from these brawny yet simple-minded individuals was futile. He continued, "Who among you taught you to hurl insults while fighting? Who instructed you to rely solely on brute strength? Can you not think of using minimal force to unleash greater power?" "Where are your skills?" Dejiang responded, "Elder, no one has taught us how to fight. And what exactly are skills?" "Indeed, fighting head-on is exhilarating," added Qiangli. Lin Xuan disregarded the nonsensical remarks of these two and specifically addressed Hutu and Xianin, the two females among the 12 siblings. "What are your thoughts on our 12 ancestral shaman?" Xianin, filled with respect rather than fear towards Lin Xuan, candidly replied, "Elder, as you instructed, we have been engaging in physical combat. After we emerged into this realm, the only way to enhance our physical strength was through direct confrontation. Moreover, the insults were merely echoes of Zhurong and Gong. We followed suit, having no skills of our own." Hutu, more reserved, slowly added, "Elder, our inheritance lacks usable skills that we wish to seek you out after our emergence, but could not leave the Pangu Hall. Engaging in brute force was merely a means to pass the time." Lin Xuan felt somewhat speechless, as if he were the villain in this scenario. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he paused before retorting, "I recall that the Transcendence technique encompasses the existence of the 9 axes of creation. Even if you cannot cultivate it now, cannot you at least ponder how to simplify it for your training? What about your understanding of the laws? Are you capable of utilizing them? Have I not taught you how to apply these laws? Do you truly possess no skills? In this realm, the laws are your foundation. Your physical forms are merely vessels for these laws. You must find a way to channel your every ounce of strength into the most potent force." Gong and Zhurong, do your insults carry any weight? All you do is squander your energy. Dejiang, as the eldest brother, do you even contemplate your decisions? If Pangu could create the world with the axes, I too have bestowed upon you numerous skills. Will you not engage your siblings in discussions on how to utilize these skills? Skills are merely the combination of techniques. Can you still claim no one has taught you? Gong and Zhurong felt their faces flush with embarrassment at Lin Xuan's words, while Dejiang appeared utterly humiliated, his complexion pale and unable to refute the accusations. Observing the expressions of the 12 ancestors, Lin Xuan felt a mix of pride and exasperation. Perceiving them as rather dim-witted, he continued, "Dejiang, in the future, consult Huta more when making decisions. The Honghuang world is small. Broaden your horizons. Will you be able to lead your siblings well?" Though Dejiang felt a knot of anxiety in his chest, he earnestly listened to Lin Xuan's words. When Lin Xuan inquired, he quickly affirmed, "Elder, Dejiang will surely take good care of his younger siblings." Lin Xuan nodded and then addressed Hutu, "You are the most clear-headed among the 12. Please keep an eye on them, understood? If anyone misbehaves or disobeys, inform me, and I shall take care of them. Have you all understood?" Hutu cheerfully replied, "Yes, Elder, I will keep watch." She brandished her fist at the 11 other ancestors in a show of strength, while the others could only acquiesce to Lin Xuan's authority. He then turned to the 4 of Fuxi and said, "My previous words also apply to you. What are your thoughts?" Having grasped Lin Xuan's intent, Fuxi, feeling somewhat guilty for their excessive curiosity and playfulness that had led to their incomplete tasks, admitted, "Master, you are right. Our curiosity has distracted us from our duties." Lin Xuan, amused by Fuxi's admission, queried, "Is this sentiment shared by the Queen Mother of the West? And you, Nuwa? What about you, Zenyuanzi?" The Queen Mother of the West remained silent, her demeanor one of shame, while Nuwa's eyes darted nervously between Lin Xuan and the 12 robust figures, hesitantly saying, "Master, I promise not to be so playful in the future." Zenyuanzi, appearing worried, added, "Master, I have disappointed you," and fell silent thereafter. Lin Xuan, feeling exhausted by their responses, regretted taking on disciples, and declared, "Listen well, I will say this only once. Can you ponder why I allowed you to descend the mountain early? Initially, I intended only for Xinyuanzi to descend, but considering the time constraints, I permitted you all to join him, hoping you would complete your tasks swiftly and reap the rewards. Yet, look at the situation. If Xinyuanzi had not been accompanied by the three of you, he would have completed the gathering of formations in the eastern and southern continents by now. Now, evaluate your current progress." Nuwa abruptly interrupted. "Master, the formation is quite difficult to establish and consumes significant resources." Lin Xuan, displeased at being interrupted, glared at Nuwa and said, "That is because you lack dedication to studying formations. Ask your brother and younger siblings if they find it challenging. In my view, the primary responsibility lies with you. The three of them have been accommodating you. If your formation skills are lacking, they must wait for you to keep pace. Furthermore, your curiosity and playfulness have led to the mess in Yujing Mountain. You will face consequences for this." Nuwa, on the verge of tears, gazed at Lin Xuan as if to say, "Master no longer cares for me." Ignoring her plight, Lin Xuan turned back to Fushi and asked, "Fushi, what period is it now?" Fushi pondered for a long time, contemplating various answers, before tentatively stating, "The Calamity." Lin Xuan, unimpressed by Fushi's uncertainty, retorted, "And if this calamity were to shatter the Hongjun land and destroy the earth's veins, what would be the consequences?" His words sent shockwaves through all present, especially Fushi and Xinyuanzi, whose faces paled in fear as they stuttered, "Master, you can't be serious." The 12 ancestors seethed with anger, for the Hongjun realm was created by their father. How could it be so carelessly destroyed? Lin Xuan, ignoring their reactions, stated, "Let us observe and see." Having delivered his admonition, Lin Xuan ceased speaking, recognizing that further dialogue would be futile. He waved his hand, leading everyone to conceal themselves in the skies above the western continent. Preparing to witness the unfolding mythological drama, as the boundaries of the western continent became increasingly crowded with the influx of two opposing armies, the multitude of beings gathered grew spectacularly dense. Time passed, and the tension between the two sides escalated. A slight provocation could spark a fierce battle. Suddenly, Luohu appeared between the two factions, surveying the Dragon Clan's camp, where Hongjun and others gathered. With the situation having escalated to this point, there was little left to discuss. Luo bellowed, "Kill!" In an instant, the demon army surged towards the Dragon Clan, a scene of swirling black clouds and vibrant colors. Although the demon faction temporarily held the upper hand, the Dragon Clan predominantly relied on physical strength and the laws, while the demons targeted the primordial spirits. The Dragon Clan found themselves ill-prepared for such combat, suffering great losses as many of their beings perished. Despite the demons appearing to gain the advantage, their numbers and strength paled in comparison to the Dragon Clans, with the Qilin and Phoenix clans having retreated into seclusion. The demons were left assimilating only the weaker beings of the land, resulting in a pitifully low number of strong individuals. Thus, given enough time, the Dragon Clan could outlast the demons through attrition. The battlefield's dynamics were clear to all present, and Luohu, filled with fury, disregarded any notions of battlefield etiquette, directly commanding his forces, demonize. Instantly, the aura of the demon laws permeated the battlefield, unleashing a wave of demonized beings among the Dragon Clan, rendering many of them incoherent and further worsening the situation for the dragons. The ancestor dragon, witnessing this, turned to Hongjun and asked, "Hongjun, the circumstances are increasingly unfavorable for us. When do you plan to intervene?" Hongjun, assessing the battlefield, replied, "Ancestor Dragon, we shall confront Luohu shortly." With that, he signaled to Yang Mei and the others, and the 5 of them took to the skies towards Luohu. Upon seeing the 5 approaching, Luohu scoffed, "You fools, you dare to disrupt my plans and come to deliver yourselves so soon? Very well, I shall oblige you." As he spoke, he lunged at the 5 opponents. For a moment, the battle was fierce and evenly matched, creating an impression of a 1-5 contest where neither side held the upper hand. Above the battlefield, in an imperceptible realm, more than 10 observers gazed down at the clash and could see the forefront, A handsome young man reclined on a chair formed from clouds, incessantly munching on sunflower seeds, a nod to his innate spiritual root. Behind him stood a circle of over 10 individuals, similarly engaged in the same pastime. There were none other than Lin Xuan and his companions. The young man suddenly remarked, "Zhu Rong, how does their combat compare to their personal duels?" With a dismissive tone, Zhu Rong retorted, "It's all just flashy nonsense." Hearing Zhu Rong's words, Lin Xuan felt a surge of irritation and turned to him, saying with a hint of melancholy, "Zhu Rong, it appears you are quite remarkable, indeed." Zhu Rong, noticing the look in Lin Xuan's eyes, felt a chill and nervously replied, "Uncle, I was wrong." Lin Xuan then addressed the others, who were suppressing their laughter, saying, "Pay close attention," and returned his focus to the battle below. As the conflict between Luohu and the Five intensified, Zhu Long also faced his own adversaries, Qi Mei and Wang Liang. A daunting 1 against 4 that, unlike other demonic beings, Qi Mei and Wang Liang lacked a solid form, shifting between reality and illusion, making it impossible for Zhu Long to gain any advantage. He could only endure in a state of passive defense. Although the onslaught of the 6 from Luohu appeared ferocious, most of their attacks were merely exploratory. As time passed, they ceased their probing and began deploying their spiritual treasures in earnest. Hongjun wielded the Pangu flag, the yin-yang taiji diagram. Yang Mei brandished the green willow, and Qian Kuan summoned the Qian Kuan cauldron, while Luohu unleashed the 4 swords of extermination, each targeting one of the 4 opponents. Luohu, undeterred by the need to split his focus among the 4, felt a tinge of disdain. However, after exchanging around 100 moves, he seized an opportunity to unleash a black disc towards the 5 elements. The 5 elements, caught off guard, was struck down, his primordial spirit extinguished, the first high-level being to fall since the battle commenced, following the demise of the 5 elements. Luohu once again faced Hongjun and the others, who were deeply affected by the loss, their expressions tinged with sorrow. Whether Hongjun's grief was genuine or feigned, only he knew. The 4 gathered together, and Hongjun fixed his gaze on Luohu, asking, "The world-destroying millstone." Yang Mei and the others looked at Luohu, who arrogantly replied, "Mind your own business. You needn't pry into my affairs now." Amidst the great battle, Luohu, who was not one to speak carelessly, though he had indeed wielded the world-destroying millstone to annihilate the 5 elements. However, it had been damaged during the chaos of creation, and its use was taxing to it was a treasure he had unearthed during his last venture into the Guishu, serving as the foundation for his audacity to annex the continent. With that, he summoned a blueprint to form the extermination sword array with the 4 swords of extermination, which began to rotate around Luohu. Hongjun and the others were taken aback, exclaiming, "The extermination sword array!" They were aware of its presence in Luohu's hands, but had never witnessed its true power, and thus they attempted to assault the array in vain. In a state of confusion, Qian Kuan exclaimed, "What should we do? This array cannot be breached." Hongjun observed the array and deduced, from the outside, it cannot be broken. We must dismantle it from within. With the 4 swords of extermination, we can each take on a sword array and break it from the inside. Agreed. All right. Very well. The 3 responded in unison. They each chose their respective sword arrays. Hongjun entered the immortal sword array, the yin-yang ancestor the extermination sword array, the Qian Kuan ancestor the absolute extermination sword array, and Yang Mei the slaying immortal sword array. As they entered the arrays, Luohu realized that maintaining the sword array would drain significant energy, and he was acutely aware of the situation inside the array. The yin-yang ancestor and Qian Kuan ancestor fought valiantly, while Hongjun appeared to be observing, though in truth he was recovering his strength. And Yang Mei consistently evaded the sword qi. This presented Luohu with an opportunity to strike, that he appeared within the absolute extermination sword array and launched surprise attacks, inciting Qian Kuan ancestor to curse. "Luohu, what skill is there in ambushing? Show your mettle and battle me openly." Hearing Qian Kuan's tirade, the others took note. Hongjun remained unfazed. Yang Mei frowned subtly, and the yin-yang ancestor, filled with anxiety, continued to bombard the array, hoping to alleviate some burden from his old friend. That it was known that entering the extermination sword array was easy, But exiting was another matter. Without breaking the formation, they could not leave. Now, Qiankuan Ancestor was left to fend for himself. As time elapsed, while defending against the sword Qi and Luo, whose stealthy strikes. Qiankuan Ancestor felt his mental energy depleting rapidly. Luohu, seizing the moment, summoned the world-destroying millstone once more and delivered a devastating blow, leading to Qiankuan's silent demise. Within the absolute extermination sword array, Luo, who took a moment to recuperate and restore his mana. After all, both the extermination sword array and the world-destroying millstone were significant drains on mana, and Luo, who faced a life-or-death battle, leaving no room for complacency on the battlefield. The dragon and demon clans clashed furiously. With countless beings perishing, their remains accumulating like mountains, while the living dwindled in number and the battlefield shrank. The extermination sword array set up by Luo, who, alongside Zulong's struggle against Qimei and Wangliang, gradually formed two distinct battlefields. Above the fray, Lin Xuan found the spectacle exhilarating. It was as if he were witnessing a live mythic tale, filled with a sense of participation unattainable through mere observation. Gazing at the heaps of seafood, no, rather, the corpses of the aquatic beings, an idea struck him. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured forth over 10 items, subsequently channeling magical seals into them. Once finished, he waved his hand, presenting the items to each individual encircling him, stating, "These are storage rings, akin to your Shumi spells, yet distinct in that they do not require continuous mana expenditure to maintain. You can utilize them once you have recognized them as yours. Go ahead and claim them now. Master, if you had such fine treasures, why not reveal them sooner? Think of how much mana I have expended in the past." Nuwa complained. Gong Gong chimed in. "Indeed, uncle should share such treasures." Fushi interjected with a grateful, "Thank you, Master." Lin Xuan paid them no heed, observing as they recognized ownership of their rings. He then infused each one with a strand of spiritual light. Commanding now, descend and gather every last corpse of the aquatic beings below. Not corpses, I mean the seafood. Go forth. Though they were still under punishment, Lin Xuan's orders left them no room for argument. Thus they responded, "Yes, Master, and be quick about it." "Remain discreet," Lin Xuan instructed. "Understood, Master," Fushi and the others replied. But what did they understand? Lin Xuan mused to himself as the 17 departed, leaving behind a swarm of stealthy locusts that swept through the battlefield. Leaving not a trace in their wake, Zulong, having fought against Qimei and Wangliang for so long, was nearly drained of mana. While distracted, he glanced at the battlefield and was taken aback. He quickly shouted to Qimei and Wangliang. "Halt!" Qimei responded. "Zulong, what trickery is this?" Zulong gestured towards the battlefield, declaring, "Look!" Qimei turned to behold the scene. Bodies piled high, the vast battlefield now sparsely populated with combatants. Both clans had suffered tremendous losses. With a heavy heart, Zulong proposed, "Let us cease hostilities." Qimei remained silent, gathering the unfallen, while Zulong summoned the remaining members of his clan. Observing that fewer than 1% of their original number had survived, he suddenly comprehended why Hongjun had sought out his dragon clan rather than any other race amidst the waning aura of the heavenly calamity. Zulong experienced an epiphany. The stronger the heavenly races, the greater their fortune, and with it, the burdens and responsibilities they bore. Conversely, the more karma they accrued. Watching the gathered kin, each ensnared by karmic ties, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "Before the great Dao and under heaven's watch, I, Zulong, acknowledge my grave sins and offer myself to transform the dragon clan into auspiciousness, forever to stabilize the 4 seas and redeem my transgressions." A thunderclap resonated through the sky, bestowing merit upon Zulong and the aquatic beings present, alleviating their karma, while a portion of merit fell to the boundless ocean that in an instant, Zulong and the surviving members of the aquatic race vanished. Qimei observed Zulong's disappearance and swiftly led the remaining demon clan back to Shumi Mountain. Though the demon race thrived on chaos, they were not eager to face annihilation. The ECI, the Candle Dragon, having heard Zulong's vow, remarked at last, "My elder brother has awakened." Thus, he awaited Zulong's return. In the southern immortal volcano, the Phoenix clan stronghold, Feng merely smiled at Huang. Hee, a laugh that left Huang feeling frustrated and speechless. To the eastern Qilin cliff, the golden Qilin turned to his three brothers, saying, I wonder if Zhu Long can navigate this tribulation. It may be the last time we see him in the western continent. As Zhu Long and his kin departed, the corpses on the battlefield vanished at an accelerated rate. Within the extermination sword array, Hongjun remained unmoved. Yang Mei sighed heavily, and the Yin-Yang ancestor felt an underlying sense of unease. Luohu, overjoyed, rose with the corpse of Qian-Kun ancestor, making his way toward the extermination sword array. As for the Qian-Kun cauldron, Luohu believed he could retrieve it after dealing with Hongjun and the others within the array. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment he left, the Qian-Kun cauldron vanished without a trace. Noticing the Yin-Yang ancestor's anxious demeanor within the extermination sword array, Luohu chuckled. Yin-Yang old friend, I bring you a companion, and no need to thank me. With that, he sent Qian-Kun ancestor's corpse towards the Yin-Yang ancestor with the power of the sword array. The Yin-Yang ancestor, upon seeing Qian-Kun's lifeless body, quickly shielded himself and the corpse with the Taiji diagram, sorrowfully lamenting, Old friend, why have you all departed? Did we not agree to seek the Dao together? How many years have we traversed together, and why have you departed first? The friendships between the ancients of Yin and Yang, the ancients of heaven and earth, and the ancients of the five elements run profoundly deep. This connection transcends mere philosophical alignment. They have been engaging in discourse since the primordial chaos, enduring trials together and escaping the cataclysms of creation that in the vast wilderness. They have also deliberated on the way together. Were it not for their collective strength, how could they have engaged in discussions with Hongjun? Although their individual sanctuaries are distinct, their distances are not insurmountable. Thus, they have managed to endure until now. In a moment of despair for the ancients of Yin and Yang, the sudden ambush by Luohu ensued, yet fortunately, the Taiji diagram offered protection. Had it not been for this, he would have been struck by Luohu's world-destroying grinding wheel and would have had to reunite with his old friends. The ancients of Yin and Yang, in a fit of rage, proclaimed, Luohu, despicable and shameless, you have caused the demise of my dear friends, the ancients of heaven and earth and the five elements. And now you dare to ambush me. Come forth, let us battle until death. The cry of the ancients of Yin and Yang echoed loudly, reaching the ears of Hongjun and Yang Mei. Regret flickered across Yang Mei's face, mingled with anger and resentment, while Hongjun, upon hearing of the fall of the ancients of heaven and earth, smiled enigmatically. Luohu, however, paid no heed to the outcry of the ancients of Yin and Yang and seized the opportunity to launch surprise attacks with his sword energy, inciting further fury from the ancients of Yin and Yang. Unfortunately, the sword formation rendered him powerless against Luohu, reducing him to a mere target, and he knew that if this continued, his demise would be inevitable. Gazing at the lifeless body of the ancients of heaven and earth, the ancients of Yin and Yang recalled the indignity of the five elements' fall, their hatred for Luohu intensifying as Luohu launched yet another ambush. The ancients of Yin and Yang cried out, Hongjun, Yang Mei, avenge us! With that, the ancients of Yin and Yang's body began to swell with energy. Luohu, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retreated, cursing, damn it, with a resounding boom. The four swords of extermination momentarily faltered, cracks appearing within. Seizing the moment, Hongjun and Yang Mei burst forth from the fissures, with Hongjun halting outside the extermination sword formation, while Yang Mei, upon escaping, made no pause and fled into the distance. Hongjun watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in disappointment. Once the extermination sword formation stabilized, Luohu's disheveled form emerged outside the formation. Had he not been within his own array, the self-detonation of the ancients of Yin and Yang would have cost him at least half his life, leaving him merely wounded for now. Yet this injury was but a matter of recuperation for them. Observing that only Hongjun remained outside the formation, Luohu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Ha! Hongjun, you are the last one standing. Let us see what means you possess to thwart me. The mandate of heaven is with me. Hongjun, undeterred, calmly replied, Luohu, the outcome is yet to be determined. Do not speak so arrogantly. With that, three figures emerged from Hongjun's form, one exuding compassion while wielding a whisk, another brimming with rage and grasping the Pangu splitting axe, and the third, serene and calm, wearing the jade disc of creation atop his head. These were Hongjun's three corpse incarnations, each only a step below his own realm. Luohu, upon seeing these apparitions, felt his smile freeze. You, what is this? The jade disc of creation. So grand. Then Luohu laughed again. Hongjun, you are truly insidious. I wonder if Yin and Yang are aware. Will they seek vengeance upon you? I feel pity for them. Hongjun replied placidly. It is the will of heaven. Our saga must come to an end. Luohu guffawed. Hongjun, your incarnations are no match for Yang Mei's. Do you still wish to breach this formation? Hongjun said nothing but leaned against the auspicious clouds of the heavens, guiding his incarnations toward the extermination sword formation. Luohu, seeing Hongjun's unyielding spirit, also entered the extermination sword formation as time passed. The duration unknown, Luohu cried out, "The heavens are unjust! The heavens are unjust!" With a thunderous crash, the extermination sword formation shattered, the four swords of extermination and the array map scattering across the ground. Luohu collapsed, coughing up dark blood, while Hongjun and his two incarnations also fell to the earth. Hongjun, you treacherous fiend! This matter is far from over. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Luohu declared in bitterness. Struggling to rise, Luohu shouted, "Great Dao above, let heaven and earth bear witness. I, the demon ancestor Luohu, perceive that the heavens are incomplete and the hearts of living beings are unstable. I am willing to transform into the demon realm. Ensuring the eternal dominance of the demonic way, the Dao rises 1 foot, while the demon rises 10. The demon realm shall be established." Suddenly, a great pressure descended, and the winds and clouds of heaven and earth surged. Thunder and lightning clashing, a deluge of great merit rained down from the sky, the largest bestowal since Pangu carved the heavens. This merit surged toward Luohu, a surge of profound power enveloping him, culminating in the formation of a black lotus. Luohu's form continuously evolved, gradually manifesting a pitch-black world, drawing all demons from across heaven and earth, including those within Mount Xiumi, irresistibly towards the realm of demons, with the demonic aura dissipating entirely. Then, from within the demon realm, Luohu's voice rang out. "Hongjun, I, the ancestor, have bestowed upon you a grand gift. The demonic way shall endure." In an instant, the demon ancestor Luohu and the demon realm vanished from the face of the earth, and tranquility returned to the world. However, scarcely had a moment passed when the western continent trembled, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Time, not long in the grand scheme, witnessed the establishment of the demon realm by Luohu and the subsequent detonation of the western continent's earth veins. Hongjun, still in shock from the merits gained by Luohu's establishment of the demon realm, was taken aback by the earth's explosion. Observing the ruins of the western continent before him, Hongjun felt bewildered. What have I done? This was not my doing. Suddenly, merit descended upon him from the heavens, and only then did Hongjun truly regain his senses. Yet he felt no joy, though he had emerged victorious in this battle of demonic ways. Everything had unfolded according to his design. However, Luohu's establishment of the demon realm, the influx of merits, and the destruction of the earth veins were unforeseen outcomes. Now, Luohu had attained the Dao. Although there were constraints preventing him from appearing within the realms of the primordial world as long as his Dao remained potent, he had nonetheless achieved enlightenment, while Hongjun, despite being on the brink of enlightenment himself, bore immense karmic burdens. Hongjun tidied the battlefield and departed the western continent with a cold demeanor, leaving behind a desolate wasteland that in a place beyond detection above the western continent. Lin Xuan observed the entire battle, feeling a refreshing exhilaration, a sensation unattainable through any film or television in his past life. Turning to the crowd surrounding him, still in shock, Lin Xuan, now in high spirits, smiled and asked, "How was it? Did you enjoy the show?" Only upon hearing Lin Xian's voice did the crowd snap back to reality, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the battle. They had never fathomed warfare could involve such intricate stratagems. Noticing their regained composure, Lin Xuan inquired, "Was it not captivating?" Nuwa immediately replied with excitement, "Master, it was absolutely splendid. When will we witness such a grand battle again?" Lin Xuan shot her a glance of disapproval. Pondering the worthiness of this disciple, who could never grasp the crux of matters, like tea that moment, Fushi, slightly embarrassed, stepped forward and said, "Master, I was in the wrong." Lin Xuan nodded with a smile. "As long as you recognize your mistakes." "That is sufficient." Zhen Yunzi spoke up. "Master, I will work swiftly to restore the Western continent." The Queen Mother of the West added, "Master, why is Hongjun's merit upon attaining the Dao different?" Lin Xuan looked at her with appreciation. "Well done, you are observant. Unlike Nuwa, who only seeks amusement. The merit Hongjun received is the merit of the heavenly Dao." Nuwa interjected, "Master." The Queen Mother of the West, curious, asked, "Master, what is the heavenly Dao?" Ignoring Nuwa, Lin Xuan swept his gaze over the crowd and continued, "The great Dao is hidden. The heavenly Dao emerges. Do you understand?" Lin Xuan then turned to the 12 ancestors of Wu. "And what about you? Why are you silent when you usually enjoy speaking?" Gong replied, "Uncle, I have gained insights into the power of laws." Zhu Rong added, "Uncle, I will certainly settle the score with Hongjun." Lin Xuan, intrigued by Zhu Rong's statement, asked, "Why do you wish to settle the score with him?" Zhu Rong replied angrily, "He has disrupted the world of our father Pangu." Lin Xuan nodded. "Remember this. Every innate being in the primordial world is connected to Pangu. There's a reason behind the existence of every being. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." Hutu pondered for a moment and asked, "Uncle, what distinguishes the heavenly Dao?" The others looked at Lin Xuan with curiosity as well. Hearing Hutu's question, Lin Xuan fell into contemplation, weighing whether to reveal the answer now or allow them to discover it themselves later. Considering the current state of the heavenly Dao, he decided to disclose it. Thus, Lin Xuan spoke softly, "The great Dao is hidden. The heavenly Dao emerges. The great Dao gave birth to the 3 paths that govern the primordial world. The heavenly Dao governs rules. The earth Dao governs life and death, and the human Dao governs change. The heavenly Dao emerged first, and Hongjun was chosen as its representative. Therefore, you must never speak of the 3 paths that have yet to emerge." The crowd was astounded by the changes in the heavens and earth. Lin Xuan, having said enough, turned to Fushi and the others. "You four may arrange matters as you see fit. Go wherever you wish. The primordial world is stable now and will not encounter any unforeseen events. However, Zhen Yuanzi, you must prioritize the restoration of the Western continent. Once you have restored it, there will be merits from the heavenly Dao. Remember, you cannot use these merits to enhance your cultivation. True cultivation is achieved through personal effort." "Yes, Master." "Have you all made your decisions?" Fushi replied, "Master, I wish to assist Zhen Yuanzi in restoring the Western continent." Nuwa added, "Master, I will stay and help Zhen Yuanzi." The Queen Mother of the West chimed in, "Master, I will assist Senior Brother Zhen Yuanzi in restoring the Western continent before returning to Mount Buzhou." Hutu, Elder Brother, I too shall remain to assist Shixiang Zhen Yuanzi. Indeed, we shall also stay." Upon hearing Hutu's declaration to stay, the other 12 ancestral witches hastily chimed in, for they had long desired to do so. Yet the Pangu Hall remained closed, preventing their escape. Now that their elder brother had brought them forth, they seized the opportunity. Lin Xuan contemplated whether to allow them to stay, knowing that this was not their time to emerge into the world. Their presence now could introduce uncertainties. However, it seemed that Zhen Yuanzi and the others were uncertainties as well, but he decided to relinquish his thoughts. For too many uncertainties ceased to be uncertainties, and ultimately, they were dictated by the heavenly Dao, of which he, Lin Xuan, had no bearing. "Then do as you wish." Suddenly, Lin Xuan appeared to have an epiphany, and his primordial spirit's power swept across everyone present without evasion. The crowd felt the overwhelming strength of Lin Xuan's primordial spirit, leaving them in awe, recognizing their master, elder brother, as formidable, completely oblivious to the fact that much of their possessions were missing. Had Lin Xuan been aware of their thoughts, he would have remarked, This is merely the beginning. Not even 1/10,000th by the time they regained their composure. Lin Xuan had already vanished with Wang Shu. The 16 individuals exchanged glances, feeling the awkwardness thickening, until Fushi broke the silence, asking, "What plans does shitty Dijiang have?" Dijiang was momentarily at a loss, as they had intended to stay and not return to the Pangu Hall. Without having considered so much, he glanced at his siblings. But seeing their excitement and eagerness, he could not voice his thoughts. It was Huda who stepped forward to alleviate his discomfort, saying, "Shixiang, we shall follow you for now, and we can discuss matters later." Fushi then recalled their master's words, realizing they were simple-minded but physically strong, which indeed seemed to be the case. Thus, he proposed, "Let us descend and begin the restoration of the Earth's veins." Lin Xuan, accompanied by Wang Shu, returned to Buzhou Mountain and produced a magnificent dragon of the great Luohu, Golden Immortal. Subsequently, a beam of spiritual light shot towards Wang Shu, as Lin Xuan instructed. "Prepare this dragon. I have yet to taste dragon meat." Wang Shu, intrigued, pondered the information swirling in her mind. She had not anticipated the existence of such delicacies. Inner consciousness, spiritual fruits, spiritual waters, and miraculous elixirs were the only edible items she knew. The notion of ferocious beasts devouring one another was something only beings devoid of intelligence would engage in, unlike Lin Xuan's diverse culinary preparations, which seemed to encompass everything. She was astonished to see Lin Xuan conjure a dragon, and curiously glanced at her storage ring, wondering if her own harvest had diminished. Then, recalling Lin Xuan's primordial spirit fluctuations before they returned to Buzhou Mountain, she whispered, "Master, you did not take the spoils of the 12 ancestors and Nuwa. Did you?" "Indeed. Hurry and prepare for me. I wish to savor it," Lin Xuan affirmed. Seeing his response so matter-of-factly, Wang Shu promptly replied, "Of course, master, I shall handle it right away." Before long, a rich aroma filled the yard, the scent seemingly invigorating the spiritual energy in the vicinity. Wang Shu's voice floated over, "Master, it is ready for you to eat." Lin Xuan approached Wang Shu, observing the golden, translucent dragon meat she had roasted, which emanated a delightful fragrance. He picked up a skewer weighing 2 pounds and began to indulge, savoring the succulent, tender, and flavorful meat. The author, not being a foodie, finds it hard to describe further. As he feasted, Lin Xuan remarked to Wang Shu, "You should try some as well." Wang Shu took a smaller skewer and tasted it. Upon her first bite, she was momentarily stunned, her mouth moving on its own to finish the entire skewer before she regained her senses. She looked at Lin Xuan, who was engrossed in his meal, and a blissful smile spread across her face, something she had never experienced since becoming self-aware. Tea that moment. Lin Xuan suddenly added, "If you wish to take a stroll, you may, but do not linger too long. Hongjun is about to attain sainthood." Wang Shu, still lost in her bliss, was abruptly interrupted by Lin Xuan, causing her cheeks to flush. Stealing a glance at him, she found he was not looking her way. Thus she sighed with relief. Pondering Lin Xuan's words, she curiously inquired, "Master, what does it mean to attain sainthood?" Lin Xuan then remembered that such a realm was unfamiliar to her and began to explain. Attaining sainthood refers to achieving a fruit position in the primordial heavens and earth without great merit, immense fortune, or significant destiny. One cannot attain a fruit position. Those who achieve a fruit position gain a portion of the heavenly authority, untouched by cause and effect, eternal and indestructible. Each aspect of heaven, earth, and humanity has 9 fruit positions, with a saint's power equivalent to that of a Hongjun great Luohu golden immortal, albeit confined to the boundaries of the primordial heavens. The stronger the world, the greater the power. Wang Shu was taken aback, realizing the heavens held such profound secrets. How did Hongjun come to know this? Like her, Hongjun was also a reincarnation of a chaos demon god. She felt as though she was being foolish, so she asked, "Master, how did Hongjun attain a fruit position?" Isn't attaining a fruit position a constraint within the primordial heavens? How could he, as a chaos demon god, possibly be willing to remain? Lin Xuan found Wang Shu's question peculiar. Was she not a chaos demon god? How could she be unaware of the intricacies among them? Thus he inquired, "Are you a reincarnation of a chaos demon god?" Wang Shu. Yes, why do you ask? Lin Xuan. Then why are you unaware of the secrets among the Chaos Demon Gods? Wang Shu. What secrets? I have no knowledge of any secrets among the Chaos Demon Gods. Lin Xuan. How did you reincarnate into the primordial world? Wang Shu pondered for a moment before replying. I was birthed from the Chaos spiritual root, the laurel tree, mastering the laws of the Great Een. After my emergence, the laurel tree became my accompanying spiritual root. When Pangu opened the heavens, the great Dao guided us to prevent him from doing so. However, I did not bring the laurel tree with me. In the ensuing battle against Pangu alongside other demon gods, I could not withstand a single blow. I was no match for him at all. After sustaining severe injuries, I retreated, yet before I could escape the battlefield, I perished, leaving only my true spirit. My true spirit fled, and the laurel tree nurtured me within it. But before long, it was affected by Pangu's power of creation, resulting in damage to the laurel tree's essence. I fell into a deep slumber, awakening only upon reaching the Moonstar. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan understood Wang Shu's situation was an accident, so he explained further about the other demon gods. Chaos demon gods in the primordial world actively reincarnated after Pangu transformed. Some did so merely to survive, while others sought Pangu's Dao fruit, which lies within the primordial realm. Yet no one knows what Pangu's Dao fruit actually is. As long as one obtains Pangu's Dao fruit, they can achieve the great Dao. What do you think they would choose? Wang Shu was astonished by this revelation, something she had never dared to imagine. Given her background, even in chaos, she could not be certain of attaining the realm of the great Dao. It was evident how great the temptation was. She gazed at Lin Xuan in shock and asked, Master, are you also seeking the Dao fruit? Lin Xuan casually replied, What use is that? Even if obtained, it is merely a supplement. Lin Xuan was not mistaken. His path diverged from Pangu's creation of the outer Dao. If successful, grants one the strength of the great Dao. However, should one leave this universe, they would possess a realm without power, akin to the principle of a saint's Dao fruit. In contrast, Lin Xuan's cultivation was internally generated. Both his realm and strength were self-sufficient. His internal world, supported by the world tree, had already reached a level equivalent to the chaos world, surpassing the primordial realm. Transitioning the chaos world into an eternal world was exceedingly challenging, and Lin Xuan himself was uncertain if there would ever be an opportunity. Lin Xuan asked, Do you desire it? If you do, I can fetch it for you. Wang Shu sensed Lin Xuan's internal struggle. She recognized his immense strength, surpassing even Pangu. His words were undoubtedly true. How should she choose? The great Dao lay before her, and her heart now waged a battle between two conflicting voices. Inner demon. Attaining it will lead to the great Dao realm, allowing you to depart the primordial world. Never again to face the anguish of exiled. I want to seize control of my own fate, true self. But that is not the Dao I seek. Pangu's Dao is too tyrannical, incompatible with me. Moreover, Master would not give it to me for free. Inner demon. Consider the two jade rabbits on the Moonstar. They are so pitiful. And what of your accompanying spiritual root? If you obtain the Dao fruit, you could restore the laurel tree's essence, true self. Master Lin Xuan would not approve that if I were to speak about it. Perhaps I could restore the laurel tree with some cost. Inner demon. But those are all requests. All come with conditions. The Dao fruit is readily available. All it takes is to obtain it, and no more requests will be needed. True self. No. Master Lin Xuan saved me, and I feel happiness in his presence. I cherish this feeling. Inner demon. By obtaining the Dao fruit, you will gain power and be able to do much for Master. Do you not wish to repay him? True self. No. Master does not favor such individuals. If I were to take the Dao fruit, I would never see Master again. He would surely cast me away. Wang Shu found herself in a continuous internal struggle, completely absorbed in her own world, unaware that a demonic energy was beginning to manifest within her, threatening to lead her astray. Lin Xuan observed the emergence of demonic energy around Wang Shu with surprise, realizing that the effects of establishing the demon realm through Luohu, who had first manifested in her. However, This was not an invasion of external demons, but rather the inner demons troubling Wang Shu herself. That it was not that Lin Xuan's sanctum lacked secrecy. After the establishment of the demon realm, its rules integrated into the cosmic order, making it the only demon realm within this universe, with levels comparable to the primordial world. Should the demon realm's status rise in the future, it might even advance to the eternal world. Lin Xuan had no intention of intervening to assist Wang Shu. If she could overcome this challenge, she would gain clarity regarding her own Dao, resulting in a rapid increase in her strength. If she were to fail, her demise would be the consequence. Of course, Lin Xuan could help her survive, but her achievements would be limited, unable to transcend the Hongjun realm. Lin Xuan continued to savor the dragon meat, relishing what he believed to be the finest delicacy he had ever tasted in 2 lifetimes. Although the variety of seasonings is not as abundant as in previous lives, one cannot underestimate the omnipotent seasoning, spiritual energy. Lin Xuan felt that spiritual energy was even more effective than virtue. Wang Shu, with her black and white appearance, constantly oscillated between the laws of the lunar and the demonic, while her heart wrestled with conflicting thoughts. What are you truly contemplating? Where are the numerous advantages? In this world, power is paramount. With power, one possesses everything that if this opportunity is missed, it may never return. Yet the counterargument persisted. Power does not equate to everything that if I were powerful, I would certainly depart from here, but my master would undoubtedly expel me. I cannot leave. This place makes me feel truly existent. Everything from before was but an illusion. Those lunar demons, the Pangu creating the heavens, the Dao fruits, they are not real, nor are you. Only Wang Shu of Mount Buzhou is genuine. You, too, are but a figment. Die. Suddenly, an immense aura surged from Wang Shu, purging the demonic energy surrounding her. She stood there, motionless. Lin Xuan observed Wang Shu's transformation and realized she had pierced through her true self, vanquished her inner demons, and was now ensconced in a moment of enlightenment. Once she awakens, she shall break through to the Hongjun Great Luohu Golden Immortal. If Wang Shu were to achieve such a breakthrough and expound the Dao, one can only imagine the expressions on the faces of the heavenly Dao in Hongjun. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. In the Western continent, 16 figures scurried amidst the ruins, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. Zhu Rong exclaimed, "Damn it! Why must you blow up the earth's veins? Why not blow yourself up instead?" Zhu Rong continued, "That Hongjun is also devoid of conscience. He reaps the benefits, but neglects those who provided them. How can he face Pangu, our Father God?" He lamented, "I should have agreed to descend back then. Now, it seems I cannot leave at all." "Hutu, are you looking to depart?" Zhu Rong replied, "How could you think that, dear sister Hutu? You must have misheard. I, Zhu Rong, am your staunch supporter." Hutu said, "Perhaps I misheard. Keep it up." Zhu Rong reassured her, "Rest assured, dear sister Hutu, I, Zhu Rong, cherish hard work above all." "Gong Gong, may I borrow some fire?" Zhu Rong queried. "What? Why would you need fire?" Nainin interjected. "Gong Gong wishes to borrow fire for cooking dragon meat. Without sustenance, how can one muster the strength to work?" Gong Gong affirmed. "Indeed." Zhu Rong retorted, "Why did you not say so sooner? I would have eaten already. Quick, let me have some of yours." "Why should I let you have mine first?" Gong Gong countered, "That we'll split it. You take one, I take one," said Zhu Jun. Gong Gong challenged, "Do you think I fear you?" Zhu Rong declared, "If you wish for a brawl, let us settle it. The loser shall consume what they lose." "Then let us fight." Gong Gong exclaimed, Zhu Jun gasped, Oh. Di Jiang interjected, "Second brother, seeking a fight? Brother, my spoils are gone." Di Jiang lamented. "What spoils are you referring to?" Di Jiang replied, "The spoils from the battlefield. They have all vanished." "Mine are also gone." Another joined. "Mine too." Fushi, observing the gathering of everyone, hurriedly approached and inquired, "What happened? What is missing?" Di Jiang explained, "Senior brother Fushi, all the spoils from our last battlefield are gone." Fushi, understanding that these were remnants of powerful beings, glanced at his own spoils, astonished to find them absent as well. "Mine are gone too. There's no need to search. It must have been taken by our master," said the Western Queen Mother. "Why? When did this happen?" Jimu asked. "Last time, Our master utilized the power of his primordial spirit to collect them, the Western Queen Mother explained. There is nothing to take from us, Strong Liang added. I am unaware, replied the Western Queen Mother. Nuwa, our master is the most despicable, she lamented. Sister, enough, since it was our master who took them. Let us refrain from discussing it that if you desire them, you should ask our master directly. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, causing the crowd to hastily look up in fear and scatter. They beheld the dragon carcass on the ground, falling into a silence, none daring to speak, as they could imagine their master, their elder uncle, watching their every move. Just as they stood frozen, a voice echoed in their ears, prompting them to obediently begin roasting the dragon, not daring to breathe audibly. In the courtyard of Mount Buzhou, Lin Xuan smiled to himself, murmuring, I thought I could not cure you. He then commenced roasting the dragon himself. Wang Shu remained in her state of enlightenment, her aura growing increasingly profound, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Time flew by, and soon a wave of Hongyuan energy enveloped the entire Dao field. Before long, the Hongyuan energy retracted, and Lin Xuan unexpectedly appeared before Wang. That moment, she opened her eyes and, gazing at the man before her, recalled the cries of her heart, causing her cheeks to flush. Lin Xuan, observing her blush, mistakenly thought it was due to his gaze, and thus spoke gently, Congratulations, Dao friend Wang Shu, for piercing through your true self and achieving a breakthrough in Hongyuan. You're the first being in the Hongwang world to contribute to the demon realm and the first to break through Hongyuan. Will you not announce it to the heavens? Wang Shu pondered for a moment, realizing that announcing it to the heavens was not her desire. She had pierced through her true self largely due to Lin Xuan's influence. And now, having achieved this breakthrough, she considered how she would proceed if Lin Xuan did not allow her to remain here. Given Lin Xuan's temperament, which favored tranquility, she felt the same. Thus, her only desire was to stay by Lin Xuan's side. Whether to repay a debt of gratitude or for other reasons, her heart was set on remaining. Wang Shu looked up at Lin Xuan and said, Master, I shall not announce this. It is not what I desire. And announcing it to the heavens would bring many troubles. I prefer tranquility. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, should you announce it now, the heavenly Dao would unleash the ninefold tribulation, and after transcending the tribulation, you would have to expound the Dao to the myriad beings of Hongwang. Moreover, the heavens would reject you. The heavenly Dao does not wish for you to linger in the Hongwang world. Wang Shu respectfully bowed to Lin Xuan, expressing, Thank you, Master, for your life-saving guidance. I wish to dwell in the reeds. Lin Xuan contemplated for a moment and replied, You were destined to perish, but fate has changed due to Buzhou. Thus, you may resolve your karma here. You still have karma on the Tying Star. You should resolve it. Wang Shu beamed, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. As time passed, after Wang Shu brought the laurel tree and 2 jade rabbits from the Tying Star back to Mount Buzhou, several epochs had elapsed. The Hongwang world now flourished with vibrant life. One day, in the western continent, suddenly, Qilins galloped, phoenixes danced, and golden dragons soared, bestowing a bounty of Dao merit, which Zheng Yuanzi distributed in 6 parts. With the remainder divided among others, it turned out that the western continent had been restored through the relentless efforts of Zheng Yuanzi and the others, no longer a desolate ruin, although the earth's veins remained in a nascent state. With sufficient time, they could regain their former splendor. Were it not for Zheng Yuanzi's earth book, which could nurture the primordial earth veins, the restoration would not have been so swift, nor would they have garnered such merit. To restore the earth veins without the earth book would necessitate utilizing other intact earth veins and relying on time for gradual restoration. Zheng Yuanzi collected the merit into the earth book and then bowed to the crowd, stating, Thank you, dear brothers and sisters, for your assistance. Otherwise, Zheng Yuanzi would not know when he could complete this task in the future. If you need Zheng Yuanzi's help, do not hesitate to ask. Zhu Rong responded. Zheng Yuanzi, you are too courteous. This was all voluntary on our part, Di Jiang added. There is no need for formalities, Zheng Yuanzi. This is our Divine Father's creation, and safeguarding it is our responsibility. Zhu Jiuyin remarked. We are all brothers. If we keep being polite, we shall become estranged. Fushi interjected, Let us all refrain from formality. Our task is complete. I wonder what everyone plans to do next. Jin Yuanzi replied, Senior brother. I have further tasks to attend to. The Western Queen Mother declared, I will return to Mount Buzhou. Nuwa, with a pitiful tone, said, Brother. Fushi queried, What is it? Di Jiang added, We are still uncertain if the Pangu Hall can be opened. We must investigate first, or else we will have to seek out our elder uncle. Fushi told the Western Queen Mother, Sister, Nuwa, and I will undergo further trials. Would you and Hutu be able to return together? The Western Queen Mother nodded, replying, All right. Strong Yang exclaimed, Brother, let us go. Di Jiang bid farewell, everyone. Fushi and Nuwa echoed, Farewell. Jin Yuanzi asked, Where are you going, senior brother and sister? Nuwa retorted, I'm going wherever I please. I will not accompany you. You are too slow and lack enthusiasm. Fushi admonished, Sister, refrain from such talk. Jin Yuanzi's matters are serious. Do not cause trouble. I cannot bear the wrath of our master. Although Nuwa knew her master would not scold her, she respected him nonetheless and rolled her eyes at Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi was unbothered. He understood Nuwa's nature, lively and playful. He clasped his hands and said, Since my senior brother and sister have their goals, I will complete my tasks in the Western continent before heading elsewhere. Farewell. With that, Jin Yuanzi set off towards the direction of Guishu to Nuwa. Seeing everyone depart, joyfully surrounded Fushi and asked, Brother, where shall we go to play? Fushi, unable to resist Nuwa's enthusiasm, replied, Sister, we have never visited the southern continent. Shall we go there to explore? Nuwa exclaimed in excitement. Yes. Let us go to the southern continent. Onward. With that, they flew towards the southern continent. Sister, slow down. Slow down, Fushi hurriedly pursued. What Fushi and the others were unaware of was that, tens of millions of miles away, deep within a hidden bamboo grove, there lay an exceedingly secretive restriction, within which two beings were engaged in conversation. Elder brother, how fortunate we are to have such a wealth of merit. I wonder how much this will enhance our cultivation. Jin, they only accrued this merit by restoring the ley lines. If we, the beings of the West, were to repair it ourselves, I wonder if it would ever be restored. They are contributing to all of us Western beings, for which we should express our gratitude. Although they are rather stingy, it would be nice if they could just relocate some ley lines from elsewhere. It's uncertain how long it will take to recover otherwise. You are right. Elder brother, from now on, I too shall contribute to the Western continent. But elder brother, can we go out now? Jane replied, Now that they have departed, we can certainly leave. Just now, they were numerous and stronger than us. If they had any malicious intent, we would be forced to return to the cosmos the moment we stepped out. Elder brother, let us hasten to explore the outside world. Let us go, but this is our birthplace, and we must not disrupt the restriction. My true form still resides here. In a secluded valley in the southeastern part of Kunlun Mountain, a dispute was unfolding within a restriction. Second brother, we have just taken form. Our strength is sufficient to wander the primordial wilderness. We should first enhance our power. Third brother, we are the three pure ones of Pangu. Who would dare disregard us? We should venture into the wilderness to announce our names. Second brother, if we encounter beings with low intelligence yet formidable strength, will they show us respect? Therefore, we should first bolster our strength. What kind of being exists like that? Lacking intelligence yet seeking strength. Second brother, have you forgotten the last visitor? Did he not engage us in casual conversation? Do you not remember the ferocious beast he mentioned? Third brother, you bring this up. Consider his creation jade plate. The essence of Pangu. Now think about what we currently possess. We are the three pure ones of Pangu, and opportunities await us outside. This dispute regarding whether to stay or go involved two brothers, namely Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who are the three pure ones of Pangu. Tong Tian was quite helpless regarding his second brother's insistence on venturing into the primordial wilderness, as he was eager to cultivate the sword technique within his primordial spirit. However, his second brother wished to explore the wilderness for the sake of reputation, prompting him to seek assistance from their elder brother, Taiji Laozi. Elder brother, look at the second brother. I wish to enhance my strength as well. Taiji Laozi pondered for a moment and said, Second brother, third brother, we cannot remain here indefinitely. Kunlun Mountain is the ancestral vein of the primordial world, the very birthplace of our existence. Now that we are heading out, Let us wander in Kunlun Mountain, and while we are at it, seek opportunities and establish a place for our teachings. What do you both think? Excellent. We shall heed our elder brother's counsel. Both Yuanshi and Tong Tian found this proposal agreeable, especially as it was suggested by their elder brother. Well then, since both brothers consent, let us proceed, said Taiji Laozi. Indeed, elder brother. At this moment, two figures were drawing closer to the primordial continent from the distant starry skies. Before long, they descended upon the eastern continent. Tai, this should be the eastern continent. Let us commence our journey of cultivation here. Indeed. However, elder brother, this place is much more refreshing than the Sun Star, Tai remarked. Certainly. Let us observe keenly. If we encounter other beings, let us engage in dialogues to better understand the circumstances here. Agreed. We can also discuss philosophical matters to enhance our strength. My chaos is yet to be fully refined. Tai said earnestly. There's no rush. Our strength has only just taken form, and refining high-grade spiritual treasures is no easy task. We should focus on enhancing our strength first, as time flowed on. Zhang Yuanzi had been continuously setting up formations and gathering resources across the various ley lines of the western continent since parting ways with Fuxi and the others by the time he reached the northwestern border. He had completed the tasks assigned to the western continent. After all, aside from the recently restored ley lines, there were not many remaining. Upon stepping onto the northern continent, Zhang Yuanzi could sense a stark difference from the other continents. The further he ventured into the heart of the northern continent, the more intense this strange sensation became. As Zhang Yuanzi continued to gather resources and set formations, he finally discerned the distinction of the northern continent. He discovered the presence of malevolent energy within the ley lines, and the beings on the continent seemed to struggle to attain wisdom. They possessed ferocity, yet were capable of self-control, along with a multitude of entities resembling primordial spirits. At this moment, Zhang Yuanzi surmised that the underlying cause was ultimately the calamity of the Great Destruction. Beneath the northern continent lay the remains of the majority of chaotic demons from the initial calamity of creation. Although the malevolent energy and resentment had been largely depleted by the divine rebels and the ferocious beasts, a small portion remained sufficient to affect the northern continent. Coupled with the numerous beings that had perished during the calamity of the ferocious beasts, their thoughts, influenced by the malevolent energy, had formed entities akin to primordial spirits. Consequently, the northern realm lacked spiritual essence, resulting in beings born with diminished intelligence and heightened ferocity. One day, Zhang Yuanzi felt the need to establish a purification formation for the ley lines of the northern realm and was about to turn back to purify the previously set ley lines when he spotted a young man clad in a red robe with red hair, exuding compassion and righteousness, using his majestic righteous energy to cleanse the innate malevolence from a newly birthed being. Curiosity or some other impulse compelled Zhang Yuanzi to approach the young man. Before he could reach him, the young man seemed to sense someone approaching and turned to look at Zhang Yuanzi, slowly walking towards him. They regarded each other for a moment, and Zhang Yuanzi spoke. I am Zhang Yuanzi. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. I am Hongjun. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hongjun, the first red cloud born from the innate essence during Pangu's transformation, replied. Zhang Yuanzi, intrigued, inquired, I just witnessed you helping this being by removing its innate malevolence. Hongjun replied, Ah, you refer to that. I'm the first innate red cloud born in the northern sky, naturally endowed with a righteous energy. Shortly after taking form, I discovered that the beings of the northern continent are inherently afflicted by malevolence affecting their consciousness that my righteous energy can counter and eliminate it. So I assist these beings in hopes they can awaken their intelligence and cultivate successfully. Zhang Yuanzi, puzzled, asked, How many have you helped? Hongjun casually replied, I haven't kept count. Since my transformation, I have simply been wandering the northern continent, assisting those I encounter. It's just a matter of convenience. Zhang Yuanzi then queried, How long have you been in this form? Hongjun honestly replied, 86 million years. Zhang Yuanzi was left speechless. Hongjun, you truly are a good person. Hongjun, feeling a bit bashful, said, Oh, it's nothing, just a matter of convenience. May I ask what brings you to the northern continent? You should know that the environment here is quite harsh. Since my transformation, I have not seen other beings visit the northern continent. Zhen Yunzi explained, my companion spirit treasure is a geographical book. I need to gather ley lines to perfect it, and I'm also fulfilling my master's command to reinforce the ley lines with formations. Hongjun, puzzled, asked, Your master? Reinforce the formations? Zhen Yunzi, feeling regretful and guilty, replied, Surely, you are aware of the great battle in the Western continent before the era of the primordial chaos. The ley lines of the Western continent were completely destroyed, and it was only with the assistance of my fellow disciples that they were recently restored. Moreover, prior to the battle, my master commanded us to reinforce the formations, but unfortunately, we had just ascended the mountain and were only preoccupied with play. We disappointed our master's expectations and failed to complete the task. Otherwise, the Western continent would not have faced destruction. Hongjun was astonished. Your master is truly an extraordinary figure to foresee such events. May I ask who this remarkable being is? Zhen Yunzi realized he had erred again by mentioning his master, felt anxious, glanced around, and nervously said, Fellow Daoist, I misspoke. You did not hear anything just now. Correct? My master is not to be spoken of, truly not to be mentioned. I hope you can forget everything I just said about my master. Unbeknownst to Zhen Yunzi, Hongjun had already grasped the situation when he mentioned his master. In the four courtyards of Buzhou Mountain, Lin Xuan, Wang Shu, and the Queen Mother of the West were enjoying barbecued delicacies, sipping on spiritual fruit juice, while observing the scenes unfolding before them, which depicted Zhen Yunzi's activities, as well as Fuxi and Nuwa frolicking about, and even the 12 ancestors of the Wu in the hall of Pangu. Observing Zhen Yunzi's comical expressions on screen, Lin Xuan turned to the Queen Mother of the West and said, Look, should we give him a little punishment? The Queen Mother of the West, witnessing Zhen Yunzi's ridiculous demeanor, replied, Master, your senior brother did not mean it. Should we just let it slide? Lin Xuan chuckled and said, For your sake, I shall let it go this time, but a warning is still necessary. Saying so, he flicked a whole skewer of barbecued dragon meat away and said to the Queen Mother of the West, It was wise of you to return. Look at all this dragon meat we can feast upon. Not only does it help consolidate cultivation and enhance the physical body, but it also aids in improving our strength. And we can enjoy their antics as well, correct? The Queen Mother of the West shyly murmured, Master, I return because I prefer tranquility. Lin Xuan curiously asked, Do you not enjoy watching their antics, oblivious to the fact that their embarrassment is known to others? In the future, when they flaunt themselves before you, what do you think will happen when you reveal the truth to them? As Wang Shu and the Queen Mother of the West listened to Lin Xuan's peculiar thoughts, images of Nuwa animatedly recounting her various experiences during her travels floated into their minds. Just as she was enthusiastically narrating, they interrupted her to say they had already known and began sharing their own tales of adventure. Imagining the astonished expressions that would ensue, they couldn't help but smile. How delightful! Wang Shu exclaimed, before feeling a tinge of embarrassment about the northern continent. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Very well, I shall accept your word. Thank you, my friend Hongjun, for if not for you. Before he could finish, a string of roasted meat suddenly appeared before them. Oh no! This is the end, Zhen Yunzi lamented, his expression one of utter despair. Hongjun, observing Zhen Yunzi's confusion, inquired, What troubles you, my friend Zhen Yunzi? Zhen Yunzi replied, It is the roasted meat sent by my master. Hongjun, taken aback, exclaimed, Is that so? Your master is truly formidable. Zhen Yunzi took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Hongjun, I must complete my task. Otherwise, my master shall be displeased. Allow me to guide you, Zhen Yunzi. I am well acquainted with the northern continent. Zhen Yunzi responded, Really? I am immensely grateful. Hongjun was elated that Zhen Yunzi had requested his guidance, for he was his very first friend. Come, Zhen Yunzi, let us be on our way. Wait. As Zhen Yunzi took a bite of the roasted meat, he was momentarily stunned, unable to resist taking another bite. Reveling in an exquisite taste, it was only when he yearned for another morsel that he realized his hands were empty. Staring at the void of his palms, and at Hongjun, who was savoring the meat with delight, he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. And suddenly, an idea struck him as he gazed at Hongjun. Originally, Hongjun was preparing to leave, but upon turning back, he saw Zhen Yunzi lost in a daze with the roasted meat. Out of curiosity, he took a bite, only to find it utterly delectable, feeling as though he was being watched. He looked up to find Xinyuanzi staring at him. Apologetically, he explained, I saw you dazed after your first bite, and, out of curiosity, I just had to try it. I didn't expect to be unable to stop. How about this, Xinyuanzi? I shall fetch some meat for you. Seeing that Hongjun had finished the roasted meat, Xinyuanzi took a deep breath. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he understood that it would be difficult to obtain more roasted meat. As he suspected, it was dragon meat sent by his master as a warning for his reckless words. Upon hearing Hongjun's suggestion, he calmly replied, In that case, could you please venture to the eastern sea to hunt a dragon and roast it? Although Hongjun was honest and straightforward, he quickly grasped the implications of Xinyuanzi's words and was taken aback, cautiously asking, Is this truly dragon meat? Xinyuanzi spoke with pride. Indeed, if it were merely good food. My master would not have given it a second thought, let alone eaten it. Only the finest from the primordial times would be worthy of my master's palate. Anything less does not qualify. Thus, obtaining it again will prove challenging. Hongjun inquired about his master, but Xinyuanzi, sensing Hongjun's intentions to covet his master's treasures, quickly interjected, This was sent by my master as a warning. Do you still wish to partake? Realizing the impossibility of his request, Hongjun hastily replied, Xinyuanzi, allow me to lead you. Your task is of utmost importance. With that, Xinyuanzi shook off the distracting thoughts and followed him to the Pangu Hall, where the 12 ancestors of sorcery were gathered around the blood pool, engaged in fervent discussion. Since returning from the Western continent with the Queen Mother of the West, they sought an audience with Lin Xuan. However, upon observing the Queen Mother ascend effortlessly, they assumed they could do the same, only to find themselves unceremoniously pinned to the ground by an invisible force. Despite their various attempts, they could not ascend the 90,000 zhang. With Zhu Rong lamenting and Ho Tu appearing pitiful, yet none could sway Lin Xuan to grant them entry. Instead, they were met with a stern gaze from the Queen Mother of the West as she returned to the Pangu Hall. Zhu Rong exclaimed, Elder brother, we must think of a solution. This is far too slow. When shall we feast on dragon meat? Gong Gong added, Indeed, elder brother, you proposed the idea. Surely you must have a plan. He lamented. Do you not wish to savor the dragon meat soon? I can scarcely recall its flavor. Di Jiang interjected, Silence. Do you think I possess a solution that I am unwilling to employ? I am utterly at a loss. Must you not ponder as well? Look at me. I have grown thin from this predicament. The other 11 ancestors regarded him with bemused expressions, silently chastising him for his pretension. Did he presume they were unaware of his longing for dragon meat? From the moment they had tasted the dragon Lin Xuan had gifted them on the Western continent, they discovered the remarkable benefits of dragon meat for refining their bodies. Not only did it enhance their physical prowess, but it also purified their internal malevolence. They had kept this knowledge secret from Fuxi and the others, fearing they would covet their share of dragon meat, for they had harvested their spoils from Lin Xuan. They had even plotted ways to seize Fuxi's portion, never expecting to face such a humiliating ordeal under the Queen Mother's gaze, nor to find themselves tasked by Lin Xuan to complete a mission before being rewarded with dragon meat. Xianming remarked, Sister Ho Tu, you are the wisest among us. Why not devise a plan? Upon hearing Xianming's words, the other 10 turned their hopeful gazes toward Ho Tuesday, feeling the weight of their expectations. She shyly lowered her head, then raised it once more to suggest, what if we throw some rare resources into the blood pool? Of course, why did I not think of that? Di Jiang exclaimed excitedly, only to be met with a chorus of disapproving glances. Ignoring their disdain, he commanded, Go, seek out rare resources. Why are you all standing idle? With that, he dashed out of the Pangu Hall, now that they could freely enter and exit. Although the others were tempted to mock Di Jiang, they prioritized the task at hand and united in purpose the Zhoutian courtyard of the northern continent. Lin Xuan observed the 12 ancestors of sorcery bustling about for their race's establishment. The Queen Mother of the West inquired curiously, Master, why do you wish for them to establish a race? Are you not afraid they will incite a calamity like the Dragon Clan? Lin Xuan replied with calm assurance. This is their destiny. Even without my intervention, their establishment of race is inevitable. My purpose is merely to expedite their progress and empower their kin. After a brief pause, he continued, As for calamity, With sufficient strength, calamity becomes a time for harvest. What do you think? The Queen Mother hesitated but pressed on. Master, you have spoken of destiny before. May I inquire what my own destiny entails? Is it related to calamity? You? I do not mean to belittle you, but you are but an accessory. Your destiny is to survive, so strive for that. Sailor Moon. Lin Xuan scoffed, regarding the Queen Mother with disdain. Humph. I shall retreat to my training. You may tend to your roasted meat. The Queen Mother, incensed by Lin Xuan's disparaging gaze, set down her meat and dashed off, while Lin Xuan merely chuckled and turned to Wang Shu, asking, my dear, do you truly comprehend the fate of every individual? And if I do, what if I do not? Destiny is but a series of changes that foster growth. For instance, have you not altered your own fate? Lin Xuan remarked. Indeed. Thank you, my lord. Before long, the 12 ancestors of sorcery returned to the Pangu Hall, tirelessly tossing rare resources into the blood pool, which began to exude a richer life essence. The ancestors leaped in joy, not knowing whether it was for the welfare of their kin or the anticipation of dragon meat. Zhu Rong exclaimed, Success, elder brother. Sister Ho-Tu is truly clever. Xian Ming retorted, Of course she is clever. Otherwise, why would I ask her for a plan? Did you expect me to rely on you dimwits? Xian Ming, enough. You two have failed to think of a solution. You are no better than us. Oh, do you wish to fight? Xian Ming challenged. Noticing the tension rising, Ho-Tu quickly intervened. Please, do not quarrel. The elder is watching us. And we have yet to complete our task. Upon hearing Ho-Tu mention Lin Xuan, both ceased their bickering, for he was not someone they could provoke. That Di Jiang, filled with excitement, announced to his siblings. The witch clan is about to emerge, and soon we shall feast on dragon meat. The others shot him incredulous glares. Since the inception of their consciousness, they had regarded him as the eldest brother. But with the arrival of the elder, his standing had diminished. The siblings were well aware of how many times they had eclipsed him. Were it not for the elder's insistence that he was the eldest, he would have long been usurped. Di Jiang had long grown immune to the jests. As we welcome the Lunar New Year, may I wish everyone a joyful New Year. May your families be harmonious. May you enjoy good health, and may your endeavors be successful. In the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestors of the Shaman clan, regardless of the reasons behind the emergence of their lineage, gazed eagerly at the blood pool. Zhu Jioyin spoke, Elder brother, should we not seek some heavenly treasures? Do you not feel that the number of our kin being birthed is rather excessive? Ho-Tu responded, Indeed, elder brother, the more resources we invest, the stronger our kin shall become. Zhu Rong added, Precisely. Gong Gong, let us venture further afield. Gong Gong replied, A splendid idea. Let us depart. After speaking, Gong Gong took Zhu Rong by the hand, ready to leave, but before they could set off, Chong Liang rose to his feet, saying, Elder brothers, I propose we journey to the Kunlun Mountains. After all, our esteemed senior sister Xu Wangmu was born there, and it is the ancestral vein where abundant treasures surely abound. Zhu Mang and the others also stood up, declaring, Yes, let us all go together. Di Jiang and Ho-Tu exchanged glances, resigned to join the throng. The 12 ancestors set forth in grand procession towards Kunlun Mountain. Upon their arrival at the western Kunlun, they encountered the Sanqing who were honing their skills there. Since their emergence, the Sanqing had agreed to seek a place to establish their Taoist sanctuary within the Kunlun, diligently searching for opportunities and locations, and had only discovered a few spiritual roots thus far. This had left Yuan Shi in a foul mood, and on that very day, he fortuitously stumbled upon a mid-grade innate spiritual root, only to be confronted by the 12 ancestors of the Shaman clan. Zhu Rong, seeing this, did not bother greeting them and proceeded to pluck the root, inciting a furious shout. You brute! Halt! We found this first. How can you be so lacking in manners? Zhu Rong, having just arrived at western Kunlun and elated by his discovery, was oblivious to the presence of others. The reprimand struck him as an unwarranted provocation. Without so much as a glance at the creature who had scolded him, Zhu Rong retorted, Who are you calling impolite? Do you not know that your Lord Zhu Rong is the most courteous and well-behaved of them all? The other 10 ancestors, upon hearing Zhu Rong's self-proclamation, struggled to contain their laughter. Gong Gong, being Zhu Rong's closest companion, laughed heartily and said to Yuan Shi, What does that pretty boy have to say? My brother Zhu Rong is famously known as Zhu Rong Baby. How can he be anything but polite? After sharing a hearty laugh, the other ancestors, impressed by Gong Gong's words, nodded in agreement, while Zhu Rong, puffing out his chest, declared, "Did you hear that, pretty boy? My brothers all praise me. Hurry and apologize, or I shall be unyielding." The Sanqing watched as Zhu Rong and Gong Gong spoke with such audacity. Their faces flushed with indignation. Yuan sure snapped, "You brute, how shameless! That innate spiritual root was ours to begin with. We merely delayed in harvesting it. You are stealing from us. Do you even know who we are? We are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, the true Pangu lineage. Can you bear our apology?" The 12 ancestors, upon hearing Yuan Shi's declaration, gathered around Zhu Rong, exchanging glances, and Di Jiang, taking the lead, stated, "What they say is not without merit. They truly are the manifestations of our Father God." Zhu Rong, sensing Di Jiang's approval, retorted, "Even if they're the manifestations of our Father God, so what? We, the Shaman clan, are the true Pangu lineage. Let them reveal their aura and prove it." Gong Gong added, "Indeed, let the aura be released, and we shall see." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and the others felt it was indeed appropriate. Thus, Di Jiang stepped forward, asserting, "We are transformed from Pangu's essence. I am Di Jiang, the eldest brother, and we are the true Pangu lineage. You claim to be the manifestations of the Father God. Release your aura so we can confirm it. If not, do not blame us for exposing your deception." With that, Di Jiang activated his 9 transformations divine art, emanating a formidable physical aura. As for the aura of the primordial spirit, he dared not invoke it without Lin Xuan's permission. The other 11 ancestors, seeing Di Jiang unleash his aura, likewise followed suit, channeling their powers. Though the 12 ancestors had not been in existence for long, they had undergone considerable training under the pressures of cultivating Lin Xuan's sanctuary, resulting in significant breakthroughs in their abilities. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Xian Ming, and Ho Tu had all attained mid-stage perfection in the great Luohu golden immortal realm, while the other ancestors had reached initial stage perfection. The combined aura they released was overwhelming, and the Sanqing, feeling the immense pressure, exchanged incredulous glances. They were aware that their Pangu lineage was unique, and yet here they encountered the 12 ancestors, transformed from Pangu's essence, possessing a cultivation aura so pure it could only belong to Pangu's complete teachings. Reflecting on the incomplete teachings their trio had pieced together, they felt a twinge of jealousy. Was this the advantage of having more brothers? They refused to acknowledge that Di Jiang and his companions possessed a complete inheritance, believing instead that they too had stitched together a complete cultivation method from their own fragments. Thus, they felt jealousy, not resentment towards Pangu. Taiqing Laozu stepped forward and clasped his hands before Di Jiang, stating, "I am Taiqing Laozu of the Sanqing. This is my second brother, Yuqing Yuan Shi, and this is my third brother, Shangqing Tontian." He gestured towards Yuan Shi, who had just scolded Zhu Rong, and the silent Tontian. "Fellow Taoist Di Jiang, since you are transformed from Pangu's essence, you ought to understand the principle of precedence. How can you simply approach to harvest without consulting others? This is a disgrace to Pangu's descendants." With that, he activated their patched-together 9 transformations mystical art, releasing an aura of Pangu's primordial spirit. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian did the same. Though Taiqing Laozu was a mid-stage perfection great Luohu golden immortal, and Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were at initial stage perfection, they exerted their full strength to maintain their presence. Albeit less potent than the 12 ancestors, Di Jiang and his companions sensed the aura of Pangu emanating from the Sanqing. Although their strength was lesser, they acknowledged it and withdrew their own auras, as did the other ancestors. Zhu Rong scoffed, "You claim to be Pangu's true lineage despite your meager strength, and yet you address Pangu without honor, neglecting to refer to him as Father God. How can you, with such disrespect for our Father God, dare to consider yourselves Pangu's true heirs? How shameless!" Zhu Meng interjected, "Precisely. Disrespecting Father God, how dare you call yourselves Pangu's true heirs?" Gong Gong echoed, "Indeed, disrespecting Father God makes you traitors." "Yes, traitors," the other ancestors chimed in. The Sanqing, Witnessing the 12 ancestors' reverence for Pangu, realized that Taiching Laozu's earlier words had backfired. Although he believed his talents would soon surpass those of the ancestors, he recognized that the three brothers were not a match for them. Not merely in numbers, but in cultivation levels as well. Should the ancestors close in, they would be left defenseless. He quickly retorted, "We bear no disrespect towards Father God. It is simply unnecessary to speak of it constantly. Our hearts are filled with reverence for the greatness and contributions of Pangu, which we silently safeguard." Tong Tian added, "Indeed, without Father God Pangu, there would be no us. It was Pangu who made us whole. How could we ever disrespect our Father?" Di Jiang responded, "Your attitude towards Father God is your concern, but if you continue to claim to be Pangu's true heirs, we cannot accept that." Zhu Rong, still incensed by Taiching's attitude towards Pangu, declared, "Traitors! If you dare continue to call yourselves Pangu's true heirs, we shall not hold back." Yuan Shi, having remained silent with a cold demeanor since Taiching Laozu's emergence, could no longer contain himself. Seeing Zhu Rong's arrogance ignited a fury within him. Proud by nature, believing himself to be the most esteemed being transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, he could hardly tolerate Zhu Rong's provocations. With a frosty expression, he addressed the ancestors, "You impolite brutes! How can you fathom our thoughts? We are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, the closest beings to Pangu, while you are merely transformed from Pangu's essence, and in such numbers. How can you compare with us? We are the true lineage of Pangu." Taiching Laozu, recognizing that Yuan Shi had stepped forward, understood the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of Yuan Shi's proud nature. But it was too late to intervene. Yuan Shi had already spoken his mind. This left him feeling exasperated, and he could only prepare himself for an impending confrontation. Tong Tian reached out to grasp Yuan Shi's arm. Knowing it would be futile, he was aware that whenever their views diverged, Yuan Shi would invariably take the lead. And now, witnessing the furious demeanor of his second brother for the first time since their birth, it was only natural that he chose to retreat, softly calling out to him before silently preparing to protect him. Upon hearing the shameless outburst from the Yuan Shan, Zhu Rong's anger flared. "You little pretty boy, I've given you face, haven't I? How dare you, with no inheritance of the Father God, presume to claim the true lineage of Pangu? Away with you, essence of Yuan Shan." As he spoke, he charged forward, attacking Yuan Shan with fervor. Although Yuan Shi was haughty, he remained vigilant, quickly distancing himself from the assault and employing the power of the laws to defend the other ancestral witches. Perceiving Zhu Rong's wrath, preemptively prepared to thwart the support from Taiching Laozi and Shanqing Tongtian, incensed by Yuan Shi's words, for they regarded their father god with utmost reverence, not to be disrespected by anyone. Thus, Di Jiang and Xian Ming blocked Taiching Laozi, while Zhu Jiuyin and Ho Tu stood against Tongtian. The remaining ancestral witches encircled the group, with Zhu Rong pursuing Yuan Shi relentlessly, who retaliated with his own attacks powered by the loss. However, as the battle progressed, it became evident that his strikes inflicted no harm upon Zhu Rong, turning his face a shade of green. How was he to continue fighting? He could only flee while concentrating on defense. Zhu Rong, in hot pursuit, berated, "You little pretty boy, how can you be so shameless? Lacking in strength yet so arrogant. Stand still. Let me give you a good beating." Seeing Zhu Rong unable to catch up to Yuan Shi, Gong Gong laughed. "Why not let me take over, dear Zhu Rong?" Zhu Rong, upon hearing Gong Gong's words, darkened in countenance, sparing him not a glance, and instead increasing his speed to chase after Yuan Shi. Realizing that this stalemate was unsustainable, Shizi stealthily unleashed a bolt of electricity, catching Yuan Shi unawares, paralyzing him momentarily. However, this brief interruption allowed Zhu Rong to close the gap, and upon noticing Yuan Shi had faltered, he shot a glare at the surrounding ancestral witches and advanced to deliver a punch to Yuan Shi's face, exclaiming, "I let you escape, and you dare bring me embarrassment. One punch for you being a pretty boy. Another for your false claims of being the true Pangu." The onlookers, including Di Jiang and the others containing Taiching Laozi and Shanqing Tongtian, felt their own faces flush with humiliation at Yuan Shi's predicament. Yet they understood that should they intervene, they would be met with a united assault from Di Jiang and his cohorts. leaving them with nothing but a beating. Thus, they restrained themselves from witnessing Yuan Shi's disgrace. In their hearts, they silently counted the number of insults Zhu Rong hurled at Yuan Shi. Although most of Dijiang's focus was on Laozi and Tong Tian, they kept an eye on Zhu Rong's actions, especially noting the moment Yuan Shi paused during his escape, indicating that their brothers were indeed acting from the shadows. They harbored no resentment, only delight at the unity displayed by their kin. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong had mounted Yuan Shi, delivering several punches to his face, demanding, still boasting, "Are you still a pretty boy, still claiming to be the true lineage, still adhering to decorum?" Upon being caught, Yuan Shi realized he had fallen into a trap. With no chance of escape, he ceased to resist after several blows rendered him numb. Pondering the futility of maintaining his dignity, he could only silently pray for a swift conclusion, reassured by the absence of murderous intent from Zhu Rong or the other ancestral witches. As long as he did not perish, he would have a chance for vengeance. Thus, he counted each of Zhu Rong's punches, envisioning a day when he would repay this humiliation 100-fold, closing his eyes to avoid the sight of Zhu Rong's face. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes. The others, witnessing such an outcome, found it satisfying and burst into laughter, unsure if they were mocking Zhu Rong or the Sanqing. Seeing the conclusion at hand, Tong Tian remarked, "Dijiang, my second brother has recognized his errors. So why not let him off the hook? I shall offer my apologies on his behalf." With that, he bowed respectfully to Dijiang, the other ancestral witches. And Zhu Rong, Laozi, hesitant to speak for fear of provoking the ancestral witches, chose silence, as for the acceptance of Tong Tian's words. Only he knew. Observing Tong Tian's display of respect, Dijiang felt relieved and, after exchanging glances with Xianming, Ho Tu, and Zhu Jiuyin, approached Zhu Rong, Laozi, and Tong Tian. Witnessing Dijiang's departure, exhaled in relief, realizing this tumult was finally at an end, sparing them further embarrassment and tension. After all, it was their first encounter with the significance of strength since their emergence. Dijiang approached Zhu Rong and said, "All right, Zhu Rong, it's time to attend to serious matters." Zhu Rong, fully aware of the situation around him, understood that it was time to conclude. After all, the Sanqing were descendants of Pangu and would not genuinely wish for their downfall. Therefore, Zhu Rong rose from atop Yuan Shi and approached him, placing his foot upon Yuan Shi's face, declaring, "You pretty boy, do not let me hear you claim to be the true Pangu lineage again, or I shall strike you each time I see you." Umph. With that, Zhu Rong turned towards the other ancestral witches, who felt powerless in the face of the unfolding drama. Laozi and Tong Tian, their faces darkened, realized Zhu Rong was effectively trampling upon their dignity. They hastily rushed to Yuan Shi's side, mutually lifting him and making a hasty retreat, leaving behind any semblance of pride. Gong Gong, observing the Sanqing's hasty departure, scoffed, not a shred of courtesy, not a word of farewell before leaving. And they dare claim to be descendants of Pangu. His words elicited a chorus of eye rolls that Dijiang, ignoring the murmurs, urged, "Let us all spring into action. The more the merrier." With that, he chose a direction and dashed off, prompting the others to follow suit, disregarding Zhu Rong's attempts to speak. Zhu Rong stood alone, feeling desolate amidst the swirling winds in the courtyard of the Buzhou mountain. Lin Xuan and Wang Shu had witnessed the entire exchange between the ancestral witches and the Sanqing. Lin Xuan pondered why all descendants of Pangu seemed to possess character flaws, though not blood-related. They were the sole legacy of Pangu's transformation into the Dao, and in his perception, none among the Sanqing had tampered with their true spirits. He believed that during Pangu's transformation into the Dao, he had concealed himself from the great Dao scrutiny, yet remained alert to Pangu's changes, failing to notice any movement from the great Dao in his consciousness. The great Dao remained impartial after the creation of the heavens. It had retreated into semi-obscurity, making it nearly impossible for anyone to act covertly beneath its watchful gaze. The more he thought, the more he realized there was a significant issue, and upon further reflection, he discovered that all beings in the Hongjun world exhibited various flaws, including himself and his disciples, Fuxi and the others. Lin Xuan was uncertain what had caused such changes, but he recognized that these flaws were pivotal in preventing the inhabitants of the Hongwang world from achieving their potential. The deeper he contemplated, the more he felt the depths of the Hongwang world were truly profound. He sensed that with his current strength at the Hongmeng level, he could not afford to remain complacent and merely observe. Danger might lurk even for him. At the same time, he felt it was time to rethink his strategies. Thus, he turned to Wang Shu and inquired, "Wang Shu, may we have a word? You've been here for quite some time, and you've even broken through to the Hunyuan level. What are your plans for the future?" Wang Shu, perplexed, gazed at Lin Xuan with hazy eyes, asking, "What is it, my lord? Is something amiss? Are you going to send me away?" Lin Xuan, recognizing her misunderstanding, sought to clarify, not wanting to see her look so pitiful. "Who would send you away? When have my words not held weight? Please don't look at me with those eyes, as if I am the one bullying you. Let me be straightforward. Would you like to be my advisor?" Wang Shu, relieved that she wasn't being dismissed, immediately perked up with curiosity, asking, "My lord, what does it mean to be an advisor?" Lin Xuan, recalling that the term advisor was not yet in use in the Hongwang world, explained, "Simply put, an advisor is akin to a prime minister in a dynasty. However, you won't be a prime minister. You will serve as my strategist, the one who devises plans for me and reminds me of important matters. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, Wang Shu grasped the concept and solemnly replied, "My lord, I am willing to assist you in any capacity. I will take on the role of advisor. However, I must confess, my mind isn't particularly sharp, and I hope you won't be displeased," delighted by Wang Shu's acceptance. Lin Xuan exclaimed, "Excellent. You are now my advisor. From now on, call me boss instead of my lord. It sounds much better to as for Wang Shu's concerns about her intelligence. Lin Xuan dismissed them as trivial. Firstly, he sought a fresh perspective on problem solving. Secondly, he understood that Wang Shu's knowledge base was still limited. Thirdly, he recognized the scarcity of information. None of these were significant issues for him. Wang Shu happily agreed, feeling a growing closeness to Lin Xuan. And with a blissful expression, she said, "Yes, boss." Lin Xuan, ignoring her exuberance, promptly presented the issue he had been contemplating, seeking her analytical insight, that he directly stated, "Have you noticed that whether it is the 12 ancestral witches, the Sanqing, or even Nuwa and her companions, they all possess significant character flaws?" Wang Shu, reflecting on Lin Xuan's words, recalled the personalities of those he mentioned. Although she didn't fully comprehend, she had gleaned some understanding of their traits through her interactions. Fuxi was composed and responsible. Nuwa was playful and lively, lacking guile. Zhen Yuanzi was deeply loyal, and Zhuangmu exhibited wisdom and composure, knowing her place without vying for more. Among the 12 ancestral witches, aside from Ho Tu, who was relatively easygoing, the others were rather brash, including Xianming, while the Sanqing, Taiqing Laozi, and Yuqing Yuan Shi were particularly arrogant and shameless, and Shangqing Tantian remained inscrutable. Thus, Wang Shu articulated her analysis to Lin Xuan, who found it to be quite reasonable. Logically, such a personality should be considered normal. However, why did the outcome turn out to be so tragic? Lin Xuan inquired, what if Fuxi were among the higher echelons of the Dragon Clan or the Demon Clan? Wang Shu chuckled and replied, "Boss, if Fuxi were in the Dragon Clan, the likelihood of his downfall would be substantial, but the situation in the Demon Clan is less certain. They operate without responsibility, solely under the command of Luohu. Besides, one's character can indeed be influenced by their environment. Why ponder so much, boss? I believe that an individual's character is not the most crucial factor. Rather, it is the choices one makes that hold paramount importance. Everyone has a suitable position. It merely depends on the rational utilization of their character." Upon hearing Wang Shu's words, Lin Xuan felt a sense of truth in them. If Fuxi had chosen to join the human clan or the witch clan instead of the monster clan, perhaps the circumstances of both clans could have been altered, for the witch clan lacked intelligent individuals. The human clan was akin to a blank slate. With Fuxi's presence, their situations would undoubtedly shift. Might it not be that the legends passed down through the ages were merely arrangements placed into environments that magnified their respective characters, thus giving rise to myriad tales? Could it be that he was overthinking? Was there truly no unseen hand at play? Was Hongjun truly so formidable, able to grasp the essence of all beings in the primordial world and orchestrate their fates with clarity. Regardless of the truth, Lin Xuan felt it prudent to remain vigilant, and he needed to elevate his strength to the supreme realm expeditiously. Otherwise, he might face unforeseen calamities. Lin Xuan stated, "Wang Shu, you are now the visible master of this dojo. Here is the arrangement and control methods for all the formations and restrictions within that as he spoke. A flash of spiritual light surged towards Wang Shu. After receiving the information, she discovered that all the formations and restrictions were beyond her comprehension at her current level. Confused, she asked, "Boss, I cannot understand these formations. Are you not going to manage them? Are you leaving again?" Lin Xuan replied, "Study these formations. They will benefit your comprehension of the laws. Moreover, you have already reached the level of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. In the primordial world, no one can rival you except for the heavenly Dao. Even if the heavenly Dao were to appear, Mount Buzhou would be unable to harm you. As for me, my primary task now is to cultivate. You may conduct affairs in the primordial world as you see fit, but one thing must be noted: do not disrupt the primordial world." Wang Shu observed Lin Xuan lying down again, sensing something amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the exact cause of her discomfort and could only resignedly accept Lin Xuan's arrangement. At that moment, Lin Xuan had already immersed himself in the transformations within his inner world. Since his recent breakthrough to the Hongmeng realm, he had yet to fully appreciate the changes within. His inner world remained a chaotic expanse, yet notable transformations had indeed occurred. The realm was boundless. The world tree had grown into a colossal entity, and the 3,000 worlds had long since matured. Countless spiritual roots had emerged, and the world had begun to establish its own grand rules, which Lin Xuan would eventually comprehend. Yes, soon as Lin Xuan comprehended a complete grand rule, he would advance to the realm of creation. Regardless of the external turmoil, Lin Xuan was deeply engrossed in his understanding of the rules. This was Lin Xuan's first proactive cultivation since arriving in the primordial world. Wang Shu, sensing the profound aura emanating from Lin Xuan, hastily employed formations to isolate him, for the aura he exuded was far too enigmatic for her to fathom. Only after the aura dissipated did Wang Shu return to her own tasks. Time flowed by, and the events of countless epochs passed unnoticed. The primordial world grew increasingly vibrant, with numerous innate beings traversing its expanse, and many great clans emerging from their hidden lairs, sparking a flurry of discussions. The White Tiger Clan, the Celestial Phenomenon Clan, the Leper Clan, the Lion Clan, the Celestial Dog Clan, the Celestial Wolf Clan, and others, having concealed themselves since the Phoenix and Qilin clans went into seclusion, emerged with formidable displays of strength, compelling many innate beings and newly formed groups to proceed with caution. Additionally, several newly born innate beings had made remarkable names for themselves. For instance, Dijun and Tai Yi, leveraging their might and innate treasures, had forged numerous alliances. The 12 ancestral witches have been scouring the primordial world for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their immense power and numbers rendering them notorious. Meanwhile, figures like the Western Bodhi and Jia-in had been utilizing their wit to exploit opportunities, drawing the disdain of many beings. Suddenly, the heavens and earth released an overwhelming pressure, causing numerous beings to prostrate themselves. While some powerful entities resisted the force without yielding to that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the cosmos. High above the 9 clouds, I am the true Taoist on the lotus seat. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall preside over the teachings. Pangu birth the Taiji, and the 2 instruments follow the 4 symbols. Point 1 transmission leads to 3 friends. The 2 teachings elucidate and delineate. The leader of the Xian men, One Qi, transforms into Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Today, I attain sanctity. 3,000 years hence, at the Zixiao Palace beyond the heavens, those with fate may come to listen. The pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly as the cosmic pressure dissipated. The beings of the primordial world began to rise and discuss fervently. In the eastern continent, Lei Zhe gathered numerous beings, led by Di Jun and Tai Yi, who were born from the sun star as the 3-legged golden crows. Noble and powerful, they inherently wielded the innate fire of the sun. Nearby, a fierce-looking being clad in tiger skin and wielding an iron staff asked, Dijun, do you know what level the saints are at? Dijun and the others, still affected by the recent pressure, were currently mid-stage Daluo Jinxian, so the impact was indeed significant. Dijun, observing the eager anticipation of the 10 or so individuals around him, could not remain silent and reluctantly responded, I've only just learned of this realm, and I felt that pressure as well that IT must be a level above Daluo. However, did that saint not mention giving a lecture? We shall learn more by attending the lecture, and we can also gain insights from the saint to enhance our strength. Indeed, Dijun, your words are wise. We should attend the lecture. The being who had posed a question hastily chimed in to support Dijun, fearing that Dijun might feel awkward and blame him. His name was Ing Zhao, a being with a human face and a horse's body, adorned with tiger stripes and bird wings. He had befriended Dijun and Tai while competing for spiritual herbs. And after being impressed by Dijun's strength and demeanor, he regarded Dijun as an idol and naturally wished to support him. But a scholarly figure holding a feather fan remarked, I've heard that within the chaos, one must be at least at the Daluo level to enter, and even Daluo Jinxians cannot stay for long due to chaotic currents and winds that I am only at the Tai Jinxian level, so I may not be able to go. Indeed, our strength is too low to attend. Such a splendid opportunity is truly regrettable. Many beings around lamented Dijun, possessing the innate aura of an emperor, sensed that forging connections with more beings would greatly benefit him in the future. Thus, over the years, he had acquired very few heavenly materials and treasures, but he had indeed made many strong allies. The beings present were among those he was closer to, each with their own unique abilities. He believed that as these beings grew stronger, they would ultimately aid him. After pondering for a moment, he declared, we have 5 Daluo Jinxians here, and why younger brother Tai possesses the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Although we cannot fully unleash its power yet, if we all channel our powers in Tai, we should be able to reach the Zhixiao Palace together. As for Tai's opinion, Dijun, being brothers born of the same sun star, understood Tai's character well. Besides enhancing their strength, Tai would defer to Dijun on other matters, for it was strength that would earn Tai's earnest attention. The surrounding beings excitedly confirmed, is that true? That would be splendid. Thank you, my lord. The scholarly figure bowed, saying, By Zhe, thanks Lord Dijun on behalf of all brothers. We shall surely repay your kindness when you attain the Dao. The scholarly figure was Bai Zhe, of the feathered clan from the southern continent, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, with an innate talent for oratory. Perhaps he foresaw Dijun's extraordinary future and had the intention of forging a connection, creating a bond akin to mutual affection. Dijun waved his hand casually, saying, Brothers, there is no need for such formality. We are all brothers and should help one another. Dijun continued, while there are still 30,000 years until the lecture, and we are uncertain of the exact location of Zhixiao Palace or how long it will take to reach. Why don't we head there together now and wait for the lecture to commence? That is indeed the best course of action. Let us proceed then, Bai Zhe replied. Not at all. Let us set off. Dijun concluded, leading the way into the skies beyond the western continent. On Mount Xiumi, a grand palace stood tall. Since the emergence of Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin, they had traversed the entire western continent. Discovering that, although the earth veins had been restored by Zhang Yuanzi and others, the region remained in its nascent stage, still quite desolate and insufficient for their cultivation. Only Mount Xiumi retained a hint of spiritual energy. After the demon clan departed for the demon realm, Mount Xiumi had become a haven for scattered cultivators. Upon their arrival, Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin had made Mount Xiumi their permanent abode. While other beings either aligned themselves with the powerful Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin or ventured elsewhere, in the largest palace at the center of Mount Xiumi, Jiayin inquired of Zhuan-Ti, Elder brother, that pressure we just felt was tremendous, but what is this saint we've never heard of? And did you catch the name he mentioned, Hongjun? It sounds so familiar. Zhuan-Ti replied. That was a name mentioned by those ancestral witches during their discussions about the Earth Veins restoration. It seems the destruction of the Western continent's Earth Veins is related to him. Younger brother, let us go and listen to the teachings. In recent years, our Western continent has fallen into poverty, yet we have gathered numerous items from other realms. However, Their quality is exceedingly low and remains ineffective for us. Perhaps within the Zhixiao Palace, we might enhance our strength and ascertain whether the destruction of the Western continent is indeed linked to this Hongjun. Who knows, we might even reap some benefits. Even if not, strengthening ourselves will greatly facilitate our treasure collection, sparing us from the previous hardships. Jane replied, Indeed, I heed my elder brother's words. Strengthening our power is imperative for the Western continent. It is solely our weakness that has led us to fear those from other realms. Good fortune could be seized directly. Quan Ti interjected, Second brother, do not speak recklessly. Our encounters are fated, and thus they should belong to us. Yes, my elder brother is right. They are indeed fated to us, Jean eagerly affirmed. Elder brother, we have 30,000 years. Let us set forth now, for we may find treasures along the way. Quan Ti concurred. Indeed, second brother is correct. We must not waste time. Let us depart at once. Jane and Quan Ti transformed, one into the Bodhi tree and the other into the bitter bamboo, both possessing innate supreme spiritual roots, unique beings born from the primal energies of the Hongwang continent. Since their awakening, they have subconsciously embraced the mission of revitalizing the Western continent, leading them to pursue any means necessary for its improvement over the years. Atop the highest peak of the eastern Kunlun Mountains stand three palaces: the Beijing Palace of Taiji Laozi, the Yushu Palace of Yuqing, and the Biao Palace of Shangqing. At this moment, the three pure ones within Beijing Palace were deliberating the recent ascension of Hongjun as sanctity, a figure they were quite familiar with, having been enlightened by him long before their own transformation. Now, they discussed vengeance, recalling how they had retreated to this lofty mountain after their encounter with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, having chosen to cultivate in solitude ever since, rendering the illustrious Pangu three pure ones virtually nameless. With their powers significantly enhanced, Taiji Laozi had reached the pinnacle of the Luohu Jingxian, while Yuanshi and Tong Tian were in the later stages. For the sake of brotherly affection, Tong Tian concealed his true strength, fearing Yuanshi might grow envious. In the hall, Yuanshi, filled with resentment, declared, Elder brother, shall we not wait for the 12 ancestors of sorcery on our way to Zhixiao Palace to exact our revenge? Years have been spent cultivating, and he could not forget the humiliation inflicted upon him by Zhu Rong. Eager to avenge himself, he could hardly contain his impatience. Tong Tian, observing Yuanshi's furious expression, could no longer restrain his straightforward nature and exclaimed, Second brother, though we have all grown stronger, the 12 ancestors have also enhanced their powers. Remember, for among them were equal to elder brother's strength, while the rest matched ours. Even if two have attained the pinnacle of the Luohu Jingxian, they would still be formidable foes. Yuanshi retorted angrily, Tong Tian, am I not your second brother? Why do you not consider my feelings? You speak of my humiliation, yet do nothing to avenge it. You only bolster their confidence while diminishing our own. Elder brother, what do you propose? Taiji Laozi found himself in a dilemma, fully aware of Tong Tian's reasoning, yet feeling the need to preserve Yuanshi's dignity. Thus, he pondered for a solution before speaking slowly. Second brother, third brother, with Hongjun's teachings imminent, we cannot be certain of encountering the 12 ancestors. They may have ceased physical existence, but retained their spiritual essence. Whether they attend the teachings is uncertain. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until after the lecture to embark on a journey of our own, where we might further enhance our strength. If we encounter the 12 ancestors then, we can discuss revenge. Excellent, excellent. Yuanshi and Tong Tian concurred, finding merit in Laozi's suggestion. Not only would they enhance their powers, but they would also have the opportunity to meet other formidable beings of the Hongwang world. Seeing their satisfaction, Laozi felt a swell of pride, relieved that his wisdom had spared them from embarrassment. To prevent Yuanshi from broaching the topic of revenge again, he rose and declared beyond the heavens. Far from the Hongwang, the exact location of Zhixiao Palace remains elusive. We must depart now. Otherwise, we risk missing the teachings and falling behind those who attend. Indeed, elder brother speaks wisely. Let us go. With that, they proceeded outside, Yuanshi now the most eager to enhance his strength, not daring to slacken his efforts. Laozi and Tong Tian, though resigned, followed him, understanding his fervor, from the blood sea between the eastern and western continents. A figure shrouded in crimson surged toward the sky. The Mingyi, born of the Blood Sea's womb, had never strayed far from its depths. With its heart fixed on enlightenment, it could not afford to miss Hongjun's impending teachings. Without hesitation, it set forth on the island of Junshan in the Eastern Sea. A being imbued with the aura of an emperor rose from the ground. His countenance darkened by recent events, he had manifested from a sliver of innate yang energy. Gaining a modicum of renown in the Eastern Sea, only to be subdued by an overwhelming pressure. Intrigued by the sanctity of this new figure, he soared toward the heavens in the northern continent. Within Lingzhou Mountain, a creature with a long, square face emerged from a massive coffin at the mountain's core. This being, known as Ruan Deng, had been born from the Towning Heaven coffin and had long sought to refine it. Yet all efforts had been in vain. Today, sensing something unusual, he emerged, only to be pushed back by a sudden, immense pressure. Upon hearing of Hongjun's ascension, he glimpsed a renewed hope for his endeavors, acknowledging that such strength must possess valuable insights. Thus, Ruan Deng too set his sights toward the heavens. Yet unbeknownst to him, as he departed Lingzhou Mountain, the Towning Heaven coffin vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty stone platform behind to the moment of its disappearance. Lin Xuan, engrossed in cultivation in the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, seemed to sense something amiss before returning to his meditative state. In the depths of the endless sea, on an unnamed island, a man and woman remained unaffected by the sudden pressure. The woman suddenly remarked, "Brother, this pressure feels strange to me." The man replied, "Sister, of course it feels peculiar. This pressure emanates from the very fabric of the universe, and Hongjun is not that formidable. Moreover, it's evident that he is not a primal Luohu Jingxian, as our master has never mentioned such a realm." The woman inquired, "Brother, should we journey to Zixiao Palace for the teachings?" The man was taken aback by her sudden proposal. "Sister, please do not speak so recklessly. We have not returned for so long. We do not even know if our master is upset. If you cause trouble, I fear we will not be able to manage it." The woman reassured him. "Fear not, brother. Our master is likely resting comfortably on his cherished recliner. Besides, we have achieved the pinnacle of the Luohu Jingxian long ago and feel no inclination to break through to primal Luohu Jingxian. Perhaps attending Hongjun's teachings could inspire a breakthrough, allowing us to return to our master with confidence." This brother and sister were none other than Fuxi and Nuwa, Lin Xuan's treasured disciples, since the restoration of the western continent's veins. They had wandered far and wide, from the southern continent to the eastern continent, and now to the endless sea, reveling in their adventures. Fuxi, feeling anxious, said, "Sister, it's difficult to explain our absence to our master. Moreover, the teachings he imparted to us have yet to be fully mastered. You wish to attend Hongjun's lecture, but isn't that merely seeking trouble? And have you forgotten what happened on Yujing Mountain?" Nuwa dismissed his concerns. "Nonsense. Attending teachings is precisely for the purpose of drawing parallels, organizing our knowledge, and gaining new insights to break through. Our master will only rejoice, not reproach us. Besides, we left all the treasures from Yujing Mountain untouched with our master. It is not our fault." Nuwa's cleverness and innate talent were matched only by her penchant for mischief. Had she devoted herself more earnestly to cultivation, she might have already broken through to primal Luohu Jingxian. Fuxi, upon hearing her reasoning, conceded, "Perhaps you are right. If we break through, our master will surely understand. We can attend the teachings, but we mustn't cause any trouble and must remain vigilant of Hongjun's actions, for he is cunning." Nuwa, impatient, replied, I know. I'm not as foolish as those in the Qiankuan realm, but I am quite clever. Thank you very much. Now, let us set off." With no other choice, Fuxi followed her toward the heavens. In the southern continent, amidst a mountain range, two figures laboriously arranged formation flags. Once the final flag was placed, a young man in a crimson robe remarked, "Jinyuanzi, my friend, what does Hongjun mean by saint?" The young man in the green robe remarked, "Brother Hongyun, I am unfamiliar with this sage, but I am well aware of Hongjun and I have heard from my master that he is the reincarnation of the chaos demon god. Moreover, I witnessed him participating in the calamities of ferocious beasts and the dragon demon. The shattering of the western continent was indeed instigated by the conflict between him and the Taoist demon Luohu. It turns out that these two figures are Xinyu and Hongjun. After Xinyu, under Hongjun's guidance, completed the arrangement of the northern continent's meridians, he intended to proceed to the eastern continent to finalize the remaining meridians. Unexpectedly, Hongjun, with his fervent enthusiasm, insisted on assisting Xinyu in fulfilling the task. Eventually, Xinyu, unable to resist Hongjun's fervor and persistence, had no choice but to take him along. Through their interactions, the two became good friends and brothers. After accomplishing their mission on the eastern continent, the two journeyed to the southern continent. They had lingered there for quite some time, and upon completing their arrangements, only the final undying volcano remained. Hongjun inquired, "So, it seems that Hongjun is quite formidable. Should we not go to listen to his teachings?" Xinyu shook his head, saying, "I have my own teachings to follow. I cannot go I still need to head to the undying volcano." "But you may go, my brother." Hongjun, perplexed, responded, "Haven't we completed our arrangements? Why have we not heard of the undying volcano during our prolonged stay in the southern continent?" Xinyu explained, "Brother Hongjun, you may not be aware, but the undying volcano is the largest mountain range in the southern continent, a place that can erupt with flames and magma at any moment. It is also the ancestral land of the innate three clans. The Phoenix clan, which later led to the establishment of the Dragon clan. The Phoenix and Qilin clans vowed to transform into auspicious signs in the presence of the Dao. The Phoenix clan guards the undying volcano, while the Qilin clan protects the earth, remaining hidden from the world. The undying volcano has thus remained concealed alongside the Phoenix clan, and both clans have accumulated great merits." Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Hongjun nodded in understanding, then asked, "How will you locate the undying volcano, Xinyu? And even if you find it, will the Phoenix clan permit you to collect the meridians, given their strength?" Xinyu smiled mysteriously. "I have my methods, and I assure you there will be no issues." He recalled the time when he was arranging the meridians of the eastern continent and could not find Qilin Cliff despite the Earth Book indicating its proximity. Just when he was at a loss, the voice of his master resonated in his mind, revealing that Qilin Cliff was veiled by a grand formation, accessible only to the Qilin clan or a Dao-level expert. He also realized that it was his master's intervention that allowed both clans to retreat into seclusion at 8T that time. He had acquired 2 jade slips and a pearl from his master. The jade slips contained cultivation methods for the Qilin and Phoenix clans, while the pearl was a chaos spiritual treasure, the breaking formation pearl, created by his master, superior to the one Nuwa had presented. This pearl could obscure the celestial mechanics of the Dao, but it served only to break formations and conceal heavenly secrets. Back then, as he was not well acquainted with Hongjun, he avoided him under the pretext of needing to enter seclusion for cultivation. He stealthily ventured into the Qilin territory, fortunate that his high cultivation level provided him with strong defenses. Otherwise, he would have perished before meeting the Qilin clan leader. Later, upon meeting the Qilin clan leader and explaining his circumstances, the leader profusely apologized and opened doors for him. After receiving the cultivation methods, the Qilin clan leader and several elders were eager to assist Xinyu, offering him whatever he desired, even insisting on providing him with aid. With their support, a task that was meant to take thousands of years was accomplished in mere hundreds, a miraculous feat in Xinyu's eyes. Initially, Xinyu had no intention of bringing Hongjun to the Phoenix clan's territory, as they remained hidden and were not at liberty to meet other beings of the Honghuang world. Thus, he advised Hongjun, "Brother Hongjun, I suggest you go listen to the teachings. The undying volcano is a secluded place, and it would not be appropriate for me to bring you inside." Although Hongjun was carefree, he understood that hidden realms were not places he could enter, so he replied, "No worries, Brother Xinyu, I comprehend. There are still 30,000 years before the teachings commence. I shall find a place nearby to enter seclusion for a while before proceeding, as I am only at the mid-stage of the great Luohu Golden Immortal. It would be too perilous to venture into the outer realms now." Xinyu felt touched by Hongjun's understanding and reassured him, "Rest assured, my brother, I anticipate my stay will not be prolonged. If I emerge early, I shall escort you to listen to the teachings." Hearing this, Hongjun's spirit soared, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Xinyu. I will wait for you near the undying volcano." Xinyu, unbothered by Hongjun's lack of formality, replied, "Very well. Let us head to the undying volcano now. Before long, as Zenjuzi followed the guidance of the Earth Book and arrived near the undying volcano, he turned to Hongjun and said, "Brother, we are now in the vicinity of the undying volcano. You should find a place to cultivate here while I make a brief visit." Hongjun understood that this was Zenjuzi's task, so he quickly located an inconspicuous little valley and said to Zenjuzi, "This spot will suffice." Zenjuzi responded, "Brother, go ahead." Once Hongjun had chosen his location, Zenjuzi promptly vanished from sight, reappearing at the edge of the undying volcano. This time, he had learned from past experiences and did not wish to face an ambush like with the Qilin clan. Thus, as he entered the undying volcano, he summoned his magical energy and called out, "I, Zenjuzi of the unmoving mountain, come to pay my respects to the Phoenix clan. I kindly request the Phoenix clan leader to emerge for an audience." His voice, amplified by the full extent of his great Luohu golden immortal power, reverberated throughout the entire undying volcano, prompting numerous members of the Phoenix clan to emerge and surround Zenjuzi. Many of the newly emerged phoenixes gazed at Zenjuzi with curiosity, for they had never encountered beings from outside their clan. This what external beings look like. They're not as handsome as we are, some remarked, noting his green robe, which they found unappealing. Could it be that all external beings possess such strength? Indeed, he was at a comparable cultivation level to their clan leader. He could see that moment. Two figures soared through the sky, a handsome man and a noble woman. Upon reaching Zenjuzi, they addressed him, "Phoenix clan leader, we Feng greet you, esteemed friend Zenjuzi, that we seek confirmation regarding your previous words." In the Phoenix clan, only the leader and a few elders were privy to the fact that they had received a mysterious transmission that led to their decision to retreat into seclusion. Had it not been for this, they might have faced the same fate as the Dragon clan, burdened with karma and unable to emerge. Thus, upon learning that Zenjuzi was a descendant of that mysterious transmitter, they treated him with utmost seriousness. Seeing the Phoenix clan leader approach, Zenjuzi felt a sense of relief and spoke, "I, Zenjuzi of the unmoving mountain, pay my respect to the Phoenix clan leader. I have already visited the Qilin clan, and I bring a gift from my master for the Phoenix clan. Please accept it." As he spoke, Zenjuzi presented the jade slip containing the cultivation method to Feng. She took the jade slip, glanced at Zenjuzi, and then infused her consciousness into it to examine its contents. Upon doing so, she was immediately struck with astonishment and promptly led Zenjuzi deeper into the undying volcano, instructing everyone return. "This esteemed friend Zenjuzi is a benefactor of our clan. All elders, please gather in the Phoenix Hall." At this moment, the Phoenix Hall was filled with 5 or 6 clan elders and the Phoenix clan leader, with Zenjuzi seated at the higher position. Feng suddenly spoke, "This is the esteemed disciple of that venerable elder, Zenjuzi. As you all know, our clan has also benefited from the guidance of that elder, which allowed us to evade calamity. Today, Zenjuzi has brought us something of utmost necessity: cultivation methods." One elder inquired, "Leader, is this truly a cultivation method? To what realm can it lead us?" Others looked at Feng with eager anticipation. Feng understood their aspirations. The Phoenix clan was indeed powerful, with over 1,000 great Luohu golden immortals and numerous at the peak of that realm. Yet they lacked any beings above the great Luohu golden immortal level, and everyone yearned for a breakthrough. They naturally hoped that this method would allow them to ascend beyond the great Luohu. Feng, having just gleaned the information from the jade slip, replied, "Above great Luohu." Hearing this, several elders immediately surrounded Feng, exclaiming in joy, "At last, we have hope. Indeed, we finally see a glimmer of hope. Leader, please let us see it." "Yes, leader, we are eager to begin our cultivation." Seeing the urgency in the elders' expressions, Feng's demeanor darkened as she admonished, "Silence! What manner of behavior is this? We have esteemed guests present." Realizing their faux pas, the elders quickly encircled Zenjuzi, expressing their gratitude and inquiring about his well-being. Observing their fervent enthusiasm, Zenjuzi recognized that this was a testament to his master's influence, not something he could claim for himself. He could not allow them to continue their excessive attentions. So he stood and declared, "I appreciate your kindness, but this is all my master's doing. That I am unworthy of such accolades that I would ask that you extend your thanks to my master on another occasion. Today, I have come with a task, and I hope the leader and esteemed elders can assist me at this point. Feng became aware that there were matters to discuss and halted the elders' inquiries. Understanding that if the Qilin clan could accomplish it, they could as well, she inquired, "What task does esteemed friend Xinyuzi have? Do you require our assistance?" Xinyuzi promptly explained, "I have come to perfect my companion's spirit treasure. The Earth Book to manifest its full potential. It must gather the spirits of all the meridians across the Hongwang realm. Currently, the only meridian yet to be collected is that of your esteemed undying volcano. Additionally, I am here under my master's orders to reinforce the formations of all meridians in Hongwang, ensuring that incidents like the destruction of the Western continent's meridians do not occur again. Thus, I hope that your clan can facilitate this endeavor." Upon hearing the matter at hand, the members of the Phoenix clan immediately remarked, "This is quite simple." The clan leader then declared, "Friend Xinyuzi, you are a distinguished guest of our clan, that I shall promptly send some of our kin to assist you in completing your task, allowing you to report back to your esteemed elder sooner. Furthermore, our clan possesses some treasures of heaven and earth that we would like to bestow upon you for your array. Please do not decline our humble offering. We are merely expressing our goodwill, knowing that the esteemed elder may not value such trifles from our clan, that we hope to express our gratitude in person someday." After saying this, he turned to the elder clansmen and asked, "Do any of you object?" The elders, not daring to voice any dissent, promptly responded, "No objections. We shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Seeing the elders take action, Xinyuzi remained silent, understanding that patience was key. He was familiar with such situations, having experienced them with the Qilin clan before. Thus, he addressed the Phoenix leaders, "If you must attend to matters, do so. I shall wait here." The Phoenix leaders indeed felt a sense of urgency to cultivate the newly acquired techniques. However, they felt it inappropriate to leave the one who had brought them such profound teachings unattended. Hence, they summoned a golden phoenix to the Grand Hall to accompany Xinyuzi while they hastily went to their cultivation. The golden phoenix, named Jin Feng, was a member of the Phoenix clan who had emerged even before the clan retreated from the world. Intrigued by the current state of the continent, Jin Feng began to converse with Xinyuzi. It was not long before several elders returned with a group of clansmen, addressing Xinyuzi, "Friend Xinyuzi, these clansmen are at your service. Whatever you instruct them to do, they shall follow your orders." They presented Xinyuzi with a generous assortment of precious materials, stating it was for his array. Xinyuzi, unable to refuse the offer, accepted their assistance. That he then instructed Jin Feng to lead them to various locations around the Immortal Fire Mountain to set up the array. While the elders, upon realizing Xinyuzi had departed without seeing their clan leader, hastened to find him. As time passed, several hundred years slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, the heavens and earth were engulfed in tumult. As countless soaring dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins danced across the primordial world, their roars echoing, captivating the attention of all living beings. That moment, the earth trembled, and the innate spiritual energy of the primordial world surged immensely. The auspicious signs of the three clans converged towards the southern continent, as golden spiritual rain began to fall, showering the southern lands with abundant merits. That a few drops flew towards the Buzhou mountain and the eastern sea. While the immortal fire mountain manifested under the grand principles, Xinyuzi, holding the Earth Book, soared into the sky, where the book revealed a comprehensive map of the primordial world, illustrating all its mountain ranges. However, this was not the sole reason for the commotion. The true cause lay in the array Xinyuzi had meticulously arranged. This array not only stabilized the Earth's veins, but also interconnected them, creating a system where the movements of one would affect the others, allowing for a perpetual cycle that absorbed chaotic energy to enhance the Earth's veins, thereby continuously elevating the primordial world's innate spiritual energy. Once a certain threshold was reached, the primordial world's essence could ascend as well, though this required time for accumulation. At that moment, the essence of the world spontaneously conveyed its intentions, urging the beings of the primordial realm to contribute to its well-being. Subsequently, tranquility gradually returned to the world. The heavenly Dao, having no choice but to acquiesce to the essence of the world, inadvertently summoned the grand principles that had already begun to retreat. The great entity Hongjun was currently consolidating his recently attained sage realm, receiving the authority of heaven and earth, and at this moment, he gained a clearer understanding of the grand principles. Feeling as insignificant as an ant in their presence, he experienced both envy and jealousy towards Zhen Yuanzi, for the latter had overshadowed his own ascension. Laozi of Taiji remained silent, lost in thought, while Yuan Shi's eyes glowed with jealousy. Tong Tian expressed admiration and envy, and Di Jun and Tai Yi were filled with jealousy as well, pondering how they might forge a favorable relationship with Zhen Yuanzi. In essence, the myriad beings of the primordial realm exhibited a variety of emotions, yet none of this concerned Zhen Yuanzi. He was receiving information from the essence of heaven and earth and was taken aback by the grand gift bestowed upon him by his master, further deepening his reverence for Lin Xuan. After collecting the merits into the Earth Book, Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly descended to express his gratitude to the many members of the Phoenix clan, who had all gained some merits through their assistance. This further endeared Zhen Yuanzi to the Phoenix clan. Ultimately, it was the Phoenix clan leader and the elders who, having heard the commotion, rescued Zhen Yuanzi from the hall. Zhen Yuanzi prepared to take his leave. He stated to the Phoenix clan leader and the others, "I must take my leave now, as the affairs of the Phoenix clan are burgeoning with the recent manifestation of the immortal Fire Mountain." The Phoenix leaders did not attempt to retain him further, but presented him with more treasures before he departed. Upon leaving the immortal Fire Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi found his friend Hongjun and said, "My dear brother, we must leave swiftly. Why cultivation feels peculiar, and I must escort you to the Zixiao Palace before returning to see my master." Hongjun, looking pleased, replied, "Thank you, my friend. I have also received quite a bit of merit." Zhen Yuanzi cautioned, "Brother Hongjun, it is best not to use merit for cultivation. It's sufficient to condense the merit wheel. Now, let us walk and talk, as I feel a breakthrough is imminent, but my foundation is unstable. Time is of the essence. After escorting you to the teachings, I must return to inquire with my master about the breakthrough." Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Hongjun responded, "Thank you, my friend, for considering me. Given your pressing circumstances, it is indeed more important for you to return first. Attending the teachings is a minor matter. Perhaps I shall encounter others along the way, and we can venture together. If it proves impossible, it merely indicates that we are fated not to attend the teachings." Zhen Yuanzi did not allow Hongjun to finish and led him outward into the sky. As they soared beyond the clouds, they encountered the familiar figures of Fuxi and Nuwa. Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly approached them. Bowing respectfully, "Zhen Yuanzi greets my esteemed elder brother and sister. What brings you here?" Fuxi replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Junior brother, my sister, and I were on our way to hear Hongjun's teachings when we learned that not only have you completed your task, but you've also caused quite a stir." Nuwa added, "Indeed, I envy you, junior brother. I was just preparing to head to the southern continent to find you. How is it that you returned from the Phoenix clan so soon?" Ignoring Nuwa's remark, Zhen Yuanzi explained, "Elder brother and sister, my situation is unstable, and I feel a breakthrough approaching. Yet my foundation is shaky. I was originally going to escort my friend here to the Zixiao Palace, and then return. I must trouble you to take care of Hongjun on his journey to the Zixiao Palace. He's been a great help in setting up the array, and I trust you will look after him." Turning back to Hongjun, he continued, "Hongjun, this is my elder brother and elder sister, both of whom are trustworthy. You can accompany them without worry." He then addressed Fuxi again, "I entrust you with this task. I will express my gratitude upon your return. I must take my leave now." With that, he vanished. Fuxi, Nuwa, and Hongjun were left momentarily stunned by Zhen Yuanzi's swift departure, exchanging bewildered glances. Finally, Hongjun spoke. "Hongjun greets both esteemed friends." Fuxi, regaining his composure, acknowledged, "There is no need for such formalities, friend. Since you are a friend of our junior brother, you are naturally our friend as well, that we are also headed to the Zixiao Palace. So you may accompany us." Hongjun responded, "I appreciate your kindness." Nuwa, curious, inquired, "How did you come to be friends with our junior brother?" Hongjun, not overthinking her question, recounted his story with Zhen Yuanzi, causing Fuxi and Nuwa to smile wryly. Realizing how warm-hearted Hongjun was, without further ado, they set off towards the sky, heading to the Buzhou mountain and the Pangu hall. Since the commotion began, the 12 ancestors of the Wu had arrived at the Pangu Hall. Upon learning that it was Zhang Yuanzi who had arranged the array, they had little to as participants in the restoration of the Earth's veins in the Western continent. They, too, had benefited from merits. Now, the only remaining merit from the Buzhou mountain was that of the Queen Mother of the West. Xianming remarked, Zhang Yuanzi has indeed arranged the Earth's veins throughout the primordial realm. He truly possesses great resolve. Zhu Jiuyin rolled his eyes and said, If our elder uncle tasked you, would you dare to evade? Zhu Rong agreed, attributing their achievements to their elder uncle. Indeed, look at how our elder uncle assigned us to nurture the Wu clan. And we completed it. Had our elder uncle not spoken, when would we have accomplished this? Even if we had, we wouldn't possess the strength we have now. Hudu interjected, Zhang Yuanzi's great fortune is undoubtedly a result of his own diligence and merit. Moreover, he has benefited the primordial world. Just look at the world our Father God has opened up. Is it not splendid? He is aiding our Father God in refining the primordial realm. Were you all contemplating? Instead of pondering this, you ought to focus on how to assist our Father God in safeguarding the primordial world. Di Jiang added, Have you all heard Hutu's words? Quickly return to the Pangu Hall to cultivate and tend to our kin. Time is of the essence. Our kin must emerge. When Fuxi and the others return, the opportunities may vanish. The others, upon hearing Di Jiang's words, finally grasped the urgency of the matter. The emergence of the Wu clan and the acquisition of dragon meat were of utmost importance. Thus, they returned to the Pangu Hall, gathering by the blood pool. Di Jiang remarked, Sister Hutu, what do you suppose Hongjun means by the realm of the sage? After a moment's contemplation, Hutu replied, It must be a realm above the great Luohu golden immortal. One that Hongjun himself has conceived. A reincarnation of the chaos demon god. He likely possesses unique abilities. However, it is of no concern to us. Our strength is steadily increasing, and reaching the mixed Yuan great Luohu golden immortal is merely a matter of time. There is no need to tread his unknown path. What? Does elder brother wish to hear Hongjun expound on his teachings? Di Jiang hastily shook his head. I do not seek to listen to his doctrines. Rather, I believe Hongjun will propagate his path of sagehood. It is worth noting that the beings of the Honghuang world currently lack any form of inheritance. Were it not for the complete legacy from our father and the teachings bestowed by our uncle. Do you think we would have the privilege to listen? At this moment, Di Jiang did not feel the overwhelming pressure that was often associated with legendary figures, for he was now responsible for resolving all matters concerning the Wu clan. The ancestral witches had attained their primordial spirits and were capable of independent thought, thus alleviating some of the burdens. In contrast, Hutu relished her current life, unconcerned about potential misfortunes in the future, as she had the formidable support of her uncle and thoughtful siblings. Hearing Di Jiang's concern, Hutu pondered, If what you say is true, does it not imply that Hongjun is establishing a doctrinal lineage? The lineage of the chaos demon god in the Honghuang world will need to evolve, and should they engage in destructive actions, the repercussions on the Honghuang world would be substantial, Di Jiang affirmed. Indeed, should they harbor ambitions, it is only a matter of time before we confront each other. Hutu proposed, Let us develop the Wu clan as a precaution. Di Jiang nodded earnestly. Yes, we must cultivate the Wu clan. At that moment, the blood pool surged tumultuously, as if something were about to emerge from its depths. The 12 ancestral witches heard the commotion and immediately gathered around, eagerly observing the myriad life fluctuations within the blood pool. After a century had passed, a figure gradually rose from the blood pool, adorned with twin horns, towering and imposing. With a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, he stepped forth and knelt before the 12 ancestral witches. Exclaiming, Xingtian pays respects to the ancestral witches. Di Jiang rushed forward to assist Xingtian. Excellent. You are the first of our clan to emerge, and your strength has indeed reached the level of the great Luohu golden immortal. Xingtian responded, Esteemed ancestor, we could have emerged much earlier. However, with the influx of energy into the blood pool, we found our strength increasing rapidly while we remained within, diligently cultivating. It was only when I reached the great Luohu golden immortal that my progress slowed significantly, prompting my emergence. Many brothers remain within the blood pool, on the verge of surfacing. Zhu Jiuyin interjected. It seems our investment in rare resources has borne fruit. Look at the treasures in Xingtian's grasp. When we emerged, we had nothing to our names. This sentiment resonated with the 12 ancestral witches, who had yet to acquire a single suitable spiritual treasure. Di Jiang declared. Very well. Xingtian shall join us in awaiting the emergence of our kin. Besides, if you seek treasures, you should request them from our uncle. Fuxi and the others brought treasures when they descended. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, while Xingtian remained perplexed, observing their discussions about acquiring treasures from their uncle to bolster their power. Noticing Xingtian's confusion, Hutu approached to elucidate the identity and origins of their uncle. Upon hearing Hutu's explanation, Xingtian finally understood why the Wu clan had an uncle and grew increasingly curious about him. As time passed, more members of the Wu clan emerged. Lu Xiang, Jiu Feng, Feng Bo, Yushi Kuafu, Ho Yi, and others. 36 great Luo golden immortals and 180 Tai golden immortals sequentially materialized from the blood pool. Since the conclusion of the Dao magic conflict, Hongjun had entered into an agreement with the Heavenly Dao. The explosion of the Western Continent's meridian by Luohu had left him indebted to the West. Though he had gained merits from the Heavenly Dao, he had exhausted all his merits to offset part of this debt. In a foul mood, Hongjun had neglected the desolate Western Continent and returned to Yujing Mountain, only to find his disciple missing. Along with all the spiritual roots and treasures he had collected over the years, his entire Daoist sanctuary resembled a site ravaged by bandits, devoid of any semblance of a celestial abode. In a fit of rage, he sought an outlet for his frustration, attacking anything within sight. As his anger subsided, he reflected upon the events since the calamity began. He had sensed 2 instances of obscured fate, but had dismissed them as mere consequences of the calamity. Now, it appeared someone had pilfered from his abode, though he could not ascertain the identity of the thief. If anyone in the Honghuang world had the capability to infiltrate his domain, it could only be Yang Mei or the missing Wang Shu of the Taiyin Star. However, their last encounter had yielded no anomalies, and Wang Shu remained shrouded in mystery. Unable to glean any useful information, Hongjun felt increasingly beleaguered since his encounter with the Heavenly Dao. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to break through his current realm. As long as he maintained the strongest power in the Honghuang world, no one could challenge him openly. Hongjun tidied the Zixiao Palace and settled his mind for a breakthrough. Over the next few days, he adjusted his focus and began secluding himself. As time flowed by, 2 months passed without Hongjun achieving the 3 corpses unification necessary to break through to mixed yuan, with the Heavenly Dao's merits dwindling. The Heavenly Dao appeared, and Hongjun accepted the fruit position to attain sagehood. However, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, yearning to reach mixed yuan and become a carefree immortal. He had initially believed that the unification of the 3 corpses, coupled with immense magical power and merit, would ensure his breakthrough, only to face failure once more. Although attaining sagehood significantly enhanced his power, it was merely in relation to the Honghuang world and bore no relevance beyond it. Outside the Honghuang world, his strength diminished. Hongjun now found himself ensnared in peril, beset by Luohu's demonic forces, Yang Mei's watchful gaze, and the unknown whereabouts of a deity from the Taiyin Star. Resigned, he accepted the position of sage. Upon accepting this role, the Heavenly Dao granted him the position and a substantial amount of merit, facilitating his breakthrough. The process unfolded smoothly, allowing Hongjun to ascend to the first level of sagehood. This unforeseen ease of breakthrough led Hongjun to speculate whether the Heavenly Dao had intentionally obstructed his path to mix yuan. Yet, the outcome was already set, and he had no choice but to confront reality. As Hongjun ascended to sagehood, he utilized his formidable magical power to relocate the Zixiao Palace into the outer chaos. The next step involved preparing for the teachings of a sage, disseminating knowledge, and gathering the power of destiny. The stronger the destiny, the faster one could enhance their strength point one day. A powerful aura approached the Honghuang world from beyond its borders. The Daoist sanctuary of Hongjun served as a barrier between the Honghuang world and chaos. It naturally sensed the impending arrival. Now that Hongjun had accepted the position of sage, the Hongwang world was effectively his domain, and he would not permit anyone to interfere with the approaching Pangu Dao fruit. In an instant, Hongjun appeared at the edge of chaos, feeling the familiar aura growing closer as a well-known figure drew near. Hongjun's expression darkened. Confronting the approaching figure, Hongjun exclaimed, "Yang Mei, is that you? How have you broken through to Mixed Yuan?" Hongjun was deeply troubled. As an old friend, Yang Mei had managed to ascend while he had been compelled to accept the position of sage. Although the underlying mysteries remained unknown to others, the situation was still somewhat embarrassing for him. Yang Mei regarded Hongjun and said, "Is this the outcome of your machinations?" Hongjun replied, "Ultimately, victory is victory. We all share the same goal, regardless of the means employed." Yang Mei retorted, "Very well. Any means will suffice. Let me see just how formidable your methods are." With that, she attacked Hongjun with a blade of spatial energy. Since his breakthrough, it was Hongjun's first engagement, channeling the power of the Honghuang Heavenly Dao against Yang Mei's spatial blade. Yang Mei unleashed a barrage of spatial techniques, relentlessly assaulting Hongjun, who retaliated with increasing proficiency in wielding the power of the Heavenly Dao. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Zhuan Su and Wang Shu, both great Luo golden immortals of Mixed Yuan, sensed the fluctuations of the battle. However, she had no time to intervene. Suddenly, Zhun Yuanzi returned, reporting a disruption in his cultivation. Although Wang Shu had broken through to the great Luo golden immortal of Mixed Yuan, she found herself unable to resolve Zhun Yuanzi's predicament, which fluctuated erratically despite his breakthrough. Even as a chaos demon god, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, and Lin Xuan was still in meditation. Unawakened, she could only suppress Zhun Yuanzi's cultivation, compelling him to refine his magical power. I could see that moment. Lin Xuan suddenly awakened, approached Zhun Yuanzi, and unleashed a beam of spiritual light, stabilizing his cultivation. Zhun Yuanzi awoke and immediately bowed. "I pay my respects to my master." Lin Xuan looked at Wang Shu and Zhun Yuanzi, stating, "This is merely a force of the Heavenly Dao attempting to lure you, that I've sealed this power. You must rely on your own cultivation to extinguish it, and you may find your strength can break through." Wang Shu joyfully inquired, "Master, have you completed your cultivation?" Zhun Yuanzi was genuinely curious about what sagehood entailed and watched Lin Xuan intently. Lin Xuan explained, "Sagehood represents the fruit position of heaven and earth. Every realm possesses its own fruit positions that I previously mentioned, that heaven and earth consist of 3 paths, each with 9 fruit positions. As long as heaven and earth exist, so too will the fruit positions. Sages are eternal and imperishable." Hongjun has achieved the status of a heavenly Dao sage, with a wave of his hand. The sky illuminated with the scene of the battle between Hongjun and Yang Mei. Lin Xuan. Hongjun is indeed wielding the power of the saints, the power of the heavenly Dao. If it weren't for their battle, I would still be in deep cultivation. Take a good look. This is the first confrontation of mixed origins in the primordial world. After saying this, with a wave of his hand, the 2 familiar sleeping figures within a palace vanished from Mount Buzhou. Wang Shu, witnessing Lin Xuan sending the 2 boys away, felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, boss, I forgot about them." At the edge of chaos, Hongjun, unable to contend with Yang Mei, began to rotate the Pangu in his left hand and the Taiji diagram in his right, augmenting the power of the heavenly Dao, resulting in a significant increase in his attack's potency. Yang Mei swiftly evaded as a spatial demon god. She moved through the spaces with unparalleled finesse. Even with his treasured artifacts, Hongjun could not overcome Yang Mei. Yang Mei remarked, "I never expected you, Hongjun, to still have the audacity to use the treasures of Yin and Yang. Shouldn't your 3 avatars make an appearance as well?" Hongjun frowned slightly and replied, "What do you see?" Yang Mei. "Hongjun, I have been watching your splendid performance very clearly that I didn't expect you to single-handedly break the immortal slaying sword array that a few true friends you have. And yet you plot against them that if I hadn't fled swiftly, I too would have fallen at your hands. Now that I am breaking through to mixed origins and chaos, you must be quite thrilled. Aren't you, Hongjun? It is the will of heaven. Even if I do not scheme against you, Do you think we could break through to mixed origins? I have employed numerous methods to no avail, ultimately relying on the fruit positions of heaven and earth. Your ability to break through in chaos signifies your disconnection from the primordial world. Moreover, do you think the fruit positions can be wielded by just anyone? Your endings are all the same, either falling in the primordial world or perishing in chaos. You survived and broke through thanks to your mastery of spatial Dao. But what of the others? Yang Mei, regardless of the final outcome, it is not your scheming that determines our fates. The karmic debts must be repaid. In an instant, Yang Mei appeared beside Hongjun, and the laws of space obliterated the area surrounding him. Hongjun, in disarray, fled back to the outer heavens, realizing he was no match for Yang Mei. She immediately pursued him, but to her surprise, an overwhelming force of heaven and earth enveloped him as he reappeared in the outer heavens. Yang Mei understood that this was the primordial world rejecting his identity as a chaotic demon god, and reluctantly retreated to the edge of chaos, looking at Hongjun and stating, "I hope you remain inside. Otherwise, I will ensure you can never enter the primordial world again." With that, Yang Mei departed from the edge of chaos. Hongjun, watching Yang Mei vanish into the chaos, pondered in silence, his countenance darkening as he returned to the palace of purple clouds. Suddenly sensing something, he vanished from the palace and reappeared at Jade Capital Mountain. With a grim expression, he gazed at the two boys lying asleep on the ground, channeling his magical power into a hand. He slapped their faces, causing the two boys to awaken instantly. Clutching their aching faces, upon seeing Hongjun's somber demeanor, they prostrated themselves and pleaded, "My lord, we will never dare to sleep again. Please spare us. We know we were wrong." "Hongjun, how did you end up sleeping here?" "Hao Tian, reporting to my lord, we were guarding the entrance of the Palace of Purple Clouds when you left. And we don't know when we fell asleep. We promise we'll never sleep again. Please forgive us." "Hongjun, so, you mean your cultivation was also progressing while you were asleep?" "Hao Tian and Yao Qi." "Cultivation? We were not cultivating at all." Hao Tian and Yao Qi immediately began to inspect themselves, shocked to discover they had reached the late stage of the great Luohu Golden Immortal. They had previously only been at the level of the mysterious Immortal. How had they jumped to the late stage of the great Luohu Golden Immortal so suddenly? "My lord, we truly did not cultivate. We don't even know how we attained the late stage of the great Luohu Golden Immortal. We really don't know." Hongjun observed them and saw no signs of deceit. He immediately summoned Hao Tian and Yao Qi before him to examine their cultivation and primordial spirit memories, discovering their foundations were immensely profound, without any traces of cultivation techniques. It was as if they had naturally absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as living beings. No, it was even more substantial than natural development. The records of their primordial spirits bore no traces either. It was indeed, as they claimed, achieved during sleep. Hongjun realized that such feats could only be accomplished by a Chaos Dao Golden Immortal. But he was unsure which chaotic demon god was responsible. However, he knew this had to be connected to Yang Mei. Otherwise, she would not have caused trouble just to return the two boys. With no other leads, Hongjun could only pin the blame on Yang Mei if he refrained from questioning further and took the two boys back to the Palace of Purple Clouds. Upon arrival at the palace, he stated, "This is the outer heavens in chaos, and why Lord has become a saint, in less than 20,000 years, the Palace of Purple Clouds will hold a discourse. Many beings from the primordial world will return to listen. For now, you two shall wait at the entrance. Also, while you were asleep, the spiritual roots and treasures of Jade Capital Mountain were stolen. Think of how you will be punished." Hao Tian and Yao Qi exchanged glances, deeply concerned about their own fate. After receiving their orders, they promptly replied, "Yes, my lord, we will attend to it earnestly." At Mount Buzhou, Wang Shu and Jin Yuanzi observed Hongjun letting Hao Tian and Yao Qi off so easily. Finding it hard to believe, Jin Yuanzi, feeling uneasy, asked, "Master, why did Hongjun let those two boys go so easily?" Lin Xuan, because Hongjun examined Hao Tian's memories and found nothing amiss. The only memories were those prior to their sleep. Hao Tian and Yao Qi have not disclosed more than what Hongjun knows. Why hold on to it? After saying this, Lin Xian turned to Jin Yuanzi and said, "It's fortunate you returned. Had you attended the discourse with Hongjun, you would have to prepare for ascension to sainthood before meeting your master again. Now, go into seclusion and strive to break through to the great Luohu golden immortal as soon as possible. Once you achieve that, you can solidify your merits into the golden wheel of merit, and even the heavenly Dao will not be able to contend with you. Zhen Yuanzi, yes, master, at that moment. A powerful wave of magical energy surged from the scripture repository, and Lin Xuan immediately understood what was happening. He said to Zhen Yuanzi, your sister, the Queen Mother of the West, is about to break through to mixed origins. You should wait a bit longer. Lin Xuan then addressed Wang Shu. Wang Shu, the 2 jade hairs you brought are ready to transform. They will be helpful to you in the future. Wang Shu, thank you. Boss, they are indeed capable of transformation, but I didn't allow it earlier without your consent, that I will go fetch them now. Zhen Yuanzi, master, when did Sister Wang Shu break through? Lin Xuan, not long after returning from the battle between Dao and Demon. You needn't envy. As long as you eliminate that trace of heavenly Dao power and gain insight, you too can break through to AT that moment. Wang Shu returned with 2 beautiful figures, approaching Lin Xuan and bowing. Shi He and Chang, she pay their respect to my lord. Lin Xuan gazed at the 2 beauties, one with a willow face and the other with an oval face, both possessing luminous, sparkling black eyes akin to 2 pools of autumn water, their tall figures adorned in pristine white dresses. Even Lin Xuan, known for his composure, was momentarily captivated. Lin Xuan was not detected by anyone as he stood in trance for a second. As they bowed, he said, no need for excessive formalities. From now on, you 2 shall assist Wang Shu with her affairs. You may also cultivate in the scripture repository and freely study the techniques. But do not share them with others, understood? Shi and Chang she immediately replied with joy. Thank you, my lord. Lin Xuan advised Wang Shu, you should pay more attention to external news. Handling affairs will become much simpler. At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West emerged from the scripture repository, her aura reflecting the fluctuations of the laws, clearly indicating the strain of her recent breakthrough. Lin Xuan remarked, it is not yet your time to emerge from seclusion. Why have you come out? Queen Mother of the West. Master, I know, but I just wanted to say a few words to you. Lin Xuan, intrigued by why she would emerge before stabilizing her cultivation. And the others were equally curious about the significance of her words. As they all gazed at her, she huffed and declared to Lin Xuan, Master, I will not become a subordinate. With that, she dashed back into the scripture repository. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately understood why she was so eager to break through. His words had struck a blow to her pride. He quickly called out, Queen Mother of the West, wait, if you're feeling defiant, you still have over 20,000 years to stabilize your cultivation. Once you do, you can attend Hongjun's discourse at the Palace of Purple Clouds, and then you will naturally understand your mission. However, you must conceal your strength at the mid-stage of the great Luohu Golden Immortal. The Queen Mother of the West exclaimed joyfully, Master, will I truly come to know my mission? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and replied, Am I one to deceive you? Remember to hide your cultivation. Now go. Zhen Yuanzi, Shi He, and Chang Shi, you all should go into seclusion as well. Queen Mother of the West, Zhen Yuanzi. Yes, Master. Shi He and Chang Shi. Yes. My lord. Lin Xuan stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance, while Wang Shu stood behind him. Uncle, we have arrived. Uncle, why did you call us now? Uncle, all of us from the Wu clan are starving. Lin Xuan looked at the 12 ancestral witches before him, who were behaving like children, and a genuine smile spread across his face. He had been in the primordial world for quite some time. However, the beings Lin Xuan encountered were numerous, and among them, the 12 ancestor witches were the most untainted souls he had ever met. They were devoid of cunning schemes, their affections and aversions were clear-cut, and they were straightforward and easily satisfied. The 12 ancestor witches had initially been instructing their kin in cultivation, but hurriedly made their way over after receiving Lin Xuan's message, as this was something they had long anticipated. Lin Xuan observed the flustered group, and, despite his fondness for their earnestness, couldn't help but feel the urge to reprimand them. Lin Xuan, what a sight you are! Could you not be a bit more composed? How can you lead the witch clan like this? I ask you, how many members do you currently have? Dijiang. Uncle, our witch clan has 129,600 members now, with 144 Luohu golden immortals, of which 36 are at the mid-stage of Luohu. Ho2. Uncle, none of our kin possess a primordial spirit at the moment. Could you perhaps devise a solution? Upon hearing Ho2's words, Lin Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. With so many members in which clan, he was certainly not their caretaker. He retorted, the physical body can also attain the Dao. Have I not taught you the techniques? If you master these techniques, you can refine your physical bodies just the same. Pair that with spiritual herbs, and your cultivation speed will not be slow. Furthermore, it is not that they lack primordial spirits. Rather, they have integrated their spirits with their physical forms. Zhu Rong. Uncle, we have no spiritual treasures to utilize. Could you provide us with some? Lin Xuan realized that the ancestor witches had been viewing him as a mere resource. How refreshingly forthright they were. Considering they were a collective, he mused how much they could extract from him. Yet, these individuals were indeed straightforward, their 24 eyes all gleaming with anticipation towards him, softening slightly. He relented. Very well. Go to the refining pavilion and select for yourselves. Before he could finish his sentence, the 12 of them dashed away, leaving Lin Xuan feeling both exasperated and helpless. Time passed swiftly, and each of them emerged with expressions of delight, evidently having found their desired treasures. The spiritual treasures Lin Xuan had placed in the refining pavilion were all products of his own craftsmanship, encompassing a myriad of weapons with varying attributes, each possessing power no less than that of innate treasures. Di Jiang claimed a sword of spatial attributes. Zhu Jiuyin took a replica of the Kunlun mirror. Zhu Meng received a wooden staff of nature. Ru Shou obtained a golden axe. Gong Gong a water attribute trident. Zhu Rong a fiery long knife. Chong Liang a thunder hammer. Tian Wu an electric whip. Ho Tu an earth spear. Xian Ming an ice spear. Shi a water flag. And Shi Bai a poison cauldron. Naturally, they did not limit themselves to a single item, for such was not their nature. Lin Xuan, possessing the foundation of chaos, regarded these items as mere trifles. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Xuan remarked, now that you have all attained the consummate stage of Luohu golden immortals, it is time to prepare for your future paths. After Hongjun's teachings conclude, the powers of beings in the Honghuang realm will see a substantial enhancement, marking the onset of an era belonging to the saints Hekati that time. You will be passive and unable to defend your Father God's world. Additionally, your senior sister, Shi Wang Mu, has already broken through to the Hunyuan stage, and Jinyuan Zi is close to a breakthrough as well. The 12 ancestor witches were taken aback by Lin Xuan's words. They understood that their current prowess in the Honghuang realm was formidable, yet they had not anticipated that a single Hong could alter the strength of all beings in the realm. Ho Tu, Uncle, why not allow Sister Wang Shu to teach? That way, it wouldn't be limited to only the saints. Lin Xuan. Currently, cultivating Hunyuan in the Honghuang realm is exceedingly difficult. How much of the great Dao's principles can you still perceive? In the present Honghuang realm, aside from a few exceptional locales, the laws of heaven dominate. Thus, the foundation for cultivation is too fragile to withstand the tribulations. Aside from your clan, who among the others would willingly share their techniques? How much foundation do you possess to aid so many in overcoming tribulations? Consider your witch clan, among the 36 mid-stage Luohu golden immortals. How many can you help reach the Hunyuan realm? Furthermore, the entire Honghuang realm cannot sustain that many Hunyuan cultivators, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is insufficient. Hence, if your witch clan wishes to grow stronger, augmenting your own foundation alongside that of the Honghuang realm is the correct path, akin to the way of the saints as taught by Hongjun. In truth, saints are the fruit of heaven and earth, seizing the authority of the cosmos, and their numbers are limited. Others who cannot attain the heavenly fruit will see their powers rise, but remain beneath the peak of the saints. Moreover, if the spiritual energy of the Honghuang realm is not replenished, it will lead to calamities to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. Di Jiang. Uncle, does that not mean Hongjun is disrupting the balance of heaven and earth? Lin Xuan. And so what? Calamities will come to restore balance in due time. Besides, do you think you can suppress Hongjun? Di Jiang whispered. I cannot, but what about you? Lin Xuan, having overheard Di Jiang's words, replied without anger. Do not think that just because you speak softly, I cannot hear you. Let me tell you, if I were to intervene, I could annihilate the entire Hongjun realm. But can I act? The other ancestor witches looked at Di Jiang, offering no words of support. Xianming. Uncle, I wish to cultivate here. Gong Gong. Yes, uncle. I too wish to cultivate here. The other ancestor witches were well aware that Lin Xian's dojo was rich in the principles of the Great Dao, making it the most ideal place for cultivation. They all expressed their desire to cultivate there, to which Lin Xian had no objections but stated, I will grant you 100 years to arrange your kin. Upon your return, establish your clan. This is a source of inexhaustible sustenance I have prepared for you. As he spoke, Lin Xian produced the grains he had cultivated within his inner world, rice, millet, panic grass, wheat, and legumes, and handed them to Zhu Mang, providing guidance on their planting and preservation methods. He also bestowed upon Di Jiang the remains of all dragons below the Luohu stage. Lin Xian then addressed Zhu Mang. You possess the wood attribute laws, which will significantly enhance the cultivation of these grains. Ensure that your brothers collaborate with you, and all members of the clan must learn this. Understood? Zhu Mang. Thank you, uncle. With these, our kin need not venture into perilous hunts. And these are indeed innate spiritual roots suitable for planting, sufficient to meet the cultivation needs of our people. Hearing that their cultivation needs would be fulfilled, the others were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude to Lin Xian. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Xian warned, in the future, your kin must not actively hunt spiritual beings, lest they become ensnared by karma. This is crucial to remember. You must also instruct your kin to heed this. Do you understand? Yes, uncle. With Lin Xian's clear admonishment, they understood that should they continue to disobey, uncle might not care for them in the future. Seeing that they comprehended, Lin Xian waved them off to return. Meanwhile, Wang Shu had been observing Lin Xian manage the affairs of the witch clan. The 12 ancestor witches arrived with joy and departed with elation, immediately organizing their kin to embark on their agricultural endeavors upon returning to the Pangu Hall. The dragon remains provided by Lin Xian served as their transitional sustenance during this period. Time swiftly passed, and 100 years went by. This century was the most fulfilling time since the emergence of the witch clan. Devoid of calamities or injuries among their members, and even brawls had significantly diminished. The area surrounding the foot of Mount Buzhou had transformed into a vast agricultural region for the witch clan. On this day, all members of the witch clan gathered before the Pangu Hall, forming a vast assembly. The 12 ancestor witches stood at the forefront. I could see this moment. Di Jiang signaled to the other witches, and the 12 ancestor witches simultaneously invoked the power of the laws. Soaring into the sky with immense grandeur, the heavens, they proclaimed, the great Dao is above. Father God, bear witness. We, the ancestor witches, Di Jiang, Zhu Juyin, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Chong Liang, Tian Wu, Xian Ming, Ho Tu, Shi He, and Shi Bai, have received the blessings of Pangu, nurturing a clan of beings. Today we hereby establish the witch clan, tasked with safeguarding the Hongjun realm. Using the Pangu Hall to suppress the fate, the witch clan stands. At this, golden dragons descended from the heavens to celebrate. Phoenixes rejoiced, and Shilans heralded auspicious omens. The sky rained down the merits of the great Dao, and a powerful force of fate coalesced around the Pangu Hall. The establishment of the witch clan did not surprise the beings of the Hongjun realm, for the witch clan had long roamed the vast lands of Hongjun, and their existence was well known. However, what astonished them was the incredible strength of the witch clan, with 12 fully realized Luohu and over 100 Luohu strong beings. The number of Tai golden immortals reached tens of thousands. A thought that filled them with despair that Dijun, Tai and others, still en route to the outer heaven, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing of the witch clan's establishment. The formidable strength of the witch clan left them envious and resentful. Baizhe inadvertently remarked, if only we had such a powerful clan. Little did Baizhe know, his unintentional words took root in Dijun's heart, while the three purities had reached the brink of the outer heaven. Tai Ching Lao Zi felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness in the face of the witch clan's might, while Yuqing Yuanshi was deeply envious and fearful. Shangqing Tong Tian was fortunate to have avoided encountering the 12 ancestor witches on their journey to the outer heaven. Fu Shi and Nuwa sensed the formidable strength of the 12 ancestor witches, feeling a sense of urgency. Hongjun, too, expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Truly formidable." Upon hearing Hongyun's exclamation, Nuwa pouted and replied, "Do not worry. Those few are familiar to me. If I were to confront them, they would not dare retaliate. Fushi. How could we not be familiar, given our presence at Mount Buzhou? Moreover, we are also repairing the western veins together. Yet, we did not expect them to catch up to us in cultivation so swiftly and even nurture a clan. Sister, we have fallen behind. We shall face our master's reprimand." Enwa's eyes rolled, her thoughts a mystery, before she let out a dismissive humph and fell silent. Hongyun remarked, "The witch tribe has sworn to protect the primordial chaos. I must go see for myself, and also check on how Brother Jinyuan is faring." Fushi replied, "With our master present, there is no need for concern regarding Brother Jinyuan. If you wish to visit the witch tribe, do not fear their potential hostility. Simply accompany us." Upon hearing this, Hongyun felt elated at the prospect of going. As for any conflict, he considered himself a reasonable person and would not engage in fighting. Thus, he cheerfully followed Fu 11T, the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun pondered the premature establishment of the witch tribe, according to the heavenly trajectory. Their founding should have occurred after a certain discourse. Their strength had also grown considerably, yet he thought little of it. As long as the overarching circumstances remained unchanged, the formation of the witch tribe was merely a matter of time. Establishing themselves now bore no significant consequence. As time flowed, 2 millennia passed in the blink of an EY then. A considerable gathering had amassed before the Zixiao Palace. The Sanqing were among the earliest arrivals, with Fushi, Enwa, and Hongyun also present. Emperor Jun and Tai struggled to escort a dozen individuals safely to the site. Many primordial beings, including Dongwang Gong, Minghe, Randeng, and Kuanpeng, occupied various corners, awaiting the palace's opening. As everyone awaited patiently, none noticed the addition of a mid-stage Luohu being by Enwa's side. It was only when Enwa realized the presence of the West Queen Mother beside her that she became aware. And had it not been for the West Queen Mother holding her back, the commotion would have startled all present. However, it did draw the attention of Fushi and Hongyun near Enwa. Immediately, Enwa activated her identity jade plate, exclaiming softly in astonishment, "Sister, what brings you here?" The West Queen Mother replied, "Humph, Master sent me, saying I could learn of my mission here." Fushi inquired, "Sister, what of your cultivation?" The West Queen Mother chuckled, "Hee, brother, I have broken through to the Hunyuan level." "Humph. However, Master instructed me not to reveal it, so I can only present myself as a mid-stage Luohu Golden Immortal." Fushi, Enwa, and Hongyun were utterly astonished. The West Queen Mother had achieved a breakthrough. Enwa, breathing rapidly, asked, "Sister, you truly have broken through?" The West Queen Mother nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I have broken through, and Brother Jinyuan is also on the verge of a breakthrough." Brother and sister, you? Master. The West Queen Mother, relishing the moment, sought to witness the reactions of Fushi and Enwa. Fushi cast a complex glance at the West Queen Mother, and then at Enwa. Choosing to remain silent, Enwa, hearing the West Queen Mother's words and feeling Fushi's gaze, was engulfed in deep self-reproach. She understood that her elder brother had always harbored his pride, and as the eldest disciple, his cultivation had suffered due to her playful nature, which had deprived him of precious time for training. The West Queen Mother, seeing Enwa's remorseful expression, smiled with a sense of comfort. Just as Hongyun was about to speak, a childish male voice rang out, "Time is up. Everyone, proceed into the hall." All the beings present rose and hurried toward the palace, with the Sanqing moving the fastest. Fushi and the others followed closely behind. While the other beings showcased their unique abilities to hasten their entry, in no time, the Sanqing occupied the first row of mats, noting the distinctiveness of the frontmost 3 positions. Fushi, observing the differing mats ahead, gently pushed Enwa to take her place on the 4th mat. Enwa intended to rise and cede her spot to Fushi, but was simultaneously restrained by both Fushi and the West Queen Mother from behind. The 5th mat was swiftly claimed by Kuanpeng, while the 6th was occupied by Emperor Jun. The other beings settled into positions further back, with Hongyun, Fushi, and the West Queen Mother in the 2nd row. and Tai situated behind Emperor Yuan in the back hall of the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun furrowed his brow at the sight of the 6 individuals seated in the front row, unsure of how to arrange the positions for the Western faction. He was aware of the significant karmic debts he owed to them. Although Jin Yuan and others had repaired the ley lines, which alleviated part of the burden, it remained insufficient, leaving him still indebted. The karmic ties from the West lingered on him, and only a sage could entirely offset such debts. Just as the Zixiao Palace was about to close, 2 disheveled figures appeared at the entrance, calling out, "Wait! Wait! Don't close the door! We have yet to enter!" Hao Ian surveyed the hall, and indeed noticed 2 unoccupied mats. He decided to wait for the 2 to enter, who were none other than the early arrivals from the West, Zhuan Ti and Jane. Seizing the opportunity while other beings rushed to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings and search for spiritual roots and treasures, they had only just arrived. Upon entering the hall, they saw that only the last 2 mats were vacant, while the 6 foremost mats were evidently special. Exchanging a glance, they dashed to the front. After observing for a moment, they sensed that the 3 individuals at the front shared a strong connection and were formidable. The 4th mat appeared to be guarded, and the 6th was surrounded by numerous protectors. Only the 5th mat was solitary. Jie-in, with a glint in his eye, suddenly collapsed in front of Kunpeng, dramatically slamming his hands on the floor, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Big brother, we have traveled countless hardships from the Western continent, hoping to find a path for the beings there. Yet upon arrival, we find not even a seat. We are ashamed before the beings of the West." This spectacle left the primordial beings in attendance bewildered. Yet, it was precisely this outburst that made all present aware of the uniqueness of the 6 mats. After all, none present were fools. Even Hongjun recognized that these seats were extraordinary. He had heard from Jin Yuan about the current situation in the West, which was far from dire. Indeed, it thrived with vitality. This was clearly a contest for seating, so he chose to remain silent. Jane, glancing around and noticing the indifference of the beings, grew anxious and wondered. What is happening? Why is no one reacting? Are those seated heartless individuals? Are my brother and I destined to be excluded from these seats? Just as he prepared to lament further, Yuanshi suddenly interjected. How can beings adorned with fur and horns sit with us? This drew the attention of all present at that moment. Zhuan Ti unexpectedly launched an attack on Kunpeng, causing him to tumble toward Emperor Jun. Jane instantly understood what to do. Though it was a risky maneuver, the opportunity was too tempting to forego. Thus, he summoned his full magical power and collided with Kunpeng, sending both him and Emperor Jun tumbling from their mats. With that, Zhuan Ti and Jie-in swiftly occupied the mats of Kunpeng and Emperor Yuan. As the 2 regained their footing, Tai and Bai Zhe, among others, reacted quickly, preparing to retaliate against Zhuan Ti and Jane. Tai even brandished the Chaos Bell, but just then, an overwhelming pressure surged, causing all beings to tremble in place. Hongjun appeared in the Great Hall, his voice resonating powerfully as he declared, "From this moment forth, the seating arrangements shall remain as they are." Emperor Jun, Tai, and the others clenched their fists in resentment, casting hateful glances at Zhuan Ti and Jane, then at Yuanshi. However, no one anticipated that under this pressure, Nuwa would suddenly rise, delivering a resounding slap toward Yuanshi. Disregarding all present as she admonished, "I will not allow you to look down upon those adorned with fur and horns." Nuwa's bold action was akin to a bombshell thrown into water, leaving all in shock, including Hongjun in the courtyard of Buzhou Mountain, Lin Xuan, Wang Shu, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Jin Yuan, Shi, and Changxi watched the scene unfold in the sky. Witnessing Nuwa's audacious conduct in the Zixiao Palace, Lin Xuan suddenly burst into laughter, finding this the most entertaining event he had witnessed amid the myriad occurrences of the primordial chaos. The others, awakening from their stupor, regarded him with strange expressions, but Lin Xuan paid them no mind and continued to observe the reactions within the Zixiao Palace. In the Zixiao Palace, Yuanshi was the first to regain his composure, attempting to rise and confront Nuwa. Only to find himself unable to move, he immediately retorted, "How dare you?" As Yuanshi spoke, all beings snapped back to attention. Hongjun cast a deep glance at Nuwa. retracting his pressure and closing his eyes to meditate. Nuwa, already troubled by feelings of guilt toward Fuxi due to the breakthroughs of the West Queen Mother and Jinyuan, was further incensed by Yuan Shi's disdain. Having been pampered in Buzhou Mountain all her life, she could hardly tolerate such affronts. Her anger flared. Having witnessed the calamities involving Hongjun twice, and having previously plundered Yujing Mountain, with her master and the West Queen Mother as her support, she felt no need to show respect to Hongjun. Thus, she disdainfully remarked to Yuan Shi, "Moreover, I would strike you." All beings felt the oppressive atmosphere dissipate, allowing Yuan Shi to rise. Next, Laozi, Tongtian, Fuxi, the West Queen Mother, and Hongyun formed a standoff. Soon after, Emperor Jun, Tai, Kuanpeng, and all those adorned with fur and horns stood up in defiance against the Sanqing. Laozi and Tongtian sensed a profound crisis among the 3,000 beings in the Zixiao Palace. 80% stood with Nuwa. Laozi glanced at Yuan Shi, observing his strained expression, and reluctantly stepped forward, followed closely by Tongtian. After exchanging a glance, they addressed the assembly, saying, "We apologize, my younger brother, Yuqing Yuan Shi, spoke in error. I, Taching Laozi, and my third brother, Shanqing Tongtian, extend our apologies to all." With that, they clasped their hands in salute. Fuxi, casting a deep gaze at Taching Laozi, remarked, "The Pangu Sanqing are not as formidable as they claim. Should there be a challenge, I, Fuxi, alongside my sister Nuwa, shall accept it." Upon finishing, he expressed gratitude to the many beings who had rallied in support, taking Nuwa back to their MATAS. The gathering settled. Hongjun, having observed that all were seated, proclaimed, "Let the teachings commence." Numerous beings took their places, firmly imprinting the events of the day in their memories. The shamelessness of the two from the West, the arrogance of Yuan Shi and the Sanqing, and the fearless and domineering presence of Nuwa and Fuxi, all deeply etched in their hearts. All settled. Hongjun began, "I am Hongjun," in the primordial realm. The first achievement of the Holy Dao was attained, as the essence of the heavenly path was expounded to enlighten all beings. This discourse was divided into 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years. The gathered souls were filled with curiosity. Taiching Laozu inquired, "Might I ask, is the sage's realm above that of the great Luohu, golden immortal?" Hongjun responded, "In the primordial world, there exists no specific cultivation system as of yet. Allow me to elucidate it once more. The path of cultivation begins with the refinement of essence in a qi, followed by the transformation of qi into spirit, then the return of spirit to the void, merging with the Dao, progressing to earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, gold immortal, Tai gold immortal, great Luohu gold immortal, presage, and finally, the sage. The first 5 realms are traversed by beings lacking any prior cultivation, refining innate spiritual energy into their beings to become earth immortals. When the innate spiritual energy permeates the body, they ascend to celestial immortal. The opening of the Qi Sea leads to true immortal, while the opening of the consciousness Sea births the primordial spirit, resulting in Xian immortal. The primordial spirit connected with the consciousness Sea achieves an immortal golden body as a gold immortal, living for 1,000,000 years, that be why inviting the energies of the 5 elements into the body, and achieving harmony among them. One becomes a Tai gold immortal. Understanding the laws and drawing their power into oneself leads to the exalted state of great Luohu gold immortal. During this discourse on the great Luohu gold immortal, the beings of the primordial realm had no concrete descriptions of the cultivation levels. They instinctively absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, upon hearing Hongjun's elucidation, they gained clear understanding and direction in their cultivation. Hongjun commenced, "Now, I shall expound on the path of the great Luohu gold immortal. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The named is the beginning of heaven and earth. The unnamed is the mother of myriad things." As Hongjun spoke, his words blossomed like lotus petals, and a wave of auspicious energy enveloped the space. Invoking the power of the heavenly laws, he proclaimed, "The law is not to be transmitted to 6 ears." After this declaration, Hongjun continued his discourse for 2,900 years without a moment's pause. When he finally ceased speaking, the myriad beings remained immersed in profound contemplation. As time progressed, they gradually awakened. Through Hongjun's teachings, many beings re-evaluated their own cultivation, resulting in significant advancements. Even Fuxi, Nuwa, and the Queen Mother of the West gained new insights into the laws. Unbeknownst to the beings, the Tao that Hongjun expounded was his own comprehension of the creation of the Jade Disk. Observing that many had awakened, Hongjun declared, "I perceive the current chaos in the primordial realm. I shall select two to manage it." The awakened beings became even more alert. Some were eager to act, while others remained indifferent. Upon hearing Hongjun's intention to select beings to oversee the primordial realm, Emperor Jun felt an urge to self-nominate, yet hesitated with a hint of embarrassment, revealing an impatience that others could see. Buzhou and Tai Yi, who accompanied him, noticed his desire for leadership. Thus, Buzhou spoke, respectfully addressing the sage. "I believe Emperor Jun is suitable. He is the golden crow born of the sun star, endowed with the aura of an emperor, and possesses formidable strength, along with numerous allies in the primordial realm." Upon hearing Buzhou's assessment, the gathered beings glanced at Emperor Jun, who, perhaps sensing the weight of their gazes, straightened his posture and smiled expectantly at Hongjun. Noting the silence that enveloped the assembly, Hongjun addressed the Eastern King. "I observe that you are the first manifestation of innate yang energy. Your imperial aura is destined to govern the male immortals of the primordial realm." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun regarded Hongjun with disappointment and disbelief. He had considered himself the most suitable candidate aside from the three pure ones, never anticipating that Hongjun would choose the seemingly unremarkable Eastern King, who lacked his strength and connections. However, he knew better than to act rashly, burying his discontent and resentment deep within. The Eastern King, elated by Hongjun's selection, stammered, I am willing." "Thank you, sage." Initially, the Eastern King felt a surge of excitement upon hearing he was to be chosen to manage the primordial realm. But he quickly subdued his ambitions, acknowledging that many present had greater advantages. Thus, he was taken aback when Hongjun pointed him out. This was a rare opportunity bestowed upon him, and how could he refuse? Hongjun then turned to the Queen Mother of the West, stating, "You, the first manifestation of innate yin energy, should be appointed to oversee the female immortals of the primordial realm." Without waiting for her consent, he decreed it so and presented two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, a dragon-headed staff for the Eastern King and a 9-colored robe for the Queen Mother of the West, adding, "These two supreme, innate treasures are bestowed upon you, with the hope that you will effectively govern the male and female immortals of the primordial realm." The Queen Mother of the West, who had been preoccupied with her mission throughout the discourse, suddenly found herself in possession of a supreme, innate treasure. Gazing at the exquisite 9-colored robe, she stood and said, "Sage, I am merely at the mid-stage of the great Luohu gold immortal realm. I cannot bear the responsibility of being the foremost female immortal. I beseech you to rescind your command." In truth, she was not merely at the mid-stage of the great Luohu gold immortal. Were that the case, she would have had no choice but to acquiesce to Hongjun's authority. However, as a Hunyuan great Luohu gold immortal, she felt empowered to refuse, her cultivation on par with Hongjun's. Bolstered by the support of her master, if Nuwa could disregard Hongjun, how much more so could she? There was no way she would allow Hongjun to dictate her fate. While this may have been her mission, she refused to be so easily swayed by Hongjun. Hongjun, upon hearing the Queen Mother of the West's objection, was nearly driven to exasperation. Nothing was proceeding smoothly during this discourse. He could tolerate Nuwa's defiance, as she was to be his future disciple. But how dare the Queen Mother of the West, merely a mid-stage great Luohu gold immortal, refuse him? The other beings shared in his astonishment. How could this generation of female immortals be so audacious? Fuxi cast an encouraging glance at the Queen Mother of the West, then looked at Nuwa, as if to say, "See how your senior sister leads the way." Although Nuwa felt a bit embarrassed under Fuxi's gaze, she nonetheless agreed with the Queen Mother of the West's stance. Their master was an immensely powerful figure, soon to be joined by 2, if not 3, Hunyuan great Luohu gold immortals. How could they allow Hongjun to dictate their actions? That would be far too humiliating. The newly appointed Eastern King was taken aback by the Queen Mother of the West's refusal, feeling that she had squandered this coveted opportunity, a chance to align with the sage. Overcome with indignation, he stood to reprimand her. Queen Mother of the West, do not be ungrateful. The sage has deemed you worthy of the position of foremost female immortal. You ought to apologize. The Eastern King's outburst appeared to the Queen Mother of the West as the antics of a buffoon, unworthy of her attention, as her gaze remained fixed on Hongjun. Meanwhile, Hongjun remained with his eyes closed. Despite this, every movement within the Purple Cloud Palace was under his control. Although he held disdain for the Eastern King's display, he required such behavior from him to maintain his own standing. The Eastern King, infuriated by the Queen Mother of the West's insolence, felt compelled to teach her a lesson. If he could tame her, all primordial beings would fall under his governance, making him the foremost being beneath the sage. Just the thought excited him. He rose and approached the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, neither Hongjun nor the 3,000 worldly guests paid heed to the Eastern King's actions, just as Nuwa prepared to intervene. The Queen Mother of the West spoke. Sage, I find it troubling that even within your domain, beings act against me, and if you are absent, will my management of the female immortals merely leave them at the mercy of others? What place do you intend to leave me in, and what fate awaits the primordial beings? Do you wish for chaos to ensue in the primordial realm, while escaping the consequences of your actions? The Queen Mother of the West's words stunned all present, leaving Hongjun momentarily speechless. Had she just placed him in opposition to all beings? Was it truly necessary for her to respond in such a manner? The Eastern King trembled at her words, unsure of how to react. He found himself caught between advancing and retreating, rendered speechless. Laozi regarded the Queen Mother of the West with a solemn expression, while Yuanshi stared in astonishment. Only Tong Tian wore an expression of admiration, and Nuwa's eyes sparkled with excitement, barely suppressing her enthusiasm. Hongjun, regaining his composure, opened his eyes and looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Sensing her momentary concession, fearing further embarrassing remarks from her, he asked, What would you have me do? The 3,000 worldly guests regarded the Queen Mother of the West with eager anticipation, hoping she would stir up more intrigue. True to their expectations, she declared, Either rescind your command, or provide me with a pair of innate supreme treasures, one for offense and one for defense, to guard against treacherous individuals. Casting a glance at the Eastern King as she spoke, the Eastern King nearly fell to his knees under the Queen Mother of the West's gaze, while the other beings looked on with amusement. The recent actions of the Eastern King had left them discontented. He was a quintessential bully, and none wished to be governed by such a figure, were it not for the need to maintain his image. Hongjun would have liked to vocally chastise the Queen Mother of the West. Did she think innate supreme treasures were as common as wildflowers? Taking a deep breath, Hongjun responded, The position of foremost female immortal remains undecided. This discourse concludes here. The next session shall commence in 30,000 years. With that, Hongjun vanished. The 3,000 worldly guests, witnessing his departure, immediately began to discuss the session, which had proven immensely fruitful for them, not only in physical cultivation, but also in spiritual fulfillment. They were unaware of when the two from the West had departed, until the three pure ones exited first. Only then did the beings realize that the source of their turmoil was no longer present. Soon after, Emperor Jun and Tai led the way out, while the Eastern King lingered behind. It was only when Yao Qi came to beckon him that he slowly exited the Purple Cloud Palace. Casting a longing glance back, wishing that Hongjun would call out to him for support, he knew he had embarrassed himself greatly. The 3,000 worldly guests would no longer regard him, let alone follow his commands. Fu Shi, Nuwa, and the Queen Mother of the West, having departed together, returned to Buzhou Mountain. While this discourse had offered them some assistance, it was not substantial, for they faced a significant dilemma awaiting them. Thus, they chose not to linger further. As time flowed, a millennium had passed since the last discourse, and the intricacies of the cultivation levels began to circulate throughout the primordial world. Since Emperor Jun was disregarded by Hongjun, he has been contemplating ways to restore his dignity. Upon witnessing the performance of the Eastern King in the Zixiao Palace, he realized that an opportunity had presented itself. After departing from Zixiao Palace, he conferred with Tai Yong, Bais, and others, discovering that the myriad beings of the Hongjun realm were embroiled in chaos, warring among themselves and causing immense destruction. Thus, they began to reach out to those with whom they had amicable relations or those who had been oppressed. After a millennium, they had gathered a considerable number of beings at Bais Mountain. The birthplace of Bais, though the peaks were not high, they were sufficiently expansive and adorned with breathtaking scenery, rugged mountains, flowing waters, and peculiar rock formations. Nearby lay a vast expanse of flat land, which Bais had offered during their initial discussions. At that moment, a multitude of beings had congregated there, although their cultivation levels were generally low. Standing atop Bais Mountain, Emperor Jun surveyed the disordered and weak beings of the Hongjun realm, a slight frown forming on his brow. Noticing Emperor Jun's dissatisfaction, Bais spoke. "Brother Jun, do you feel that these beings are lacking in strength and acting chaotically?" Emperor Jun replied, "Indeed, our foundation is far too shallow. It took us a millennium to persuade these struggling beings to come together." Bais smiled gently and said, "Brother, I perceive this as a positive development. Their low strength allows us to uplift them, and their disorder gives us the opportunity to teach. If they were all powerful, I doubt you would command their obedience. Only those we nurture ourselves can serve as our true foundation, and they will remain loyal to you. For instance, you can begin by imparting teachings to them, enhancing their strength, and arranging a suitable place for them to settle." Upon hearing Bais's words, Emperor Jun gained clarity on the essence of a true force: loyalty and unity. The beings he had gathered were those who had come here out of oppression, many of whom he and his companions had rescued. Without such a foundation, why would they heed someone so unrelated to their struggles? After all, there were also great clans in the Hongjun realm, but none were aggressively expanding. Thus, Emperor Jun reignited his hope and anticipation, stating with fervor, "Brother Bais, thank you. Were it not for your insight, I would still be in the dark." Bais replied, "There is no need for gratitude. Brother Jun.it is my duty." Emperor Jun continued, "Please arrange for the gathering. I wish to impart teachings to them." Under Bais's guidance, all the assembled beings convened in the flatland. When Emperor Jun deemed it the right moment, he soared down, observing the eager faces below that he addressed them. "I understand that you have all arrived here for various reasons. Ultimately, the root cause is your low cultivation. Therefore, I have decided to impart teachings to elevate your strength. Subsequently, I will arrange suitable places for you to establish your roots, hoping that we can unite and grow together." The beings below erupted in excitement upon hearing Emperor Jun's words. Having endured suffering, they now found solace in belonging under Emperor Jun's leadership, and they chorused, "Thank you, Lord." Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction, signaling that he was ready to begin his teachings. While he prepared for the future, the Eastern King returned to the Hongjun realm, feeling dissatisfied despite not gaining the recognition of Hongjun and the 3,000 mortals. Unwilling to fall behind, he resolved to open up Fonlai Island to gather dispersed cultivators for his own purposes. Aspiring to become a true leader among the male immortals, Fonlai Island was a serendipitous discovery during the Eastern King's trials in the Eastern Sea. Although the island boasted no treasures, its abundant spiritual energy facilitated the growth of ordinary spiritual roots, and its secluded nature made it a coveted location. Thus, the Eastern King claimed it, and, under the pretext of being anointed by the sage, attracted many beings, establishing a foundation on Fonlai Island. As a millennium passed, Fonlai Island saw an increasing number of beings congregating, leading the scattered cultivators. Master Wusong encouraged the Eastern King to establish an immortal court, thus providing them a sense of belonging and the potential to gain the sage's favor. The Eastern King agreed, but realized that the high-level power was still lacking and that he needed to recruit more individuals to expedite the establishment of the immortal court, all beings on Fonlai Island, under the Eastern King's leadership, set out to seek willing allies. After 10,000 years, Fonlai Island was adorned with palaces and pavilions, and at the island's center, the Hall of 10,000 Immortals had gathered hundreds of formidable Luohu golden immortals. The Eastern King, seated atop the highest throne, gazed at the powerful figures below, reflecting on the efforts made over the past 10,000 years to attract such strength. His heart swelled with pride as he declared, Friends, our gathering is both a matter of fate and cause, that we are all scattered cultivators without a backing, helpers, or resources. That I have been honored by the sage and appointed as the leader of the male immortals. However, most of the powerful beings in the Hongjun realm come from distinguished lineages or ancient clans, beyond my individual management. Though we have the sage as support, we cannot expect him to attend to every matter, for that would portray my inadequacy. Therefore, I seek your assistance. Are you willing to lend me your strength? In unison, the powerful beings responded, "We are willing to assist you, my lord," the Eastern King, filled with excitement, proclaimed. "Excellent. Together, we shall forge a future that demonstrates to the other beings that scattered cultivators can achieve greatness and become unparalleled powers. Let us take our first step to offer sacrifices to heaven and establish the immortal court." As the Eastern King approached the prepared altar outside the Hall of 10,000 Immortals, he offered his respects to heaven and earth, then spoke with great authority. "Heavenly Dao, bear witness. I, the Eastern King, observe the disorder among the beings of heaven and earth. Today, I establish the immortal court to create order for all beings, using Fonlai Island as our foundation, with the Dragonhead staff to suppress the fate. Immortal court, establish." Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds swirled, and a voice resonated with authority and emotionless clarity. "Approved." As the decree reverberated, a cascade of celestial merits descended, forming a powerful aura that enveloped the Hall of 10,000 Immortals. The scattered cultivators, unaccustomed to such merits, erupted in excitement, eagerly looking towards the Eastern King. At that moment, the Eastern King was equally thrilled. The establishment of the immortal court and the heavenly Dao's approval signified that he was capable. However, he remained prudent, aware that he must rely on these powerful allies to uphold his dignity and not hoard the merits for himself. Thus, he declared, "Let us first share the merits, and in the future, those who contribute shall be rewarded. Is that agreeable to everyone?" Naturally, the other beings had no objections. Who among them would not wish for a larger share? They were content to leave a portion for the deserving, hoping that they too might earn recognition in the future. Meanwhile, the establishment of the Eastern King's South Immortal Court and the Heavenly Dao's first proclamation shocked the beings of the Hongjun realm, leaving an indelible impression of the unassailable nature of the Heavenly Dao in their hearts. At the moment the Heavenly Dao declared approved, Emperor Jun regretted not establishing a force sooner, never anticipating that the Eastern King, whom the 3,000 mortals had overlooked, would seize the initiative. He hastily summoned other powerful beings for a strategic discussion. Atop Bai's mountain, within the Sun Palace constructed for their convenience, many powerful figures had gathered. Some were scattered cultivators, while others were leaders of small tribes. Emperor Jun, seated above, addressed the hundreds of powerful beings present. "As you all are aware, the Eastern King has established the immortal court. I did not expect that he would muster the energy to rally scattered cultivators after suffering humiliation in the Zixiao Palace. Nor did I foresee the Heavenly Dao's acknowledgement, which is a grave oversight on my part. What shall we do?" Tai spoke up. "Brother, we should simply destroy him." Bais interjected, "Lord Tai, that is unwise. The Eastern King has just established his immortal court, and we are still uncertain of the sage's stance. If we were to eliminate him now, not only would we lack the sufficient strength, but we would also have no justification for our actions. This could alienate the beings of the Hongjun realm, making them hesitant to engage with us." Emperor Jun replied, "Tai, patience is essential. Now is not the time. Let us hear the collective opinions of everyone." Tai scoffed, "I'll defer to you, brother, but that man is truly shameless." Emperor Jun encouraged, "If anyone has thoughts to share, please speak up." Ing Zhao suggested, "Brother Jun, I believe we should establish our own force. This way, we will not fall behind the Eastern King." Bais added, "Lord Jun, I agree with Ing Zhao. In fact, our strength is comparable to that of the Immortal Court. Even you and Lord Tai, being the strongest, surpass the Eastern King. However, we must not rush, that we cannot engage in petty disputes like the Immortal Court. Instead, we should build a formidable force that no being can underestimate." Bais's words resonated deeply with the gathered beings. Who would wish to engage in trivial matters? Most were here because they had been oppressed, seeking solace and unity. Engaging in minor skirmishes would achieve little more than offering slight respite from their struggles. If they were to act, it must be on a grand scale to ensure their safety. Consequently, numerous powerful beings began to voice their agreement that petty conflicts were inadequate. Hearing this, Emperor Jun inquired, "How do we wish to grow strong?" "Please share your thoughts," Bais replied. "Lord Jun and esteemed colleagues, we can start by subduing the smaller forces and powerful beings surrounding us, by consolidating these forces. We can establish our own clan. Moreover, have you noticed that the myriad beings in the Honghuang realm possess various tribal names, but lack a unified designation? For instance, all beings in the Endless Sea are referred to as Water Clan, while those on land and in the sky have no such cohesion that if we can categorize and establish a clan, the resulting fortune and merits will be immense, as you all surely understand." Emperor Jun, deeply moved by the words of Bais, observed the flushed faces of numerous powerful beings, undoubtedly stirred by the discourse. He then proclaimed loudly, "Let us proceed as my brother Bais suggests. Brothers, for the sake of our future and to prevent further oppression, let us launch our offensive as for the powerful beings who will be classified. Their agreement or dissent seemed to vanish in the face of immense benefits." Consequently, many formidable beings began preparations to subdue the nearby factions. Time swiftly passed, and due to the absence of formidable clans or solitary cultivators near Bais Mountain, Emperor Jun and his companions managed to conquer a multitude of beings in merely a few hundred years. This endeavor laid a substantial foundation for Emperor Jun's strength. The powerful denizens of the Sun Palace gathered once more, and among them were many unfamiliar faces. These were the beings subdued by Emperor Jun and his companions over the past few centuries. Witnessing such a congregation of might under his command, Emperor Jun, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Brother Bais, you are the wisest among all beings. Pray, do tell us if it is time for us to establish our own clan." The others turned their gazes toward Bais, who, unhurried, replied, "My lord, we can establish a clan, but not at this moment." The multitude of beings looked at Bais with puzzled expressions, and both Emperor Jun and Tai mirrored their confusion. Emperor Jun then inquired, "Brother Bais, why is now not the right time?" Bais responded, "My lord, consider the current era. In just a few hundred years, the preaching will commence. Should we not set forth now?" Upon hearing Bais mention the preaching, everyone suddenly realized their expressions transforming to one of enlightenment. They grew anxious, for only a few hundred years remained until the preaching that if they did not set out now, they would miss the opportunity. Casting eager glances at Emperor Jun, realizing the urgency, Emperor Jun admitted, "I had nearly forgotten about the preaching amidst my efforts to establish a great power. Let us arrange our clan matters. We shall depart immediately. We can establish our clan after we have attended this preaching, and perhaps we can seize this opportunity to further enhance our strength, ensuring a more solid foundation for our clan." The other beings readily concurred. Emperor Jun and the others prepared to attend the preaching. The 3,000 worldly guests hurriedly made their way to the Purple Cloud Palace. Some beings, such as the three pure ones, Bodhi and Dongwang Gong, had already arrived, eager to grow stronger. Others, like Minghe, Randeng, and Kuan Peng, remained steadfast in their pursuit of the Dao. Yet there were those, such as Nuwa, who were reluctant to attend. At this moment, she was journeying toward the Purple Cloud Palace alongside Fu Shi and Hongjun. However, Nuwa found it challenging to muster enthusiasm, were it not for her master Lin Xuan's insistence. She would have been unwilling to hear Hongjun's teachings again. Upon returning to Buzhou Mountain, Fu Shi and Nuwa escorted Hongjun to the Wu clan before returning to Buzhou Mountain. Since Hongjun was not a creature of their sect, he could not enter the mountain without Lin Xuan's permission. Fu Shi brought him to Buzhou Mountain and entrusted him to the other members of the Wu clan. When Fu Shi and Nuwa apprehensively returned to Lin Xuan's teaching grounds, they discovered that everyone was engaged in urgent cultivation, including their master Lin Xuan. However, as they prepared to cultivate themselves, they were met by Wang Shu, who informed them that Lin Xuan had arranged matters for them, and they had witnessed the performance at the Purple Cloud Palace. Although Fu Shi understood that they might face chastisement, he felt somewhat dejected at the prospect. What made the situation more awkward was that their performance at the Purple Cloud Palace had been observed. Fu, she faced the daunting prospect of 2,000 years of seeking within Buzhou Mountain, still under the looming pressure of Pangu. Meanwhile, Nuwa was destined to toil in the Wu clan's fields for 2,000 years, prohibited from using her mystical powers, having been sealed by Wang Shu, and was sent by Di Jiang to the Wu clan to tend the land. Among them, the Western Queen Mother fared the best. She had effectively embarked on her journey, instructed to explore Buzhou Mountain at her leisure, as she was aware that Lin Xuan would not make arbitrary arrangements. Understanding this, she began her trials in Buzhou Mountain as soon as she returned and did not appear at the preaching in the Purple Cloud Palace. On the way to the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa lagged behind, initially considering seeking out Lin Xuan, but they could not find the path up the mountain, obscured by formations beyond their reach, rendering their identity tokens ineffective. This realization struck Nuwa with the gravity of the situation. Her master Lin Xuan was upset and disappointed in her. With a bitter expression, she suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, I am truly sorry. I have burdened you. Had it not been for me, you would have surpassed your cultivation. If it were not for me, you would not have faced this punishment." Hearing Nuwa's apology, Fushi felt a pang of guilt. He had been with Nuwa since the dawn of their consciousness, and due to their master's favoritism, he had never truly understood the concept of wrongdoing. Now, upon hearing Nuwa's apology, he mistakenly assumed his sister had lost her mind from the toil of farming. Cautiously, he inquired, "Sister, are you all right? Is the farming too exhausting for you?" Nuwa rolled her eyes at Fushi's attitude, but also realized that she had never taken her brother or their fellow disciples seriously. Nor had she truly respected their master. She had always assumed their kindness was a given, that they should accommodate her. Even in the Wu clan, where she received no special treatment, the land assigned to her by Di Jiang had to be tended to solely by her. She harbored resentment about this. After completing her task, she found herself back at Buzhou Mountain without seeing her master, only to be dispatched to continue attending the preaching, realizing her brother had also been dragged into this ordeal. Instinctively, she apologized to her brother, who responded with an air of caution. Suddenly, the gravity of her missteps dawned upon her. She realized her fortunate encounter with her master and the affection from her brother had sheltered her from the ordinary struggles faced by beings like herself in the Wu clan. Nuwa composed herself and earnestly said to Fu Shi, "Brother, I truly recognize my mistakes. I have been exceedingly willful, not only burdening you, but also disappointing our master. This time, I have genuinely come to terms with myself. Were it not for my good fortune in meeting you and our master, I would simply be an ordinary being in the Wu clan, cultivating the fields without any special consideration. I would be even less than Hongjun, who has accompanied us from the start and has sensed something amiss between us siblings." Quietly, Hongjun had distanced himself from them, merely following behind, unaware that he had caught Nuwa's attention. He felt pleased with Nuwa's self-awareness, believing that it contributed to a more harmonious world. However, he was pained by Nuwa's performance in the Wu clan. The Wu clan relied on these crops for sustenance, and every additional crop meant more food for the population. Yet, Nuwa was not truly farming. She was merely cultivating weeds for 2,000 years, while he was toiling away to cultivate and gather food. Nuwa had only been planting weeds, yielding far less than he had. In Hongyun's eyes, this was a sheer waste. When Nuwa claimed to be inferior to him, he dared not interject. Preferring to remain inconspicuous, she felt a sense of relief at Nuwa's newfound self-awareness, but was also distressed, pondering how much hardship she must have endured to reach such realizations. He then said, "Sister, you must be tired. Shall we take a rest? There is nothing to worry about. I will always be here for you. When our master calms down, I will seek forgiveness on your behalf. I believe our master will forgive you." Nuwa felt both joy and helplessness at Fushi's affection. Rolling her eyes, she replied, "Brother, I am not tired at all. Even if my mystical powers are sealed, I still have my physical strength. My physical prowess is no less than that of the Wu clan. Besides, even if our master does not forgive me, I can simply continue farming in the Wu clan until I am forgiven." Upon hearing Nuwa's insistence on farming, Fu Shi, who believed his sister had suffered enough, felt overwhelmed and blurted out, "Sister, we shall not farm anymore. If our master refuses to forgive us, I will take you to wander the vast wilderness, never to return." Both Nuwa and Hongjun looked at Fu Shi in astonishment. Nuwa was surprised by her brother's willingness to make such a sacrifice, while Hongjun was taken aback by Fu Shi's audacity to defy their master. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the sky, crashing down upon Fu Shi and sending him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in the minds of the three and all the inhabitants of the courtyard. "Fu Shi, in your audacity, you dare to harbor thoughts of betrayal against your master. You are stripped of your position as the eldest disciple, and the Western Queen Mother shall take your place. You are to be sealed and sent to farm, duration unspecified, to take effect after the preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace concludes." Instantly, the entire range of Buzhou Mountain became aware that Fu Shi had uttered words of great rebellion, which Lin Xuan had discovered. They also understood that the position of the elder brother was now forever distant from Fu Shi. Upon witnessing Fu Shi being struck to the ground, Nuwa immediately soared down to catch him, simultaneously realizing that this was a punishment from their master. The force exerted by Lin Xuan was something even a Luohu Jinxian like Nuwa could hardly withstand. Furthermore, the subsequent arrival of Hongjun did not prevent Fu Shi from collapsing as well. The three of them fell together onto the ground. Observing that Fu Shi had not sustained any serious injuries, only a swollen face, Nuwa promptly knelt and repeatedly implored, "Master, it is all Nuwa's fault. If there is to be punishment, let it be upon me. I beseech you to spare my brother. It was I who caused this calamity. Please, spare my brother." However, no matter how fervently Nuwa pleaded, Lin Xuan remained absent. This incident made them realize that Lin Xuan indeed had his limits. While he could indulge in playful antics and jesting, once the boundary was crossed, he would not hesitate to act with coldness, revealing another facet of his character. Fu Shi, witnessing Nuwa's desperate pleas without any response from their master, turned to her and said, "Sister, enough. Brother deserves this for having spoken such rebellious words that in truth, Fu Shi had realized the gravity of his statement immediately after uttering it, harboring a hope that Lin Xuan would remain unaware. But just as he finished speaking, the Queen Mother of the West and Xinyuanzi appeared before him. They looked upon the despondent Nuwa, who had lost her former lively charm, and sighed. Then they glanced at Fu Shi's asymmetrically flushed face, feeling a twinge of regret. Regardless of how Lin Xuan treated them, he remained their master, a powerful being who had granted them the chance to seize their destinies, providing them with a new lease on life, along with unparalleled techniques and treasures, all of which were the strongest in the primordial world. Yet Lin Xuan had treated them with utmost kindness, akin to that of a parent. But Fu Shi's audacity in suggesting rebellion against Lin Xuan was intolerable. The Queen Mother of the West spoke, "Elder brother, I hope you will consider your words carefully in the future and refrain from blaming our master. After all, he has left you with ample room for growth. He did not expel you from the sect or strip you of your cultivation." She continued, "I also hope you will gather your spirits and await our master's forgiveness." Xinyuanzi added, "Elder brother, though our master is usually amiable, the few sect rules reveal his seriousness about these matters. This is his bottom line, that we all know you did not mean to speak in such a manner. However, it seems that in your heart, your sister holds more importance than our master." He then turned to Nuwa, continuing, "Sister, our master is quite forgiving, as you must know. This time, your punishment is to cultivate the land, while your elder brother must endure the pressures of Pangu. Do you not realize this is an opportunity for refining your hearts? Your focus on cultivation has wavered, or else our master would not have insisted you listen to the teachings of others to stabilize your own path. Yet neither you nor your brother seem to comprehend our master's intentions. I hope you both break through soon." Afterward, he addressed Hongjun, saying, "Hongjun, my younger brother, I apologize for not entertaining you properly this time. Once I have achieved my breakthrough, I will host you well. This gift was specially requested from our master for you. I hope you will accept it." He then produced a fan and presented it to Hongjun, who had been silently observing. Given the circumstances, he felt hesitant to speak up, fearing Lin Xuan might reprimand him unjustly. Upon seeing the treasure Xinyuanzi had presented, he felt unworthy to accept it, and only did so after Xinyuanzi had encouraged him. Nonetheless, he buried his gratitude deep within, for Hongjun was known for his sense of gratitude. Fushi rose and stated, "I am no longer the elder brother. Do not err in your ways. I have let down our master's teachings. You may return now. I will diligently cultivate, and once this lecture concludes, we shall seek our master's forgiveness." After speaking, he helped the bewildered Nuwa to her feet, and Hongyun quickly exchanged farewells with Xinyuanzi before following suit. The Queen Mother of the West remarked, "Let us return as well," and with that, they departed. Xinyuanzi, watching their retreating figures, returned in resignation to his secluded meditation. He had emerged from seclusion several times already and lamented that, even in isolation, he could find no peace. Shaking his head, he disappeared in an instant that in the courtyard of Buzhou Mountain. Lin Xuan, Wang Shu, the Queen Mother of the West, and Xinyuanzi observed the woeful appearance of Nuwa and Fushi on the screen. The Queen Mother of the West remarked, "Master, is this not excessive? How could they possibly absorb Hongjun's teachings in such a state?" Lin Xuan regarded the three figures displayed and replied, "Nuwa's playful nature has led her astray, while Fushi overestimates himself, bearing all burdens for Nuwa, without regard for his own capacity. If this continues, they will surely falter. They need to witness the consequences of their actions. Otherwise, when will they awaken to their reality? Moreover, their time is limited." Xinyuanzi interjected, "Master, what is it that our elder brother and sister must face? Why is their time limited?" Lin Xuan, taken aback by Xinyuanzi's naive inquiry, retorted, "Do you wish to cease your cultivation? Or should I assist you in entering seclusion?" Without hesitation, Xinyuanzi replied, "I shall go at once. There is no need for your assistance," and swiftly departed to meditate. Lin Xuan then queried the Queen Mother of the West, "How far along are you in your journey to Buzhou?" She responded, "Master, I am merely 90,000 zhang away from the summit of Buzhou Mountain." Lin Xuan stated, "You have now attained the status of a Luohu Jingxian, one of the strongest beings in the primordial world. Do you have any plans for the future?" The Queen Mother of the West replied, "Master, I have not contemplated the future. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Lin Xuan cautioned, "Your strength remains insufficient. Once your matters are resolved, I too shall embark on a journey to enhance my own power. There are myriad wonders awaiting us in the future. The primordial world is far too small. I will impart the subsequent techniques to you. You should already be aware of the forthcoming realms. It is no secret to share. I currently reside in the Hongmeng realm, yet to leave the chaos for other universes. I must attain at least the creation realm, which is still a challenge. The most reliable path is to reach the supreme realm." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the Queen Mother of the West was left in genuine astonishment. She, now the Luohu Jingxian, had 6 realms ahead of her to traverse, and to leave the chaos, she would need to reach at least the creation realm. Having never ventured into the chaos, she was filled with excitement at the thought of the wonders to come. With fervor, she declared, "I will strive to cultivate diligently and endeavor to keep pace with your footsteps." Lin Xuan smiled at her ambitious declaration. Refraining from discouragement, it was essential to understand that with her current status, reaching the great Dao realm would be difficult, and leaving the chaos would require his assistance. Wang Shu had remained silent beside Lin Xuan, absorbing their conversation. Her understanding of Lin Xuan's strength had crystallized. Having lived amidst chaos, she was unfamiliar with the realms beyond the great Dao and the existence of other universes. Lin Xuan's revelations had opened her eyes, enlightening her on why he was indifferent to Pangu's Dao fruit. Even at its pinnacle, Pangu had surpassed him significantly, rendering such concerns trivial. A burgeoning ambition to cultivate and grow stronger surged within her. As the pursuit of matching Lin Xuan's prowess became a pressing priority, the boundary between the outer heavens and the primordial world, Hongjun observed the disheartened appearances of Fushi and Nuwa. However, reflecting on the treasure his old friend had gifted him, he felt compelled to take action, lest he let down his friend. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Fushi, wait. I believe that in your current state, attending the teachings will surely lead to your expulsion from a sect." Initially, Fushi and Nuwa dismissed his words, but the mention of expulsion caused them to freeze in shock. That Fushi's expression darkened as he replied, "Hongyun, please do not jest. We are in no mood for humor." Hongyun, serious in demeanor, looked at Fushi and Nuwa and said, "Look at your faces. You think you can attend the teachings like this? Or will you just attract trouble? Anyone who sees your faces will surely have something to say, relishing your misfortune. Last time, Nuwa, you were so impressive that everyone was focused on you that if they see you now, won't you wish to retaliate? This time, the Queen Mother of the West is absent. What will you do if a sage intervenes? Will you rely on the strength of your sect to save you in such a case? Your elders will think you are nothing but troublemakers. Oh, you not fear expulsion from a sect? In an instant, Fushi and Nuwa awakened to the truth. Attending the teachings in such a state would only bring calamity upon their master and disgrace upon themselves. Grateful, they looked at Hongjun and said, "Thank you, Hongjun, for your timely reminder. Otherwise, Fushi would have made a grave mistake." Hongjun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having spent time with them, he had grown weary of their unacknowledged presence during their teachings and agricultural toil in Buzhou Mountain. Finally, he felt a sense of validation. In a buoyant mood, he began a lengthy discourse. "Dear friends, I believe you should not dwell on such pessimism, in my view. This situation is rather fortuitous, to be honest. I have gathered some information regarding your circumstances, and I perceive this not as punishment, but as a means of refining your spirits." Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a sudden lift in her spirits and inquired, "Red Cloud, my friend, what leads you to such a statement? Do you have any particular insights?" Fushi also gazed at Red Cloud with anticipation. Red Cloud replied, "Have you both considered your own circumstances? I have heard that you were among the earliest to enter the fold. Yet look at you. One is the elder brother, and the other the elder sister. You truly embody the essence of seniority. Your contributions to the sect pale in comparison to those of your junior disciples. And your cultivation levels are also inferior to theirs. In fact, I dare say you are not even as accomplished as the ancestral witches. Reflect on what you have done since your initiation." In an instant, Fushi and Nuwa recalled the myriad of events over the years and realized that they had become akin to parasites within their master's domain, neglecting any responsibilities towards the sect. After descending the mountain, they had completely indulged themselves, never once returning, while their junior, Zhen Yuanzi, completed his missions and returned, as did the West Queen Mother. Even the ancestral witches, who had seldom emerged, returned after fulfilling their tasks in the West. Yet what of you two? Once you ventured out, you never returned, despite possessing the identity jade tokens to establish contact. It felt as though they had never been part of the sect, solely accountable to themselves. Leading lives of their own, a wave of guilt washed over them for their disloyalty to the sect. They felt unworthy of the blessings they currently enjoyed, questioning how they could dare seek their master's forgiveness in light of their current state. The siblings exchanged glances, each discerning that the other seemed to have made a decision. They bowed to Red Cloud and hastily departed for the Purple Cloud Palace. Red Cloud, bewildered by their sudden actions, exclaimed, Hey, what are you two up to? I have so much more to share. It will be beneficial for you to listen." By the time Fushi and Nuwa arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace, it was nearly time, and most of the attendees had gathered. As Fushi and Nuwa entered the palace, all eyes turned towards them. Maintaining a calm demeanor, they appeared unaffected by the gazes of others, though internally they were anything but tranquil. Had Red Cloud not spoken up, they would have faced embarrassment. Red Cloud, with a smile, greeted all the beings present, seemingly familiar with each one. Meanwhile, Fushi and Nuwa took note of the varying gazes from the three pure ones. Taiching Laozi's eyes were profound. Yuqing displayed open resentment, while Shangqing wore a smile laced with admiration. Dongwang observed Fushi and Nuwa with a provocative glint, while Dijuan regarded them with disdain. Even Juan-Ti and Jia-In gazed at them with greedy eyes. After quietly noting these peculiar glances, Fushi and Nuwa returned to their positions, pondering how to navigate the unwelcoming atmosphere surrounding them. They had not offended any of these beings, yet why did they sense hostility? Although they were not intimidated, they preferred to avoid conflict, especially given their current state of being punished. They were wary of inciting their master's anger again. Amidst their chaotic thoughts, Hongjun appeared at the forefront of the cloud platform. Observing the gathering of beings, he noted the absence of certain influential figures, realizing the Wu clan had seemingly never attended. Releasing his primordial spirit, he surveyed the Wu clan's territory atop Mount Buzhou, discovering that they were now primarily engaged in agriculture and cultivation, even practicing body refinement techniques. The 12 ancestral witches seldom emerged, either engrossed in cultivation or on the path of it. The Wu clan had indeed become the foremost sect in the primordial realm, yet he found himself puzzled by how they had acquired their seeds. While the primordial realm was abundant, such resources were not easily found. Had Pangu perhaps left behind remnants of his soul in the Pangu Hall? Regrettably, the power of the heavenly Dao could not penetrate there to investigate. Otherwise, he would have thoroughly examined the matter. It was not surprising that the West Queen Mother had not arrived. After all, he was still curious about the audacity she displayed previously. Following the last lecture, he intended to seek her out for a discussion, but upon attempting to locate her, he found no trace. Hongjun now felt a disheartening realization that even after attaining the status of a saint and wielding the power of the heavenly Dao, he was not able to control all events, feeling little different from before his ascension. This disappointment was compounded by earlier incidents, such as the theft from Yujing Mountain and the formidable pressure from Mount Buzhou, alongside the West Queen Mother's disappearance. Had it not been for the true power of the heavenly Dao, he would have doubted his status as a genuine saint. With a shake of his head, Hongjun regained his composure and declared, "Let us commence the lecture. Last time I spoke of the great Dao. This time I shall discuss the path of the quasi-saints." Once again, it was Laozi who posed the question. "I dare ask, what defines a quasi-saint?" Hongjun found himself increasingly appreciative of Taiching Laozi, as he consistently provided the support he needed at critical moments. With a smile, he responded, "The path of the quasi-saints is a transitional state I have devised, bridging the great Dao and the saints. This process necessitates the severing of the internal toxins from the three corpses residing within living beings, giving rise to three manifestations: the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the true self, representing the benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and attachments within a being. The severed toxins are to be entrusted to spiritual treasures, and the more one severs, the fewer toxins remain, thus drawing closer to the heavenly Dao and facilitating comprehension of its laws. Ultimately, the three corpses merge into a singularity, enabling a breakthrough to saintly power." Dong Wang, eager to impress before Hongjun, immediately posed a question. "Saint, are there any prerequisites for the spiritual treasures?" Hongjun, caught off guard by a question he least wished to address, felt a surge of frustration but could not evade the inquiry. He articulated a response he had long prepared. "Any innate spiritual treasure will suffice." Yuan Shi then inquired, "I dare ask, is there any distinction regarding the spiritual treasures entrusted to the three corpses?" Hongjun replied with composure, "The higher the quality of the spiritual treasure, the stronger the resulting manifestations." Upon completing his explanation, Hongjun summoned his peak quasi-saint good corpse for all to see. This revelation stirred a considerable response among the beings present, many of whom lacked adequate spiritual treasures, casting doubt on their ability to transcend their current realms. The three pure ones appeared particularly perturbed, as they were manifestations of Pangu. Yet after being bested by the ancestral witches, they had focused solely on their cultivation, lacking any spiritual treasures. Hongjun, sensing the urgency of the beings, felt helpless. He had once possessed many spiritual treasures, but following the theft at Yujing Mountain, he was now left with only a few inferior ones. Those he had acquired later to alleviate the inevitable request for spiritual treasures. He quickly announced, "Let us proceed with the lecture." Enhua and Fushi exchanged astonished glances, realizing the significant impact that their theft of Hongjun's inventory had wrought. They were acutely aware that the innate spiritual treasures of the primordial realm were limited, and their pilfering had likely accounted for 80% of them. They were uncertain of how to proceed, but they recognized that this would significantly reduce the number of beings capable of following Hongjun's path. Furthermore, they could not cultivate Hongjun's teachings, as their own cultivation techniques allowed them to directly advance beyond the great Luohu golden immortal stage, and they were confident that the West Queen Mother possessed advanced cultivation methods as well. Time silently passed as Hongjun delivered his lecture. By the end of the first millennium, three powerful waves of energy surged from beyond the great Luohu golden immortal level, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. This was the three pure ones striving to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Regrettably, they lacked suitable spiritual treasures. In their hearts, they believed that to choose lower-quality treasures would be beneath their status. Thus, they chose to suppress their advancement. Hongjun, aware of their impending breakthrough, found himself at a loss. As he too was lacking in resources, especially since the innate treasures he possessed were reserved as gifts for his disciples. Reluctantly, he opted to ignore their plight for the time being, allowing the three pure ones to endure a period of discomfort. As the lecture continued into the second millennium, Dijun utilized the river diagram to sever his good corpse, becoming the first quasi-saint in the primordial realm. After this, no other beings achieved breakthroughs to quasi-saint status. 3,000 years passed, and upon concluding his teachings, Hongjun proclaimed, "This shall be the final lecture. We shall reconvene in 30,000 years." With that, he vanished. This lecture had proceeded relatively smoothly, and fearing further complications, he deemed it prudent to conclude early. With Hongjun's departure, Dijun emerged as the primordial realm's first quasi-saint, recognized as the second most powerful being, garnering considerable attention and favor from many worldly visitors, whom he welcomed with open arms. Observing Dijun's newfound popularity, Dongwang felt a surge of irritation and quietly departed the Purple Cloud Palace. Subsequently, the three pure ones, along with the two from the west, Minghe, Kuan Peng, Randeng, Fushi, and Nuwa, all left in succession. Some were eager to seek spiritual treasures, while others hurried to retreat and assimilate the knowledge gained from the lecture. Fushi and Nuwa, however, were anxious to return to their agricultural pursuits. After the lecture concluded, Dijun basked in the flattery of the worldly visitors as he returned to the primordial realm of T. White Zay Mountain, within the Solar Palace. Dijun's original cadre of supporters had gathered, rejoicing in his breakthrough, for he was now the first to ascend to quasi-saint status and the second most powerful being in the primordial realm. Acting as their protector, Lord Dijun, White Zay exclaimed, "Should we not prepare to establish our own clan?" The other beings echoed their excitement, expressing their support for Dijun, as they now felt secure under the protection of a powerful guardian. Tai, feeling proud of his elder brother, earnestly stated, "Elder brother, I support any decision you make, and I am on the verge of a breakthrough myself." Dijun now radiated with vigor and enthusiasm. Upon hearing that Tai was also on the verge of a breakthrough, his excitement intensified. It is worth noting that from the moment of Tai's inception, he had always held Dijun in high esteem, even obeying him without question. Now, it seemed he was about to gain yet another formidable ally. Moreover, should Tai succeed in his breakthrough, it would mean another strong presence at his side. Thus he proclaimed, "Bai Zai, make the necessary arrangements. In a century, we shall establish our clan." Bai Zai replied, "Yes, my lord." Bai Zai, adhering to Dijun's command, efficiently organized various affairs outside the Sun Palace, showcasing his adeptness in handling matters with great orderliness. A century swiftly passed, and on this day, Dijun and Tai stood at the forefront of the Sun Palace, followed closely by Bai Zai, Ing Zhao, and several other formidable beings, including minor clans and loose cultivators. Bai Zai turned to Dijun and stated, "My lord, everything has been arranged." Dijun merely nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. Amplifying his voice with magical power, he declared, "Heavenly Dao, bear witness. As the Emperor of the Sun Star, Dijun, I perceive the chaos and disorder among the myriad clans of the wilderness. Today, I hereby establish a clan, the Demon Clan, wherein all beings of the wilderness who cultivate and transform shall be deemed as demons." However, before Dijun could finish his oath, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him squarely on the head, causing smoke to billow from his mouth. A booming voice echoed, "Dijun, do you wish to perish? Do you seek to make enemies of all cultivators of the wilderness?" This voice emanated from Kunlun. Though infused with magical power, the speaker's identity remained indiscernible, yet all beings understood it was the voice of Yuan Shi. The assembled powerful beings, in agreement with Yuan Shi's words, expressed their reluctance to join any so-called demon clan. Resonating with a unified declaration, "We refuse," Tai and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing Dijun's proclamation. The notion of encompassing such a vast array of beings within the demon clan was beyond their imagination, akin to binding all creatures to the chariot of demons, an undertaking they could not withstand. Buzhou hastily approached Dijun and urged, "My lord, this is too grand. We cannot bear it." In truth, Dijun had realized the gravity of the situation when he was struck by the lightning. He was at a loss for how to proceed, only aware that he had gone too far. The excitement stemming from being hailed as the foremost being beneath the saints had clouded his judgment, leading him to believe that the wilderness was entirely his to command. After a moment of contemplation, Buzhou advised, "Let us focus on our existing clan for now, that we should establish our clan first before considering further expansion." Awakened by the lightning strike, Dijun came to understand that, while he was the first to break through to the quasi-saint level, he might not be the first to reach the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Moreover, many worldly beings could achieve quasi-saint status in short time. During this period, he had become somewhat intoxicated by ambition. Listening to Buzhou's words, he grasped their implications and proclaimed anew, "Heavenly Dao, bear witness." As the Emperor of the Sun Star, Dijun, alongside Tai Yi, perceiving the chaos among the myriad beings of the wilderness, "I hereby establish a clan, the Demon Clan, wherein all beings possessing feathers, scales, or armor shall be deemed as demons, with the river map and the Luohu book and the chaotic bell to suppress fate. The Demon Clan is established." Dijun and Tai Yi anticipated success. Yet no sooner had Dijun's words fallen than 5 voices resonated simultaneously from the heavens. "Our Qilin clan is a symbol of auspiciousness. We shall not join the Demon Clan. Our Phoenix clan is a symbol of auspiciousness. We shall not join the Demon Clan. Our Dragon clan is a symbol of auspiciousness. We shall not join the Demon Clan. Our Fushi clan is a primordial divine clan. We refuse to join the Demon Clan. Our Nuwa is a primordial divine being. We refuse to join the Demon Clan." Upon hearing these 5 declarations, Dijun and his companions felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. Such formidable clans were not easily swayed. Furthermore, Fushi and Nuwa were not easily dealt with either. Nuwa, in particular, was a being capable of disregarding the pressure of the saints, making negotiations exceedingly difficult. Then, a chorus of voices emerged from the heavens, expressing their refusal to join the Demon Clan, including the White Tiger Clan, the Celestial Phenomenon Clan, the Celestial Wolf Clan, the Monkey Clan, the Xuanwu Clan, and several other primordial divine beings like Kunpeng Ti. This moment, the heavenly Dao bestowed upon them a cloud of merit, distributing 3 parts to Dijun, 3 parts to Tai Yi, 2 parts to Buzhou, Ing Zhao, and the others, while the remainder fell to the other beings present, forming a surge of auspicious energy. This was the heavenly Dao's acknowledgement of Dijun's clan establishment. Faced with this situation, Dijun and the others could only accept the outcome. Fortunately, the establishment of the clan was in essence successful. The beings of the wilderness had witnessed the tumultuous nature of forcibly establishing a clan. Yet it could be considered established nonetheless, and they had garnered considerable merit, leaving them envious. However, establishing a clan was far from a simple matter. It entailed numerous causes and effects, as well as the intricacies of fate. If a clan truly possessed its own powerful beings, the establishment would be straightforward, for the heavenly Dao could not deny it. Yet for Dijun to conjure a clan from thin air required careful consideration. Primarily, he needed to ponder whether there were powerful beings among all the kinds who would refuse to join or whom he could not afford to offend, as well as whether there were those unwilling to accept his dominion. Additionally, he had to consider the sheer number of clans involved. If the number of clans was vast and many refused to accept his rule, the only resolution would be through war, which would give rise to karmic repercussions. Thus, the outcome of Dijun's clan establishment was destined to be fraught with conflict. And as the first in the wilderness to attempt such an audacious endeavor, he had not foreseen the multitude of complexities involved. Fueled by fervor, he sought to make a name for himself and display his pride. Although Buzhou was powerful, he had experienced little and could not grasp the myriad causes and effects at play. After receiving the merit, Dijun and the others returned to the Sun Palace, their expressions marked by dejection. The great hall was enveloped in silence, and Tai Yi, feeling the weight of the atmosphere, broke the stillness by saying, "Do not be disheartened, my elder brother. We have established a clan. Have we not? Those unwilling can be compelled to join us through strength. Such matters cannot be settled with mere words. The wilderness still respects power, Buzhou interjected, wary of speaking out of turn. Although they had previously discussed the clan's establishment, they had assumed it would proceed as effortlessly as in the past. Taiyi's words alleviated the awkward tension, and he continued, "Yes, clan leader, you are now the head of the demon clan. It is time to consider how to strengthen and expand our clan, so that those who are reluctant will come to see the might of the demon clan. In the future, they will seek to join us." Upon hearing Tai Yi and Buzhou's remarks, Dijun found their words to be sound. Prideful as he was, he could not be easily toppled by a mere setback. The more others looked down upon him, the more determined he became to achieve greatness and show them who truly held the upper hand. Having come to this realization, he stood up, gazing at the multitude of beings in the hall, and bowed, saying, "Esteemed ones, this time it was I, Dijun, who failed to consider the implications, causing us all embarrassment. However, we are now a united entity, for the sake of our shared dignity, for the common goal we once held. And to enhance the auspiciousness and strength of the demon clan, I implore each of you to strive alongside me." The beings below, witnessing Jun's earnestness, rose to their feet and clasped their hands in response, declaring, "We are willing to dedicate ourselves to the strength of the demon clan." With Jun's establishment of the demon clan, the journey of war commenced, centered around Buzhou Mountain. The demon clan's military endeavors prompted the Eastern King to abandon his initial strategy of persuasion, opting instead for a more aggressive approach. This shift in tactics revealed to many ancient races, which had existed since primordial times, the true nature of the world, leading them to join the fray. Numerous ancient clans began to form alliances based on their respective strengths. For example, the Tiango clan allied with the Tianxiang clan, combining the agility of the former with the strength of the latter, which garnered considerable respect from various powers. Similarly, the Tianlang clan forged an alliance with the Bei clan, combining the ferocity of the former with the cunning of the latter, allowing their fearsome reputations to spread across the wilderness. The turmoil in the wilderness contrasted starkly with the tranquility of Buzhou Mountain, whose renown was not due to the reluctance of beings to approach, but rather the formidable Pangu pressure that deterred them. Even if they dared to venture near, they could not enter, as Buzhou Mountain had become the ancestral ground of the Wu clan, further dissuading beings from seeking conflict there. However, unbeknownst to all, the Pangu pressure surrounding Buzhou Mountain was amplified by Lin Xuan's array techniques. Even the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun had visited to seek treasures and spiritual roots, but each time they could only reach a distance of 100,000 zhang, unable to advance further. After communing with the Heavenly Dao, they discovered that even the Heavenly Dao was unaware of the true nature of Buzhou Mountain. Ultimately, Hongjun was left perplexed regarding the ancestral ground of the Wu clan. Since returning, Fuxi and Nuwa had begun a life of agriculture. Fuxi, upon returning to Buzhou Mountain, had all his magical powers sealed and could only rely on his physical strength. Although Nuwa had not been sealed, she had voluntarily restrained her powers, using her physical form just like Fuxi. Meanwhile, Hongjun had continued to accompany them to Buzhou Mountain. Fuxi had once inquired of Hongjun why he did not return his own dojo, to which Hongjun replied, "I emerged in the northern continent and had not yet established a dojo before following my friend Jin Yuanzi. Now, Buzhou Mountain had become my dojo." This statement left Fuxi speechless. He could hardly accuse Hongjun of being clingy. For Hongjun, Buzhou Mountain was an intriguing place, and he wished to remain there indefinitely. It was home to a powerful being beyond description. His only friend, Jin Yuanzi, and the industrious Wu clan, who were either farming or engaged in combat. The rich and vibrant laws of heaven and earth made it a safe and excellent place for cultivation, allowing him to continuously gain battle experience. It would be foolish not to state at the four courtyards. Lin Xuan was currently cultivating the Hongmen creation technique. However, the comprehension of rules required him to occasionally enter a state of sleep for deeper insight. Just as he had awakened from his meditative slumber, Lin Xuan calculated the state of affairs in the wilderness and called upon Ho Tu, who was engrossed in seclusion, asking, "Ho Tu, do you feel any inclination towards a breakthrough?" Ho Tu replied, "I apologize, dear uncle. I truly feel inadequate, as I still have not perceived any sign of a breakthrough. I can still comprehend the laws of Earth, but the laws of reincarnation elude me. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, understood that the law of Earth, which Ho-Tu possessed innately, was easily comprehensible, while the law of reincarnation was a cultivation method imparted to her, bound by one's personal state of mind. Consequently, Lin Xuan produced a pen and a tome, items he had retrieved from the Blood Sea, and conjured a 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus from the fountain, tossing it to Ho-Tu, saying, "Once you refine these spiritual treasures, you may descend the mountain to undergo trials. For all these years, you have been preoccupied without a single day dedicated to true cultivation. Your state of mind requires this experience." Without hesitation, Ho-Tu accepted the 3 spiritual treasures and sweetly replied, "Thank you, uncle. I shall commence refining the treasures at once." Observing her eagerness, Lin Xuan added, "Allow me to mention another matter. The Hongjun realm is rife with conflict, and many from your Wu clan have recently emerged. You and your brothers should return to take turns overseeing matters there, as we cannot constantly monitor the situation. Go now." After Lin Xuan spoke, he permitted Ho-Tu to return to her task of refining the treasures. He then instantly appeared before the Fuji clan at Buzhou Mountain, where he found Fushi and Nuwa diligently engaged in their work. Suddenly, Fushi and Nuwa felt a radiant light dimming ahead of them. Upon looking up, they were startled, prompting Fushi to kneel and bow, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Remaining on their knees, they did not utter a word. Nearby, Hongjun, hearing the commotion, turned to see a striking young man standing before Fushi and Nuwa. Recognizing the young man as the powerful and mysterious master of Zenyuanzi and others, Hongjun hurried over to Lin Xuan, bowing respectfully. Hongjun pays respects to the senior, and thanks you for your guidance. Lin Xuan turned to Hongjun. Clearly observing his recent actions, he seemed far from foolish. How could he have brought about his own downfall? Was it truly, as some tales of Hong Huang suggested, that Hongjun had meddled? This conundrum remained an enigma, since encountering Zenyuanzi, Hongjun's fate had altered, but Lin Xuan chose not to intervene in his future, allowing him the freedom to choose. Hongjun, having paid his respects, awaited Lin Xuan's words. But the latter's steady gaze made him feel uncomfortable, prompting him to ask, "Is there something wrong, senior?" After reflecting on himself, he found no fault. Lin Xuan, understanding Hongjun's thoughts, responded, "You are commendable. I hope you maintain your true heart. You may remain at Buzhou Mountain, but I will not take on any disciples. Allow me to offer you a small gift." With that, a beam of spiritual light flew towards Hongjun. Stunned, Hongjun was captivated by the light in his mind. Lin Xuan then addressed Fushi and Nuwa. "Do you harbor any grievances?" Fushi, still kneeling with his head bowed, replied, "Fushi has no grievances. I regret disappointing the Master's nurturing, and I humbly request your punishment." Nuwa, kneeling and tearful, lifted her head to say, "Master." Nuwa acknowledges her mistakes. "I truly understand my errors." She wept inconsolably. Lin Xuan regarded Fushi and Nuwa, reasoning that they had not committed any grave misdeeds. They merely wished to express their playful spirits. Nevertheless, he did not intend to impose a harsh punishment, yet he wondered why they reacted so dramatically. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant, he maintained his stance, saying, "Do you feel wronged? Do you believe my punishment to be severe? This slight chastisement is inconsequential. You have not lost a thing, have you?" Fushi discerned Lin Xuan's displeasure and quickly replied, "Master, Fushi feels no grievance. It is Fushi who has wronged you, and I have squandered your benevolence. Any punishment is deserved." Nuwa, sensing Lin Xuan's discontent, cried, "Master, I too feel no grievance. It is my folly that has not only burdened my brother, but also wasted my cultivation. I have failed to contribute to the Master's teachings, and have neglected to return to see you. I have forgotten my roots. All of this is my fault, and I plead for your punishment." Lin Xuan, taken aback by their reflections, had not anticipated such depth of thought from them. He had merely wished for them to refocus. Unbeknownst to him, Hongjun's analysis had inspired Fushi and Nuwa to reflect further. Thus, he decided to acquiesce to their sentiments, saying, "Rise. Since you recognize your errors, strive to amend them." Although Fushi and Nuwa heard Lin Xuan's command to rise, they remained kneeling, and Lin Xuan did not assist them, that he continued, I have arranged your task for the time ahead. Listen closely. Fuxi and Nuwa, upon hearing Lin Xuan's intentions, responded earnestly, Yes, please instruct us, Master. Lin Xuan continued. Before the third sermon, you shall cultivate the land here to experience the lives of ordinary beings. When the time for the sermon arrives, you will attend. Though Hongjun's third sermon may hold little significance, it will allow you to discern the distinctions in your paths. After the sermon, Fuxi, you shall venture into the Honghuang realm alone, and Nuwa, you shall do the same. Together, you will not achieve the desired experience, and your paths diverge in Honghuang. Fuxi and Nuwa replied, Thank you, Master. Upon understanding this, they finally rose. Remaining kneeling would reflect poorly on Lin Xuan. Seeing them stand, Lin Xuan presented them with 3 items. Fuxi received a Bagua disc, while Nuwa was given a gourd vine and a bundle of 9 Heaven Xiang 11. They accepted these gifts. Lin Xuan remarked, These are for you to explore, discover their significance for yourselves. Now, focus on nurturing your Dao hearts. With that, Lin Xuan prepared to vanish, but suddenly remembered something and addressed Hongjun. Hongjun, you should also venture to the Eastern Sea. There are beings there like you who have gained sentience from clouds that I hope you find a connection. With that, he disappeared. His mention of the Eastern Sea stemmed from a desire to protect the 4 siblings from being mistreated by Tongtun. Fuxi and Nuwa expressed, Thank you, Master. We bid you farewell. Hongjun, having absorbed the essence of what Lin Xuan had offered, stood by, fully aware of the fortune he had received. Although Lin Xuan claimed he would not take on disciples, in Hongjun's heart, Lin Xuan was undoubtedly his master. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he had already vanished, prompting Hongjun to respectfully bow, saying, Thank you for the blessings, Senior. I am eternally grateful. I shall now proceed to the Eastern Sea for trials. Completing his bow, Hongjun turned to Fuxi and Nuwa, announcing, Elder brother, elder sister, I am heading to the Eastern Sea for trials. Farewell. Without giving them a moment to respond, he departed, leaving Fuxi and Nuwa exchanging glances. Although they were unclear on the specifics of what Lin Xuan had bestowed upon Hongjun, they could surmise it was likely a cultivation method. With Hongjun's departure, the two could only return to their task of farming, their spirits considerably lifted after finally encountering their master, who had arranged their future endeavors. Indicating his care for them, as time passed. Unknowingly, 30,000 years flew by, and it was once again time for the sermon at Zhixiao Palace. This would be Hongjun's final sermon, as if time itself had paused. The beings of the Honghuang realm, engaged in trials, treasure hunts, and tribal conflicts, all came to a standstill, ushering in a brief period of peace. Leaders from various factions converged at Zhixiao Palace, exchanging tense glances, eager to assert dominance through mere eye contact. Some sought friendly alliances, hoping for assistance, while others remained indifferent to the unfolding drama. Overall, the atmosphere before the third sermon at Zhixiao Palace was particularly peculiar, leaving many beings feeling uneasy. Fortunately, this discomfort did not last long. As the palace doors opened and as beings entered and took their seats, Hongjun appeared on the cloud platform. Disregarding the odd atmosphere, he soon recognized the 3 pure ones and Fuxi and Nuwa. Noting the absence of valuable spiritual treasures to anchor their aspirations, that he also observed that many beings had broken through to quasi-saint status, including Tai, Dongwangong, Mingyi, Bodhi, and others. However, he could sense the differences in their auras, influenced by the quality of the spiritual treasures they had relied upon. After assessing the situation, Hongjun declared, Let the sermon commence. Today, we shall discuss the path of the saints. Perhaps due to Laozi's lack of breakthrough to quasi-sainthood. A thought had surfaced in his mind, prompting him to remain silent, allowing Dong Wangong to speak first. May I ask, what is a saint? Hongjun, as if anticipating the inquiry, responded, A saint is one who embodies the heavenly Dao, with their primordial spirit entrusted to the Dao, undying and unblemished, untouched by karma. After casually stating this, Hongjun suddenly realized he was not the one being asked, and swiftly redirected now. Let the sermon begin. Questions will be addressed afterward. With that, the 3,000 worldly guests immediately focused their attention, for this was the path of the saints and the final sermon. As Hongjun began to speak, his eloquence flowed like a lotus, and the essence of the heavenly Dao intensified around him. However, in the early stages, the throng of 3,000 worldly guests could still comprehend a fair amount. Though as time progressed, many became increasingly perplexed by Hongjun's discourse, leading some to feel drowsy. Despite their confusion, they were reluctant to forfeit this rare opportunity. Thus, they forced themselves to commit the incomprehensible teachings to memory, resulting in a state of dizziness. As time passed, their understanding diminished further, illustrating the disparity in innate talent and ability to follow along. The longer one listened, the more adept one became, akin to the three pure ones, Nuwa and Emergence, whose exceptional gifts only began to manifest in the last millennium. By the time 2,800 years had elapsed, the three pure ones and the worldly guests were all suffering from headaches, with some even fainting. Nevertheless, Hongjun ceased his teachings, and after a considerable interval, the 3,000 worldly guests regained their composure. Hongjun then spoke. This session has concluded. Are there any uncertainties? How does one attain sainthood? This query was posed by Emperor Jun, who, having established the demon tribe, was eager to enhance its power. Over the past several millennia, although the demon tribe had amassed numerous beings, each gathering had necessitated conflict. If he could achieve the strength of a saint, it was likely that his authority would compel the dissenters to submit. Thus, he was most keen to learn the path to becoming a saint. Hongjun, having received the desired inquiry, no longer cared about the identity of the questioner. He simply sought to act upon his own intentions. Observing the beings in the grand hall, he thought with satisfaction that it was time to conclude. He then proclaimed, "A saint represents the fruit position of the heavenly Dao, and the attainment of sainthood is finite. The heavenly fruit positions total 9, of which you, Laozi, embody the essence of Pangu. Born with immense fortune, I hereby accept you as a disciple of the Xianmen. Do you consent?" Upon hearing Hongjun's offer, the majority of beings turned enviously towards Laozi. Few were taken aback. Fushi and Nuwa, who understood Hongjun's true nature and were aware of Laozi's background, were astonished to see Pangu's original spirit. Laozi willingly accepts such an offer, Tongtian, knowing that his elder brother, despite his outwardly humble demeanor, was inwardly even prouder than the two of them, was surprised that his brother would one day become another's disciple for the sake of power, seeing Laozi's agreement. Hongjun smiled and presented a prepared item. This is the Taiji diagram, capable of suppressing fortune. I have no use for it now that I have not attained sainthood, so it is yours. Laozi, overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the Taiji diagram, had long awaited such a treasure and never imagined that he would receive it today upon becoming a disciple. Moreover, it was a fragment of the Pangu axe. Suppressing his exhilaration, he expressed, "Thank you, Master." Hongjun then produced a strand of purple energy and presented it before Laozi, stating, "This is the primordial purple energy, the foundation for attaining sainthood." The purple energy flowed into Laozi's mind, rendering him speechless with excitement. He bowed to Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint your expectations." Noticing that Laozi's ceremony had concluded, Hongjun turned to Yuan Shi, saying, "Yuan Shi, you are the manifestation of Pangu's jade purity. Born with great fortune, I hereby accept you as my second disciple. Do you consent?" Yuan Shi immediately bowed, replying, "Yuan Shi pays respects to Master." Having anticipated this moment since his elder brother's acceptance, he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Upon hearing that he too could take a saint as his master, he readily agreed. Hongjun then presented the Pangu flag to Yuan Shi, saying, "This is a primordial treasure imbued with the essence of yin and yang, capable of suppressing fortune, and is of the same origin as the Taiji diagram and the Pangu axe. Unfortunately, my old friend perished during a battle against the demon tribe's Luohu, so I hope you will honor his legacy. Additionally, this strand of primordial purple energy shall be your foundation for attaining sainthood." At this point, the beings of the primordial world realized that Hongjun was accepting disciples and bestowing positions of sainthood. Eagerly anticipating his next move, Hongjun then addressed Tongtian. "Tongtian, you are the manifestation of Pangu's upper purity, also born with great fortune. Do you wish to become my disciple as the third disciple of the Xianmen?" Tongtian found himself in a dilemma. Truthfully, He was reluctant to accept a master, as he held a sense of pride. After a considerable pause, he remained silent. Laozi and Yuan Shi, noticing Tongtian's hesitation, urged him, "Third brother, do not dawdle. Quickly pay your respects to the master. Indeed, third brother, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Do not delay." Although Tongtian heard his brother's pleas, he found it difficult to voice his thoughts, as he possessed the methods to become a Hunyuan Daoyojingxian. Nevertheless, he did not wish to bring shame upon Pangu, and if forced to choose, he would rather accept the master for the sake of strength and to uphold his brother's honor. Yet, he was reluctant to submit, as doing so would mean following Hongjun's commands, which conflicted with his own path. To avoid causing discomfort to his brothers, Tongtian remained silent. Hongjun, perceiving Tongtian's reluctance, understood his unwillingness, while he did not know the reason behind it. It did not impede his plans. He could not let such a fortuitous being slip away. Thus, Hongjun presented the Zhuxian sword array and a strand of primordial purple energy to Tongtian, saying, "You may take your time to consider. Tongtian, this is the Zhuxian sword array, a treasure born of Luohu's enlightenment, destined for you. You possess immense fortune. It is only fitting that you attain sainthood. This strand of primordial purple energy is also for you, serving as your foundation for achieving sainthood." The other worldly guests were now envious of Tongtian's fortune, as Pangu's 3 pure ones. They acknowledged his great fortune, but this was a foundational gift for becoming a saint, along with the primordial treasure. How could they not feel envious? Tongtian found himself cornered by Hongjun's insistence, and, with no alternative, rose to declare, "Thank you, master." Upon saying this, he took his seat, addressing Hongjun as a form of gratitude for his teachings. Hongjun, having concluded his dealings with Tongtian, turned to Nuwa, stating, "Nuwa, you shall achieve great merits in the future. I hereby accept you as my personal disciple. Do you consent?" Nuwa, aware of Hongjun's true nature, was naturally reluctant. However, given the current circumstances, she did not wish to trouble her master. Looking at the 3 pure ones and then at Hongjun, she devised a plan. "Master, if you bestow a primordial treasure upon me, I shall gladly accept your teachings." Hongjun, taken aback by Nuwa's unexpected proposal, had anticipated either a refusal or an acceptance, but now he found himself in a predicament. He realized Nuwa was difficult to negotiate with, and he had no primordial treasures to offer at present. Having exhausted his resources, he had been prepared to offer her the primordial purple energy for the sake of her future fortune. But now he found himself in a bind. "Nuwa, I currently possess no primordial treasures, but you are destined for great merits, and it is fitting that you attain sainthood. Here is a strand of primordial purple energy, which shall serve as your foundation for achieving sainthood." With that, he closed his eyes, avoiding the gazes of the assembled guests. Upon receiving the primordial purple energy, Nuwa remained silent, not rejecting the offer, but acknowledging that Hongjun could not afford the customary tribute for accepting a disciple. She discreetly retrieved a treasure box from her sleeve and stored the primordial purple energy within, secretly placing it into the storage ring given to her by Lin Xuan. Hongjun sensed this, but chose not to comment, as he believed that earthly treasures could not contain the primordial purple energy and that it would not affect his plans. The 3,000 worldly guests, witnessing Hongjun's prolonged silence, grew anxious, unsure of how to speak. Just as they found themselves at a loss, the 2 brothers from the west, eager to seize the opportunity, exchanged glances and began to weep. "Master, we from the west have suffered greatly," cried Jean, tears streaming down his face. "The earth veins have been destroyed, and it is arduous for the beings of the west to seek the Dao. For the sake of the beings of the west, please accept us as your disciples." Hongjun also lamented, "Master, we have endured countless hardships to reach the Zhixiao Palace to seek teachings, all for the sake of the beings of the West. Please accept us as your disciples." Hearing the brothers' cries, Hongjun could not help but wince, realizing he owed a significant debt to the West and thus acquiesced, saying, "You 2 brothers have gathered the fortune of the Western continent. I shall accept you as registered disciples. Here are 2 strands of primordial purple energy for you. As for your future achievements, that shall depend on your own fortune." This, the worldly guests were left dumbfounded, and soon They began to wail in unison, as if competing to outdo one another in their lamentations. The commotion caught Hongjun's attention, and he sighed, "Enough." In an instant, the Zhixiao Palace fell silent. Once quiet, Hongjun continued, "The heavens have 9 fruit positions and 9 strands of primordial purple energy. I have used one, just distributed 6, and reserved one for the Dao, leaving one remaining. Now depends on your fortunes." With that, he tossed a strand of primordial purple energy into the air, where it danced above the heads of the beings, none of whom could grasp it. Eventually, it settled atop Hongyun's head, seamlessly entering his mind. Hongjun remarked, "Hongyun, you're the first primordial red cloud, formed from Pangu's righteous energy after his transformation. You possess great fortune. Whether you can attain sainthood shall depend on your own cultivation." As the primordial purple energy entered his mind, Hongyun was momentarily at a loss, not fully processing Hongjun's words, just as he contemplated discarding it. Fushi's voice echoed in his mind, "Secure it and take it back to Buzhou Mountain." Upon hearing Fushi's words, Hongyun promptly followed suit, mirroring Nuwa's actions by retrieving a box to store the primordial purple energy. Placing it into his sleeve, which was in fact a storage ring given to him by Lin Xuan. However, he truly received the disappointment of the red dust traveler upon encountering the primordial purple energy. As he chose the red cloud and shook his head in dismay, Tai Chi, upon seeing that there were no members of the demon clan present, unwillingly inquired, "Might I ask if there are other paths to enlightenment?" The other beings, upon hearing Tai Chi's question regarding their future, treated it with utmost seriousness, eagerly gazing at Hongjun. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun spoke, "There are 3 paths to enlightenment. The first is to sever the 3 corpses to attain sainthood, which is the path I have taken and is also the easiest. The second is to achieve sainthood through great merit, a path that is accessible only to those endowed with immense merit and fortune. The third path is to prove one's way through strength, forcibly breaking through shackles with immense magical prowess and indomitable will, subsequently overcoming the 9 tribulations to achieve the state of chaos, thus attaining great freedom and unrestrained joy. This is the most arduous path. The great Pangu attempted it but ultimately failed, as comprehending the laws of heaven and earth has become exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing this, the red dust traveler's expression lightened somewhat. Having multiple paths to choose from always offers hope. Furthermore, elevating one's standing is advantageous. Who would dare oppose one with greater might? Tong Tian interjected, "Might I inquire which of these paths is stronger or weaker?" Hongjun replied, "The path of proving one's way is the strongest. Severing the 3 corpses is second, and achieving sainthood through merit is the weakest. However, beneath the level of saints, all are but ants. Regardless of the path taken, enlightenment is still achieved." Very well. This lecture has concluded. I have delivered teachings thrice, and now my merit is fulfilled that I shall embody the way to complement the heavenly principles. In the future, the heavenly way shall be known as Hongjun, while Hongjun shall not be confined to the heavenly way. For countless eons, Hongjun shall remain hidden. After I embody the heavenly way, treasure shall be of no use. I have crafted numerous postnatal spiritual treasures during my leisure time at Zhixiao Palace, so you may go and collect them. Hongjun lamented that the pursuit of fortune compelled him to create many spiritual treasures for the beings of the Primordial Era. As there was a severe shortage of such treasures, ever since he was robbed at Yujing Mountain, he has been vigilant about whether any of these treasures had appeared in the Primordial Era. Yet, despite the conclusion of 3 lectures, none had manifested, further solidifying the belief. The red dust traveler was momentarily bewildered by Hongjun's words. Thoughts surged like a tide. Wasn't this the world that would belong to them after Hongjun embodied the way? Wouldn't the sword of destiny hovering above them vanish? How could one not feel joy? Moreover, there were treasures to be had. Postnatal treasures are still treasures, in a realm where treasures are scarce. The red dust travelers hurriedly exited to seize the spiritual treasures. At this moment, only the 3 pure ones remained in Zhixiao Palace. Originally, Tong Tian intended to leave, but was restrained by his 2 elder brothers. Upon reaching the back of Zhixiao Palace, the red dust travelers swiftly selected their treasures and departed from the heavenly expanse. Just after Bodhi and Jane exited the heavenly expanse, Bodhi suddenly recalled something and grasped Jane, asking, "Junior brother, how many years has this lecture lasted?" Jane replied, 2,800 years, oh dear. We must hurry back. The lecture is not yet complete. Having said this, Jane regained his composure, and the two rushed back by the time they returned to Zhixiao Palace. Only 100 years remained. Upon seeing them, Hongjun said nothing and continued lecturing the three pure ones, while Bodhi and Jane silently paid their respects before resuming their seats on the original mats. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the primordial continent, Hongyun rushed towards Buzhou Mountain, with Fushi and Nuwa following closely behind. Hongyun, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Senior brother and sister, why are you both returning to Buzhou Mountain? Did not the elder ask you to separate and cultivate independently?" Fushi shot Hongyun a glance, genuinely exasperated by his lack of awareness of his own allure. Nuwa interjected, "Hongyun, do you not realize that the primordial purple energy now resides within us? Are you unaware of how many beings are fixated on us?" Fushi added, "At present, the only way for the beings of the Primordial Era to obtain primordial purple energy is through you and my sister. The others, with Hongjun present, would not dare covet it. Thus, you and my sister are the easiest targets." Hongyun replied, "Senior brother and sister, had you not mentioned it, I would not have considered it." "Let us hasten back," Fushi agreed. "Indeed, let us first return the items before venturing out again." Several hundred years passed, and Fushi and the others successfully returned to Buzhou Mountain. Even they were incredulous at how smoothly it had gone. However, they remained unaware that many beings in the Primordial Era were indeed eyeing them, including Dijuan, Taichi, Kuanpeng, and Mingi. They knew that this was not the optimal time. None of them had yet reached the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Even if they obtained the primordial purple energy, it would not bode well. Lacking sufficient strength would make them targets for other beings, rendering them unable to cultivate in peace, let alone comprehend the primordial purple energy. Furthermore, regardless of who obtained it, other red dust travelers might band together to seize it, stirring chaos and taking advantage of the confusion. Upon their arrival at Buzhou Mountain, Wangshu was already waiting for them. She approached Fushi and the others, saying, "The boss is already aware of your purpose in returning, and he mentioned that there is an issue with the primordial purple energy you possess. Once he resolves it for you, should you desire more, you may retrieve it. True primordial purple energy can aid in comprehending the laws and refining one's magical prowess. It is the essence of heaven and earth." Nuwa presented a box containing the primordial purple energy to Wangshu, inquiring, "Sister Wangshu, does the master still wish to avoid seeing me?" Wangshu accepted the box and observed Nuwa, noting the absence of her previous vivacity, replaced by a hint of hesitation. Wangshu understood that Nuwa had yet to truly recognize herself, which only deepened her admiration for Lin Xuan, believing it wise to send Nuwa to cultivate independently. Wangshu gently remarked, "The boss has been in seclusion since Hongjun attained sainthood. Unless he awakens on his own accord, we dare not disturb him. I have only come to you, as previously instructed. Otherwise, we do not know when he will awaken." Nuwa lowered her head in silence, and at that moment, Hongyun approached with a box, extending it to Wangshu. "Hongyun pays respects to sister. This is my primordial purple energy. I trouble you with it." Wangshu accepted the box from Hongyun and replied, "Do not call me sister. I am merely a subordinate of the boss. You, like Nuwa and others, may call me sister as well. The boss has instructed me to convey a message. Since you brought them back yourself, you must ensure they cultivate diligently and not betray their trust." Hongyun responded, "Understood, Sister Wangshu. These four are my designated younger siblings, and they possess admirable qualities. I will treat them with due seriousness." Wangshu nodded at Hongyun, then addressed Fushi and Nuwa. "The boss desires you to cultivate independently to gain a deeper understanding of the world's truths. I hope that upon your return from this journey, you will have grown and not disappoint the boss." Fushi and Nuwa replied earnestly, "Sister Wangshu, we will not let our master down." Wangshu concluded, "Very well. You may all depart. Return promptly." "Yes." With that, Fushi, Nuwa, and Hongyun exchanged farewells and set off. After watching them disappear, Wangshu turned to Hongyun. "I shall be on my way. Feel free. Hongjun, observing that everyone had left, shook his head and departed. Upon her return, Wangshu went directly to Lin Xian's side and presented the 2 boxes to him, stating, "The boss has given his instructions." Lin Xian nodded slightly. "You need not worry about them. They will not be in danger. However, Hutu is about to embark on her journey, which may involve risks, so please remain vigilant." "Understood, boss." Wangshu refrained from questioning why they were to contend with the heavenly principles, trusting that the boss would not deceive her. Just then, Hutu approached, saying, "Uncle, I have successfully refined it and gained some insights, but I am still unable to break through. I wish to venture out." Lin Xian encouraged her. "Go ahead, explore more and observe. Do not rush." "Yes, uncle." Hutu replied earnestly before greeting Wangshu and exiting the courtyard. Seeing Hutu depart, Wangshu sighed. They have all left, leaving only Xinyuanzi behind. If he does not break through, I fear he will soon follow suit. Since their growth, they have all had to leave. This place cannot retain them. I wonder when they will return again. Lin Xian looked at Wangshu curiously. Pondering how the chaotic demon god had begun to sound like a doting mother, he inquired, "What brings about such sentiments?" Wangshu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It is nothing. I simply felt a sense of reflection watching the comings and goings here." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Indeed, such reflections are commendable. This is the insight a wise being should possess. Wangshu, hearing Lin Xian's praise, became even more bashful, about to speak when a powerful fluctuation emanated from the palace's lodging area. Wangshu immediately changed her tone. "Is Xinyuanzi breaking through?" Lin Xian confirmed. "Indeed, he is breaking through. It seems he has refined the power of the heavenly way and gained some understanding. A breakthrough is only natural." Before long, the disturbance subsided, and Xinyuanzi emerged, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. "Thank you, Master, for the grace of enlightenment." Xinyuanzi was at a loss for how to express his gratitude for his master's guidance. Lin Xian interrupted Xinyuanzi. "From the moment I accepted you as a disciple, I have been responsible for you, that a teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. This is the duty of a mentor. Your achievements are the fruits of your own efforts. Simply remain true to your heart, and there is no need for further words. Now that you have broken through to the state of chaos, do you have any plans for the future?" Seeing Lin Xian's inquiry, Xinyuanzi chose not to elaborate. He understood that keeping his thoughts close to his heart was sufficient. Xinyuanzi replied, "I have not contemplated it. I shall follow the master's guidance." Lin Xian concluded, "In that case, feel free to act as you wish, but do keep an eye on Hutu. She is embarking on her journey now, and she may face dangers that require your assistance." "Yes, Master." The Zixiao Palace, after receiving the teachings from Zhuanti and Jin, saw Hongjun continue to expound for a century, blissfully unaware that several pivotal figures in his grand design had already been active in the primordial chaos for 3 millennia. Hongjun set aside 200 years for a private discourse for his disciples, and as the time approached its conclusion, he paused, soon awakening the 3 pure ones. Although Zhuanti and Jin struggled to comprehend Hongjun's teachings during the latter half of his discourse, they were nonetheless deeply appreciative of the innate talent displayed by the 3 pure ones. Were it not for his own path, Hongjun would have genuinely desired to guide them toward enlightenment. However, reality was stark, and Hongjun proclaimed, "The teachings have concluded, and I have attained my full merit. I shall soon merge with the Dao. You may return." And interjected, "Master, please do not merge with the Dao. Without you, who will impart teachings to us? Who will stand up for us against our oppressors?" Such shamelessness was embodied by Jin, whose words struck a chord with both Hongjun and the 3 pure ones. Even Bodhi found it hard to bear. Yet, the sentiment resonated within their hearts. They simply maintained their pride and refrained from voicing their thoughts. The 3 pure ones stifled their amusement, unable to watch Jin's antics without risking laughter, while Zhuanti maintained a facade of calmness, observing Hongjun with a twitching mouth and a darkened expression, admonishing, "This is the grand momentum of the heavenly Dao. It cannot be altered and not adopt such a petulant demeanor. You are destined to become saints. How can you be so oblivious to the larger picture? I am about to merge with the Dao. In the future, I shall not intervene in trivial matters. You must strive to achieve sainthood as soon as possible. Go forth. Merge with the Dao." Hongjun's voice resounded, echoing throughout the primordial world, prompting many beings to exclaim, "The ancestor of the Dao is virtuous. The ancestor of the Dao is great." This title, bestowed upon Hongjun, reflected the gratitude of the primordial beings for his teachings and the cultivation system he imparted. As the three pure ones and Bodhi watched Hongjun merge with the Dao. A silver wheel, ancient and profound, emerged above his head, emanating the essence of the heavenly Dao. The wheel revolved incessantly, drawing Hongjun into its embrace, and as it spun, he gradually vanished from Zhixiao Palace. Although the three pure ones and Bodhi did not comprehend the mechanics of Hongjun's merging, nor the duration it would take, they understood that he was no longer present in the palace, and thus, they too prepared to depart. They needed to utilize their treasures to break through to the quasi-saint level. The three pure ones offered their respects to Xuanti and Jin, departing without further words, while Xuanti and Jin exchanged glances before following suit. With Hongjun's merging, news of this event spread across the primordial realm, proclaiming that Hongjun was the heavenly Dao. Yet the Dao would not serve Hongjun, and the immeasurable tribulations would not emerge. As the oppressive sword of fate dissipated from above, the beings of the primordial world began to act with newfound boldness. For instance, the demon clan under Dijun, now boasting two quasi-saint powerhouses, regarded themselves as the foremost force in the primordial realm. They acted without restraint, continuously devouring other races, and the demon clan grew increasingly formidable. Conversely, Dong Wang Gong, designated as the foremost male immortal by Hongjun, found himself treading cautiously, uncertain of whether the heavenly Dao still supported him now that Hongjun had merged. He focused on consolidating his power and even ventured to the Dragon Clan, hoping to bring them under his dominion. But to no avail. With his initial quasi-saint strength, he found himself unable to contend with Zhu Long. He remained unaware that the Dragon Clan, having preserved all the water beings devoid of karma and with exceptional talents, had become quite strong. Moreover, the Dragon Clan had cultivated the principles of the Great Dao rather than the current Heavenly Dao, resulting in a gradual slowdown in their cultivation. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would be even more powerful. Given the current state of affairs, Dong Wang Gong would find it impossible to establish an immortal court in the East Sea. Other races continued to face absorption and annihilation in this ongoing turmoil. One day, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Shi Wangmu suddenly appeared in a courtyard, casting a glance at Lin Xuan, who lay on a recliner, seemingly asleep. She approached Wang Shu and quietly inquired, "Sister Wang Shu, when will our master awaken?" Wang Shu, sensing Shi Wangmu's concern, replied softly, "Is there something urgent? The master has been asleep for some time. I do not know when he will awaken." Shi Wangmu responded, "There is indeed a matter I wish to report to the master. Since he is still asleep, I can wait. It is not an urgent affair." Wang Shu replied, "Very well, you may wait. Jin Yuanzi has broken through to the Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian level and is currently with the Wu clan. You can seek him out. I will keep watch here and notify you when the master awakens." Shi Wangmu exclaimed, "I did not expect him to break through so swiftly. I had just intended to ask him about something." Wang Shu reassured her, "No problem. You may go," Shi Wangmu replied. "Then I shall take my leave. Thank you, Sister Wang Shuw. By the way, where Chang Shi and Shi He? I have not seen them," Wang Shu explained. "They have been diligently cultivating but have not made significant progress. Their talents are evident, but they must endure rigorous training to see results." Shi Wangmu remarked, "Constant cultivation is not sufficient. That I will take them to the Wu clan for a change of scenery, and I will seek the master's assistance in improving their qualifications." Wang Shu responded, "Thank you, but I do not expect them to achieve anything extraordinary. Living a peaceful life is not a bad thing. So I do not impose any expectations that if they do achieve something, it will be their fortune." Shi Wangmu agreed. "Very well. I'll go find them." Watching Shi Wangmu happily lead the Changshi sisters to the Wu clan, Wang Shu shook her head and resumed her meditation and cultivation. She could not afford to become lost in deep cultivation, as she now bore the responsibility for all matters concerning Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, in the Wu clan territory at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Shi Wangmu and her companions marveled at the vibrant scenery, astonished at how the Wu clan's years of cultivation had led to such a grand scale surrounding Buzhou Mountain. Even through her discerning eyes, the expanse seemed boundless. Just then, a voice interrupted their reverie. Sister Shi Wangmu, what brings you to the Wu clan for a leisurely visit? Have you finished touring Buzhou Mountain and now seek to explore the foothills? The trio turned to see Di Jiang approaching with two other members of the Wu clan. That Shi Wangmu replied, Di Jiang, are you here to guard the mountain gate? Di Jiang chuckled, surely not. Does Buzhou Mountain require guarding? Even if we open the gates to allow other beings entry, they could still pass through. That we are merely patrolling to ensure no unruly demon clan members disrupt our harvest. At that moment, Di Jiang reached the group, and Chang Shi and Shi He, recognizing him, greeted, greetings, senior brother Di Jiang. Di Jiang responded with a grin. What brings you two down from your cultivation? Shi Wangmu explained, I thought it unwise for them to remain in constant cultivation. So I brought them out for a stroll. Di Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, one cannot cultivate ceaselessly. Observe our Wu clan. We do not solely focus on cultivation. We engage in combat and agriculture, and our cultivation naturally progresses. Rest assured, during your time in our clan, you can enjoy yourselves freely. Engaging in friendly sparring with our younger members will surely enhance your prowess. Shi Wangmu rolled her eyes at Di Jiang, but refrained from commenting. Knowing the Wu clan would not harm her sisters, with their continuous cultivation, they lacked combat experience, making it ideal for them to spar with the Wu clan. That Shi Wangmu inquired, Di Jiang, I seek Jin Yuanzi. Where might he be? Di Jiang replied, I wondered when you would have the time to leisurely visit. Fortunately, we have just completed our patrol. I shall take you to him. He is currently with Hongjun. Shi Wangmu expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Di Jiang waved it off. No need for such formality. We are friends. Let us go. Following Di Jiang, they arrived at Hongjun's residence, which was situated on a small hill not far from the Pangu Hall. Unlike the Wu clan, who required expansive space as their numbers grew, a small hill sufficed for Hongjun and his companions. The Wu clan, centered around Buzhou Mountain, had now divided into 12 tribes, each led by an ancestral shaman. Each tribe boasting over 1 billion members. It could be said that the center of the primordial realm now belonged to the Wu clan, Hongjun's residence. He and Jin Yuanzi were engrossed in a game of chess, utilizing a spiritual treasure-level board, deeply immersed in their match. Nearby, 3 women and 1 man watched the lively scene. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the concentration of Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi, your sister Shi Wangmu, is here. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, about to scold Di Jiang, for they recognized his voice. However, upon realizing it was Shi Wangmu seeking Jin Yuanzi, they held their tongues. They had known Shi Wangmu since childhood, and she had never sought him out before, so her approach indicated something significant was at hand. Knowing she was independent and rarely solicited help for trivial matters, Jin Yuanzi stood up eagerly to greet her. He pondered what pressing matter could require her attention, especially given her current level of cultivation. Upon seeing Shi Wangmu, he did not hold back and asked, Sister, is there something you wish to discuss? Shi Wangmu, noticing Jin Yuanzi's urgency, felt a sense of gratitude. He remained loyal to their sect despite his recent breakthrough. She smiled gently, saying, The Master has instructed me to undergo trials on Buzhou Mountain, and I have discovered a secret realm. However, this place is rather unique, and I cannot make decisions on my own. Since my master has instructed me to cultivate in Mount Buzhou, he must have long been aware of this secret realm's existence. Yet, I find myself unable to decipher my master's intentions, prompting me to seek him out for clarification. To my surprise, he remains unawakened. I had initially planned to wait until he regained consciousness before inquiring. But my sister Wang Shu suggested that I consult you regarding a breakthrough in the Witch clan. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi let out a long sigh of relief and addressed the Queen Mother of the West, saying, Sister, I thought it was some pressing matter. This is your first time seeking me out. Since this is a discussion, let us proceed inside and deliberate at our leisure. Please, take a seat, sister, at this moment. Hongjun also felt a sense of ease. Jin Yuanzi had appeared quite solemn just moments ago, which had startled him. However, now seeing Jin Yuanzi smiling, he realized that there was no cause for alarm. He then stepped forward, accompanied by 3 women and a man, to greet the Queen Mother of the West, exclaiming, Hongjun pays respects to Sister Queen Mother. The Queen Mother of the West had met Hongjun once during her time at the Purple Cloud Palace. However, upon hearing Hongjun refer to her as sister, she was taken aback and inquired, Hongjun, my fellow Taoist, we meet again, but why do you call me sister? When did my master accept you as a disciple? For I was unaware of it. Upon noticing the Queen Mother's confusion, Zhang Yunzi hastily explained the situation, for he was aware that the Queen Mother had only emerged once since returning from her lecture, following Fuxi's punishment, and had spent her time entirely upon Mount Buzhou, thus missing certain developments. After listening to Zhang Yunzi's explanation, the Queen Mother of the West understood and addressed Hongjun. Since you have expressed your master's sentiments, we may consider ourselves kin. Hongjun, my junior, forgive the intrusion. With a beaming smile, Hongjun felt a surge of joy from the Queen Mother's acknowledgement, which also signified acceptance from the entire lineage of Mount Buzhou, save for the greatest boss. This was sufficient to elate Hongjun, who promptly responded, Sister Queen Mother, you are too kind. Allow me to introduce you to my companions. This gentleman is Zhao Gongming, who transformed from the essence of Qingfeng. And these three young ladies are Yun Xiao, transformed from Baiyun, Bi Xiao, transformed from Qingyun, and Xiong Xiao, transformed from Chen. As Hong Yun introduced them, Zhao Gongming and the three ladies performed their greetings, saying, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, Xiong Xiao, pays respects to the esteemed elder. The Queen Mother replied, no need for such formalities. Allow me to present you with these small tokens as a greeting. With that, she produced 4 innate top-grade spiritual treasures for the 4 of them, who were somewhat exhilarated yet aware of their value, thus hesitating to accept them. They glanced at Hongjun, who nodded in agreement before they graciously accepted, expressing their gratitude to the Queen Mother with a heartfelt, thank you, esteemed elder. Observing that introductions had been made, Zhen Yuanzi promptly suggested, since we are all acquainted now, let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed to discuss matters. Realizing that lingering here was unproductive, Hongyun chimed in, yes, let us move inside. The group arrived at Hongyun's abode, which consisted of an ordinary grand hall and several smaller chambers. While unremarkable, it exuded warmth. Once they were seated, Zhen Yuanzi sent the 2 sisters, Changxi, on their way, instructing Yun Xiao, take the others and show Changxi and Shiha around to familiarize them with this place. Understanding the implication that they were being dismissed, the 2 sisters, along with the others, bowed and exited. Once the younger generation had left, Zhen Yunzi inquired, Sister, what is this special secret realm that has prompted you to treat this matter so earnestly? The Queen Mother of the West cast a glance at the 3 present and activated the Kunlun Mirror and Identity, Jade, tokens to obscure the heavenly secrets. Noticing her seriousness, Zhen Yuanzi quickly remarked, Sister, if you intend to conceal the heavenly secrets, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Di Jiang. Let us proceed to the Pangu Hall. Di Jiang, sensing the gravity of the situation given the Queen Mother's demeanor, concurred, let us go to the Pangu Hall, as it is currently unoccupied. The Queen Mother, acknowledging the significance of the matter, agreed, very well, let us head to the Pangu Hall. Before long, they arrived at the Pangu Hall. Aside from Di Jiang, none of them had previously entered this hall, yet they understood that this was not the time for sightseeing. Upon entering, Zhen Yuanzi asked, Sister, may we now speak? The Queen Mother, without hesitation, responded, I have been following my master's guidance, continuously cultivating in Mount Buzhou. I have returned twice, and each time my master inquired if I had made any gains that I surmised that he intends for me to seek opportunities here. To my astonishment, I discovered an entrance to a secret realm atop Mount Buzhou. Upon entering, I found it vast, comprising 33 heavens, adorned with jade palaces and halls, and structured in accordance with the 36 celestial forms and 72 earthly spirits. Complete with a grand hall, the Lingxiao Hall, where celestial texts and the Heavenly Emperor's seal, both extraordinary treasures, reside, that I suspect this may be a site established by the Heavenly Dao for assembling power. Thus I dared not decide alone and sought to consult my master's intentions. With that, she produced the celestial texts and the Heavenly Emperor's seal for all to examine. Zhen Yuanzi, Di Jiang, and Hongyun scrutinized the 2 extraordinary treasures while contemplating the Queen Mother's words. Di Jiang, examining the celestial texts and the Heavenly Emperor's seal, involuntarily remarked, the Heavenly Court. Upon hearing Di Jiang's statement, the Queen Mother and the others turned to him, noticing a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Zhang Yunzi quietly inquired, Di Jiang, do you possess knowledge of the heavenly court? Di Jiang, slightly regaining his composure, replied, What? The heavenly court? What is the heavenly court? The Queen Mother, recognizing that Di Jiang's thoughts had been stirred by some mysterious insight, signaled to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun to refrain from interrupting him. While Di Jiang was still lost in thought, Jin Yuanzi and the others began to explore the Pangu Hall. Having been in Mount Buzhou for so long, they had yet to enter the Pangu Hall, and they found it quite spacious, divided into several areas. The Grand Hall featured large doors on either side, leading to unknown destinations. At the center of the hall stood a towering statue of a robust figure, legs apart, arms raised to the heavens, with a stern visage and commanding gaze, presumably the final image of Pangu supporting the sky. The Queen Mother of the West, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongjun respectfully bowed to the statue, expressing their reverence for Pangu. The hall itself contained only 12 large chairs and 12 rectangular tables along the sides, lacking any further furnishings, suggesting that this was indeed a meeting place for the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan. At that moment, Di Jiang regained his focus and addressed the Queen Mother and the others, saying, I apologize, I was momentarily distracted by those two artifacts. Hongyun, curious, asked, Di Jiang, what happened just now? And what do you mean by the heavenly court? Di Jiang explained, when I first laid eyes on the celestial text and the heavenly emperor's seal, those words seemed familiar, as if I should know them, and I spoke them out loud. However, upon reflection, I realized I had never encountered them before, which puzzled me. The Queen Mother interjected, I understand. This indicates that you have received a mysterious guiding force. Please share your understanding of the term heavenly court. Di Jiang continued. When I saw those artifacts, I felt little emotion at first, but it seemed as if the heavenly court might be my adversary, or perhaps the adversary of our Witch clan, though I remain uncertain of its true nature. Zhang Yuanzi proposed, since this pertains to your Witch clan, let us investigate further. Perhaps a visit there will yield answers. Hongyun added, if it is related, we must go and see. Remaining in ignorance will not bring peace of mind. Hongyun, now residing in Mount Buzhou, recognized that any issues concerning the Witch clan could inevitably involve him as well, for the carefree life he once envisioned would cease to exist to Di Jiang. Aware that speculation would yield no conclusions, agreed. Very well. Let us go and investigate. It will set our minds at ease. He then turned to the Queen Mother, understanding that only she could authorize their journey. Given her discovery, the Queen Mother, seeing their eagerness to explore, recognized the possible link to the Witch clan and nodded, saying, let's go take a look. Upon hearing the Queen Mother's consent, Di Jiang promptly stated, I will summon Jiu Yin and Xianming to join us. The Queen Mother replied, that is acceptable. Go ahead, Di Jiang. Upon receiving the Queen Mother's approval, swiftly exited the Pangu Hall and employed spatial laws to vanish. Shortly thereafter, Di Jiang reappeared before Pangu, accompanied by Zhu Jiuyin and Xianming. The Queen Mother stepped out of the Pangu Hall first, saying, let us proceed. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed, wait a moment. What is this, brother? You just dragged me here without any explanation. Meanwhile, Xianming shot Di Jiang a fierce glare, clearly indicating that he would not tolerate any lack of clarity. Di Jiang hurriedly replied, let us discuss as we walk. The situation is as follows. Once Di Jiang clarified the circumstances, Zhu Jiuyin began to ponder thoughtfully, while Xianming directly approached the Queen Mother, saying, Sister Queen Mother, why was I not informed of this in advance? Now that my sister Hutu has gone to cultivate, I find myself utterly bored here. Were it not for my uncle's insistence on guarding the Witch clan, I would have already ventured to the mountains. The Queen Mother, accustomed to casual conversation with Xianming, found it easy to engage with him. In her view, the Witch clan tended to be rather reserved, with Hutu being the sole exception. The others, in her opinion, often spoke without thinking. Thus, she remarked to Xianming, have you not been sparring frequently during this time? Have you lost and sought refuge in the mountains? Upon hearing the Queen Mother's straightforward remarks touch upon his sore spot, Xianming quickly retorted, how could I possibly lose? I was merely being gracious, after all. Now, let us hurry. Lingering here would invite trouble. Saying this, he pulled the Queen Mother forward, casting a warning glance back at Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, clearly signaling them to remain silent. understanding that Xianming was merely using this as an excuse to avoid embarrassment before his close friend. Di Jiang and the others could only exchange helpless glances and follow suit, making their way toward Mount Buzhou. It was only upon reaching Mount Buzhou that they remembered Hongjun, who was unable to ascend. Thus, they could only be guided by Zhan Yuanzi, an old friend of Hongjun. After the passage of time, they took 3,000 years to reach the summit of Buzhou Mountain. This was only possible due to the presence of 2 Hunyuan Doujingxian and the assistance of magical treasures. Otherwise, ascending the peak would have been an impossible feat. This illustrates how well protected Buzhou Mountain is by Lin Xuan's formation. I could see this moment. The West Queen Mother remarked, "It is right here." Everyone gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous cluster of rocks. Admiring the West Queen Mother's diligence, it was remarkable that she could locate such a place. She then led them into the rocky area, and upon reaching the rear, she stated, "We are about to enter. So everyone, be cautious." After saying this, the West Queen Mother stepped forward and vanished from sight. Zhen Yuanzi followed suit, and after exchanging glances with Di Jiang, they too disappeared in sequence at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Once all had entered, they beheld a magnificent scene that confirmed the West Queen Mother's words. Indeed, it was resplendent and ethereal, with various palatial structures existing in formation. The West Queen Mother, seeing they had arrived, declared, "This is the 33 heavens. Although the other realms may not possess such grandeur or numerous palaces, they're not lacking in charm. Now, you may explore, and then we shall return to our Master's abode to discuss further matters." Hearing the West Queen Mother's words, Di Jiang and the others dispersed to wander about. After several centuries had passed, the West Queen Mother and the others had returned to the courtyard, where they found the 11 main witches Wang Shu, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, and Gong Gong seated together. "Elder brother, is it true what you said? Do you truly sense that there will be foes arising from that place?" asked Gong Gong. "And what of Zhu Rong? Did you not witness our fierce battles with the beings there?" "Indeed, I do feel that place is the residence of our future adversaries, yet I cannot discern which faction it is," replied Di Jiang. "I have utilized the laws of time and discovered that we have clashed with the beings residing there on several occasions. But I too cannot identify the tribe," added Zhu Jiuyin. "Now we are certain that place will eventually be occupied by that force, becoming our enemy. That it is crucial to understand that it is also the gateway to Buzhou. To prevent future troubles. I propose 2 suggestions. First, since it has yet to manifest, I, along with the West Queen Mother and Wang Shu, shall collaborate to seal it. However, it is possible that the heavenly Dao might intervene and disrupt our efforts. Second, you witches should seize that place for yourselves to gain the upper hand, denying future powers the opportunity, thus eliminating any known threats. Yet, this may also invite the wrath of the heavenly Dao, potentially bringing great danger to your clan. What do you all think? Do you have any alternative ideas?" Xianming interjected, "I too have observed that location, and it is indeed the optimal stronghold for a faction. I believe we should occupy it." Zhu Rong suggested, "I think we should destroy it instead. That would solve everything." Gong Gong concurred, "If we destroy it, we need not worry about anything. We can simply cultivate and enjoy life as we please." "Silence!" Di Jiang exclaimed. You 2 fools understand the implications. Do you not realize that if we destroy it, we will incur significant karmic consequences? If we obliterate that place now, the retribution will fall upon us. And we must consider if our witch clan can bear such burdens. You are both proposing the destruction of our clan. While Di Jiang's words were somewhat exaggerated, the reality was not far from it. There would indeed be karmic repercussions, and they would also face the targeting of the heavenly Dao that time. It was quite possible that multiple factions would unite against the witch clan. The other ancestral witches were equally astonished by Gong Gong and Zhu Rong's thoughts. Even if there was no way to avoid it, destruction was not an option. After all, it was a stronghold nurtured by the heavens. In the current master, there was still the heavenly Dao. If a faction were to establish themselves there, then the act of destruction would reflect their negligence in guarding it, thereby lessening the karmic consequences. After all, the ownership would have shifted. Xie Baishe remarked, "I believe they have become too comfortable and carefree lately. Perhaps I should introduce some poison there. Even if a faction discovers it, they would not dare settle in." Chang Liang added, "Your poison can still be removed. It is not guaranteed to work, that we need to consider a more foolproof approach. Gomang suggested, perhaps we should wait for Uncle to emerge from seclusion. The West Queen Mother interjected, enough. If we must rely on our master for everything, what purpose do we serve? I believe sealing it is the best course of action. Wang Shu then said, all right, I just heard your thoughts. It seems the witch clan has been living too comfortably for too long. Have you forgotten the task entrusted to you by our father god Pangu? Why is it that your clan is born from the blood pool? Have you ever pondered this? Look around the Hongjun realm. Which tribe is naturally conceived? Only your witch clan. Have you ever considered the reason behind this? The 11 witches were instantly struck dumb by Wang Shu's words. As they had never contemplated this issue, their natural existence was due to their father's favor, which allowed for such a multitude of siblings. But now, in retrospect, it seemed quite ludicrous. The 3 pure ones were also manifestations of their father god's primordial spirit. How could they not give rise to a tribe? Clearly, Pangu needed many clans to fulfill his purpose. The eldest brother, Di Jiang. Listen to Wang Shu's clear reasoning, he could hardly miss the underlying message. Thus, feeling ashamed, he spoke, we have truly wronged our father god. How could we forget our duty to protect the Hongwang due to our current comfort? The other 10 ancestral witches also expressed their shame and acknowledged their faults. Indeed, they had been living in ease, engaging only in farming, boasting, and fighting, neglecting the affairs of the Hongjun realm entirely. Xianming suddenly stood up and proclaimed loudly, Sister Wang Shu is right. We should fulfill the task left to us by our father god. Let us occupy the heavenly court, for this way we can not only guard Buzhou mountain, but also accomplish our father god's mission. Who is in favor and who is against? After saying this, he looked at his 10 brothers. His surprise. The 10 ancestral witches were stirred by Xianming's vigor. As men, how could they allow a young girl like her to outshine them? Consequently, the 10 ancestral witches unanimously declared, agreed, we shall do it. This ignited their fighting spirit. The witch clan should embody a fearless, dauntless nature that Di Jiang, filled with excitement, gazed at his brothers. Feeling this was the essence of the witch clan, he approached Wang Shu with seriousness and said, thank you, Sister Wang Shu, for awakening us. Otherwise, we would still be lost in our comfort. Wang Shu looked at the imposing figure of Di Jiang and then at the other 10 towering ancestral witches, who gazed at her with sincere eyes. The fact that they called her sister warmed her heart, and she smiled gently. It is good that you understand. This way, you will not disappoint the master's nurturing. Zhu Jiuyin then asked, but Sister Wang Shu, what should we do? Even if we establish ourselves there now, what comes next? This question left all present in a quandary, for their perspectives and knowledge were limited, and they fell silent, contemplating solutions. Just then, Lin Xian's voice echoed, excellent. You have begun to think critically. The sudden voice, though it interrupted their thoughts, elicited no ire. Instead, it was like a celestial melody, uplifting their spirits as they eagerly turned towards its source. Only to find Lin Xian reclining in the distance. They rushed over, surrounding him, and began to bow in greeting. Lin Xian interrupted their salutations, saying, all right, I awoke the moment you entered. I did not expect you to remain stagnant. Especially you, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. What are you thinking? Is your mind filled with water and fire? How could you even consider destruction? Even without other reasons, such a splendid place is not something you would not utilize as a cultivation ground, right? Or is it that your witch clan cannot accommodate even a single tribe in a realm? Zhu Rong and Gong Gong felt utterly embarrassed by Lin Xian's words, realizing their previous stance was far too simplistic. The West Queen Mother asked, Master, what should we do then? Lin Xian looked at the West Queen Mother with satisfaction and said, my dear, you have grown. You know to seek advice from your fellow disciples now, rather than bottling everything up as you did before. This is a sign of maturity. Remember, the more beings there are, the greater the strength. The West Queen Mother felt a bit bashful at Lin Xian's praise, but replied earnestly, thank you for your guidance, Master. Lin Xian then addressed the 11 ancestral witches. What does it mean to be a witch clan? The witch clan fights against the heavens and the earth, unafraid and unyielding. Consider this. Apart from 12 of you, what kind of witches exist without primordial spirits? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches were called the other witches, who seemed primarily engaged in farming, with the rest seemingly consumed by battle, fighting until they could fight no more. Now, reflecting upon it, a chill ran through their hearts. They, as ancestral witches, were ignorant of their clan's mentality. They had previously believed they were diligently enhancing their cultivation and honing their skills. In truth, it was the battle spirit within them that drove them to fight. As long as they could fight, they would persist. Realizing their errors, the ancestral witches felt ashamed and admitted to Lin Xuan. "Uncle, we were wrong. We did not fully understand our clan situation." Lin Xuan continued. "Di Jiang, as the eldest brother, what do you think would have happened if I had not preserved your primordial spirits? How would the 12 of you have fared?" Di Jiang looked at his 10 brothers and sisters, considering that even now they had primordial spirits and were engaged in battles, yet they maintained a sense of restraint. Without the power of their primordial spirits to keep them and their siblings grounded, they might have fought recklessly until their demise. Especially for Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, he pondered their insatiable desire for battle. If there were no external foes, would they not turn against each other? Upon reflecting on this, a profound sense of regret washed over me. Di Jiang spoke weakly, saying, "Only when faced with external foes do we cease to fight until our demise. In the absence of such adversaries, we turn our blades upon one another." At the conclusion of his words, he hesitated before articulating the weighty phrase that left all present, including the 10 ancestral witches, in a state of shock upon hearing mutual destruction. Yet considering the daily battles of the witch clan, it became evident that had it not been for the ancestral witches possessing their primordial spirits to suppress their martial desires, the consequences could indeed have mirrored Di Jiang's grim predictions. They had not anticipated such a significant underlying threat to the witch clan. Lin Xuan interjected, "Go train the warriors of your tribes. Cultivate their battle spirit and prepare to establish the heavenly court." Zhen Yuanzi asked, "Master, what is the primary purpose of establishing the heavenly court?" In that instant, all those present realized they had been somewhat deceived by Lin Xuan. They were preoccupied with the dire situation of the witch clan without fully understanding how to resolve it. They turned their gazes expectantly towards him, who nonchalantly replied, "Of course, it is to engage in battle." Everyone awaited Lin Xuan's elaboration, yet they were taken aback by the simplicity of his response, nearly causing them to choke in disbelief. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong refrained from speaking, fearing reprimand from Lin Xuan, and could only stare wide-eyed at him. Others shared the same sentiment, until finally Wang Shu, perceptive as ever, inquired, "Could you elaborate on how to implement this, boss?" Lin Xuan sighed. "When will you learn to think for yourselves? You cannot always rely on me. This will be my final suggestion. Henceforth, you must devise your own solutions. Understood?" They remained silent, fixated on Lin Xuan, waiting for him to provide concrete methods. Lin Xuan, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "The heavenly court is essentially a domain birthed by the Dao to govern the cosmos. Thus, it is the most suitable place for the Master of Heaven, Di Jiang. You shall lead the witch clan to establish a presence there, representing the Dao in managing the vast world. Of course, your clan may not receive the Dao's acknowledgement. However, with the great Dao still prevailing, you shall take an oath by it. Specifically, you will uphold peace in the cosmos, guided by the merit and karmic principles of all beings in the wilderness. Those with merit will be rewarded, and those with negative karma will be punished, with clear distinctions between reward and punishment. You must draft certain heavenly regulations and laws to restrict the unreasonable behaviors of the beings in the wilderness. The specifics of these regulations and the system of rewards and punishments are for you to negotiate amongst yourselves. Moreover, you must also establish rules to restrain yourselves. Otherwise, managing this will be exceedingly difficult, and you may bear the weight of karma yourselves. I have provided the framework. The details are for you to discuss." Suddenly, Lin Xuan recalled something and addressed Shi Wangmu. "Shi Wangmu, when you obtained the heavenly book, did you also receive a divine whip?" Shi Wangmu pondered and replied, "Master, I do possess a divine whip, but it is merely a top-tier spiritual treasure and of little use." "Why do you ask, Master?" Lin Xuan responded, "That divine whip is meant to be used alongside the heavenly book that you wish to go to the heavenly court." Shi Wangmu looked at Lin Xuan, puzzled. "Master, why would I go to the heavenly court? I assent it meant for the witch clan." Lin Xuan explained. The Witch clan may engage in combat, but I fear they would mismanage their governance. Furthermore, you surely do not forget that Hongjun appointed you as the head of the Celestial Maidens without reason. You possess the destiny for it. Moreover, you must not overlook the additional function of your accompanying spiritual treasure. Shi Wangmu hesitated. To monitor the heavens and the earth? Master, I have already transcended the primordial chaos. I do not wish to take on the role of the head of the Celestial Maidens. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Is transcending the primordial chaos really that impressive? Currently, you would not stand a chance against the Dais long, as you remain powerless to escape this realm, even if you entered the chaos. Your advancement would be sluggish. Serving as the head of the Celestial Maidens would be a form of training and enlightenment for you, especially with the blessing of fortune, making understanding significantly easier. Besides, do you see anyone among the Witch clan fit for governance? Di Jiang and the others exchanged awkward glances, clearly uncomfortable. They were fine with fighting, but found management exceedingly challenging. Di Jiang struggled to manage his own brothers, let alone the entire clan. Lin Xuan continued. Moreover, the heavenly court belongs to all beings of the wilderness, not just the Witch clan. In the future, those with merit and capability will be able to join the heavenly court, allowing Di Jiang to become the heavenly emperor, managing the heavenly court's forces, while you assume the role of the heavenly empress, overseeing the inner workings of the court, ensuring Di Jiang and the others do not create chaos and turn the heavenly court into a mess. Instantly, the ancestral witches echoed Lin Xuan's sentiments. Yes, yes, yes. Senior sister Shi Wangmu should indeed go to the heavenly court. How about Zhun Yuanzi, too? Di Jiang, feeling like a mere pawn, had initially thought Lin Xuan would assign Zhun Yuanzi to be the heavenly emperor, believing they would only be responsible for fighting to his dismay. He was now tasked with managing the heavenly court, which he found utterly overwhelming. He could only hope Zhun Yuanzi would assist Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan observed the foolish expressions of Di Jiang and the others, feeling a headache coming on, uncertain whether establishing the heavenly court for the Witch clan was a wise decision. He shook his head and stated, Zhun Yuanzi and Hongjun will not enter the heavenly court. They will have their own matters to attend to. Di Jiang, you must learn to manage, understood? In the future, seek guidance from your senior sister and Wang Shu on management. They possess greater knowledge than you. Remember that. Di Jiang, resigned, replied, Understood, Uncle. I will learn diligently. Since Lin Xuan had spoken, he had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, go make the arrangements. Lin Xuan concluded, sending them off. He then drew forth a figure from within his internal realm, sending it into the starry expanse with a wave of his power, unnoticed by any living being. As time flowed on, 3,000 years passed. During this time, the Witch clan diligently trained their army, subjecting those who only knew how to fight to arduous training. Any rebellious spirits were swiftly dealt with, leading to the eventual formation of a proper military. Meanwhile, Di Jiang was either consulting Shi Wangmu, Wang Shu, and Zhun Yuanzi on governance or negotiating the formulation of heavenly regulations to impose internal order. After 3,000 years of preparation and with Lin Xuan's oversight, the day of significance finally arrived. Di Jiang inquired, Sister Xianming, when will Sister Hutu return? Xianming replied, she returned a century ago and has been with Uncle ever since. It is truly disheartening that she has not spared a moment for her sister. Ignoring Xuanming's complaints, Di Jiang responded, if she has returned, notify us immediately. We are about to prepare for the heavenly court. Very well, I shall do so. Xianming ceased her complaints, recognizing the urgency of the matter. Members from various tribes of the Witch clan continuously entered the heavenly court through the teleportation arrays set up by Di Jiang and Zhun Yuanzi, establishing their presence across the 33 heavens. In the southern heavenly gate plaza of the heavenly court, a great cauldron stood at the center, flanked by the 12 ancestral witches, Shi Wangmu, Zhun Yuanzi, Hongjun, the two sisters Shi and He, Zhao Gongming, and the 36 great witches. Standing at the center, Di Jiang nodded toward Shi Wangmu, who understood and quickly performed several hand seals. At once, the sky above the wilderness shifted dramatically, with golden light illuminating magnificent palaces and pavilions, revealing an ethereal spectacle amidst the cloud. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. What has transpired in the Dao? How has the heavenly court emerged? The Dao responded. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the cosmos. The great Dao is above. May the Father God witness this, and let the heavens and earth bear witness. I of the Pangu lineage, Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, Ru Shou, Gomeng, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Tian Wu, Xianming, Chong Liang, Shi Zi, Shibai Shi, and Shi Wangmu of the Western Kunlun. Seeing the disorder of the heavens and earth, to maintain cosmic order, establish the heavenly court in the 33 heavens, with the Witch clan as its foundation, I shall be the heavenly emperor, and Shi Wangmu shall be the heavenly empress. With the primordial measure of the heavens, the heavenly emperor's seal shall suppress fortune, and thus the heavenly court is established. 10 heavenly edicts are to be established. 1. To respect heaven and earth, and do not violate the Tao's intentions. 2. To focus on the righteous path, and do not harbor evil thoughts. 3. Fear not evil disturbances, nor dread calamities. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Approved. This proclamation caused the Dao, which had intended to strike Di Jiang with divine thunder, to retreat in fear. Di Jiang, drawing upon the merit of the great Dao, garnered its recognition, resulting in a cosmic spectacle. Blossoming heavenly flowers, golden lotuses rising from the earth, auspicious omens abound, dragons soaring, phoenixes dancing. And the emergence of Qilins, the merit of the great Dao descended, followed by the blessings of the Dao, forming a golden dragon of fortune. Subsequently, as it entered the depths of the heavenly court, awaiting the Dao's clarity, Di Jiang presented a list, hanging it above the southern heavenly gate, proclaiming, Our heavenly court shall issue a merit and karmic list. Those with abundant merit may enter the court, while those burdened with karma shall be pursued by the heavenly court. Let all beings of the wilderness be aware, the establishment of the heavenly court not only sent shockwaves through the Dao and Hongjun, but also stirred the beings of the wilderness. Especially the 10 heavenly edicts hovered like a sword above their heads that in the Zhixiao palace. Hongjun, having merged with the Dao, was nearly consumed by it. Had it not been for his unique essence and the means he left behind, he would have been rendered powerless. After a prolonged stalemate, neither could gain the upper hand, and only after reaching an agreement with the Dao did Hongjun secure his current freedom, albeit limited. Hongjun questioned, Dao, how did the Witch clan discover the heavenly court? Did you alter the plan in secret? The Dao's emotionless voice replied, I know not. I sense no signs of the heavenly court's emergence. Hongjun pressed on, then how did the Witch clan find it? And how did Shi Wangmu become entwined with them? Did you not sense this either? And what is this merit list? Has such a thing existed in the wilderness? The Dao replied, I sensed nothing. Fuming, Hongjun retorted, Are you truly the Dao? What utter incompetence! Suddenly, a silver Dao wheel emerged behind Hongjun, seeking to devour him. In a hurry. Hongjun leaped aside and remarked, You're employing that trick again. You cannot prevail over me. The Dao replied, It is not that I cannot conquer you, Hongjun, but given sufficient time, I can indeed consume you. Hongjun waved his hand dismissively, stating, You may devour me, but I can ensure our mutual destruction. Moreover, if you were to consume me, the primordial chaos would have already reached completion. What purpose would it serve you? Cease this futile endeavor. Collaboration is a path to mutual benefit. The Dao responded, This matter is for you to investigate. It is of no concern to me, me. It matters not who governs the heavenly court. I must merely adhere to the principles of the great Dao. With that, the Dao vanished and did not reappear, leaving Hongjun with a sense of helplessness. His disciple had yet to achieve sainthood, rendering him powerless, and he could not depart from the Zhixiao palace. Meanwhile, at Baize Mountain, Emperor Jun and Tai gazed at the heavenly court with an unusual sense of despondency. Tai remarked, Brother, how wonderful it would be if we could establish ourselves within the heavenly court. Emperor Jun replied, Indeed. Second brother, do you think we could seize it? Upon hearing this, Baize was startled and quickly interjected. Chief, that is unthinkable. As you have just witnessed, the strength of the Wu clan is formidable. The 12 ancestors of Wu are all experts in physical cultivation, and their overwhelming aura is not inferior to yours. Moreover, there are 12 of them, along with Hongyun and Xinyuanzi in the heavenly court, Xinyuanzi is a being of immense virtue, but we cannot provoke them. Emperor Jun felt helpless, fully aware that he and the Demon Clan were still vastly outmatched by the Wu Clan. In terms of both individual and clan prowess, the strength the Wu Clan had just displayed was akin to that of a great clan, although he had subdued numerous clans over the years. The Demon Clan had merely increased in numbers, which also brought additional burdens. The scarcity of high-level power was a significant issue, and the enhancement of strength had slowed considerably due to dwindling resources. Currently, only he and Tai had reached the quasi-saint level, while other clans had also seen breakthroughs. Especially among some ancient races, with their profound heritage, they could readily produce spiritual treasures to enhance their strength. This had resulted in the ongoing conflicts among the beings of the primordial chaos, with minor skirmishes never ceasing. Emperor Jun stated, "All right, I understand that we are not yet the Wu clan's match. Are there any solitary figures willing to join our demon clan?" Dais, with a grim expression, replied, "My lord, we currently lack sufficient resources to attract them." Tai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, "Brother, perhaps I should seek out resources." Emperor Jun, with a look of discomfort, replied, "Let's hold off for now. Dais, instruct the members of the Demon Clan to focus on their cultivation for a while. The Wu Clan has established the Heavenly Court and set up a merit list. They will surely take action that we possess some karma, so let us observe the movements of the other clans before deciding." "Understood, Chief." Dais complied, and Emperor Jun's decision coincidentally aligned with his thoughts to the East Sea. The Jade Emperor was fuming, exclaiming, "The Wu Clan has completely disregarded me. Not only have they usurped my position by establishing the Heavenly Court, but they have also taken away the ungrateful West Queen Mother. And now she is the Heavenly Empress. How dare they? The title of the foremost female immortal should belong to me. The Heavenly Court should rightfully be mine." The scattered cultivators led by Wusong silently observed the Jade Emperor venting his frustrations from a distance. Regardless of whether they were wandering cultivators or clan members, everyone in the primordial chaos was watching the Wu clan's establishment of the Heavenly Court, which showcased their formidable strength, waiting for the subsequent actions of the Heavenly Court. In the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jiang sat at the highest point, gazing down at the ancestors and great witches. He began to instruct, "Brothers, you should all be aware that the beings of the primordial chaos are eagerly anticipating our next actions as the Wu clan. This marks our first appearance in the primordial world and the inaugural endeavor of our Heavenly Court. Let us demonstrate our strength to the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. We must not disgrace ourselves. Each ancestor shall lead a team, comprising 10 great witches and 100,000 members. That is all I have to say. Sister, do you have anything to add?" The West Queen Mother, observing the restless ancestors below, expressed her concerns. "You're going to accomplish a mission and establish authority. It is acceptable to be assertive. However, do not harm the innocent. If any beings interfere, deal with them, but do not take their lives to avoid accumulating karma. The ancestors can use their primordial spirit powers to confront enemies. Now, go and collect the lists and set off." As ordered, they all excitedly went to retrieve their lists. Emperor Jiang watched them depart, hesitating to voice his thoughts. The West Queen Mother, sensing this, remarked, "You wish to join them?" Emperor Jiang chuckled. "Ah, sister, you understand me well, but—" The West Queen Mother interjected, "As the Heavenly Emperor, you are also the leader of the Wu clan. You must maintain a certain demeanor. Otherwise, it will be difficult to command respect later. They're splitting into 10 teams, and if any of them require support, you will be their strongest backer. Surely, you do not wish for any accidents to occur." With that, the West Queen Mother summoned the Kunlun Mirror and cast several seals, causing images of the 10 ancestors leading their teams to appear in the hall. Each team was filled with fervor and excitement. The Wu clan acted swiftly. Even those burdened by karma in the Northern Abyss were captured by Qianwu's team and brought back to the Heavenly Court. The only unexpected incident occurred when Gonggong attempted to capture the thousand-legged ancestor in the East Sea. The thousand-legged ancestor, a centipede who had yet to fully transform, had once devoured the flesh and blood of other beings to cultivate, thus accumulating considerable karma. After transforming, he became acquainted with Wusong and, at Wusong's invitation, joined the Heavenly Court as the subordinate of the Jade Emperor. During the operations of the Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor, fueled by anger, did not instruct his subordinates to restrain their activities. The members of the Heavenly Court, believing that the Jade Emperor was the only male immortal acknowledged by the current saint, felt somewhat emboldened and assumed that even the Heavenly Court would give face to the Saint Hongjun, refraining from making things difficult for the beings of the Heavenly Court. However, during the capture of the Thousand-Legged Ancestor, Gonggong's team encountered fierce resistance led by Wusong. Ultimately, Gonggong had to resort to utilizing a spiritual treasure to apprehend all the members of the Heavenly Court, totaling over 1,000 beings. By the time the Jade Emperor learned of the incident, Gonggong and his team had already returned to the Heavenly Court. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor, accompanied by powerful members of the Heavenly Court, stormed towards the Heavenly Court to demand the release of his people. However, upon his arrival, he was met not with politeness, but with the ready arms of soldiers. The Jade Emperor, hovering at the southern Heavenly Gate, arrogantly shouted, "Emperor Jiang, release my people from the Heavenly Court, or I shall annihilate your Heavenly Court." The Jade Emperor's brashness ignited the wrath of the Wu clan. He was the first to provoke hostilities since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, making him a perfect target to establish authority. Without uttering a single word, the Wu clan swiftly captured all the powerful members that the Jade Emperor had brought along to end the ensuing confrontation. The Jade Emperor faced a powerful assault from Emperor Jiang, resulting in him being severely injured and falling to the primordial continent. He had no time to utter any words before losing consciousness from his injuries. Emperor Jiang did not allow the members of the Heavenly Court to pursue the Jade Emperor. Instead, all captured powerful beings, like others burdened by karma, had their cultivation sealed and were relegated to laborers in the not-returning mountain. Thus, the beings of the primordial chaos witnessed the might of the Wu clan. Even the Jade Emperor was shown no mercy. Some began to wonder if the Wu clan had spared the Jade Emperor out of consideration for Hongjun's reputation. This clearly demonstrated the Heavenly Court's stance, compelling the beings of the primordial chaos to take the Heavenly Court seriously. As for Nuwa, this development would have no impact on her. Upon learning of the Wu clan's establishment of the Heavenly Court and the West Queen Mother's elevation to Heavenly Empress, she understood that this was the intention of her master. Otherwise, the West Queen Mother would never have accepted such a title, which caused Nuwa to sink into deep contemplation. Her former junior siblings, along with even the later emerging ancestors, had achieved their own accomplishments. Meanwhile, as the eldest brother and sister, she and her sibling had accomplished nothing, falling far behind. This left them with little face to confront their brothers and sisters. Over the years, Nuwa had encountered many unforeseen events during her solitary training, wandering wherever the path led her. Sometimes, she would inadvertently trespass into the territories of other beings, encountering those with gentle temperaments with whom she could converse. However, when confronting those with fierce dispositions and a strong sense of territory, it would inevitably lead to conflict. Fortunately, her strength was not weak, and with a treasured item at her side, she could retreat even when faced with quasi-saint level beings. She had no fixed place to rest, often cultivating and recuperating wherever she happened to be. Occasionally, when nearby beings saw how beautiful Nuwa was, or if they intended to rob her, they would launch surprise attacks while she was in meditation, causing her considerable hardship. Despite her protective treasure, she learned the harsh reality of the primordial chaos's treacherous nature. Unbeknownst to her, she had displayed her wealth too openly. Once, she had engaged in a fierce battle with another being over a congenital spiritual root, showcasing her treasured item and winning the spiritual root, but she let her opponent go. Little did she expect that not long after, that being would return with reinforcements, demanding that Nuwa surrender her treasure and the spiritual root. Faced with over 10 beings of similar cultivation, including a quasi-saint early-stage cultivator from Zhixiao Palace, who urged her to relinquish the Hongming purple qi, Nuwa, under pressure from the coalition of beings and quasi-saint level powers, had no choice but to reveal her accompanying treasure, the mid-grade congenital spirit treasure, the Qinquan belt, to escape. Afterward, she narrowly avoided being pursued several times, and it was only by using an identity token to conceal her aura that she finally found some peace. These experiences made Nuwa realize her naivety and ignorance. understanding that her master had mitigated countless dangers for her during her training with Fuxi. She also comprehended her master's intention behind sending her out to train alone in the world of primordial chaos. Strength is paramount. Had she possessed the cultivation of her master, there would have been no need for her to harbor any reservations. Everything that disrupted her would merely transform into a source of her amusement. As time flowed, Nuwa unknowingly arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea, gazing at the surface of the water, which alternated between tumultuous waves and serene stillness. She couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. How wonderful it would be if the beings of the primordial world could exist in tranquility, devoid of strife and competition, with all creatures living in harmony. Alas, she had discerned the essence of the primordial realm. All beings exerted themselves to grow stronger. Including herself, as Nuwa observed the calm sea, her thoughts gradually settled, leading her to a moment of enlightenment. In the courtyard of Mount Buzhou, Lin Xuan, who was in the midst of meditation, suddenly awoke. Just moments ago, he had been comprehending the chaotic principles within his inner world when he felt a sudden disturbance in the essence of his spirit. This marked the first anomaly he had experienced since his rebirth. Lin Xuan quickly examined himself and found no discomfort. He then performed calculations regarding beings connected to him, discovering that none were in danger of falling. He continued to assess each situation. He realized that it was Nuwa who was attaining enlightenment by the Eastern Sea. Thus, he understood the source of the recent spiritual fluctuation. The human race was about to emerge. Lin Xuan had not anticipated that even after his transmigration, he would remain so deeply entwined with humanity. He had initially believed that with the help of the primordial source pearl, he had gained a new soul and body, allowing him to rise above the distinctions of race. He then recalled that both his soul's essence and true spirit belonged to the human race, which brought him a sense of ease. That to walk freely was the attitude of a carefree cultivator. Consequently, Lin Xuan called out, "Zhen Yuanzi, come here." Since the establishment of the heavenly court, Zhen Yuanzi had returned to Mount Buzhou, where he was immersed in the path of artifact forging. Previously, he had devoted himself to the cultivation of earth principles and the profound mysteries of the companion spirit treasures Earth Scripture. Before the establishment of the heavenly court, he had forged numerous weapons for the witch clan to prepare for battle, which ignited his interest in forging. Thus, he remained in the artifact forging pavilion. And upon hearing his master's call, he awakened from his meditation. Zhen Yuanzi approached Lin Xuan and bowed, inquiring, "Master, what is your command?" Lin Xuan replied, "How goes your understanding of the path of forging?" Zhen Yuanzi responded, "Master, the path of forging is vast and profound. I am still at the starting point." Lin Xuan nodded. "Indeed, self-awareness is commendable. The path of forging can create anything, and at its highest profundity, it can bestow sentience upon magical treasures. As for the ultimate realm, I have yet to attain it. Dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation and feel free to consult me whenever you encounter difficulties. However, do not neglect your own path," Zhen Yuanzi affirmed. "Yes, Master," Lin Xuan continued. "The reason I summoned you is to have you protect Nuwa. She is on the verge of a breakthrough by the Eastern Sea. However, before that, she must complete a significant act of merit. Seek out Fuxi and ensure he observes as well. Bring him this jade slip and this jade box for Nuwa. Both items should be presented only after she achieves her great act of merit. Let her break through to the primordial unity within the primordial world. It is time to provide hope to the beings of this realm. Go." Zhen Yuanzi, delighted to learn that Nuwa was about to break through, especially within the primordial world, realized that they could reveal their cultivation freely. He excitedly responded, "Yes, Master, I shall depart at once." After Zhen Yuanzi left, he headed straight for the southern continent to find Fuxi. Although Nuwa and Fuxi were away on their journeys, Zhen Yuanzi and Zhuangmu frequently monitored their situations. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi had a general idea of Fuxi's whereabouts. Fuxi's journey was in stark contrast to Nuwa's. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to ensure Nuwa's comfort during their travels together, never allowing her to suffer any grievances. This had allowed him to accumulate considerable experience, and with his formidable strength, Fuxi thrived during this journey, frequently forming connections and engaging in discussions with various beings and tribes, reaping abundant rewards as for Nuwa. Fushi knew she would face many hardships. However, he believed that no grave dangers would befall her, as several great primordial golden immortals stood behind them, ensuring their safety. Nevertheless, Fushi remained unaware of the threats looming over Nuwa. Had he known, he would have disregarded his master's orders and rushed to her aid. Thus, despite his concern for Nuwa, he dared not defy his master's command and could only harbor his worries in silence while proceeding with his own journey. When Jin Yuanzi found Fushi, he was leisurely lying on a large stone by a small stream. Lost in thought. "Brother, you truly know how to choose a location. The scenery here is quite splendid." Fushi, caught off guard by the sudden voice, made no move to stand, replying instead, "Junior brother, have you come to train as well? What a coincidence to find you here." Zhan Yunzi shook his head with a smile. "Brother, I was sent by our master to find you upon hearing of the master's command." Fushi leapt up and rushed to Zhan Yunzi's side, asking, "Junior brother, why didn't you say so earlier? What is the master's command?" Zhan Yunzi replied, "Master sent me to find you because Sister Nuwa is on the verge of a breakthrough and is currently in deep enlightenment. We must protect her on this path." Fushi, upon hearing that it involved Nuwa, exclaimed, "What? Nuwa is in enlightenment? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Without waiting for Jin Yuanzi, he vanished in an instant, only to return a moment later. Blushing, "Junior brother, I got a bit too hasty. You know where Nuwa is now." Jin Yuanzi, smiling, replied, "Come, I will take you there quickly." Realizing his impatience, Fushi said, "Then I must trouble you. Junior brother." Jin Yuanzi responded, "No need for such politeness, brother." With that, Jin Yuanzi grasped Fushi's shoulder, and they vanished, reappearing at the shores of the eastern sea. They stood at a distance, observing Nuwa in her state of enlightenment, careful not to disturb her, knowing how rare such profound moments of enlightenment were. Their only task was to prevent any interruptions to Nuwa's meditation. As time passed, a millennium went by, and Nuwa remained in her state of enlightenment, not awakening. Fushi turned to Jin Yuanzi and asked, "Junior brother, how much longer do you think it will take?" Jin Yuanzi replied, "I do not know. It may take quite some time. Moreover, Master mentioned that Nuwa must complete a significant act of merit." Fushi asked in confusion, "What kind of great merit?" Zhan Yuanzi replied, "I am uncertain. Master did not elaborate. We shall wait patiently." Fushi chose not to press further. Thus, another millennium passed until one day, Nuwa suddenly stirred. She squatted down and repeatedly molded the wet clay, shaped by the sea, into various forms. Yet, no matter how she shaped it, the moment she released her hands, it would crumble, unable to withstand the force of her principles. Nuwa abandoned this location and unconsciously turned to leave. Fushi, seeing her departure, assumed she had awakened and was about to call out, but Zhen Yuanzi swiftly suppressed him. After calming Fushi, Zhen Yuanzi said, "Sister Nuwa has not yet awakened. Let us follow her." Fushi nodded vigorously, aware of how close they had come to causing a mishap. Nuwa wandered through mountains, rivers, and streams, occasionally pausing to use different mixtures of clay and water to fashion various sculptures. Yet, each attempt resulted in failure, the figures disintegrating upon release. This continued for another millennium. Regardless of how Nuwa shaped the clay, she could not succeed, leaving Fushi and Zhen Yunzi puzzled, uncertain of her intentions, yet too hesitant to approach her. And so, Nuwa continued her journey until she reached the vicinity of Shouyang Mountain, where she came to a stop. However, this time she did not gather materials on the spot, but stood quietly, not in meditation or contemplation, as if making a decision. Soon, Nuwa retrieved the 9 heavens xiangxi from her storage ring, blending it with the 3 light divine water, and shaped it into an old tiger. This time it did not crumble, yet it lacked any semblance of spirit. Nuwa dispersed the tiger and, together with the 9 heavens xiangxi, forced out a drop of her essence blood, mixing it in, perhaps out of some instinct or desire not to have her blood take on another form. Nuwa refrained from creating any other shapes. Instead, she molded various small clay figures resembling herself, her master, her brother, her junior siblings, and the 12 ancestral witches until she reached a count of 3,000. At which point she paused. Sensing that she still had ample 9 heavens xiangxi remaining, Nuwa retrieved the gourd vine she had received from Lin Xuan during their last meeting, empowered it with her magic, and swung it. Instantly, 12,930 small clay figures emerged at the courtyard of Mount Buzhou. Lin Xuan and Wang Shu observed the scene in which Nuwa swung the gourd vine to release the small clay figures, and Lin Xian's lips twitched, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Near Shuyang Mountain, after Nuwa released the small clay figures, the power of creation was infused into the gourd vine, initiating the infusion of creative principles into each small figure. In an instant, all the small clay figures began to grow, eventually reaching a size comparable to that of normal innate bodies. Under the influence of the creative principles, these clay figures gradually acquired spirit, gaining consciousness and awareness, even moving their limbs and making sounds. Jin Yuanzi and Fushi had unknowingly approached Nuwa from behind, and it was only when the 12,960 newly birthed beings began to speak that the three of them snapped back to reality. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. You have created an entire race," Fushi exclaimed, a mix of emotions flooding his voice. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Nuwa turned around in surprise, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Brother, junior brother, what brings you here?" Zhen Yuanzi, instead of responding to Nuwa, suddenly recalled something and promptly produced a myriad of Dao principles to present to her. He urged, "Sister, hasten, utilize your own merits from the Dao and these principles to name these living beings." Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Fushi also came to a realization. He exclaimed